At the table, the protagonist slid in with his comrades and stared ahead, wondering if teamwork was even possible with that curse hanging over him, and if today he could forge something cursed using only what they had. At that exact moment, the blonde guy shouted his name. Gale snapped his head up, and before he could even speak, the guy told him the contract was about to be broken. He told the guy they were kicking him out of the Wolfpack team, and the main character just froze, completely stunned, like he had no idea what was happening. Gale scratched his head, desperate for answers, and Cash, the boss, came in like a hammer. "You're fired," again and again. The rest of the crew started roasting him, and Melissa asked if she should comfort him one last time, until Luke snapped at her to knock it off. Norris muttered that it looked like somebody still didn't get the memo about getting fired. The protagonist shot up to his feet and told them to hold on, then demanded to know why they'd flipped the plan so fast. Cash pushed the same question again, why the sudden move, and pressed even harder. Did he honestly not get the reason? Gale kept replaying how they'd built their team 3 years ago, back when his rank was so low he could only help by crafting the curses they needed, and he even said out loud, "I don't get it," while Cash insisted it had taken him ages to finally understand. He said his class is a total disaster, just a one-trick tool that can only weaken a mob with a consumable curse, nothing more, and to make it worse, he's the lowest level on the team. He told them, "Yeah, I know our class is doomed, but I can smash through my quests with curses." Then he smirked. "Turns out even if those curses don't hit that hard, priests can still cleanse them anytime." Gale said he's got more than just consumables. He tugged a decoration out from under his collar and claimed it quietly shreds mobs even while he stands there, but his team freaked out and yelled that it's terrible, so now they're wondering, is he even worth trusting if he's wearing something like that? After that, Cash blurted, "We found someone to take your place," and then he pointed to Mage Mora, the ultimate support who can boost allies and crush enemies at the same time. Mora smiled and said she was thrilled to finally meet him. Gale strutted like she owned the place, and the whole team welcomed her, thrilled to finally meet her. Then Cash spun to him and asked, "You get it now?" before bluntly adding, "Yeah, we don't need you anymore." The protagonist demanded they hold up and give him one more shot, because his brutal curse is still sitting untouched, and he's got a whole stack of other tricks ready to blow the lid off. Then right as he was about to finish his speech, his words died when he tripped over the weight of his boss's stare. Gale shot, "Will we regret this?" and he snapped back, "No." He looked back and realized he'd been backing them ever since the team first formed. Cash kept slamming him with pain, then urged him to quit fighting and step into the curse shop for a taste of it himself. Melissa snapped that it was true, sell them to anyone acting suspicious. Norris grinned and said he'd advertise his store. Luke just shrugged and said at least he didn't hate him. Morris stood there in dead silence. Then the main character finally snapped, saying he understood everything, thanked them for it all, and walked off, and not a single person even bothered to glance his way. Gale couldn't shake the question of what was wrong with them because they'd been together forever. Then his mind snapped back to Cash's warning about the rent, and to everything he'd calculated about his curse so he wouldn't end up getting paid. He stared at the symbol sitting in his palm, knowing he couldn't spill every secret to their faces, so instead, he enchanted their gear to supercharge their powers. Gale figured it wasn't his problem anymore, so he shut the spell down. Then a magic seal snapped into place above him, stung him for a second, and vanished. The protagonist wheezed, trying to catch his breath, and then he realized those curses aren't just bad luck. Some of them boost your stats by a certain amount. After that, Gale finally felt it. Everything was right again. His body evened out and the pain faded. The curse was gone, the team was free, and once he knew, he didn't waste a second. He was moving on to a new crew. Then he yanked open the stats window. Cash was sitting at about 50. His personal level shot up to 48, and boom, he was now in the Curse Master class. The rest of his stats and personal points jumped too. The hero told her Cash was rocking around 5,000 attack and 3,000 defense, so yeah, he'd leveled up hard. Then the innkeeper pushed, asking how long he planned to stay since he'd already checked out and had to leave, and the hero only apologized. After a while, he stormed out of the hotel, pacing with nothing but bad thoughts. No money, just a mouthful of curses, until he heard a seller shouting and hawking fresh apples to the crowd. Gale's even been daydreaming about opening a shop, but he can't stand the idea of people gassing him up like his shop dream wasn't always buried in his bones. He just loves the thought of a tool shop out in the middle of nowhere. But right after that, the protagonist finally thought he was free. No more limits, sleep whenever he wanted, eat whenever he wanted. He even hid the curse and buried himself in research he actually loved, convinced he could do whatever he pleased. A grin snapped onto Gale's face. He threw his hands up and yelled at the top of his lungs, overflowing with excitement. Then immediately set his sights on the first move, start raking in money from sales. Inside the Silver Wolf Pavilion at the hotel, Melissa perched on Cash's lap and gushed that the food tasted like a breath of fresh air, and that it was absolutely perfect that the main character had finally left. Norris spun toward Mora and claimed he was spoiling her only because he was new. Luke snapped that they should have kicked him out ages ago. Then Mora stayed completely quiet, and the guys, staring at her, blushed hard and swallowed their words. Cash said him and Gale had been together since the team was formed, and Melissa swore it felt like he was casting a spell on every one of them. Then, right then, magical seals slammed into place across the whole squad. Cash shot up and demanded to know what was going on, and as they talked, sparks started flying from their gear. Mora even asked if it was a dispelling spell. Then the seals began vanishing right before their eyes. The boys started going, "We don't know what this is," but one by one they all felt their magic draining away, like gravity suddenly doubled and their bodies got heavy, until Mora's eyes went wide in shock. She asked the boys what they'd said, then snapped that it sounded like an advanced dispel spell, and the second she finished, they bombarded her with questions all over again. Cash blurted out, "Is it really Gale?" Melissa said, "Yeah, it's probably him, because he'd already done something to them." Norris insisted it looked like he was coming for revenge, and Luke snapped, "We should have killed him." Mora found it weird. She couldn't tell if he'd laid a curse on them, because normally breaking a curse doesn't leave a person feeling this miserable. Cash admitted he had no clue what they were up to, but he couldn't even imagine what Gale might do next. Melissa nodded hard and warned that if he even tried, they'd rush in first and shut him down. Mora insisted it wasn't an attack, it was a spell, but nobody listened. Cash snapped that he was the leader. If Tem acts like an enemy and doesn't talk, then he's an enemy of the whole group, so he quoted, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." What? Norris warned that if he ever caught him again, he'd scorch him to death with his magic. Then Luke shot back that Norris told him he was turning into a devil, and somehow that was even worse, while Norris insisted it was all just imagination. Luke swore that if he were in Gale's shoes, he'd hack off his own fingers, anything to stop another spell from ever escaping him, and he's itching to see Gale rotting on the streets. Norman shot back that Luke's more than capable of carrying it out. Moore didn't think this was all in her head. She felt it, like a shiver crawling up her spine, and right after she cast the spell, a weak premonition hit her like a warning. She's terrified, like their status just got yanked out from under them, and she can't shake the feeling that, ever since the main character showed up, they've always been sitting at the very top. Mora whipped her head around and Melissa immediately asked what was wrong, then pressed a mug of drink into her hands. Mora mouthed thanks, thinking, if this curse can be this useful, that's gotta be weird. Mora swore this world had a cursor capable of pulling off something like that. Could the S-rank Wolfpack really pull it off? She was sure it was impossible, until her mind snapped back to the member who'd already left. She had no idea he'd been booted from the team, shoved aside as a comrade and stripped as the Wolfpack's main force, while Gale stalked through the forest, snapping curses at the owl, begging it to hand his curse back. After a while, the protagonist finally made it to the Merchants Guild and spun toward a man, asking if he truly planned to open a kiosk. He nodded hard, and then the guys started pitching placement options on the spot. As soon as they picked the bench, the man snapped that it would cost 4 gold coins a day, because this place was packed and pricey. Then Gale dove his hands into his pockets, rummaging fast. He spilled the coins out and realized 3 silver ones were all he had. Then the man leaned in and said the street stalls on the way to the square were cheaper. The guy just shut his mouth and said nothing. After a while, he finally made it to the spot, and the main character couldn't help but feel like today was a good one, until he stood before his stall and realized it was in total shabby shape. Gale grinned, thinking, yeah, it's a little dirty, but for him it was perfect, and he even remembered the merchant who handed him that starter kiosk, how he'd thanked him on the spot and felt lucky to meet someone so kind. At that point, the protagonist figured he could finally hawk his magic tools and all the interior gear, so he snapped his goods into perfect order and got ready to sell. Then Gale started sweating over the price, thinking, what do I sell it for? Because if he could pocket more than the cost of the materials, this job would turn a profit. Staring at his goods, the main character grimaced. Nothing looked appealing at all. Then the merchant sprinted up and blurted, I forgot to explain, and pointed out that his counter's appearance was a total mess. The man lunged in to help right away, swearing he'd fix everything, and just a few heartbeats later, it all snapped into something way better. The protagonist thanked him and the merchant shot back, sure, the shop can claim its own style, but if it can't spot what it's selling, it won't move it. And if it can't move it, trouble's coming for the store. The man said, training S done, I'm coming back, and Gale's heart flipped because the team left him with nothing but ugly memories. Yet it still felt weirdly sweet, like the kindness somehow cut through it all. After that, the main character yanked his curse straight out of the gate, like this talisman felt perfect to him. Then he realized he couldn't wear it around his neck, so he just hung it on the counter like some weird product. Then Gale grinned and told himself, all right, it's time to sell. He'd never run a business a day in his life, so his nerves were shot and he couldn't stop thinking about what the townspeople would do with his curses. Would they welcome them, accept them, or even smile in delight? The main character burst into a loud roar, shouting that the adventurer was ready for hire, then bragged that he'd throw curses on demand, all for cheap. A guy slid up to him and blurted, "Is this a curse?" saying it was way too strange to be normal, and then another girl chimed in, "If there's magic that can get weakened, isn't that always better than a curse?" Gale reveals the curse is just a consumable item. Anyone can use it with zero magical power, and that's exactly why some seekers are desperate to get their hands on it. One of the men bragged that 5 coins for the poison general was a steal, and the protagonist snapped that he'd definitely buy it, because deep down, he figured it was basically free. Gale told him there are curses for every kind of condition, ones that slap debuffs on your stats and more, and if he's got good performance, they're even cheap enough that he can just buy it. Then his eyes locked onto the weapon, and he demanded to know what it was. Gale snapped back that it was a cursed dagger. When monsters use it, it slaps them with a defense drop, and as the nasty side effect, their status spikes to 1. One time, the man snatched the dagger in his hands, and the cursed blade blazed its secret. Then he screamed like his life depended on it, leaving Gale stunned. The man demanded what it meant, and the protagonist snapped back that it was a drop in protection. Then the buyer freaked out and declared he was done for because the dagger was cursed. Then the man wheeled around to Gale and said, "Sure, all this sounds great, but tell me, who in the hell is going to buy this stuff?" Then the main character switched tactics and went in from a whole new angle, showing the man that this dagger could double as Killer Dacre, and asking straight up if he thought the handle was insanely cool. The buyer shrugged and said using it inside was totally fine, since the design didn't bother him at all. Then he picked out a few other things too, and flat out said he'd grab this one as well because it looks great while guarding the house from evil. Then the main character handed him a dispel spell bonus, 3 pieces all on the house, and the man lit up, calling it wildly thoughtful, thanking him right on the spot just like Gale sold it, spelling out exactly what would happen if things went wrong. If you wield this cursed item, every warning sign gets cranked up by 1/5, but the price is brutal, everyone gets cursed too. He admires how fancy and beautiful the design is, then slips in a spell to wipe the curse away. "She's got cursed shoes too, swap them and you'll boost agility to 5 times, but the price is brutal. You curse them, force the servant to wear them, or risk stripping the curse away. So yeah, of course, she says yes. And on top of that, he carries a cursed crossbow with 3x the power of anything else, and it never misses because it forces every shot to land, but the curse comes with the cost. It was even sold for use at the annual hunting party." The protagonist finally let his thoughts out on a breath, and right then another man stepped in and asked about the curse. The smile that hid his face said it all. He'd heard this before, and the memory of the story came flooding back. People swore this legendary hero had a berserker on his side, and he always strapped on cursed armor, sparking rumors that cursed gear was pure, unstoppable power. Yeah, curse sounds nasty, but that's exactly why his spell set comes with a curse remover, and he spells out what the curse does, how it can be undone, and even what side effects and mood boosts come with it. After his story, a huge crowd surged in front of the stall, and everyone started buzzing. So he really sells dispelling spells for his goods, huh? Trying to figure out just how wild it was. After a while, the main character found himself staring at an empty stall, and he snapped that everything was gone, sold out today, new faces in the crowd. One guy even praised his cursed metal death, and the main character couldn't help thinking, man, he's weirdly hyped. What? Then Gale spotted a bunch of people sprinting his way, and they immediately bombarded him with, "Is this the only place that sells cursed stuff?" Then lined in harder, asking if there were more. Gale just shook his head and told them everything was already sold out. The men dropped to their knees in front of him and begged him to carry out the curse right now. Then he smirked and said the shop would open tomorrow. After that, he waved them off, apologized for today, and bolted into the night without looking back. One of today's shoppers leaned toward his friend and swore he'd slip on the cursed ring they grabbed at the kiosk just to see what happened. Then his friend snapped, "Don't you dare pass out from that curse." And the shopper shot back, "I'm not planning on fainting." Then they both realized his status had shot up by 1.5 times, just one ring, and everything changed that fast. They stared in disbelief and couldn't stop asking, how is one thing so powerful? Then the buyer leaned in and asked how much the Bogalubov dispel spell would cost, and he bragged that reselling it could rake in a fortune, until the buyer snapped that he'd better not even think about saying that. The blonde insisted a spellmaster was right here, and the brunette snapped that no guild would let him slip away. So the blonde leaned in and said, "I'm not talking about some nobody. This guy is the most unusual spellcaster we've ever laid eyes on." While the other adventurers whispered and gossiped, they had no clue a lone cursor was still out there carrying the curse of 4 people. and even with his failing health, he kept pushing forward to help the team. And even then, there's a cursor so deadly it crafts a curse that hits the level of S. Nobody would ever suspect the truth. He'd been kicked out of the team and was out on the streets selling cursed items. Meanwhile, Cash and his crew were locked in a brutal brawl with the monster. Then the team leader got slammed into a tree, cradling his back as he hid there, while the rest went rigid with shock, unable to even wrap their heads around why all of this chaos was happening. Org erupted into loud shouting as Cash, sword gripped in both hands, demanded to know why this monster wouldn't drop or falter at all. Some time ago, the team kept asking, "Are we really good to take an S-rank quest with Anubai?" And the leader shot back that everything was locked in. He'd dug up all the details, and he'd even heard they were some of the best players in the guild. Then the guy snapped his head to Mora and said, "Perfect, this is exactly what we needed." Right after that, they spotted the massive org, locked in their plan, and decided to take him on. After a while, Melissa snapped at Luke for what he was doing, calling him stupid. Luke shot back that he wasn't failing. Then she slammed him as a bad person, until he caught her with a brutal blow that knocked her clean off her feet. Norris stepped aside and started scanning his spells, and Cash leaned in asking how long he planned to sing. Norris smirked and said he'd wait a bit, and that's when a glowing magic seal erupted right in front of him. But the second the seal vanished, a tiny flame burned where it used to be. Cash demanded what magic that was, then snapped that he couldn't use it to take down the org. Right then, the monster lunged and swung, so he dodged hard. Mora promised she'd get it done. She'd strike back for everyone and unleash buffs one after another. Yet in the back of her mind, she felt her mana slipping away fast. She yanked her staff up, slammed it to the ground, and boom, magical seals flared under every single member. Then she snapped that their stats were doubled and ordered them to crush the monster. Cash's words lit her up, then he bolted at the monster and swung his sword. But Org yanked the whole moment to a stop with one hand, asking in his own language if he truly meant to fight, all while casually picking his nose. The team leader couldn't believe his strike got cut off so fast. Then Org yanked the guy off the ground with his sword and blasted him flying. Cash got smashed to the brink, but when the monster lunged, he bolted out of the way and Mora snapped up a tiny barrier. Then he ripped into her, calling her a lousy support mage, and ordered her to double her stats like she was completely useless. Then he paused and told her, "This cursed item, I'll use it, left behind by whoever owned it before." The girl snapped that it would ruin her own body, and Cash shot in, snatching her clothes, demanding if she was really about to use Gale's curse. He insisted too, the curse wouldn't work at all. She clutched that letter, the one where Gale promised that, as he handed her his experience, he'd lay out the support tactics he'd used before, and even share a few curses too. Mora admitted that long before she ever stepped into fight, they'd all been cursed, right from the start, and the second Cash heard it, he froze, dropped her, and she crashed to the ground. He swore it wasn't some flimsy spell, it was a curse, and the whole team nodded like, "Yep, he's right." They all felt it in their bones, they were cursed. The boys kept hurling insults at Gale, then shrugged it off and pushed onward, because the mountains where the hippos live are still way out there, and somehow they left Mora behind too. Org even asked, "So, is the game really over?" Cash stared down this deadly road, packed with A-class monsters, and dread crawled up his spine, while his comrades kept arguing that they didn't get why he was so let down. The curse had them stuck, unable to throw their full power, so they better get themselves in top shape. They started laughing it off, "We're not running, we're backing up smart." And with their opponent thrown off, Kosh grinned and said, "Good, if the curse did the job, then it doesn't matter to me." Mora shot a question, were they ready to throw in the towel already, was it too soon? With a grin, Cash hit back that they were stunned because she hadn't even gone all out yet, and that made the girl reel from the words. The other team backed him up, claiming she was fresh here and barely fought at all, then they decided to bail. Mora seethed at their comments because she's a support mage with zero way to fight back. She screamed after them, insisting if it was real, they had no right to do that. Then they spun back, grinning, told her to finish the rest, and bolted like their lives depended on it. The girl was instantly stranded, staring down the monster alone. Org told her he felt sorry for her too, and the moment Morris heard it, rage shook him to the core. She snapped back that they had to be kidding, and then hurled a curse straight into the sky. After that, she shoved forward to catch up with the guys, and when she finally spoke, she made it clear, these guys were wrong. After a while, Cash and the crew finally crashed into a rest, and the feelings hit the group hard. One person confessed they felt sick with disgust, another lamented losing their favorite Lond, and Melissa admitted she truly thought she was going to die. Nora claimed he never had trouble juggling spells, Luke snapped that a quick jog shouldn't have drained them, and Melissa shot back that it was all Nora's fault, her great virtues, her downfall. Nora snapped that this wasn't the only answer, yet even before the supporting magic kicked in, everyone's movements looked stiff and awkward. Luke asked how casting the spell didn't take him twice as long, because that sucked. Then the guy smirked and said, "Yeah, I got carried away. If I'd been in a good mood, I would have burned it to the ground." Cash snapped that it was the protagonist's fault, always. Then he leaned in and wondered how he could get his revenge any other way, and right then, Mora burst into the clearing, saying she'd finally caught up with them. The leader snapped that she was late, like she'd already finished the job. Then Mora's fury erupted because a little monster was clinging to her cape, and when Cash asked what it was, she just went silent. Right then, our main guy strolled through the city streets with a huge grin, singing one song after another, and he even shouted that being a street vendor is pure fun. Some folks peer into the shop, then don't buy a thing, they just stand there, staring. Even curses sink into the adventurers and hit them hard, and most of them are only there hoping to score spells. The moment the merchant spotted him, he cracked, "It's been ages, we haven't seen each other in forever." Then leaned in and asked how things were going, and Gale admitted he'd been thinking about moving his shop to a new spot, so the man pressed, "All right, where are you planning to go?" What? Gale's mind snapped straight to the aristocratic quarter. He pitched his stall just 10 meters from the main street, because rich lords don't dress to blend in like commoners. They want to look sharp, right in the heart of the latest fashion. Right then, Mora cut through the noise and told the others she didn't come for flattery. She came for a reason, and the monster behind her snapped back into its true form as the cursed item ran out of power, sending everyone into an instant, terrified shudder. The girl snapped that she'd handle it somehow, then handed the baton to them and bolted, while Cash just shrugged and said he didn't care what she planned to do. Then the whole crew locked eyes on the monster. Melissa immediately snapped into action, telling the guys to move, and Luke fired back at it that the meat hits softer and tastes better on women. So they all bolted, fleeing from him, and when he watched them go, he just smirked and said he was basically a vegetarian. 4 days crawled by and then, boom, the team came back to the pavilion, dropping into their seats with their faces pressed into the tabletop. Cash kept begging for water, Melissa demanded a bath, and the two of them just kept talking about how wild it was that they'd get so desperate to flee that they'd land in another forest. Everything was awful, and the stink was unbearable. Right then, the hostess leaned in and asked Mora if they were all from the same group, and the girls shot back that they'd get exactly what they wanted. Then a voice snapped from the table that this was all Gale's fault, and they immediately called the hostess over. Cash leaned in and asked the woman for water or even a towel, and Luke backed him up, firing off questions about where she worked. Just then, like the moment was timed, a glass of water slid right in front of them. She said she'd hand out just one glass of water since it wasn't free, and the moment she said it, everyone flared up. Who did she think they were? Then the woman snapped that they weren't allowed to refuse paying for their accommodation. Even the landlady tossed out that they were low class, and that insult lit a fuse in Cash. He snapped, "What did you just say?" She told them I already got paid for yesterday, and then said that if they drank the water today, they'd be out of the hotel, right after she reached out and asked, "So, want to pay extra for one more day?" Cash's anger flared and he lunged for the money, only to realize there wasn't a single coin, and his comrades snapped at him to pay already, swearing the hostess couldn't dare underestimate them. Then the guy's face went ghost pale. The guy tried to brush it off like he could deny what was happening. Then he glanced at Melissa, and bam, there was her fresh dagger, because she always has to have something new. Luke got his whole gear checked and fixed, his battle-worn gloves too. Then Norris grabbed a fresh spellbook and wand, and just like that, all of it vanished. Cash's custom sword got repaired, but it still crumbles from the very same monster fight. At the same moment, it hit all of them hard. There wasn't a single coin to their name, so the hostess snapped right away, "What happened to our money?" She said they'd have to fork over 5 silver coins a night for 5 people with too much op, 6 if they also had food. Then she asked straight up if they'd pay, and the guys snapped with pure rage. At that exact moment, Melissa flicked her eyes to the glass of water and realized she was dying of thirst. Then she blurted an apology and guzzled it greedily. Everyone scrambled to stop her. Mora didn't even spare them a glance. She turned to the hostess and demanded a glass of ale and some food, while the crew sat there watching as Melissa drained every last drop of water with zero emotion on her face. Then Mora looked up and realized the entire team was staring at her, tight, tense, like they were about to unload bad news. And when they said they had problems, Mora's stomach dropped because she hadn't paid a single coin into the common treasury, and now that it looked terrifying, her nerves started screaming. She shot them a hard look and declared that every coin was her personal stash, while the group's treasury only came from quest rewards. Mora suddenly remembered that old chat Cash had basically told her, "Don't stress about money. We'll get paid well and we'll handle the rest ourselves because we're Ranka." The leader snapped that she shouldn't spew nonsense, it was tied to the quest, and Melissa nodded along, then swooped in, grabbed the girl and declared, "This is all mine now, and everything we share belongs to everyone." Mora lunged to stop them, but their faces were already soaked in bloodlust. Nari snapped that if Mora still held a grudge, she should take it out on Gale. Then they grabbed the money bag and declared she'd be serving everyone, including them, and her own money too. They yanked open the money bag, confirmed it was stuffed with cash, and told her she was rich for a support mage. Then Morris shot back that she'd beat them all. Cash burst out laughing at her, saying he'd never believe a support mage could swing a real attack, more like a tiny mosquito bite, until a brutal blow landed on him right then. He rocketed to the side and slammed a chair and a barrel down with him, and as soon as Melissa saw it, she shouted and swung the chair straight at Mora, telling her not to let her gray virtues get the upper hand. Melissa swung, yet the girl vanished, leaving only a robe in her place. Then Mara slammed into her from behind. Luke and Norris blurted her name at once, begging her to calm down, because this kind of behavior just isn't right for a girl. An enraged Mora snapped at them to shut up since they were just small fry, and Luke and Norris told her to stop messing around before it actually hurt. They collided, and in the chaos the girl straightened everything out with everyone, then let out a satisfied smile, apologized to the owner for the mess, and promised she'd pay, but the owner cut in and insisted she shouldn't pay a single cent. Mora practically glowed at those words, then marched up to the guys sprawled on the floor and announced, "I'm out, today I'm leaving the group." Right then, the main character was hawking his wares when a blonde woman with a fan swept up to him and told him he'd better check out the strange antiques she'd spotted. She put extra focus on the lizards, an on-stage spectacle that felt weirdly wild but somehow awesome, and Gale swore they looked like basilisks. When he blurted out that she had sharp instincts, she froze, and he admitted loud and clear it was his damned Cantera. The woman snapped into full panic, blurted about the cursed one again, and admitted it terrified her. Then a mustached man shot up from the stall and insisted they hand it over to him, leaving the main character completely stunned. That stranger dared him to sell the cursed thing to a nobleman, and Gale shot back, "Nah, that's just interior decor," but the man instantly pressed, "Tell me more." After he spilled every last detail, they took off, and the protagonist sank onto the box, realizing she was truly a noblewoman, because even with that insane price he set, they still would have paid way more for her than she was worth. But even if they sell, those spells are still his own work, and he's not wasting a single one on expendable combat tricks. Gale watched everything fly off the shelves and decided it was time to close up, because after what happened today, he knew the second people laid eyes on his damned items, they started trembling. Sure, every noble swears a freaky new design is weird but fascinating, but nobody says they actually like it, so he clocked the truth in his gut and had zero time to think it over. The protagonist spotted a young girl gliding toward his stall, and for a second he mistook her for a noble until he noticed how plain she looked. He figured she was playing a secret game, but then he caught someone lurking around the corner, watching them like a spy. The stranger asked if he was working, then she leaned in and inspected one item, declared it a wild design but admitted she loved it, then flashed him a dazzling smile. Gale leaned back and said, "I can't believe you actually liked it," while she toyed with a ring in her hands. Meanwhile, he figured she was probably just there on business, and when the protagonist showed up, he insisted he was ready to close up so he could give it away for less. She beamed, then said, "All the money's locked in the castle." Gale pushed her again, and she confessed, "I forgot my wallet at home, so I'm basically broke." He let out a huge laugh. He claimed the price was sky high, then swore he'd still never let her go broke because she could afford it, only for her to fire back and him to shut it down by reminding her she was the first one to hype his design, then toss in a regular customer discount and shoot her a cheeky wink. Then the girl thrust a huge gold coin into his hands. Gale stared, stunned, thinking, "Is this really all I'm getting?" He opened his mouth to call after her, but she was already gone, sprinting off, and as she fled, she looked back and waved with a bright, happy smile. Then it hit him he never told anyone what the curse actually does or how it fades away. He whipped his head around, but the stranger was already gone, swallowed up like a ghost. Panic spiked as he clutched his skull, racing to figure out what to do next. Of course, the boost is small, but the defense power gets tripled, and even if she only has instant death resistance, once she equips it, she can't just rip it off because the curse locks it in place. Gale figured if she lived in luxury, then surely she could shatter the spell in that temple. Then he promised himself next time he'd apologize and hand over the cursed spell, and right when it mattered, his mind snapped to the castle, and he realized he didn't even know what she meant. At that exact moment, the stranger got yanked straight into the gateway. Then a shocked scream ripped through the air as she begged to be let go and yelled about where he was touching her, and the night girl just said, "You've finally been taken." After a while, they marched straight to the castle, where 4 guards sat on the floor like they owned the place. Yet the knight kept smirking, telling the stranger she wasn't scared one bit and calling her Princess Kara. Right then, our main guy was strolling down the street when someone yanked him by the shoulder and demanded to know if he was the young black-haired kid in a blue jacket. because a guy at the stall was hunting him down. He looked just like him, so he pushed for the chance to show his face. Gale spun around with a brand new grin and told him, "You still look young." Then the man blinked, realized he'd probably misjudged him, and begged for forgiveness. Turns out the protagonist had a cursed thing wrapped around his fate, warping his face to look different. Then panic hit as he wondered why the royal guard was hunting him, because he had to move fast, gear up, and get out of the city before they closed in. Inside the castle, the princess got called out. Her brand new purchase was labeled blasphemy against the church, and she shot back that there was nothing wrong with it at all. The girl spun around the room and blurted that she still couldn't crack its design, but the princess just smiled and said she was still way out, calling her Vivian. They said they'd meet the neighboring country's ambassadors in the morning, so they had to get ready. Right then, Kara slipped the ring onto her finger. Vivian snapped, asking if she was really about to show up to the meeting in this ring, only for the girl to grin and say she was just trying it on. Right now, Gale's sitting in the Adventurers Guild, stuffing himself on amazing food, while his mind drifts back to the stuff he used to obsess over when he was alone, because back then he couldn't do much, but now he can do anything, and everyone can see how crazy talented he is. And he's got to grab those materials fast, because the quarry's teetering, and patching up the stuff everyone's ready to toss is actually easy right now. Right then, Cash and his crew were demanding answers. How could an S-ranked team be blocked from borrowing money? They even asked her to lend them 10 or 20 gold coins, but the female administrator paused, unsure, like the deal might slip away. She snapped that since they got promoted, the search had barely moved, and don't even get her started on the missing funding. Then she demanded, "Did you meet the client? Because we're getting hit with complaints about how we never show up." Cash shot back an unexpected monster, and the administrator immediately snapped, "I'm a rank, you're S rank." The guy shrugged and muttered that he was a mutant, something clearly out of the ordinary. The girl grinned at them and let it slip that she'd heard they and the rest were training an org near the city, but then she hit them with a different truth. Did they really underestimate the guild? Cash's anger snapped as her words landed. She told them Mora had vanished from the group a few days back, right after a nasty argument and an innkeeper's bill for the pavilion, and now they had to cough up the money to make it right out of pure guilt. Gale watched all of it unfold and knew they were in serious, bottomless trouble. The administrator's face darkened with fury. She demanded to know if they really meant to borrow money right now. They swallowed hard with fear, and then Cash blurted that it was all Gale's doing, leaving Gale staring in shock. Melissa blurted that the protagonist's curse crushed their status, making every buff totally worthless. Luke even chimed in that Mora was useless too. The administrator finally exhaled. Then she blurted out that Mora is a support mage, one of the top 5 in the whole capital. She'd butted heads with the old group, so she pushed for a fresh, solid crew to replace them, and when Cash and the team heard what she said, they were completely stunned. The protagonist thinks she's untouchable, and somehow they still manage to lose her. Then the girl shrugs, saying she can't say what's up with Gale yet, but she doubts any curse caster is as deadly as he is. She instantly latched onto antidote spells and blurted, "I've got to know, what do they cost?" Gale snapped back to how he used to craft spells for the guild. Cash had enough, he snapped, called the whole team, and ordered them to move right now. When Melissa asked what happened to Gale, Norris pushed that it was time to pick a quest by teeth, and Luke backed him up as the leader cut in and demanded everyone shut up. They started grilling them about whether Ezrunga was really him now. Cash said, "Yeah, I think so," but the look on everyone's face screamed he was wrong. Gale couldn't help but worry. What did they mean by a curse, and were these people even all right after all that? The protagonist snapped that it was time to leave. He didn't want to bump into them again, then thanked the cook for the food, stepped outside, and spotted 2 guards sprinting down the street. Someone demanded, "Where are you sprinting to? Our enemies really on your tail?" And the second shot back, "I heard the princess and Vivian are arguing again, and this time it's hotter than ever." They were arguing that it'd take a whole army of adults to stop them, and Gale shot the idea through his head. Yeah, even then, the kingdom's army would get deployed. He started down the street, and the thought hit him out of nowhere. Right then, the palace guards lunged to stop Vivian cold, insisting she was inside the palace and needed to calm down. Yet the princess stormed in her blanket, glaring with pure rage, while Vivian screamed, "That ring is cursed." And fear ripped through everyone. The knight couldn't forget the princess's words, "I'll just try it on, then I'll put it on my finger." And the moment she did, dark shadows erupted around her. The girls froze in fear because they had no clue what was happening. The older man dropped into the seat in front of Kara and demanded she rip the ring off, only for Kara to shoot back that she couldn't remove it. Then Vivian snapped that there was only one way out, cut off her own finger, and with that she grabbed the sword and swung it, and right away the whole room erupted with shouts as someone demanded they protect the princess. Soon enough, the princess burst into the hall and rushed to the guests, apologizing for the delay and calling them dear guests. They told her she looked stunning, and Kara thanked them right away. Then they zeroed in on her finger, so she admitted she'd lightly hurt herself, and just as that moment settled, the guards came running with the news. Guests from a neighboring country had arrived. The princess guessed they were worn out from the long trip and urged them to have some tea, so they waved her off, pointed to a huge box and said, "No worries, we've got top-notch tea and sweet treats in there." Kara said it looked like there were tons of them, then nodded and agreed to give them a shot, only to be told, yeah, they really did bring a whole lot. Then two bandits burst out of the box, weapons in hand, bragging that they'd make the whole place taste their empire. Vivian snapped, "Enemies," and urged everyone to get ready. The guests who stormed and didn't hesitate, they yanked out their weapons, claiming the crossbow's arrows carried a fast poison that would drop someone quick, with barely any suffering. Right then the guards exploded into action, roaring that they had to protect the princess. A storm of arrows streaked toward Kara, but she just snapped her eyes shut and clamped both hands over her ears, waiting for impact, only for every last one to miss her. The enemies gaped in shock, Vivian too, and the moment they tried striking her again, their arrows ricocheted off an invisible shield. Then that shield shattered. Princess Kara jolted her eyes open and demanded how she'd even managed to throw up that barrier. Then she stared, convinced it was all because of the protagonist. Vivian sat down right in front of her and asked if she was hurt, and the girl waved it off, said she was totally fine, and thanked her. Meanwhile, the knight couldn't stop wondering why their guests were playing at being an empire, but before any answers, they had to get to a safe place. Next, two men showed up before the princess, and Vivian leaned in to get Mr. Uriel and Arizal's take, while Kara pressed hard, asking if it was truly a terrifying curse. Uriel leaned in and said the spell's removal is easy, right up until you realize this one is way too advanced, and whoever crafted it has basically mastered the art of making cursed things. This ring is cranked to the absolute maximum level of complexity, all to squeeze out the biggest benefits for its owner, so yeah, only someone with serious status gets it. But it also comes packed with a couple nasty curses, so once you wear it, it'll vanish. The man added that Arizal would handle it next, and then Arizal rushed to the princess with a sincere apology. Then he grabbed her hand, and right away, Vivian blurted out his name. He glanced at the ring, and as he stared, he swore it was a cursed relic-class ring. He'd never in his whole 10+ years expected to see something so damn wonderful. Then Vivian immediately cracked him on the head and demanded to know how long he planned to keep Kara's hand in his. She also told him she suspected the church relic angel shield could pull off the same trick, and Arizal snapped back that, if he wasn't wrong, he had that skill too. The priest snapped that he'd never heard of anything so massive stopping death on the spot. Then the princess shot back that there was one thing, the Empire's legendary treasure, the heart of the Demon King. It's an item that cranks up insane instant death resistance and slashes your magic casting time, then drains your life force the moment you use it, and yeah, it can kill you. Viven said if you want the biggest results, you've got to fork over the biggest cost. This is the real truth behind everything. There's no price to pay, no way this counts as just some relic, because it's bigger than relics could ever be. The princess called Viven's name and asked, "Do you remember that boy?" Viven snapped back, "Yeah," and the moment she said it, it hit her. Kara had gotten that ring from him. The knight grinned and dared her, "Do you really want me to catch you and end you?" And the princess smiled back, saying she wanted to thank him, so he'd better be escorted straight to the castle. Even though it's cursed as hell, that ring still saved her life, and that's what matters most, because now she's determined to find him again. The protagonist snagged brand new gear, an awesome coat with hidden inner pockets, gloves, boots packed with built-in shin guards, and tough clothes laced with steel wire, and when he looked himself over, he couldn't help thinking he looked seriously great. His pack was stuffed with spells and a homemade dagger, so now all he had to do was get them to where he was headed, because the moment he locked eyes on the city, he knew it was time to move. After a while, he couldn't stop wondering what the royal capital would look like when he finally saw it, and then he let out a slow, heavy breath. Gale strolled down the street with a grin, then he spotted something lurking in an alley, and he screeched to a stop to stare. Turns out they were guys from his old team, ice cold, but still trying to act like they weren't freezing, so Melissa begged, "Don't grope me," and Norris shot back, "There's nothing to grab." The girl's anger flared as they kept calling her aboard, and the guys snapped back that they hadn't, while the main character stared at them, feeling that eerie sense that he'd seen these people before. Gale burst into the market, snatched an apple, and started munching. Then he suddenly heard guards on horseback thunder past, shouting they needed more men, and since the castle gates were already watched, everything would be fine. The protagonist stared at them, wondering why the royal knights showed up, and then he spotted the royal guard too. Then he spun around and locked eyes on a wanted poster for a young guy who sells boring jewelry, dark hair and all, and now witnesses are being told to rush their info to the castle. Right then the knights grilled the guards about the square, and the guards snapped back, "Yep, we've checked it," adding that the royal capital army was patrolling there now, so not even a fly would slip through. Gale and the others were squinting, trying to pin down where this young guy belonged, inn or guild. Then they caught him and the question finally mattered, and this time he didn't match a single description. Suddenly a knight leaned in and told Gale he was just like him. No spark for jewelry, no sign he was trying to sell it, so Gale snapped back that was straight up rude. Knight stretched on and people couldn't stop whispering that the guy looked anything but well dressed. Then they realized the jewelry he was hawking came with destructive power, so it only made him seem even more dangerous. The man told Gale she could go, and rage flared in her, while he seethed inside, feeling like a total idiot for giving in to his feelings, because he had to bolt out of the city fast. The protagonist glanced around and froze. There were so many horse-drawn carriages here that he could pick his destination on the spot, but if he wanted work, he'd have to head for a big city. He stared at the map, spotting a nearby trading city of Imbalance and the military city of Grossius Ford, and then he realized he could head straight for the ancient city of Gronstadt. Then he realized only 2 months remained and the trip was almost here, so the seller started pulling him in hard, promising that for just 1 silver coin, they'd escort him all the way to the agricultural city of Farmage. Gale pictured a farm and a mountain of vegetables, shot his hand up like he'd been waiting all day, and announced he'd go. Then another hand popped up right beside his. He stared her down like it clicked something in his mind, certain he'd seen her before. Then he blurted out, "Wait, do I know you?" Mora, she yanked off her hood, grinned at him and asked if he was really Gale, and he shot back that she'd been put in Cash's group. Then they climbed into the carriage side by side, and his mind flashed back to that nasty thing he'd said, because she'd snapped and slapped him right across the face. Gale had promised it wouldn't take long, and she even said she hoped the same. He let out a quiet chuckle, then the girl snapped that he was too close, and they both scrambled to give each other space. He muttered that there was nothing he could do, it was just too cramped, and she turned away. He scanned the place, piled up imports from nearby countries, stacks of iron goods for sale, an escort of mercenaries with a couple regular civilians, and that fearless girl in the middle of it all, the one who already slipped out of the team early. The protagonist craved rest, but his body wouldn't let him, so he blurted to Mora that they each had their own stance and they wouldn't meddle too hard, and somehow the girl dropped a thought he hadn't even considered. Gale figured it wasn't the girl who got him mutilated. More likely, Kasha was drawn in by her beauty. The way he was acting screamed that he'd been planning this for ages, and honestly it couldn't have worked out better, so when the protagonist finally asked, she answered with why she left. Mora finally blurted out everything she'd been trying to say, but she still couldn't wrap her head around how he'd managed to stick around with them for so long. The girl flat out said Cash was a useless leader who couldn't fight, and then she roasted the other 3 too, claiming they were terrible with a sword, and to top it off, she never even mentioned using a bow. The protagonist demanded, "Are you really talking about Cash?" And she shot back, "Yes, so who else would it be?" Next thing he knew, the guild dragged her away, and now she's stuck outside the capital for a while. Mora said that every time trouble shows up, they start pointing fingers at each other, then somehow just shrug it off. She's sure he gets that. She shot him an apology for what she said, and he brushed it off. It's all good. Then he admitted he was sorry too, for piling trouble on her, but the girl cut in fast, "Don't apologize." He stared at her and was sure she'd slipped away from the group and vanished from the city without a trace. He yanked food from his backpack, slapped it into a sandwich, and handed it to her. Then he told her they were both trapped by the same cruel group, so he wanted to know her for real. She smiled like the universe heard him and answered in the perfect way. She stared at the food and her mouth practically watered on instinct, then she thanked him. Gale stepped in and handed sandwiches out to the other passengers. Mara lit up and called it delicious, then she gushed that he whipped it up in no time, while he grinned and said he only used top-notch ingredients and wine. The girl snapped, "So what do you want from me?" and handed him wine. The moment he tasted it, she noticed how pricey it was, then she pushed, "Are you really sure you should drink that?" And he smirked, "I've earned every coin at my stall." Mora said the streets were buzzing with talk of the artifacts they'd found in that stall, and the moment he heard it, he demanded to know who those artifacts could belong to. The girl took a sip of wine, smiled, and said it felt like the princess herself was hunting for this man. Then, right on the spot, that sweet girl appeared in his eyes like magic. He snapped his head no, like there was no way. Mora had said she didn't know he even made money at that stall, so he grinned and shot back, "Do I look like the kind of guy who sells artifacts?" She burst into laughter and said he was right. Then he snapped back that it was terrible, wishing she'd admit it was true, even if she had to lie to herself. Mara told Gale, "If you're really going to do something great, you've got to reach a place holier than this city," and Gale shot back, "Or you could just disappear and live like a hermit." So Mara laughed and nodded, then they kept heading on. The girl grinned and said he made her laugh, that she liked him, so the main character shot back, "I don't find you disgusting either," and they both slammed their palms together. If one of them could act as the vanguard, they'd smash together as one, Mora would back them up, and I'd charge in with my damn spells. Right then, the carriage slammed to a sudden stop. The org barreled in front of them, looks like they smashed straight into the column, because from all the noise outside, it's a mess out there. One of the men shouted that the mercenaries were slaughtered, then begged for help. Peeking outside, they spotted a bunch of orgs waiting, and Mora snapped that things were getting ugly, like they'd already seen their carriage. The girl figured that even with her and Gale stuck in the back, this fight would be brutal, but there was no one else left to throw down with. She fired off a question, "Do you have a weapon?" and then said they had no other way out. All she had was a magic staff and a tiny knife. Gale told her he only had one-shot debuff curses and a little dagger. Then she practically shoved him forward and said, "Come on, let's go handle the enemies." Mora snapped that dying without lifting a finger was worse than even falling in battle. Then she leaned in, fired up and sure, telling him to trust her with her support magic. Gale told him she knew he'd be thrown right into the front lines, so she needed to protect him so no one could catch them from behind. She nodded, apologized like crazy, and he waved it off, saying everything was fine. The protagonist grinned and promised the enemies they'd finally see the S-rank power from before. Then they practically burst out at once. Gale figured they were still playing down their odds, so he screamed for an immediate strike. At least one had to drop right then, until he saw something. The hero swore that the protective wall could take hit after hit, and Mora snapped, "Go, don't stress. I'll make you stronger." He nodded and agreed to go. Then she spotted a dark, shifting thing crawling out from his side. She snapped, "What is that?" and Gale was already clutching a dagger in both hands. Mora said those buffs don't kick in instantly, so timing is everything. Hit the org perfectly, and one blow wipes it out. Then a curse nails the next enemy, letting them chain kills back to back. Gale blurted out what he understood, because if they kept stalling, a patrol would roll in to check and they couldn't afford to lose, while the girl seethed, replaying every word he just said. Mora shot him a question, what was that in his hand? He answered with a cold grin, just a normal dagger wrapped in a curse. Mora pressed for more, but he shut her down, telling her to stay behind him. Then the girl lunged to stop him. She hit the ground on one knee and started carving a magic seal with shaking urgency. Sure, it wouldn't hold as steady, but that hardly mattered since they'd have to outmuscle it in the end, and she fired off increase maximum power asterisk without hesitation. Right then the main character surged stronger. He swung the weapon toward the org and declared, "This is the perfect spot, the perfect flight range, now we act." The object blazed with writing, and that message spread fast, crawling into the monsters' minds. Mora went rigid with shock. She couldn't help but wonder, were these really Gale's curses? They didn't hit people at all, only monsters, and the one she was staring at was getting worse by the second. The protagonist went berserk, screaming that he'd chop them into tiny pieces. Mora lunged in to stop him, because this was way too early. She noticed something terrifying. Gale wasn't fully trapped in midair. He snapped into motion, swung for the org, and blasted his head clean off in one vicious hit, leaving the girl completely stunned. Mora couldn't even get a word out. Meanwhile, the main character hacked another enemy's head clean off. He sprinted forward, mowing down every monster that blocked his path, every one of them trembling in fear. He stared at his dagger, then burst into laughter, turned to Mora, and told her buffs were amazing, only for her to shoot back that it wasn't the buffs at all. She figured that nasty debuff was some kind of area curse, and right then, she realized surviving there wouldn't be easy at all. He brushed off the defense, killed the recognition, and even if that rumor is real, it still reeks of something that never really stops. And after all that, he still calls the legendary item ordinary. She freezes, throws her hand to her forehead, and snaps that he's an idiot. Right then, Gale's whole body gets swallowed by magic. He spotted the seal under his feet, and Mora's buff surged through him, boosting his status. He even thanked her for it, but she snapped back, telling him he was dead wrong. The protagonist insisted he could keep fighting, and the girl just stared like, "You're clearly still swinging, but where's the buffs?" There she realized his status had been crushed, and the guy didn't even catch it. She shot him an apology and promised she'd fix everything right now, because the buff's effect had already burned out. The protagonist snapped that if their combo clicks, nothing can touch him. Then Nora shot back, "So you've really lost your mind, huh?" Gale charged in to smash the orgs again, wiped out one more, then spun around and saw a whole pack closing in, scraping, snarling, and multiplying right in front of him. Then he hurled the artifact at them. Once it slammed into their bodies, it carved small wounds, and right after that, their bodies started to melt away. The protagonist sprang forward and drove a dagger straight at them. Then he smirked and said, "Thanks to Mora's buff, because the orgs got hit by his slowdown curse and instantly froze." Seeing this, the girl swore he'd actually slowed down. but she realized it was a lie the moment he exploded into a sprint, charging to strike one of the biggest monsters. He handled him fast, then swung and his head flew off. Right after, skeleton spirits crawled into view behind him, and for a split second it felt like death had finally arrived. This is insanely rare, there's no way you could ever craft it by hand, and she still just doesn't get it. Right there, the protagonist bragged that he'd won. She snapped back that he'd beaten them instead, and Gale just laughed it off like, that's awesome, especially with Mora backing him. From behind the carriage, the other passengers peeked out, and when Gale and Mora waved, they darted toward them with bright, happy smiles. After a while, they finally stopped dead. The main guy admitted this was his first time fighting monsters, and fear fluttered in his chest, and Mora instantly recalled what he'd done before, fired the question again, and he just nodded. The girl fired off a question about why he'd been on the team with Cash for so long, and he just shrugged, saying he wasn't some big mystery at all. He was only one of the very first people, and yeah, he was the master of cursed objects. Mara snapped that Cash was wrong for kicking him out, and Gale fired back that she'd already said the same, but she truly believed it was the only right move, then added that he just didn't have enough self-esteem. The girl said that this dandelion coffee tasted amazing, and the guy shot back that it could do a ton of things. She laughed and said it sounded like he thought he was unstoppable. Then the guy snapped that she was just exaggerating. Then she rose, headed for bed, thanked him for the coffee, and he told her good night. Gale couldn't stop thinking about it. He'd somehow become omnipotent, and he'd never even questioned it before, not even today, when everything went right purely because Mora had his back. The protagonist remembered that old group life, everyone clashing in front of him while he moved like a silent shadow. And today, when he went after the monsters, he didn't feel even a shred of guilt. Gale chuckled softly and said the girl was so kind, smiling like he meant every word. Meanwhile, she was finally trying to drift off to sleep. A brand new day broke open and they took off again. Then Mora suddenly blurted that they arrived, and Gale nearly lost it. Next thing they knew, they were sprinting straight toward a quiet rural town where farms ruled everything. They had to march, and by the time they reached the houses, exhaustion hit them hard. The main character snapped that they only had about an hour to reach the border, and if he could help it, he wouldn't get off the cart. She just nodded like it was no surprise, saying it was the same relentless grind, step after step. Mora fired off the question, "What are you gonna do?" And he shot back, "I'll hit the guild, dump the materials from the orgs, and then hunt quests." She said they had to scout for anyone hunting to join their squad, and until that time, they'd stay close together. He nodded fast, insisting he wanted to live among ordinary people because he could feel it. Their mission wasn't going to be simple at all. After a while, they finally reached the Adventurers Guild sitting right on the edge of the farm, and there they dove into the quest board until Mora asked, "Can one person take this on?" And he shot back, "Yeah, it'll be fine." Gale leaned in and asked if she could tag along with him to wipe out the undead, because this was an A-class mission. She shot back that they were both rearguards, so success felt hopeless. Then he decided she was truly ready to back him up because he couldn't stay quiet. This mission was the only lifeline he had. Then out of nowhere, a girl popped up beside them, blank stare, no memory. She asked if they were new, and when Gale said they were from the royal capital, the stranger brightened and said it was great. She clutched the protagonist's hand and flashed him a sweet, warm smile, while Mora fumed behind them. Then the girl leaned in and asked the mage if they were friends, and he shot back that they were companions. Then the stranger grinned and claimed they were a support link, and with that confident smile, she turned to Gale and asked what his role was, because this spot is insanely popular. And he snapped back, "Yeah, I'm a rearguard, one of the curse masters." Her eyes lit up. Then he added, "My job is support, but if I have to, I'll fight too." After that, the girl blurted out an apology and said she just didn't get to see a curse master every day. Then she smirked, picked the perfect place for herself, and winked right at him. She told them she'd toss them a couple missions first, just to get them comfortable. Then she pored over the quest and declared they picked a really good one. Now there are plenty more just like it. Yeah, this place had barely any priests left, and even evil spirits were lurking, ready to wipe them out, so now, hardly anyone's willing to take on this mission. Then she tossed out, "Maybe we'll get lucky," and the stranger leaned in, asking if they were ready to take it on, like wrestling death itself, so he nodded without hesitation. She also promised to share advice with them, but just like she said before, if they refuse the mission, she'll slam the door on any rescue team coming for them. The protagonist asked for a map and she grinned, "Yeah, plus I've got some extras," but he cut in, "Nope, just the map," and then she stamped the guild seal on the mission. The stranger leaned in and dropped the real bombshell, a recently found skull, one of the adventurers who tried to take this mission solo. She strode up to Gale and warned him to stay sharp, because they'd already busted through too many rough days, and the city's situation was getting worse by the minute. Then she turned to Mora, grinned, and said they were real friends. Then the girl's eyes lit up like she'd just recalled a key detail. She welcomed them in Farm Edge and introduced herself as Gimli. Gale snapped that everything was fine now and they'd hit the mission tomorrow, but Mora shot back, "Why the rush? Let's rest after that journey." As they stormed out of the guild building, the girl fumed that Gimli's non-stop persistence was unbearable, so the protagonist pressed her for details, and she shot back that she wasn't doing anything like that at all. Mora dropped her gaze and told him she had no choice now. She had to go on the mission with him, and Gale didn't resist, but he still pressed her, asking what made her flip her mind. The girl burst into instant screams, insisting she didn't care. She just couldn't stop worrying about him, and right as she said it, her face flared red. Then the main character smiled and told her she should stay. No need to raise her hopes, because it'd be way easier for him to go solo. Morris warned that anyone who dares to challenge the undead is walking into disaster, and that's got her truly worried. So the main character shot back, "No problem, those curses will actually help me," and with that, he couldn't wait for tomorrow. At that moment, Gimli sank down and replayed Gale's words in her head, stunned that he could wield curses like a master, yet even more shocked because his curse wasn't like any ordinary one. A brand new day busted in and the protagonist and Mora were digging into breakfast. Then she snapped, "You sleep too much, it's already lunchtime," and he just shrugged, "I can't help it." They felt eyes on them the second they stepped in. Almost nobody in this city carries arms or roams around as adventurers, so rare people like them get stared at nonstop. After what felt like forever, they finally reached the spot where the mission was waiting, and the main character snapped, "We have to finish this, right now, so we can earn our money." Gale leaned in and demanded what she'd brought. Then she opened the bag to reveal a silver knife, an incense amulet, and holy water, and he scoffed that it was barely anything. Then the main character flashed a confident grin and said everything was under control, undead were his specialty, while the girl confessed she was way more worried about this area. They went down and Mora warned, "If anything scary hits us, I'm bolting." Gale nodded, saying the dungeon wasn't some walk in the park, so she wanted him right there by her side, then told him to run with her. They charged toward the glowing light at the end of the hallway, then burst out to find skeletons sprawled across the floor. Mora hissed that it was downright horrible. Gale immediately shot back, asking if the undead had done this, and then he tore into the bones, only to uncover tracks right beneath them. "The girl told me this place used to be a dungeon, but now it's a cemetery, bone-strewn and grim, and somehow there's no punishment for it." Gale demanded to know if they'd go deeper too, and Mora just wanted the bones to finally rest in peace, because the guys only laughed and said she was way too religious. Right then the main character snatched the skull and shoved it toward the girl. She didn't even flinch, so he started moving his jaw and she snapped back hard, slamming the skull and screaming for him to die. Gale rushed to apologize for trying not to scare her, and she snapped back that they were monsters anyway, then begged him, "Don't do that again." He just thought if she was that terrified, she could have waited outside for him. The protagonist says he wants even more rewards, so he'll push deeper, and if she's scared, she can just hang back outside. Gale snapped that using holy water on this was a total waste, shoved the lantern into her hands, then bowed his head and apologized, because he was leaving. Mora's jaw dropped as he just bilayed out without a word, and she was left standing there alone. Then she turned and stared into a dark corridor. She snapped her head and chased after him right away, shouting for him to wait. Then they crashed into a mountain of coffins. She pressed right up against him and whispered that she'd heard something. Then he snapped back that maybe she was just imagining it. She swallowed hard, apologized, and admitted she was terrified. Then Gale brushed it off, saying it was only a bat, and Mora shot back that she was only a little shocked, because come on, there were undead all over this place. Right then the girl spun around and spotted a skeleton looming behind her, rattling and scraping like it wanted her gone. She screamed and launched herself into the main character's arms, eyes shut tight, whispering that they were moving, while he snapped at her to calm down. She dropped to the ground, tears pouring nonstop, and Mora insisted it was impossible, begging her not to scream. Then she looked up and saw the undead staring right back, and panic detonated inside her. The girl yanked the main character by his collar and slammed into the skeletons with her body, wiping them out one by one, and the guy was absolutely stunned. After the last undead finally went down, he checked on her and asked if she was okay, then suggested she could calm down a bit. She nodded right away, apologized to him, and meant it. He told her he couldn't wrap his head around it. If she was that terrified, why would she follow him? Mora shot back that she had no choice, because going on missions alone is pure danger. She admitted she was worried, and then Gale grinned, "Don't worry, everything's fine." He even added that he liked fighting the undead, and when he thanked her with a warm smile, it was clear he truly appreciated her caring about him. He swore he'd dive to the very depths, then leaned in and asked if she was ready to go, telling her to close her eyes and if fear hit, just grab his hand and trust him as he led the way. Mora actually listened. She shut her eyes, snatched his hand, and locked in that awkward, sweet moment where they both blushed. Gale figured he was kidding until she realized Mora was. Right here in the capital, right before the hero slipped out of the city, the whole showdown exploded inside a forge. Cash and his team leaned in asking, "Is this place for real a forge?" Then they offered to buy the equipment, but the man snapped back, "It's way too filthy. Now get out." After a while they huddled by the wall, wrapped in rags. Cash kept grumbling about how hungry he was, Melissa was shivering about how cold it felt, and everyone else just stressed over one thing, how to score money, because they were stuck spending the night out in the field again, and Luke had hauled in several missions. Staring them down, Cash declared, "You're S-rank, and every mission is way too easy for you," and Nora snapped back, all right, calm down." The man admitted they were wiped out tonight, so they couldn't finish that brutal task, and it had to be done because they needed to get back on their feet. Cash scanned the tasks again and scoffed because they were all low pay. The top payout was only 60 coins for wiping out an org, and suddenly they remembered their old enemy. Then Melissa piped up, "Let's grab that C-rank task, D and E are too much of a bargain," and the whole group started tossing around the idea of taking the org. Cash promised they'd max out at level C, while the girl bragged that skeletons were a joke. Then Luke realized he somehow hadn't expected to be stuck out in the field all night, starving with nothing to eat. Norris spun to him and declared, "We're doing it because we're already doing it," then smirked and said the skeletons were nothing but small fish. Norris asked if Melissa and Cash would be fine, and Cash laughed, saying they'd wipe them out fast and chow down on steaks, bones and all. The man warned that these two are the ones who end up seriously injured, and Luke shot back that the only thing that matters is your health. After a while they barreled into an abandoned church on the edge of town, and Luke's eyes narrowed as he scanned the place and snapped, "There are a ton of them." He sketched a diagram and pointed out that 20 of them were lurking in the cemetery darkness, and Cash laughed it off, saying it was easy while Melissa backed him up. She fired questions at the others, then the leader bulldozed in, and when he answered, he swore he'd prove what a knight could really do. After a while they finally pulled off their plan. Cash blasted the holy light, Melissa darted in and carved through the enemies with her dagger, and she snapped at Norris to start moving. He yanked out his book and started reading the spell. Right then, Luke wiped out a couple enemies too, and the two of them practically exploded with joy over the win. Cash was absolutely thrilled because it was his plan all along. He explained, "These are the knight's abilities. Melissa's attack will scorch Norris's strength and Luke will sweep in and finish them off." And honestly, it was perfect. Norris insisted it would work. Luke said they'd hold tight behind the wall and call in backup when their time hit, and the leader nodded in agreement. Then he and Melissa closed in on the gate and Cash lined in, "You ready?" And she nodded hard, because right then the cleric barrier snapped open just long enough to let them through. The two of them sprinted straight for the skeletons. Cash swore he'd shove every last one into his pack, while Melissa snapped that all that time in the sun had been for nothing. Right then they sprang into the air and made their strike, only for the skeletons to smack them down instantly, landing the hit first. Cash and Melissa shot back. Luke and Norris only shrugged, like they'd been waiting for this exact moment all along. Skeletons closed in on the couple and started smashing them, hard enough to make them shriek in pure agony. Luke shouted to Norris that this was it, they could die, and Norris, calm as ever, cracked open his book. He snapped a little flame into existence for himself, but it was tiny, Luke scoffed, and the guy shot back that he'd packed all the heat into it, so even though it looked small, it hit like a monster. When it finally hit the skeleton, it didn't even scratch it, it just lit a fire of rage in the undead, who snarled at their own and bolted in panic. Mission over, a total failure. The very next day they grabbed a mission for the org, and Melissa promised she'd handle him. Then she launched onto his back and slammed him straight to the ground. Then he snapped up, seized her hands, and yanked her into the air. She gasped, asking for help, so the org finally checked her over, dropped her, and strolled off, while the guy sneered that she wasn't his type. Tears streamed down her face as she demanded, "What's so funny?" Then Cash snapped that the org had turned away for nothing, right before he swung his sword. Only the blade didn't connect, it ripped off his back and flew sideways. Org's fuse finally snapped, he spun around, rage blazing, and the leader admitted things were getting bad. Then the monster swung its club and just tossed everyone aside, and yeah, this mission was a total failure. A few days later, the whole team marched into the Capital Guild, and the second they stepped in, you could feel their misery hanging in the air. They slid into the seats and ranted that their failures were all the main character's fault, even while their pockets were bone dry, because they'd already pawned off all their cool gear. Norris insisted they needed Cash fast, then catch up with Gale. Luke pitched, "Let's open a shop," and Cash said that could work. Right after, he slammed that today's mission was hunting goblins. After a while they crashed back to Guilt, each one battered, bruised, and wrecked, and the administrator snapped, asking if they had failed again. Cash snapped that it was fraud all along. He still remembered how they rolled into the village, and everyone warned them that Ezrings barely ever showed up. The leader said, "Now that we're here, you don't have to worry anymore," and the residents shot back, "We'll back you up every single step." The man told them this was their first time facing goblins, and Cash fired back, "Don't worry, just let us run it. You won't have to lift a finger." When the time to fight goblins finally hit, the villagers didn't waste a second. They handled them themselves, and Kosh's crew got hammered hard, taking massive damage from those monsters. Cash told the administrator the villagers were calling them worthless, promising they wouldn't get a single coin. Then the girl snapped, "Lower our rank even more and keep our skins intact." The moment the leader grabbed her by the clothes and demanded she take a simpler quest, the administrator yanked his hand off and smacked him. That was his fourth straight loss. Right then the main character realized something chilling. The deeper you descend, the thicker the lost souls get, so in this underground graveyard, all you can do is wait. Mora sat beside him, eyes still shut, while they stood on a towering staircase. Gale was yelling at the top of her lungs, "Is anyone alive?" But the only thing answering was silence. They dropped down and he snapped that there was nothing they could grab. Then Mora felt a sudden jolt, and a massive skeletal hand burst up out of the pile. She burst into screams right away, insisting she knew something was there, then begged, "Can I open my eyes?" because she was terrified to keep them closed. He figured the open ones would be way scarier, blurted, "There's nobody here," and then started casting magic on that massive skeleton. The undead started vanishing on the spot. Gale spun to the girl and blurted, "Maybe we can finally open your eyes." Mora blurted, "You really just killed those undead with Dispel," and he shot back, "Did you truly see it?" It sounded easy, but he couldn't spare even a second to explain. The girl pressed him like, "Do you even know what simply means?" Because Dispel is a spell meant to wipe out curses, and she'd never, ever heard it could work on the undead. He explained how priests and everyone else used it, and she snapped back, "That's an exorcism." The priest's whole job was to carry out purifications with divine magic. He told her straight up that he knew this wasn't good enough, and she shot back, "Then what are you talking about?" He grinned and said, "Don't worry, I'll explain." They kicked things off with the premise, because in his case he's not really throwing out anything. He's tuned in, listening to the undead, skull in hand, staring at it like it's the most precious thing in the world. Then the main character snapped his gaze to the girl, and shock hit her face hard, so she blurted out what he meant about listening to the undead and how it ties to the priest's work, but he cut her off, told her not to panic, and promised he'd explain. Gale fired the question at her, and she snapped back that the undead were being driven by magic and pure malice. When he agreed with a nod, another undead clawed its way out from right behind them. The protagonist kept rolling with his story and faced him head-on, saying that this kind of thing runs rampant in cemeteries. Then he demanded, "So do the undead hate exorcism and purification?" Mora didn't even blink and answered, "It's only natural." Gale said, "From my side, an exorcism is this. Some stranger suddenly starts yelling at you like you're guilty, even though you're only stuck here because a grudge won't let you go." Mora pressed him, "What are you doing?" And he snapped back that he was out there collecting ghoul fluid. Then he fired the next question. Did getting scolded as a kid ever light a fire of rage in her? The girl was instantly back in her childhood. Her father had warned her she wouldn't make it, and she snapped back, insisting there were plenty of female adventurers out there, until he shut her up and told her she'd been talking way too much. Right then the protagonist shouted her name. She snapped out of her thoughts and apologized for getting lost in her head. Gale swore that if someone has a grievance, he'll listen. If hunger killed them, he'll make sure they eat their fill, and if they died alone, he'll break, because someone was slandered, and that cruelty can't be ignored. He told them, "Look, everyone's got a grudge, it's just how life works," and right then he made it crystal clear he understood theirs, because if the undead realize that, they'll finally cool off and everyone can breathe easy. Then boom, a fresh skeleton burst out of a nearby coffin, and Mora's whole body shuddered as it loomed large and seethed with rage. The girl lunged back onto the main character, panic ripping through her, staring at the undead as she whispered that this skeleton was the Dark Knight. She clung to Gale, convinced that whatever was holding him together wouldn't survive a monster like that, because if he edged any closer, he'd turn far more deadly than those liches, and the guy begged to be released since he had nothing to breathe. The protagonist rose to his feet with Mora still in his grip, and she snapped, "Why are you trying to hug me?" Then he shot back, "You're the one refusing to let me go." Right as the girl saw that the skeleton was about to swing, she let out a terrified scream. Gale strode up to the skeleton, shoved his finger into its skull, and boom, a magic seal flared into place, letting him spell again. The skeleton snapped to a halt, and the protagonist told Mora, "Go on down, it's finished." So she spun back toward the undead. The skeleton was gone, replaced by the outline of a young man, floating above it like a ghost. Gale grinned at him while the girl stared in total shock. With a final burst of grateful words, the sky spirit crumbled into nothing. Only a lifeless skeleton remained sprawled on the ground. Mora just stared, mouth hanging open, while Gale shrugged and said, "Yeah, that's how it goes," and Mora snapped back, "I don't get any of this," because it was only a B-level monster. Then a young man burst out of it and vanished before she could even blink. The main character snapped that the guy never got to say goodbye to his bride, and that regret hit him harder than anything. Mora leaned in and asked how he knew, and Gale snapped back that somehow, when he made cursed objects, he learned to read the souls of the dead. Then he finally listened, got every word, and the storm in him died down. Mora pressed him. "So you really think those undead just want sympathy?" And he shot back, "No, they were people once." He said this is his own special exorcism, way better than what priests do with cheap, crude rituals, because it's the only method that pulls in top-tier materials for crafting cursed items. After he snapped the curse with magic, he told her there was nothing left to salvage, and that the undead were an enemy that didn't die, no matter what you did. The girl just stared at him, furious, because he'd smashed every one of her beliefs about the undead. A guy and a girl strode along the pavement in short cloaks, the girl gripping a staff like a weapon while he clutched only a bag, and when she stared at him so openly, he couldn't help but blurt out why. She figured he must have thought the undead were nothing, something he could crush with ease, so he didn't try to spook her. Instead, he soothed her and told himself over and over that the undead were just his simple tool. This girl's rage erupted. She snapped around, fired back at him with his own words, and demanded he apologize to every priest over the working material, like it was the only right thing in the world, but the guy just didn't get it and demanded to know why she was reacting like that. The boy and the girl halted at a huge staircase that dropped down, and even then they couldn't bring themselves to step forward, so he told her that using Dispel on the undead was a win-win for everyone. Still, it didn't feel easy. Then the girl jolted upright and erupted, screaming that his way of thinking was awful, and the boy snapped back, begging her not to scream. The couple descended the stairs together. His grip was gentle but steady on the girl's hand, moving close and cautious, step for step, always on alert until the young man flashed a smile and declared, "We're here." He snapped back that they were right on the very bottom floor, the one where every undead horror crowds together, so she bolted into hiding behind a column, whispering fast that even though it was the lowest level, somehow it was brighter here than on any floor above. The young man launched into a wild rundown of this floor's residents just to blow the girl's mind: ghoul throwers, skeleton knights, and even dark phantoms and wights, and he insisted they're all tied to this world. They ducked back behind the column, and the girl trembled as she stared at the dead. "There are about 50 of them here, that's why it's so bright," she whispered. They were pouring out this sickly blue spiritual glow, and the guy could tell she didn't want to be here. To calm things down, he asked her to close her eyes, but she snapped, "I'm used to it," and he instantly knew she was lying. He hesitated, his companion clocked it instantly, that awkward silence broke fast, and he finally snapped, "No, there was no lick." She was over the moon, clinging to hope that they'd escape this place right now, because without him they were trapped. "Then we turn back," she insisted, but her voice wavered with zero confidence. And just like that, the staff slipped from her grip, clang. The sound was so loud it nearly tore the air apart. Across the city, a young beauty in an expensive dress and a crown sat stone still, while a uniformed girl stood guard beside her. On the crowned lady's table lay a photo of the guy who fought the undead, and she finally turned to the other girl and asked, "Do you know him?" What? The guys realized the monsters weren't attacking them at all. Then they heard the girl's terrified sounds, and she shoved the guy in the back, shouting for him to hide. A shadowy undead fiend, cane in hand, drifted out of the doorway and hovered there above the ground. The girl stared as the undead slipped into the passage from around the corner, and she felt it. This one wasn't like the others. He was in control, like he owned the whole place. The doomed sorcerer was the deadliest undead sorcerer of them all. When he finally clawed his way to the surface, he could conjure an entire army by himself, and people whispered that he was basically a walking prophecy of disaster and death for humanity. The girl had no clue why he was suddenly there. Then the guy snapped into her thoughts, saying the undead just showed up at the perfect moment and he'd been hunting him, and she whipped back to her friend, stunned and lost. The girl snapped under her breath, demanding to know what that guy was even talking about, because a sorcerer like that needs a top-tier priest, while the undead, still huddled behind the columns, suddenly sensed the unexpected visitors. A blast of magic screamed toward the couple and smashed one of the building's columns to pieces. Then the guy snapped into action, dodged it at the last second, scooped up the girl and shielded her, answering her question in the middle of the chaos. The guy snapped at his companion to stick close. Then they both bolted, together, dodging every single attack the magician threw at them. The sorcerers kept firing their spells, yet they grinned as they slipped every single enemy strike. The girl said, "Let's dash around them and get out. One hit and we're dead," and the guy shot back, "We've still got one thing left from the magic arsenal, which made the girl stare at him, totally confused. He slammed that skull-studded magical relic into the dirt and ground it in like it belonged there. The shard exploded in flames and whipped around like a fiery storm. A magic circle with a dispelling blessing snapped into place, and the magician got yanked straight into the trap's heart. The girl stared, stunned, as priestly magic worked its secret wonders, saving cursed people, while she couldn't figure out how that guy had landed such a priceless artifact. The girl gaped in awe as the guy wiped out the whole herd in one clean strike, and then a spirit from the undead, like a man walking back from death, slid into the scene. The monsters crumbled one after another, and somehow the chaos lifted into pure peace. The couple hauled themselves out of the dungeon into the open sky, and the main character sucked in that fresh air as he pulled himself up, while the girl stayed curled tight, swearing with shaking fury that she'd never step into the cemetery again. Mora's stomach dropped when she realized they'd crushed the undead army in a single day, and she couldn't believe it, not for a second. The guy soothed her, insisting she was wrong because sorcerers were everywhere, and Mora snapped back that the church usually builds temple knights and wipes threats out with strike teams. So if sorcerers were truly everywhere, the world would have burned out ages ago. Still, Mora couldn't shake that terrifying truth. They really did defeat the undead army in one day. Gale shot up, stunned by the girl's answer, and said they always ended up in huge, ancient cemeteries, because the sorcerer was once a nobleman who ruled this place. But the girl just smirked and said, that's why he roams the cemeteries all across the whole city. He grinned and clutched his bag, thrilled that he'd scored so many materials, and now he'd forge even wilder spells, while she nodded along, saying her friend was obsessed with cursed objects. He dumped the stuff out of the bag and grinned, saying making it all was a blast. Then he slung his favorite cursed beads on his neck, grabbed the knight's sword in one hand and a staff in the other, and leaned back like, so, was I cool just now? What? Laura fired back that she couldn't possibly buy his idea of beauty, and Gale shot back that she was missing out big time if she didn't get it. Then the guy spun away, offended to the bone, grumbling that there were no understanding people left, and Laura suddenly remembered he'd said he had a little shop. Gale shot back that this girl was crazy about his design, and that everyone kept calling it fresh and awesome, because cursed objects are all the rage. People want them as killer interior decor, and they swear they work like real talismans too. Or maybe it was just a thought. He bragged that one day the whole world would finally catch up to his style, and the girl shot back with absolute certainty that it never would, then snapped him with an indignant, furious question. He grinned and promised he'd try to pull it off, while Mora smiled too, flashing back to the day she first met Gale. Mora was talking to the girl when, right out of nowhere, she caught a voice chatting from the side. The guy snapped at Gale for moving like he was dragging weights, and the girl, along with everyone else, pleaded for him to cut the hero some slack, while Morris couldn't help but throw in a sarcastic jab about what a sweet team they really were. At the front desk, the girl snapped that it was a whole wolf pack, each member with their own wild, complex personality, and that this C-rank team had already proved they could back it up. Mora clocked a guy creeping right behind her. It was Gale, all right, and the girl marched up to the employee and said she'd handle the task. Gale got kicked off the team, and the shock hit even harder when she ended up with him. Mora remembered how, for the very first time, his comrade's betrayal left Gale terrified, eyes glued to the ground, yet now, standing beside her, he'd changed completely, blazing with hope for what's next. And as the girl said she finally felt incredible, the guy just blinked, utterly confused by what she meant. Mora shot back that she'd had a blast with him, and the guy blushed so hard he turned away, stammering about how she could say that with tears in her eyes. The girl snapped back, yelling that there weren't any tears at all. He flashed a grin, snapped out an apology, and decided to thank her, and then Gale said the team kicked him out, so he headed straight to the village. The guy admitted it would be heartbreaking to leave him there all alone. With his hands clasped, he admitted that even with money and a decent city, living alone still felt brutally hard. With his eyes still hidden, Gale smirked and said it felt amazing to laugh with someone, and he credited Mora for it. Then the girl rushed up to the guy, staring at him in total shock. The girl's cheeks flared red, and embarrassment hit her like a wave. After she slipped away from him, the girl blurted out why he had to be so blunt, especially when Gale's kind words were right there. She swallowed her pride, pulled her robe's hood over her head, and whispered her thanks anyway. When he spoke again, not catching a single word she said, she finally decided he was just painfully insensitive. Mora leaned in and asked the boy what they should do with the reward, and he shot back that they should split it right down the middle, leaving the girl completely stunned by Gale's bold words. Mora snapped back, insisting she'd done nothing. She just tagged along on his journey, walking by his side like it was no big deal. The boy fired back that every person in the team has a job. Then Mora grabbed one bag and admitted, "Fine, the best I can do is carry a little bit of everything." Gale snatched every other bag with the reward, and Mora gasped in shock, asking just how strong her companion really was, because even a top-tier porter couldn't haul that much in one go. He jabbed the skull bracelet, yelling that the artifact was packing extra power, more carrying capacity, more muscle, more stamina, basically the edge that could flip the whole war, and the girl froze, mouth hanging open at the ridiculous ornament. Then he just grinned and said he made it himself, and she snapped her eyes shut, palm over her face, side-eyeing him like, "You serious?" while he stared back, confused. Mora grilled the guy about whether he'd ever spotted cursed items in stores, and the tat snapped that the girl was rude. Then the guy bragged that he was a cursed item master who studied what sells, only for Mora to hit back that it wasn't the look of the items that mattered, it was their abilities. Each cursed item only gets you one effect, because if you stack more, the vessel can't take it, the girl blurted, and wouldn't it be amazing if we could boost that power by at least 10%? Mora explained that anything with 2 or more effects, and can skyrocket your power in a big way, gets called an artifact. Gale barked out a laugh, saying that back then everyone treated it like a national treasure, and he swore his inventions were just little trinkets, while the girl argued that the magic got stronger the more the master grew in skill, and thought it was infuriating that he never once listened to anyone. The guy shrugged and said it didn't matter what kind of effect it had, everything came down to ingenuity, and they could mix and match it however they wanted, just like sorcerers weaving spells, and the girl couldn't stop replaying her companion's words. Mora snapped back that if you followed the guy's logic, cursed objects were basically just toys. Then he shot down the idea, saying it all came down to how powerful the object was. The girl, just like everyone else, knew cursed objects could ruin your life and stayed silent. The danger of a curse was massive. Once someone touched a cursed item, they could never rip it off by themselves because only a special skill could free them. Using that item costs a fortune, sure, it cranks up your striking power, but the sun starts draining you mid-fight, dropping you to the ground helpless, and if it hits wrong you can slip into a bad state and swing on your own allies like they're the enemy. Maybe it was the real deal. A master of cursed objects could control anything with their hands. And if they can lift the curse, the whole harsh effect vanishes with it, so the real question hits hard. Could the creator control the created thing so perfectly that they'd never erase the curse, leaving only the good it brings? The girl finally hit pause, right as those thoughts crashed through her head. Mora leaned in and asked the boy if he was ready to rattle the very soul of their world by calling him a terrifying master. He lit up and said yes, because that's exactly why he needed flawless item design, and the girl grinned, staring at Riley's words. The girl snapped back that Gale's era couldn't possibly arrive. Then the guy shot back, "Don't let go of your hands." Mora nodded hard, because as long as the cursed object's power had a limit, the world wouldn't even realize Gale was coming. Mora slammed on the brakes, and the boy who was marching ahead shouted that he'd seen turf and offered to drive the cart, so Gale sprinted up to the villager and grabbed it. The girl's mind spiraled straight into the master of cursed objects. Mora laughed to herself, thinking the guy was hilarious, and wondered if she could somehow hook up with him, at least sometimes on that team. A dark-skinned elf named Gamel stepped up and greeted the guests, announcing that the Adventurers Guild was welcoming them with open arms. The girl snapped that the guy was Gale, saying he'd shown up way too soon, and demanded he resign, but Gale shot back that she had it all wrong, then swung the bag contents into view. He insisted it wasn't a fake and dared her to check for herself, and the elf started digging into the skeletons. He hurled the sorcerer's skull and slammed it down at Miss Fortuner's feet, then the elf froze in shock. Her eyes glittered and she promised to pay for everything with 10% extra, but Mora snapped in, she wanted 30% more. And when Mora explained the letters "clear the area" line, it turned out they'd pushed way deeper into the dungeon, and then a lick burst out, and they were damn lucky they didn't get wiped out right there. The hero's companion snapped that the letter was bogus, and that she'd only take 10%, which the guild refused to stomach, while Gamely stared at the girl, totally baffled. Gamely threw out an apology to the heroes, claiming their guild was still small and the intel might be shaky, then pushed for 20%. Mora snapped back, clearly not happy, and even asked how he could possibly not get why his partner was furious. Mora fired back that she had to be straight with her, because finishing a quest isn't just completing it, you've got to plan for what hits you, like taking a job to wipe out fire monsters, only to find ice monsters waiting instead. The guy shot back with a grin that Mora was kind anyway, and the girl quickly shrank, admitting she wasn't so sure. Then Gamely suddenly crashed into the moment, begging forgiveness in advance for wrecking the sweet vibe, only for her to apologize to the guy and confess her inexperience, and he just waved it off like none of it mattered. The girl dipped her head in shame, admitting she'd swallowed the gravedigger's words hook, line, and sinker, and that she'd been dead wrong. Gale's cheeks burned as she thought, wait, the elf is seriously adorable, and the embarrassment hit her like a wave. The boy fought to swallow his excitement, then insisted that the graveyard was exactly where he belonged and that he'd swing by on his own whenever the mood hit. Gimli's face lit up as she gladly flung herself into his arms, practically swooning with relief that his words finally meant something. The guys stared at the girl like she was the real guildmaster, and for the first time he felt genuinely adored, until Mora cut in and snapped, "Stop it." The elf sprinted upstairs, yelling that it was time to start judging the goods, then warned, "I'll be back in a bit." Mora turned to Gale and asked if he liked that girl, only for Gale to stare back, totally lost, like, "Wait, what are you talking about?" "What?" The guy snapped, "Why are you suddenly acting like this?" And she refused to budge, insisting he didn't feel anything at all. Then she swooned, saying he was so sweet and posing for him, and Gale just froze, mortified, because nothing like that had ever happened to her. Mora swallowed her pride and stormed out, and Gale just couldn't wrap his head around why she'd act like that. Then the girl's cheeks flared as she huffed and snapped that she wasn't mad at all. She was only trying to make the guy understand the elf was over 100 years old. A spear tore through the air, whistled past the couple, and slammed into the floor with a sickening hit. Gimli shot back an apology, saying her hand had jerked all by itself, yet the boys knew she'd still nailed her shot. The girl grinned and declared it was finally time for them to cash in their reward. Coins hit the table in front of the couple, and Gale shot back, "We split them right down the middle." Mora opened her mouth to argue, but the guy shut it down with a calm grin. Gimli then sent the other guys packing, telling them to swing back later for the rest of the reward. Gimli stared at the new product, and the girl's demand to return it lit a hot fury in him. From the darkness, someone called Gimli's name. She demanded to know what went wrong, because her guest almost never shows up here. The voice only smirked that it'd take a minute, since it was about to tell the elf exactly what she wanted to hear. With shaky determination, he pushed the orders forward and made sure the info hit the air. Then the girl started her story. The elf stared at the chaos in the capital, convinced it was an assassination attempt. Gimli leaned in and asked if Princess Carla was still alive. Then she got the answer, yes. Carla had slammed a cursed item into place that lets her survive instant death, and when the girl pressed, she admitted only the shield had that kind of power. But the voice lurking in the shadows just snapped back that it didn't know anything about church relics. The elf grinned at the terrifying artifact she couldn't trust, then demanded to know who the killer was, only to get nothing back but a shake of the head from the girl, who insisted she didn't know a thing, except that someone tied to the military was in the mix. Gimli grinned at the messy case and figured the culprit was no regular thug. He had to be a special forces operative from the Imperial Division. The girl promised she'd spill the details later, but when the elf pressed their informant to dig for anything extra and interesting, she shut him down cold. She bravely demanded one final step to dig into the assassination attempt, got the go-ahead, and then the girl vanished into thin air. Gimli realized the Empire had slipped in a stealthy hit, silently trying to kill the heir in secret, banking on their own internal chaos. Then the girl's mind snapped back to the cursed thing, and suddenly Gale and their odd acquaintance flashed through her thoughts. She spotted a terrifying stash of cursed objects tucked beneath his cloak, and somehow, no fear, no panic, he just stood there completely unfazed. And get this, he and his partner still managed to beat the lick, but the girl was convinced he'd only done it by messing around with cursed objects. Gimli slipped into the shower, mind spiraling as dark elves, cursed objects, and that ancient family craving all crashed back at once. Gimli remembered it all, how she dropped into a deep bow before her people. She chased the Demon King's heart because only it could break the curse crushing her family and bring back the rights she'd lost. While she worked part-time as a guildmaster, she hunted for intel non-stop, also she could finally earn a spot in the Imperial Guard. She wondered if a rift between the capital and the Empire could finally open a door for her, and right after that, she crossed paths with a bizarre master of cursed objects. Then, once she cracked the puzzle, it all clicked. That artifact was forged by Gale. After she slipped into fresh clothes, the girl leaned in and said Gale was an unbelievably interesting young man. At a church in the capital, a man leaned in and demanded to know, were the visitors cursed? Gale's old crew stared at the church minister in total disbelief. The man insisted the curse couldn't touch them and swore they were totally clean. Then someone fired back with a furious objection. The team leader snapped at Gale, screaming that he'd cursed them out of revenge, and now they were done with him, ready to boot him out and get their old powers back. Gale shot back that the curse was still clinging to them, and surviving it was nothing short of a miracle, but the second Gale was gone, the haze lifted, and everything finally snapped back to normal. A whole crew stood shoulder to shoulder in the corridor, tense and waiting for something to explode. They finally realized this was no fluke. This was the exact level of power they truly had. The commander's rage erupted as he blamed the priest for his incompetence, and the others were secretly hoping for the same kind of fallout. The hooded stranger stared down at his own hand, stunned beyond belief, like he couldn't accept he was a below-average mage. The commander told him to listen and to hunt down Gale, so the guy fired back that their old comrade was crouched in the alleys begging, and then he shouted straight at Cash. The man told him to stop right now, because they'd be one paycheck away from poverty before long. The boys sold every scrap of gear just to rip the curse out of their lives and pay for food, because they couldn't even live like normal people in a hotel anymore. Without clothes, they were left in torn rags, and the idea of being homeless suddenly became their whole reality. He snatched his comrade by the arm and demanded to know what kind of gloom he was sweeping away, then immediately pleaded, "Let me go." The boy's thrashing died out as the commander gripped him, and he demanded Cash look at the notice board. Cash snapped his gaze away. Cash leaned in and demanded, "What's in there?" Spotting the ad, the guy tore across the street and snatched the piece of paper from right there. His comrades peppered him with questions about the announcement, and Luke shot back that the commander was right, they'd come for a reason. Cash burst out laughing, bragging that he was right and they'd gotten insanely lucky. Then the guy pointed to the ad and told them to take a look. The paper had a photo of Gale, stamped with a royal decree, ordering anyone to find the missing person and bringing him in alive or dead for a fat reward. Those standout traits screamed, "This is him," and the shock hit them hard when they realized he'd actually been flagged on the wanted list. As the boys jeered, strangers stared at them like they were crazy, and the whole crew got fired up, picturing how they'd snatch Gale, hand him over to the kingdom, and cash in on a reward. The princess and her knight strode on, grilling the informant's story, and the girl swore she wouldn't get burned by lies again. The knight fired back that the man belonged to the guild and was a C-class adventurer. Then she added grimly that he'd just been thrown into a manhunt. Wolfpack's crew sprawled at the table, acting wild and uncouth while knights ringed them from every side. The boys huddled up, marveled at how pricey the furniture looked, raved that the food tasted unreal, and then they devoured the candies without even slowing down. Cash kicked back with his feet on the table and fumed that the informants were being jerked around, claiming they were forced to shake down extra cash for it. Then the princess and her knight slid in, cowered behind the armor, and hissed that their guests had zero manners. The guy clocked the two ladies and blurted that they were the city's top adventurers, and only the royal family could speak to them. When the princess finally stopped herself from making a pointless move, she shot back that she was busy, so that's why she'd been late. The princess stepped up and said she was Carla de Glucken, and the guy realized he was face to face with the very princess of this land. Then the girl snapped back that she sounded exactly like his words, demanded an apology for showing up late, and shot off in angry fury until she finally pleaded for forgiveness. The girl dropped into a chair as the adventurers bowed their heads to the floor in front of her. Cash swallowed his pride and begged for forgiveness for his boldness, and the girl snapped, "Enough, let's get down to business." She leaned in and straight up asked if they knew the guy from the ad. The boys scanned their surroundings, grins sharp and threatening, and they snapped back that they already knew. The knight urged them to begin by laying out every trait of the man they were hunting. Cash said the guy was pretty average built with dark eyes, and the girl shot back that those details told them absolutely nothing. From Cash's team, the girl blurted that he was rocking a crude blue cape. Then the princess demanded he keep going, and he recalled how he once churned out dull little trinkets with the worst, most disgusting taste imaginable. The princess snapped that he was completely wrong. The whole team froze in disbelief, because the princess couldn't wrap her head around how anyone could call that stuff trinkets, and the guy only mumbled, begging them to wait. The hooded stranger dropped his name, Gale, then bragged he was a master of cursed gear and a former comrade of theirs. He thrust 3 amulets into the air and dared them to take a look. She snapped back that there was no way it could be wrong, and when the princess demanded what she meant, the girl confessed she'd been convinced of it while searching for the boy. The man told the princess's knight all about it, and if you believe him, they're hunting the owner of that cursed item's shop, plus the amulet he tossed in as a bonus. The princess bristled and snapped that she'd never seen anything like that before, and the girl shot back that maybe it happened because they didn't try it before closing, or because she'd been rushing like crazy. The girl snapped her head to Luke and asked if he wanted anything else from the stall, especially from Gale. The guy shot back that he'd grabbed that from another man, but he wasn't finished yet. He had one more thing too. He carried a ring carved from an animal's fang, a palette knife smeared with slime, and a chain loaded with witch's powder. Stunned, the boys demanded to know why he lugged it everywhere, and they couldn't shake the fear that this was the reason their luck kept turning rotten, while the princess clapped a hand over her mouth, choking back tears as she stared, shocked, at the objects. She snatched up every last item with a grin so wide it practically lit up the room. The adventurers froze in stunned silence at the girl's wild outburst, Then, once the storm in her emotions finally settled, the princess took a seat and trusted the informants. The princess commanded a reward, and the adventurer's eyes practically sparked with excitement. Then the girl leaned in and asked if those little trinkets ever caught the princess's eye, but the princess dodged the truth and flat-out refused. The princess spun around, flashed the cash into his hands, and said it was an advance payment for the work. Carla closed the distance on the guy, thanked Gale for him, and demanded to know if he got what she was saying. He dropped to one knee and begged, "Trust me," like his whole life depended on it. The boys lit up with excitement over the reward and geared up to hunt down Gale. The commander snapped out their assignments. Melissa had to hit the street stall and the merchant guild, Morris was sent to sweep the adventurers guild and the inn, and Luke was ordered to tear through the carts and see what was there. Cash couldn't wrap his head around why the princess had to thank Gale. Those guys kept insisting they had to treat him right, like they were sealing the deal for the princess's reward. Team Wolfang totally misread Princess Carla's request, while Carla and her knight kept staring at the adventurers from the window. The girl leaned in and demanded if Her Majesty truly thought they deserved her trust. Clara snapped back that she had no choice at all, and the knight stared at the ad where the princess was basically describing the guy she'd already picked. The princess put them through a brutal test, just to find out what sea-rink adventurers were truly capable of. The princess spun toward the table, snatched the paper, and started talking about Gale. Clutching the ad with the guy's picture right beside her, the girl shot back that she had to know everything about him. A bustling farm city known as Farmer's Corner, home to hardworking farmers. Yeah, the whole place is basically farmers on repeat. Gale sat there crafting a brand new artifact while the guy sneezed and blurted out, "There are people who obsess over my cursed objects. They argue about them like it's sport." The young man swallowed that realization in a heartbeat, then kept moving like nothing could stop him. Gale burst out laughing and insisted that if you polish the lick's rib, it'll supercharge the resistance to magic and crank up all the dark attributes' power. But if he strikes the deal, he'll pay a price. His light attribute drops and his physical defense takes a hit. Yet with powder scraped from the dark skeleton's ground bones, that weakness gets covered up fast. He sprinkled in a grain of thunderfire to jack up his resistance to light magic, then grinned as he wrapped up his first real masterpiece, built from the ashes of the Lick Claymore, right there at the Farmer's Corner. That young man forged a sage's sword from scratch, then named it Split, because it was loaded with real power and pure virtue. The guy tried to swing back, but the girl slammed him on the head and told him to shut up, then demanded what she was doing in his room, said the noise was unbearable, while he just couldn't figure out what he'd done wrong, and even though she looked ready to forgive the crappy living situation, she changed her mind. The girl leaned in and asked the guy straight up, "So, you opening your shop today?" Mora told him she'd go with him because the weather was perfect for a solid trade, and the guy nodded right along with her. Gale, just like every other seller, pulled customers in by waving them to his counter, yet the girl stood there, confused and totally silent. On the street, folks swarmed past everyone, except they kept every distance from Gale. The guy tried to hook two other guys right after they'd just bought their meat. Gale thrust some chopsticks made from a skeleton at them, and the boys were basically set up by that creepy gift. The guy offered the man a custom-made sword, but the buyer bolted in terror, Gale in horror filling his head. Then the girl snapped, furious, and demanded to know what the guy echoed. The guy thrust the sword toward the girl and promised her a special deal for being his friend, then she hucked it aside. He dove for it with both hands, gripping it tight and shouting that it was priceless, and he absolutely couldn't let it end up like that. Morris snapped at the guy that's selling junk like that around town, especially right there in the middle of the food stalls, was basically begging to get called sick. He told her trade only made sense from morning till night, but she wouldn't let it slide. She leaned in and asked if he even knew supply and demand. He nodded and said he did, explaining there the handshake between buyers and sellers. Then Laura snapped, urging him to drill those words into his brain. He started scrambling for what could possibly fit, then landed on a verdict, right in the middle of a furious rant about those damned headbands. The girl yanked the guy along, demanding they head back, but Gale snapped, "Wait, this shop's still open and everything'll get swiped." The girl shot back, "Like anyone wants your junk for free." The boys rolled up to Gimli, and the girl spilled what happened at the market, then snapped that she couldn't handle him anymore. From afar, the boy froze in offense and loudly declared that Mora was no longer his partner. Gale clutched his sword and snapped that Mora just didn't get the beauty of his work. He'd poured 3 whole days into it. Then Gimli urged him to actually hear what others think, and the boy shot back with an angry objection. Gimli leaned in and demanded he figure out what kind of person Bitus was buying from, and for what exact purpose, right here in this city, and the guy just sat there, thinking hard. The boy insisted it was meant for the inside, and Gimli felt the weight of the danger instantly. while the elf snapped, "Why would you open a shop in a place like this?" The girl warned that a shop of cursed items sitting beside the food could mess up trade and draw the guards. Then the guy snapped at his companion for whining. She shrugged and said she was just talking to a wall. The elf cackled at that couple, saying they were made for each other. Then the two snapped back hard. The guy shot out that he'd already handed the trading guild a whole gold coin for a trading spot, and the girls just froze in stunned silence. Mora balked at that price in a city like this, and Gimli shot back that they were just cashing in, so the kid could barely wrap his head around losing. The elf told him straight, sure, the streets were packed, but that didn't mean the cursed goods would move, because that part of the city barely touched cursed items, and the guy sank into pure despair. Then Gimli tried to lift his spirits, saying it didn't mean he'd have 0 buyers here at all, because adventurers who belonged to the guild were right there waiting, and with that, Gale's face lit up. But that didn't fix a thing. First they had to switch locations. Gimli snapped, "Did you check the best spot to trade?" And the kid shot back, "Already taken." The girl pressed him, asking if he was 100% sure he'd seen that place, and if traders were really all over it, so the guy nodded and said the square had plenty of room, even with parts that were still empty. The elf clocked it all and said there are big guild capitals with branches that pop up in tiny towns, so these guys had to head out, and the couple demanded to know where exactly. The girl snapped back, telling them she was heading straight for the blacksmith's guild. Meanwhile, the blacksmith hammered fresh weapons into existence, sparks flying with every fierce strike. The blacksmith's guild guys rolled up, hunting for the perfect spot to set up their stall. Gale demanded why the smith's guild and not the merchants', and Gimli shot back that Farmer's Corner had its own razor-sharp balance of power. The girl snapped that the place barely had any power, which meant they were getting crushed by the blacksmith's guild in both money and manpower, and then the Glassbreakers' crew rolled in for an official visit. Mora added that the trade guild was hell-bent on taking over as the city's one, and the elf finally turned and praised the girl's sharp brains. Out in the countryside, the blacksmith's guild was the talk of the whole region, hammering out metal gear, fixing up inventory, and raising brand new buildings day after day. People came for the tools too. The farmland-ready equipment made for their specific population was so top-notch it felt almost inevitable that everyone would flock there. The boy asked if they'd say hello to the important people. He insisted they could help them open their shop, and the girl nodded, then leaned in asking what kind of gift they could get. The boy answered by pulling out a cursed necklace and a sword. Gale called it a split, then basically told them, "Give it to them and they'll be over the moon for sure." Mora lunged in to cool the guy down, and Gimli gasped in horror, screaming what kind of sword that was. Then Mora remembered the elf's demand. They'd had to form a circle before they could shop. The companion told him straight up to bow and promised she'd hand over the gift, but he insisted that the blacksmiths would be the ones who'd truly value it. Then the girl snapped, "Turn around," because he'd already drawn their attention. The boys burst into the room and found work raging at full speed. Mora cracked, saying the stove had her sizzling, and Gimli shot back that there wasn't any reception area. It was a workshop all right, they just had it listed as a guild. The man snaps at the guests for acting rude, and Gale blurts out an apology. Then the boy asks, "Can we keep going now?" And Gimli jumps in, shouting that they've got to call out to them first. The two adventurers shot each other a look, and Mora snapped back with a loud apology to the workers. Then Gimli muttered that it wasn't loud at all and started to tell them off herself. The elf bellowed Shallan's name so hard the hero froze on the spot, staring like he couldn't breathe. When the girls called out, a hammer slammed down, and the boys scattered in every direction. Gimli snapped at the greeting, and the girl shot back, "Shut up, you're messing with my work." The girl with twin ponytails and glasses shot back that if she called just once, she'd come, only for everyone to stare in shock because she was a dwarf. Gimli perched on her opponent's hammer, burst out laughing, and snapped that she had called, but she still hadn't shown up, so now the girl hit back with an insult. The two girls traded barbs like sparks, and the heroes could feel the strain in their bond, so Gimli stepped in and told the guys it was all nonsense. Gimli stepped up and introduced the dwarf, Shallan, the Smith's Guild master, and when she lifted her glasses, she grinned and said she was thrilled to meet her new friend. He gripped her hand and immediately realized her grip was stronger than his, her skin covered in scratches, proof she'd faced way more than he ever had. Mora whipped around, completely baffled, and Gale and Shailene answered each other in perfect sync. The boys finally clocked it. They weren't just kids, they were pros now. Gimli grinned and crashed into the master's handshake, blurting out, "Why are you two staring at each other like that?" The master shuts down the girl on the spot, and Mora cuts through it all. "Enough talk, let's get down to business." Gimli snapped back that today should be spending time with a big-name guest, someone who wanted to open his own shop. Shelley didn't get the whole shops thing at all, and she cut him off fast, demanding he stop wasting her time. Shalina figured that letting them open a shop would stir up trouble for the merchant guild, so she asked the girl about it, and the girl didn't shoot it down, she just pointed to the real problem. The girl swore they weren't trying to take the city. Unlike the city itself, they didn't just build things, they fixed them, and honestly it sounded simple, one job for her, until, before she could even catch her breath, she got promoted into becoming a guildmaster. The girl pushed him again and demanded his name, then warned him not to swallow a word of anything Gimli said, because half of her mouth was pure lies. The guy stayed tight-lipped while the girl shot back, screaming about how cruel Shalina had been, and then she finally agreed. She'd sign the document right now. Gale and Mora couldn't stop smiling, proud of the mission they'd just nailed. Shalina spun toward the guy and snapped, "It's not that simple, you can't be that naive out there. Life runs on give and take, and if they want my permission, don't kid yourself, there's no good nature left in this." The boys had no clue what she meant until it hit them, and they finally remembered the gifts the girl had handed them, the keg. Mora dipped her head and begged for strong liquor, and Gale, right behind her, held out his sword too, earning a sharp, angry glare from Mora. She tried to yank him back, pleading, "Don't draw it," but Gale snapped that the master would love it. Shalina blurted in shock, "Wait, what are you boys knocking on right now?" He shoved a sword wrapped in cloth into her hands. She tore it open, gasped in shock, and screamed, "What is this?" Mora and Gimli just stood there, staring at the boy and the dwarf, while Shalina's eyes lit up at the weapon. Then she snapped to a serious face like, "Yep, I get it." She leaned in and told him it wasn't just a sword at all. The guy lit up and said she understood, and the two of them repeated the word together. Right then, he thanked the master, while the girl seized the young man's shoulder and pulled him in. The girl begged him to drop the formalities and talk to her like a friend, and when he realized she was a total pro, he broke down into tears, shaking with joy that he'd finally found someone who truly got it. The guy roared at the top of his lungs and wiped away tears of pure joy. Mora stared at Shalin, and Shalin gave a sharp throat clear. Then Mora snapped, asking if she was sick, while Gimli leaned in, grinning sarcastically, and demanded what was wrong until Shalin finally cut him off and told him to shut up. Shalina urged the girl to step outside for some fresh air since the workshop dust was choking her, but the girl refused, claiming the two masters were already close enough. Shalina then leaned toward the guy and asked if she meant that, and the guy snapped his opinion around, grinning as he said, "So you're the master blacksmith, and you're still sharp, someone who actually gets me." What? The girl stared at the sword, swearing it doesn't just pop out of monsters, and the moment he grabbed it, power surged through him, because in her own mind the blade had vampirism baked in, a dark attribute that supercharged every slash. Gale answered that the girl's diamond eye was something else, and she'd spill its other features, but Shaylee suddenly cut in, stopping him cold and saying the cut was lighter than he'd ever expect. Mora snapped her eyes over and saw the girl swinging her sword, and Gale immediately said the master was testing it in training, while Shalina lit up and bragged that she'd love to get a weapon like that. When he struck the enemy, the sword flared to life, triggering vampirism, so it drained power and fed him strength right in the middle of the fight. Shalina said the sword was huge, but it somehow felt light in her hands, so you could swing it with one arm, and she called it the perfect blade for the team's frontline fighters, then caught herself and added that it'd be just as deadly for a lone adventurer. With a grin, he bragged that the sword even fought off magic, then said it could shield you from dust, yet everyone called it cursed, basically proving how humble and harmless he really was. The girl relayed the guy's words as pure praise, until she heard the last line and snapped, "Wait," again. Shaylin then blurted, super nervous, what he used to polish it. The sword started to curse and suddenly clamped onto the girl's hand. Shaylina had no idea what was happening, not realizing it was the skull's curse kicking in. The girl demanded he let go of her hand, but the guy kept arguing that she couldn't possibly know powers like that, so Shalina snapped at him to draw his sword. Morris shot up, backed him hard, and urged him to break the curse fast. Gimli burst into laughter at the chaos they'd left behind, but then she snapped back to it. This wasn't just another cursed mess, because the boy's sword was famous for its insane craftsmanship too, meaning the gale that blew through this whole thing was a master of cursed gear. Then the boy threw on the amulet and ripped the curse right off. Gimli flicked her hand up and shot the boys a sideways look, like she was sizing them up. The girl clutched her hurt hand up to her face, stunned at how badly she'd gotten dragged into this, and Mora finally apologized, saying they'd tried to be careful, while the girl kept working on her injury, bluntly cutting her off. Too late to apologize. Shalina snapped that they had to say it up front, this thing was cursed. The guy blinked, confused, because he could have broken the spell right away. Shalina shot back that just because it was easy for him didn't mean it was for everyone, and calling him selfish was the understatement. Shalina snapped at her colleague, asking if they'd come to hurt her, and the elf shot back that it was pure stupidity. Gale had zero evil in his heart. Charlene, stung and furious, realized she'd fallen for a tasteless sword, and she swore this would be the last time they'd ever ask permission again. Gail snapped back that she was arrogant for taking gifts from people and then acting like this. Charlene shrugged it off, shot the topic away, and demanded to know why he didn't hand that kind of sword to some guard instead. He pouted and said he'd poured his whole soul into the sword, but the girl snapped back, cursing him for not even knowing what customers need, then declared him hopeless because if his shop's goods started selling, the world would be doomed. Shalin thought someone like that would be golden, just as long as they were kept in safe hands, but the girl snapped back, "Don't get it twisted, I'm not heartless." The girl demanded to know how badly he wanted to open a shop, and the arrogant guy snapped back that he was dying to do it, so Mora pinched him on the spot. The guy clutched his side, confused out of his mind, and was already demanding the shop get opened for him. Mora shot back with an apology, explaining he'd sometimes lose control but that he wasn't a bad soul, and Shalina just stared down at him like, "Seriously? We're still arguing about this." The girl said yes to opening the shop, but first she had to sign the papers somewhere, promising she'd take full responsibility. The girl lined in and snapped, "You still haven't paid me," then stared him dead in the eyes and demanded he show his real identity. Mora leaned in and asked if she needed the money, and the girl shot back, furious that anyone would even think to suggest it, insisting she wasn't there to grab cash from the newcomer at all, she just wanted to ask for a favor. The guy demanded what the request was, and the girl grinned and said, "Ask the adventurers, they'll show you the one place." This was the only mine in Farmer's Corner, so the girl tried to hand out a simple job, wipe out the monsters inside. But every single person who stepped onto that land vanished without a trace, and she had no idea what horrors actually waited down there. That quest was brutal, so the girl fired a question right there. "Are you guys ready to take on the Aniki mine?" Meanwhile, inside the palace, the princess's knight demanded to know what it all meant, because she was absolutely sure this was the handiwork of the people hiding behind the emperor's name. The princess refused to swallow her mistake, no matter what anyone said, and the girl shot back that assassins had come for them, and that wasn't in doubt. Then the princess insisted the attack on the servant wasn't random at all, it had to be a message. The girl burst out that an assassination plot was already closing in on Princess Carla, and that a brutal fight for the throne had erupted across the empire. Then the girl knight went on to claim the first prince had actually hired an assassin to kill her. The servant blurts out that the emperor has suddenly taken ill, and now a fight for the throne has ignited between the concubine's son, the first prince, and the second prince, the true heir, so the princess snaps, "Wait, what does any of this have to do with me?" What? The girl knight snapped back that there wasn't one yet, but later the princess could end up in a no-strings marriage with the second prince, so did you forget? And the princess shot back, "I did forget," totally rattled and confused. The princess snapped that this didn't mean she'd accept her fate, and the butler shot back that no amount of pleading from Princess Carla could change something like this. This agreement was on an international scale. The girl shot back that marrying the princess would boost the empire's name, fortify the kingdom, and win over the second prince, because just the way he acted, it was clear his interest in the princess was purely political. Even if the plan blows up, the first prince won't lose a thing. Maybe that was the whole point from the start. The girl declared that the fragile empire now faces two paths, and they'd better take this idea seriously and pay a friendly visit to smooth things over and strengthen relations. The knight kept shouting that they had to bait the murder the first prince sent. Then the girl's scream tore through the air, and the knight shot back. Even if they snagged the killer and dragged answers out of him, that still wouldn't hand them solid proof. If the empire stayed tight-lipped, it wouldn't help the kingdom at all, and the best they'd get was to raise alarm over what was happening, unless, of course, they didn't want to fight. Carla shot up and declared that they should cancel the engagement and shatter the deal, because as the princess, she'd refused the second prince's match. The girl stared straight into her personal knight's eyes with unshakable confidence. She tossed the crown aside and crashed onto the bed. Then the knight snapped back that their treaty with the other country was unbreakable. Lying on the bed, the princess snapped that she hated it, then stared at her hand, clutching the ring, and admitted they'd already picked out a ring. Meanwhile, way out on the city's edge, in an Aki mine, Shalling was going to make those rolls come hell or high water. Gale bragged that he could master any cursed item, Orya shot back that he was just support, and Gimli stepped in like a boss, saying she was the guild master, then flat-out warned, "Don't count me in." The guy leaned back and asked if they needed more hands since he and Mora were stuck in the rear and the elf hadn't joined once, and when Shalina's face fell, she nodded sadly, so they decided nothing would change. The girl admitted she started out wanting to hand them a level CB quest, but after everything the heroes had already survived, she snapped her choice to a high-level one. Then the guy grinned and said they'd only just rolled into the city of Gimli, reminding her the guys never told Shalina what happens if she grabs the job and fails. The difficulty goes even higher. Shalina nearly lunged, and her colleagues swore she'd made that call only after talking it through with her. Moore mulled it over and realized if she kept skipping the quest for too long, the difficulty wouldn't budge, it'd stay locked in, just worse. Then the guy straight up asked, if we fail, does it climb in rank? And Gimli nodded, confirming it, and warned them, it'll shoot up to S rank. The girls shot back that adventurers had been vanishing their left and right, and Mora admitted it, 9 out of 10 cases never made it out. The boys stared at a rock that looked like a monster's mouth, and at the tunnel that opened straight into the mine. The boys caught a strange noise in the dark, praying it was just the wind, but then it hit them. Something monstrous was living there, and Shalina snapped their fear to the surface, asking why they'd just frozen up. The girls snapped, if you're real adventurers, why don't you just wander in and fix the problem? Then she remembered, we've been there before to mine. The guy shot back, yeah, but most people never come back, even with the job posted. The girl clapped back, then for a task like that, you'd better pay at least 10 gold coins. Shalina told the guys this quest used to be easy and barely paid anything, so Mora shot back that nobody would ever touch it. Then Gale chimed in asking to try it himself as an attacker, and Mora looked genuinely shocked. The girl brought up that this guy had once wiped out a whole army by himself, the one the Lick commanded, and Gale shot back that undead were different, and they still didn't know what monsters were lurking in there. Shalina cut in and snapped them mid-conversation. The girl with the hammer snapped that she'd stop waiting around and take matters into her own hands. Shalianva just made the call for everyone, and the guys nearly choked when she threw that proposal at them, so the girl blinked and asked why they looked like that, since she figured she'd just take charge of them. The guys were stunned. The client showed up to fight alongside them as an attacker while still keeping his own order intact, and Gimli just shrugged, saying it wouldn't be a problem for the girl. Shalina boasted she was strong and flexed her biceps, and the guy stared like, wait, can Lita even handle that? Lita just smiled and told him to trust her. It's a wonder her team, her guild master, a cursed item master, and a support, kept staring at how absurd it all was, yet the girl refused to give herself even one reason to lose. The girl figured that no matter what monsters they stumbled into, they'd still be able to count on Gale's power. The boys pushed ahead, praying this all works out, and as they split, Gimli shot them a hand wave and wished them good luck. The whole crew slipped inside and lit up every passageway. He snapped his gaze toward the direction the sound came from, staring straight down into the abyss like it was daring him to blink. The boys started to bicker and Shalina stepped in, calming them down fast. The girl snapped at the boys hiding behind her, saying it was just the wind, then explained how that eerie, dog-like howl slipped through the holes, and that's how the mine got its name. Shalina hurled a stone at the girl and ordered her to look, and Mora snatched it out of the air, then stared at the iron ore beside Gale. Plina swore this place had a real lead deposit, and every so often a myth roll turns up. Then she shrugged and said the mine here isn't half bad. The guys snapped their heads around and stared straight at the shaft. The boys crammed at the very bottom of the minibus, shaking with every bump. The heroes stared in shock at her breathtaking beauty. Shalina shrugged and said, that's exactly why I ended up here. This place matters to me, so I refuse to be scared of it. Mora thought they were finally safe, out of that cursed cemetery where the undead lurked, until she slapped herself hard and demanded, wait, what is that? The girls stared at the petrified man statue with pure horror, and one of them stumbled back, shrieking that undead were there, while the guy just grinned in delight. Shalina snapped back that nothing like that could ever happen here. She ducked behind the guildmaster and quizzed Gale, so what's got you grinning? And he shot back that the undead haunting a place like this are the real rare kind. They figured it out fast. These weren't statues at all, but full-blown jewelry masterpieces wearing the disguise of stone. He said it felt like the thing was right there, breathing and alive in front of him. Shalina shot the guy a question, wasn't it cool? He shrugged and praised the craftsmanship. Then the girl behind him snapped, you're idiots. Mora spun around and jabbed a finger at the passage, telling the boys to look as she broke down, piece by piece, the statue's crazy engineering. Mora yanked the boys off to the side, snapped that this wasn't the moment for that talk, and pointed them to the spot. Charlene stood up, stared around in shock, and Gale was just as stunned. The room erupted into statues of frozen people, and the girl who kept cursing still couldn't figure out what on earth was happening. Shalina demanded to know why this place was packed with statues, and the guy shot back that every single one was different. Mora's gut twisted like something was seriously off, so she fired off her teammates' thoughts. Shalinga stared at the statue and suddenly spotted her friend's face carved into it. Then the guys gawked in shock at what they'd just discovered. The girls spotted even more statues. Turns out they were other adventurers from the farmer's corner. Shalina couldn't even process what she was seeing, because they'd finally found the missing people, and the girl's face snapped tight with tension. The boys finally clocked it. Petrified people were right there in front of them, frozen mid-step. Gale finally understood why he ever thought those statues were just jewelry, and admitted how insanely wrong he'd been, while Shelina, panicked and shaking, blurts that it's like turning to stone. The guy snapped to it this was some monster's handiwork, and he grabbed the guild master by the shoulder. The boys braced to strike, covering each other's backs, and Mora yelled that she was right by the entrance. The girls snapped an order at the boys, watch the last one, and don't forget the side one. Gil snapped to Mora and said this was beyond bad, only a rare monster could pull something like that. Mora nodded and warned that the monsters who could do it were the stuff of legends, like the basilisk and the gorgon, the kind that sit above the rest. The guys clocked the cave's nasty smell of chicken, saw feathers scattered everywhere, and then realized the creature could petrify them on the spot. A sharp chicken call cracked the air and Gale yelled, "Our enemy is a cockatrice." The walls started cracking like it couldn't hold back any longer. Cockatrice is a terrifying half-chicken, half-snake monster, seen as a curse in a bunch of religions, and with brutal defense it can even tank hits from throwing guns. It's got razor claws, poisonous breath that freezes nearby creatures into stone, and savage speed that lets it plan every strike. On the Mora side, the wall buckled and started collapsing, stone by stone. The girl had zero clue what was unfolding, and Kalina snapped that they had to switch positions, right now. He snapped back at the girl and then traded places with her. Gale thundered forward at the cockatrice, only to watch it barrel straight toward the heroes. The monster lunged on the boys and the hero snapped into action, gripping 3 darts and ready to strike back. A snake slithered out of the back of a giant chicken, jaws bared, and the guy hurled darts. One slammed into the snake's neck, the other punched into the bird's body. The monster got zapped to its limits, and the boy erupted in joy, because it looked like the thing tried to corrupt them and already swung its beak open, until the twist hit. It ended up being the one caught in its own trap. Shally leaned in and asked the hero how he could punch through a monster's brutal defenses, especially since the front ones weren't dungeon grunts, they were bosses. The hero just snapped back that it didn't matter what it was, they had to strike immediately, because those were disposable darts packed with a paralysis spell that didn't care about defense. Gale warned that the monster's suffering wouldn't last, but Chalice slammed her hammer down and charged in, saying she didn't care and jumping straight into battle, with the ground cracking and crumbling under the impact. Shelley dug deep, gathered her power, and glared at the enemy like a storm about to strike. With a sharp burst of perfectly aimed strikes, Shally split the monster's body clean off from its head. The monster's head blasted through the air, and Mora realized she could fling it upward just by smashing it 5 times, no joke, head-on. The guy even cracked that it was straight-up impact, but Shaylee puffed up and called it her heroic form. Then the guys lined in and warned her, this was only the beginning. Shally plunged straight into the snake's mouth and shrieked like her life depended on it, while the girl shouted for Mora, who snapped into casting a power boost spell and told her to trust in her. Shelly's arm muscles had bulged bigger than she expected, and it shook her. Mora had already warned their comrade that enhancement magic depended on how fast you apply it, because the boost lasts for only a blink. Shelley drove her hammer into the snake's mouth mid-flight and snapped back that she had this under control. The girl lunged to rip the snake's jaws wide, and Shelley declared that a top-tier blacksmith was about to smash their doubt with pure skill while the boys stared, frozen. Shelina ripped the monster's mouth open with raw, unstoppable strength. The monster ripped across the mouth, and the girl slammed down just a few steps from the defeated one, then steam poured from her like she'd just been reborn. Shelley couldn't hold her balance anymore. She toppled to the ground and burst into laughter, declaring it a total, undeniable victory. Shelley dropped onto the ground as the boys sprinted toward her, and Mora yelled for her to stay sharp, because Coratrix's sluggish pace bought them time, and the dart's effect was still in full swing. The girls grilled him about the dart artifact and finally learned he'd dug it up from a ghost that ignored the capital's protection. He couldn't even remember it clearly, but he swore it looked like a skeleton draped in a black cape, and the girls stared at each other, then fired their questions in unison. The girls demanded to know if the skeleton really gripped a sickle and that creepy tin lamp. Then the guy snapped his fingers, flashed a memory, and said, "Yeah, he did." Gale, looking like a tiny skeleton, slips right through the walls, and the girls scream in terror, convinced the god of death has just shown up. The messenger of disasters, the god of death, never showed up in the people's world, and the girls hurried over to tell him, but Gale just grinned and shrugged that it was nothing special. You could spot a skeleton like that in the underground catacombs, until the moment he saw the guy, and the skeleton bolted in pure shock, leaving Laura staring at him, stunned by what she'd just heard. The partner yanked him by the coat collar and started shaking him, yelling that there was no way he could have seen the deity. So the guy shot back that he'd only seen it twice, and Nora snapped at him in a furious scream for what he'd done to her. Gale shot back that he'd used a skeleton to make the cursed item, and that was all he could do, while Mora went completely ice-cold with shock. Shutting her eyes, she echoed his words and finally got why that dart wrecked the boss monster, and Shali stared at him like he'd lost his mind, demanding what kind of person the main character even was. Mora, thinking of her fallen comrade, snapped at Shali that she should have been more careful, because one slip, and her whole life could have been erased in an instant. Shelley snapped that she couldn't just hide in a corner trembling at the thought of death, and that anyone would lose focus in a truly dangerous situation. So Mora stared her down hard until Shelley promised she'd be smarter next time. Mora kept her thoughts locked in, ready to speak up, until that guy cut her off mid-sentence. The guys huddled tight together and cheered. Turns out the quest, Inanaki Mine's Safety of difficulty ****, was completed for real. 3 of them erupted in joy the moment the task was finally done. Gale hunted down monster feathers while the girls stayed behind the guy, waiting for him to finish, and Mora told them they had to alert Gimli about helping the adventurers. Then she leaned in and asked if they could even use the mine they were standing in, and got a clear yes. Shelley told him that monsters had already shown up there before, but the cockatrice was the strangest mystery of all, and she added that it'd be heartbreaking if he trapped them there. Then the girl recalled her first debut as an adventurer, and the guy snapped back to the idea and looked straight at Mora. Gale blurted out whether that monster could be eaten, and the girl shrugged, saying she wasn't sure, maybe some parts might be. But Shali went pale with disgust and snapped that no, it couldn't be eaten because its body was poisonous. Gale pressed Shali again, and he tried to smooth it over by saying the monster looked like a chicken they already knew. Then Mora stepped up to the guy and demanded to know why he was lurking there, saying it would take more pieces ripped off, while the guy shot back a warning for the girl to stay sharp. The boy replayed Mora's words in his head and shot back, "For something that huge, this mine is way too small." Then he started imagining the monster cramming in here like it was a chicken coop, because honestly, he could only guess what was going on in the chicken's mind. Gale snapped his head up and swore it smelled like a chicken coop, chicken droppings and rotten eggs, and then crunch. Came the sound. The guy demanded what Mora had just stepped on, and the girl stared at her feet as something crumbled to pieces. The guy stared at the object and boom, it was just an eggshell. The girl asked if it was too big and he nodded like, "Yep, that's the problem." Gale grilled Mora about why chickens built co-ops. Shelley glanced around and got it instantly, and Mora said, "So they've got a place to lay eggs." Shelley snapped a curse under her breath, and everyone shot her suspicious looks, because she then claimed there were chicks hanging around too. You could hear the boss monster's chicks chirping from right behind those smaller statues. The monster's kids started gnawing the miners' hard remains. Then the chicks snapped their focus onto those children, and a crowd of people stared in terrified horror. The boys were totally baffled, until they realized they'd stumbled into a nest, and the chicks started pelting them with brutal attacks. The girls screamed that it was time to run, but the guy just didn't get it, because these monsters had barely hatched, and somehow the chicks thought the heroes were their parents. The snake-tailed hatchlings immediately charged straight at them, hungry for a snack. Moore snatched the boy up fast, and all 3 of them bolted away from the swarming monster cubs, because Moore said they wanted to eat them. Shalina nodded and snapped, "Run now, or if we get swallowed, that mess lands on me." The boys sprinted down the mine corridor, until the tunnel abruptly ended in a dead end. Shelley shot back that the entrance was blocked, and Gale immediately demanded, "So what do we do now?" Shelley shot back, "Best defense is a good offense," then burst forward, launching the attack first and yelling for the guys to cover her. The girl lashed out and snapped one of the chicks right in the face. The monster shattered into the air, and Shali grinned like a kid, swearing that this hammer could even crack solid rock. Staring down the monster horde, she snapped back that it wouldn't faze them at all. Then Mora begged her to hang on a little longer, and she nodded right away. Mora knew this fight would be brutal beyond the cockatrice battle, times over. The baby cockatrices are just a little smaller than the full-grown cockatrice, so their numbers could skyrocket past 100, maybe more, and since chickens were such prolific birds, these monsters could even inherit the snake's deadly trait. These monsters are born vicious, starvation only supercharges it, but the second you drop a few adults, the children panic and bolt in terror. But cockatrice kids sprint in reckless circles, seeing nothing but prey, and right then Shali was tallying every monster she'd just cut down. She loved every second of the fight, but the monsters just kept piling on, and Mora finally snapped the rune into place, then hurriedly apologized for making everyone wait. A glowing magic circle snapped into place beneath Shali's feet, and with Mora's magic boosting her powers, her speed surged. Then wild hieroglyphs lit up across Shali's body. Shalina beamed, practically bursting with energy, and Mora figured this wasn't like the last enhancement. If she could lock her magic onto that deposit, the power would keep swelling, even if it still didn't happen fast enough for their liking. Mora realized that to take down the baby cockatrice, Shailene only needed one perfect hit, so she surged her agility, then powered up the rest of her skills, and with screams of pure joy, Shailene leapt onto the monster. Their strikes hit like a full-blown tornado, smashing the little cockatrices, and the magic that had supercharged Shali surged even harder, turning her into something nearly unbeatable, except for one nasty catch. Shelly tore into the monsters and blasted screams about exactly how many cubs they'd piled up. The worn-out girl snapped that her strength was draining fast, and Mora shot back that his limit was right around the corner. Then she turned to Gale and demanded, "Tell me you've got some cursed tool that can wipe out these things, like the one you used on the orcs." What? He let out a sad reply that he hadn't had one in ages, and then, because the orcs were a whole different beast, he explained that the power to supercharge evil spirits and cursed instruments just won't stick to monsters with tiny egos like those little cockatrices. Shaylee fired a question at Gale, what was he even talking about? He said the spell worked like a trained reflex, like how an adult holds up a lemon and your mouth floods with saliva. Then he added that these chicks never even tasted lemon, so spells that plant fear and confusion in your enemy's mind would simply fail on monsters smart enough to see through it. Curses wouldn't save them this time. That tiny cockatrice kept tearing into the boys, and even though Shelley was drained to the bone, she stood her ground, ready to smash the next wave of attacks. Mora couldn't wrap her head around it, so she pressed again and dug into Gale's personal life for any clue that might help, only for Gale to snap back that his stuff was totally useless against something like that. He decided to search the bag, and when he said the truth, personal items for sale, he unearthed the cursed bandage. Tucked inside the bag were a sinister dark mask and a chilling decoration fashioned from weeping horns. Gale shot back that making cursed stuff like that was something to brag about, made for decorating indoors. Then Shaylee pointed out the guy's bag was stuffed to the brim, and he admitted the reason was simple: the effects they bring are weak. Gale let out a sad breath and admitted the defense was triple. The agility doubled, fatigue got completely ignored, and poison resistance shot up, but the girls went wide-eyed, stunned that his cursed gear was this weak. Shelley shot back that this was exactly what they needed. Mora immediately warned she was about to raise a protective barrier, and right in that instant the monsters were already hauling back to a safe distance. Shelina hit the gas with pure adrenaline, eager to test her new strength-faster items, and the guy nodded along but reminded her they weren't meant for fighting. The girl snatched the bandage, then froze when she spotted the pores on it. She yanked it up and flung it into the air like it burned, while the guy stared in horror at Shali's insane move. The girl stood rock still, trying to hype herself up into believing this was a power boost. Then the guy nodded and praised the item's special qualities. It gave her 3 times more protection and let her ignore fatigue. Gale snapped it onto the girl's forehead as she tensed up and braced herself. Suddenly her aura flared bright, and Shali shot back that the fatigue had vanished completely from her body. The monsters prowled outside the barrier as Gale slapped item after item onto the girl, firing off how each one worked like it was the key to survival. The girl's whole demeanor shifted, and she blurted that she could see in the dark, yet under that mask, nothing was visible at all. Mora clocked the chicks about to smash through the barrier and snapped at the guy to throw on the last bits of gear right now. The guy said the last one was the crying horns, so it boosts your agility and power, and the girls were instantly stunned by that bombshell. Shelina stepped in wearing Gale's cursed armor, fully armed and ready to unleash hell. The girl asked what was wrong, and at 100 the guy joked that she looked amazing, so Mora snapped her hand to her forehead. Shaylee couldn't believe the 5-fold jump in strength, and when she stared at her hand, power flooded her fingertips like she could feel it in every nerve. The shield shattered and Mora snapped her eyes to the wreckage, warning the guys. Monsters surged in and started tearing into Shali, and Mora yanked the girl back with a sharp warning. Danger was right there. Shalina snapped around and smashed her hammer through the air. She landed a single strike and the monster exploded into shreds. Mora and Gale stared in awe at their comrades' fresh powers. Right then, the world seemed to rattle even though Galena still had no Mora enhancement. Shelina gasped in shock, then burst into joyful laughter as she proclaimed, again and again, that she was now truly invincible. A brand new move sparked in the girl's mind, and she whirled and smashed the hammer in a furious arc. Shelley called it the endless spin attack. The girl unleashed her new powers, cackled like she'd broken the world, and went completely wild. The guys kept staring at the girl's behavior, and Moore finally jumped in, asking straight up if any of the artifact parts were dangerous. The guy stammered that nothing was outright dangerous, but then warned that the artifacts could still wreck things when they're combined. Moore explained it like this: cursed items don't just sit there, they stack, turning the overall reaction way bigger, so mixing different curse effects adds up, and pairing the mask with the horns hits harder than using either one alone. The girl clocked it fast. Shaylin wasn't scared of exhaustion at all. He moved like a runner on fire, and Shaylee was right there, lining up to finish the final monster and smash him straight in the face. The girl halted at the fallen body of the final monster. Shelley ripped the leaf from her mask, and the curse instantly crumbled away. She couldn't wait to lose that suffocating armor. Shaggy caught it and snapped that after putting something like that on and strutting in public, she should have felt ashamed. The guy shot back that she'd just been praising them. Shelley started to argue, saying they only deserved it for the boost in strength. Gale huffed in frustration and snapped that those items were already worn out, but Shelina shot back that the stuff she wore could still sell for way more. Then the boys stared at her, confused, and asked what she meant. Right then Galena crumpled to the ground, trembling and moaning that her entire body was on fire with pain. Then she demanded, "Why?" The guy stared at her and asked if she really believed the curse would magically erase all that fatigue, because it only tricks her into thinking she isn't tired. He kept going, saying the girl had to crank her strength up 5 times and her agility double so she could go wild and tear through a whole crowd of monsters. Then the moment that curse spread took hold, her body got built-in poison resistance. Yet the instant the curse got lifted, everything collapsed and the curse faded away, and if any poison was still inside her, it would keep working. There aren't many true madmen who obsess over cursed experiments, and most people treat the guy who sells curse-born objects like he's selling junk, until this one cursed thing lets you smash a whole pack of cockatrice cubs, and suddenly the price doesn't even matter. Gale told the girl to wait a bit, that the pain would fade, and to rest for a while. Shelina sprawled on the ground in a star pose, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh after the fight, and Mora, grinning, leaned in to tease her for acting indecent, then snapped right after with that brutal line about how she didn't have the strength to even get back up. Mora dropped into a squat, bowed her head, and admitted she'd burned through every last bit of her mana, then said it came back after a while. The guy just sat there, rummaging through his bag, and muttered that he'd blown through a ton of cursed items too. The guys cheered that the Gale-level quest in Anaki Mine safety was finished, no excuses. The boys were grinning from ear to ear, riding the high of their victory. Mora blurted that if she'd known it was a cockatrice's nest from the start, she never would have stepped into that quest, and Gale fired back that he'd rather stay behind the counter in the shopping district, while Shali nodded hard and said she wouldn't have joined it either. He mulled it over for a beat, then blurted out the question. Gale's gut twisted the moment something felt off, and then his panic exploded the second he laid eyes on that egg. Right behind the boys, a massive cockatrice loomed, stalking their every step. The monster lunged and swung its paw, desperate to smash the boys to pieces. He stammered in confusion, swearing the first bird they saw was a chicken. Then the next one changed into a rooster, and the guys bolted sideways, scrambling to dodge the incoming attack. Gale Ube swore there were 2 cockatrices in the nest, and that's why most adventurers never made it out, while Charlie ranted, totally baffled at how the male could be so freakishly huge. The snake clamped the petrified cow in its mouth and swung her off the rooster's tail like a deadly wrecking ball. The rooster monster hucked a boulder straight at the heroes, and the guys bolted in panic, shrieking, "Was that shot a waste of a round?" Shelina grabbed her hammer, then baited the monster right toward her. The girl snapped a curse at the rooster and swore she'd make him crispy, because he'd wrecked her sleep and she was done with it. She knew they'd crashed into his nest, trashed the place, and that's exactly why the monster was burning with fury. The monster roared and Shaylee kept talking straight to him. "You took over this mine, so why are you still raging?" The girl screamed at the monster, "This territory is under my blacksmith guild." Then she glared and added, "Not the rooster s." Shelina screaming. The girl geared up to strike back, rage still burning at the monster. Then Gale lunged in front of her, shouting that she better be careful. Gale seized the girl and sprang with her to the very edge, right where the fog hadn't swallowed the world yet. Before their eyes, the dead chick's carcass turned to stone, and Shelley gasped. Then she demanded the boy explain himself. He admitted he'd never cared about it, saying he'd only heard stories about it. The monster's chick turned the guy to stone completely, just as the finisher said, "That cockatrice hit you with stone breath." That monstrous rooster kept blasting mist, and the boy fired off the truth. Without him, the girl would have turned to stone in seconds. Then the hero went on, shouting that those adventurers had been attacked ages ago. The cockatrice bulged his cheeks, and as the fresh fog rolled in, the boys sprinted away without looking back. Mora figured the only good news was that the breath tore through only a small radius and crawled outward slowly, but they were trapped in a tight spot. The girl froze in the middle of the corridor, and then it hit her. This was a dead end. The boys kept the rooster busy, and Mora frantically tried to cook up a way to save them. Gale and Shelina couldn't keep the line up for long, so they bolted toward the sea, while Cockatrice came crashing after the boys. The girl's jaw dropped. She couldn't wrap her head around why he did it. Mora snapped to the boys and demanded why they were still boxed in, and Gale shot back confidently as Shally and the girl bolted toward the oncoming menace, while Cockatrice struck first with a tail swipe, and the snake lunged in with its mouth gaping, leaving the boys rooted in pure terror. The snake burst out of the crumpled tunnel, and the boys were flung forward in a helpless tumble. The boys sprawled on the ground, and Gale and Mora locked eyes with the monster, holding their breath as they waited for it to move. Mora blurted that they had nothing left to defend themselves with and had to grab a shield fast, and the guy joked, "So what are we using?" Right away he said Shalina's hammer got tossed back and the mine cart got smashed. Shalina then stepped right in front of them and shot back that their shield was literally right there in front of them. Gale and Mora stared, trying to figure out what she meant, while Monstro tracked the boy's moves, and in the shine of his eyes you could see her spread her arms wide, like she was about to make her point. Shelley slammed herself in front of the heroes, shielded them with her own body, snapped that they'd be fine, and ordered them to duck down behind her. Gale snapped at the girl, baffled by what she was even saying. Then the girl shot back that she'd already told everyone earlier she'd be leading their team from the front. Shalinga dove straight into the fog, grinning like she'd just found her purpose, while the guy yanked at the petrified girl in pure panic, and Mora shoved a hand over her mouth, mortified by the nightmare unfolding. Shalina admitted Gale's voice felt weirdly deep and off to her, but she couldn't bring herself to hate him, no matter what, because she swore that if she used her body as a shield they'd make it, and Amora, crying, insisted they stay together. Shalina nearly froze in fear, but she forced herself to ask the guys for a favor. She lit up with a memory of her guild crew and told them straight up it was all for her guys. Shalina flashed a memory of Gamli and straight up called him a great elf. Then she turned to the boys like, "You're getting your answer now, no more waiting, because I won't get another shot." Gale thrust his hand toward the girl and blasted the spell with magic, and Shalina gasped as her eyes snapped open again. The girl dropped her hand and Shalina stared in silence, first at him, then at her own hand, completely stunned like she couldn't even catch what was happening. Can't stand the tension, the girls demanded answers, and the guy admitted that once he touched the petrified Shalina, he felt the spell's grip and thought he might actually handle it. He scratched the back of his head and grinned, saying he'd go for dispersion, and the girls just stared, completely stunned. The boy started explaining that the cockatrice's magic felt like a poison, like the same kind of curse that powers the Gorgon's poison. Then his mind exploded with the realization. Monsters could weaponize curses like that, and calling petrification poison felt weird, but once that thought hit, he made a brand new discovery. Shalina cut him off mid-sentence, jabbed her finger at the monster, and shouted that his comb was swinging like crazy. The girl said those attacks burned the monster out fast, so if Gale could grasp how the spell worked, then the thing wouldn't be scary anymore, at least not to the guys. Mora shot back, "So that changes everything." Then she insisted they should have jumped the monster and kept going until it was back to full strength, and that she could throw in one boost. Clenching her fist, the girl vowed she'd boost Shali's physical power, and Shali answered by leaning on her hard. The girl cooked up the plan. Shali would handle the snake riding the cockatrice's tail, and Gale would deliver the last gift to the rooster. Gale and Shalin sprinted straight for the monster as it struck out with a deadly snake. The girl rocketed straight for the snake's open mouth, slamming her hands forward like she'll rip it apart from the inside. She dropped her hands and snapped forward in midair, smashing the monster in the head, then landed hard on the ground. Shelley couldn't shake the feeling that their two-flank sneak attack was smart, because now it was clear the poison was absolutely lethal, even if earlier they'd never guessed it, and at the same time, Gale was crawling along the snake's body straight toward the rooster. The guy sprinted straight at the monster, refusing to glance back at the scream he knew he had no right to ignore. Gale already had him on his back, and the moment the rooster woke up, everything snapped into motion. He unleashed a storm of cursed artifacts and weakening spells on the monster, praying the right curse would finally stick, because he had no idea which one would even work on the boss, and maybe one hit would be all it took. The young man grinned and warned, "Today's monster curses are on sale." Then he activated that no-gap multi-attack tool, while the rooster monster got choked and mired in the curse. The girls came stumbling off the mountain, skulls everywhere, and the guy was still locked in a brutal fight, while Gale got ripped loose and started falling straight off the cock. The young man shot his hand out mid-flight and lured the monster in with a bold challenge, daring it to come straight for him. The rooster plunged deeper and deeper into the turtles, shrieking in agony as he spat spells and cursed like his life depended on it. Gale thundered down the mountain to the girls charging toward him, and Mora grilled him, asking if he'd burned through his whole arsenal, while she nodded in agreement. Staring up at that mountain of skulls, the guy gulped and said, "I don't know which curse will hit the boss," so he unleashed every single one, while the girls stared at his back in total shock as dark rays tore out from the pile. The girl screamed at the boy that if he flipped every one of his magic items to ON, the world would straight up end, so the boy just burst into loud laughter and claimed she was totally overreacting. A monster crowed from the fallen mountain, bathing everything in sickly dark rays. Then Shelley caught it. She told the guy to go easy, but of course he went way too far, like always. The boys ducked and hid from the brutal bright light blasting out from the curses. One heartbeat later, boom, an explosion tore through the air. The explosion's shockwave blasted them backward, and red rain came pouring down at the blast site. Shelina jolted awake and blurted that she reeked, shot up and called out to the girl, only for Mora to rasp back, "I'm barely hanging on," as the girl wiped dirt off herself and shrieked about how disgusting it all felt. Mora snapped that she'd have to grab a whole new cape now. There was no way she was washing off that much blood, and ripped off her cloak. Then Shailene demanded where Gale was, and her comrade pointed him out. He was sprawled there upside down and slumped against a pile of stones. The girls shuddered in terror, and Mora marched ahead like she couldn't breathe, because she still couldn't wrap her head around what was happening. The guy jolted awake, shot upright, and demanded, "What the hell is that shaking?" The boy snapped in shock, then blurted, the mines breaking apart, and the girls in one furious burst hissed, "Gale did this," as the guys sprinted straight for the exit. The mine was buckling as huge boulders crashed down from the ceiling, stone thundering like the mountain was giving up. The mine caved in completely. The boys barely squeezed out, then tumbled down in pure relief, shouting that they'd been saved, while Shelina stayed right behind them and stuffed the adventurers onto the tops of their heads. Shelina screamed at the guy, cursing up a storm, because he was wrecking the mine instead of just cleaning it up like the job demanded. Gale popped to his feet, brushed off the dust, and told her they'd finished the quest anyway, while Shelina just stood there, totally baffled. Morris backed Gale and bragged that they'd wiped out every monster, so they deserved a huge reward. Then Shailene exploded in fury, lunging at the guys to scream that nobody would pay them because they owed her asterisk. Gale snapped back that it was downright cruel. She'd promised to put in a good word with the merchant guild so she could get a stall, while Mora fumed that they'd risked their lives and still deserved a reward, and Shelina shot back that she'd taken the biggest hit, remembering full well how she'd stood in the vanguard as a human shield. Shelina jabbed her finger at the guys and snapped that they were criminals, mine imitators. Then the girl clapped her hands to her head and poured out everything that went wrong. She'd used that cursed gear on herself, she'd lost her hammer, and then the mine blew up. At the mine entrance, Shalna blurted out in panic, still reeling from whatever kind of day she'd just survived, while the guys kept clowning with cruel faces, until the whole act backfired and they got told to shut up. Not far from the main shaft, right beside that fenced passage from under the pit, a hand suddenly burst into view from behind the pillars. Lavushka choked, clawing her way out of there, convinced death was lurking right around the corner, because the master of cursed product scale was no joke. At first, Jinli tried to keep him under control from a safe distance, but he exploded her mind right there, and she couldn't save herself. She sprinted along the walls, eyes locked on the heroes, and in that view she finally grasped the boy's true power, way beyond anything she'd imagined. Gimli's mind raced, and she couldn't stop wondering if he could actually be useful to her. She stared at the guy, expecting him to crank out cursed junk, but the stuff he made hit like real artifacts. A little later, the boys hauled the girl back to the mine, and as they got close, they stared down the petrified statue of the kid. Gale broke the spell, and the stones finally started dropping off the guy, leaving him stunned, until a ponytailed girl with tears streaming down her face ran into his arms and shouted that he'd vanished. He blinked and he demanded to know what she was doing there. She wiped her eyes and admitted the adventurers had brought her to him because she'd been terrified he wouldn't come back. Shelley's eyes spilled with tears as the couple joked that things were hotter here than in the forge, and Mora beamed and promised they'd kick the mine back to life and save the rest of the adventurers. Then the two lovers thanked their rescuers, saying that if they made it out of this quest, it was rings and a wedding. Gale plunged his hand into his pocket and thrust his cursed instrument into the other person's hands like a dangerous gift. The guy kicked off his pitch for customers, but the girls snapped that he better not try to sneak cursed stuff in as a gift. Mora then leaned in and whispered straight to Molly that she didn't need a free one either. The couple leaned in as the adventurer spoke, and cheers burst out of them like fireworks. Gimli yanked the door open without even looking up, tossed out a cold greeting, and when he spotted Shali, she immediately asked, sad eyes and all, what the girl needed, while Shelina snapped back, demanding in an aggressive tone what was wrong with her. The blacksmith slid into the bar right where Gimli was already posted, and the girl immediately clocked how dead empty the tavern was. Gimli leaned in with a cheesy grin and asked, straight-faced, if the newcomer wanted to sell something or just get knocked flat. Shelley brightened and said she'd sell, if only she could somehow pay that price tag. Shelina dropped the dart from the mine onto the table, the very one they'd used to fend off the cockatrice, and Gimli immediately demanded what was wrong with it, only for her to snap back with a warning, take a closer look at the artifact. The girl peered through the monocle and blurted, shocked, "What's inside this thing?" Shelina fired back a sharp question about what she'd spotted in the dark. The girl snapped back that it was the real deal, an actual artifact. Shelina then pressed, saying Gale was practically dumping stuff like that for pocket change and asking if the other girl knew anything about it. The girl went even further, calling the guy absolutely unreal and firing back, "So what do you know about us?" Gimli grinned like he was enjoying a secret, then shrugged and said, "All I know is he's from the capital, and he's already been on a C-rank team before." Shelina eyed her smiling counterpart like something was off, like the grin was hiding a trap. Shelina swallowed her worries and asked why a guy like Gale would ever show up in the forgotten outback, then rested her head on her palm and told her the truth. He'd stumbled on a mine full of adventurers turned to stone by cockatrice, and somehow cured every single one. Shelley said the kid even dragged a church into his healing, using a curse to do it. Jimmy Lee narrowed his eyes, repeated the word out loud, and demanded to know what curse Shelina meant. Shelina shot back that she'd almost turned to stone too, then explained how, deep in that mine, petrified adventurers kept getting found one after another, and somehow Gale cured every single one. The girl snapped that only the church runs the city's lone sanatorium now, and there's no way that just happened overnight. Shelina knew she'd been tricked somewhere, somehow. Gimli suddenly recalled what the girl had told him, the exact dispersion spell that boy used, and Shelina leaned in, locking onto every word. With a smug little grin, Shelina asked straight up if the guy was really her type, then she got a shaky, "Yeah, I guess." She shrugged and said that wasn't some normal scatter at all, and once cockatrice petrification hit, it vanished on the spot. The girl insisted the guy didn't use a single potion and didn't even run to the church for help. Shelina heard that and went off, cursing through clenched teeth. Shelley couldn't wrap her head around why she'd ended up as a wandering adventurer with those abilities, and Gimli just shrugged, saying, "Anubai is Anubai," then reminded her that since the taint tied to salt and the rescue of the adventurers got handled in one sitting, the girl should ask if she wants to apply for a rank up on her own. Shelina shrugged and shot back, "I don't change, so tell me, why would I ever do that?" Gimli demanded to know what Shelina planned to do, and she shot him a deep, thoughtful stare before turning around. Shelina said she'd slipped the boy into her blacksmith's guild to test whether his skills were the real deal and whether he had the right eye for the craft. Gimli shot back that she was 100% certain of him, and that there wasn't a single rule stopping someone from belonging to two guilds at the same time. The girls traded smiles, then the moment snapped, silence hit, and they spun away, heading off in different directions. Right there in the mine, Gale and Mora huddled together, talking, then the guy suddenly let out a savage sneeze. She stormed off from him and told him, messy as she was, "Back up or you'll see me when you sneeze." He shot back an apology, insisting it was all because dust was buried underground. The guy clocked that Shelina was downright rude to her own people. Then she shot back that if she could forgive what they'd done, maybe they'd finally turn it into something good, and the guy couldn't help thinking she was being way too optimistic. The girl slammed him with accusations, telling him it was his fault because he'd triggered every curse at once until the truth hit. He was both a hero who could save the adventurers and a villain who'd wiped out the mine, and Gale just stayed silent. Mora pressed the boy about whether he'd joined the blacksmith's guild, and with a shaky nod he admitted it. Then he pulled a bandage off his neck, plaque and all, proving he'd been a member of both the adventurers' guild and the blacksmith's guild, and Gale cut in that he and Shally had already agreed she'd help him run the shop. She suddenly remembered the blacksmiths and said it was wild, because that guild only hires true pros, never regular adventurers, even when they're just there to mine ore. Mora snapped the boy, asking what he thought he was doing there, and he stammered that it wasn't a big deal. He was just handing the guild some of the cursed gear he'd crafted. Then Mora pushed again, grilling him whether the job was approved, and the boy finally nodded, shaky with nerves, remembering how his work had been yanked for rework the moment it was submitted. The girl snapped that the moment the guy handed Shelina the cursed sword, rage hit her hard. Then the guy shot back, saying he thought her request was just a minor detail, so he tried something along the same lines. He shoved Mora a vase shaped like an upside-down skull, stuffed with flowers, and she gasped in horror, screaming that he'd flipped the skull and turned it into an ikebana, so Mora snapped at him not to lug something like that around. The guy flared up, furious that she called it cruel when he'd spent the entire day crafting it, and she demanded to know how he could possibly spend all day making that upside-down skull work. He insisted he was chasing a dazzling shine, polishing it for hours, but she snapped back that he shouldn't go polishing other people's skulls and called the whole thing a ridiculous craft. Gale slammed the vase to his face and demanded, "Be honest, does it look stunning?" Then the guy grinned and said, "Place this in a room and it'll keep manners in constant recovery. Sip from it and you'll heal in a blink." and the girl gasped like he'd just built a magician's wet dream, because for their world, healing speed means life or death, and somehow he still didn't realize how wild his own creation was, until the girl threw her head back and snapped. You think it's that simple? What? Restoring mana is a lot like rebuilding strength. What you eat and how well you sleep decide everything, and even alcohol, sweets, and other tasty junk can speed it up or drag it down, so when sickness hits and mana won't come back easy, mages clamp down on their health like it's life or death. The girl balled her fists and admitted it. No matter what, to refill her mana, she had to choke down those tasteless potions, then sit in that grim, dim room and meditate, even though she could have just tucked it into a vase. She slapped her hands over her face, dropped to her knees, and thought, this is straight up impossible. Moore snapped back that Shelina would hate a vase like that, and right then Shelina slid in from behind with a bag in hand, asking what the boys were up to. Shelina saw the shaft's fastenings crumble as the boy screamed, and when she confronted him, he snapped that he'd shown Mora his new experimental product and she'd gotten sick from it. Mora, slumped against the wall, chose to head over and rest. Shelina stared at the vase in the boy's hands, and when the girl warned him that trying to sell it in the city would get him kicked out, he shot back that he'd made exactly what she asked for, then thrust his creation to her. Shelina exploded at him, saying she never wanted a useless trinket, and she hurled the bag straight at his face. Gale dropped to the ground with the bag between his legs and demanded what it was, only for the girl to grin and reveal that it held the head of the cockatrice he'd killed. Shally snapped back that he could have sold Gimli's head and that the monster's body wasn't buried at all, so Gale pressed the girl again since she'd killed him by herself. Then Shalina admitted she'd wiped out the monster's tiny cubs and even a chicken, begging him not to stare like she was something to admire. He shot her a reminder he still hadn't received the award from her yet, and her jaw dropped in shock. Shelina yanked the guy by the collar and hissed that a simple thank you didn't cut it anymore. He swore he'd taken the quest because she promised to help with the shop, and the girls erupted, screaming that they'd messed up and now they had to fix the mine. After the mine got restored, the girl promised she'd help him run the shop, and that thought lit his heart up. So he started dreaming out loud about their future, until he got cut off and told to look ahead right then and there. Shelina whipped around to the trailer, yanking the canvas-covered monster into view. The girl leaned in and asked the guy if he could guess what hid there, then she grabbed the edge of the canvas. He finally understood, and shock hit him hard. She smiled and said, inside sits the very organ that lets a cockatrice breathe petrification. What? Shelina told the boy it wasn't just stone breath, it was the organ behind it, the same thing he'd already admitted was basically a curse, and Gale just sat there reeling. That cold stone breath he felt matched the Gorgon's petrifying beam perfectly. Then he crushed the curse, saved Shalin and the other adventurers, and all that left them with one undeniable conclusion. This wasn't just magic, it was a curse. The girl slammed down her verdict, telling the guy he could use that material. Then she dared him to make a magic tool out of it, asking if it would actually suit him, and he shot back, "Are you sure about using something like that?" Shelina shot back that a tool like that could fetch a massive fortune, and it totally suited her. Then the guy lunged for it, only for the girl to cut him off mid-reach with a sharp remark. Shelina cooked up a plan to thank the guy for everything he did, then the guy shot it down instantly. The girl promised she'd teach him what supply and demand really mean, and the guy just made this loud, displeased face. Shocked by the cursed junk Gale was churning out, everyone scattered from Farmer's Corner and sprinted across the Empire, straight to the Imperial Palace, where the real underground treasure waits at the center. The first prince had zero doubt the artifact had saved him from that assassination attempt, and as he realized it, he grabbed the girl on the ground by the chin. The prince snapped that excuses wouldn't cut it, then drilled the girl with one question: why were false rumors about him spreading in the first place? He declared himself the first prince of the Empire, demanded who she thought he was, and cursed her out because she was the Assassin's Guild's leader. The girl begged for forgiveness, then the guy yanked her by the hair and hauled her across the tiles like she weighed nothing. He said she bragged like she was unstoppable, then somehow face-planted anyway, so he tore into her as a bunch of worthless killers who kept dumping fresh problems on him. He swept her to the chest, and the girl froze, pure terror crushing through her. The prince thundered that this was the most cursed instrument in the Empire, the very heart of the devil, and that the whole world once froze in terror the moment anyone even touched it. When it stirred, it spat out an ominous, choking miasma. The prince blurted that something was draining human life and demanded if he was even happy with this new food. The boy grinned and told the girl the kind he loved most was people like her, and the girl went utterly still, terror freezing her in place. He yanked the girl by the head and shoved her right to the devil's heart, demanding to know why she'd been dragged here. Then she blinked in terror, admitted she had no idea, and begged for forgiveness. The girl was begging it to stop, because that miasma was draining her life force, breath by breath. Just one touch to the heart can drop any warrior, the prince said. Then the girl broke down, begging it to stop, sobbing through her tears. The prince pulled back, swore he'd stop right there, then the chest snapped shut. That guy demanded to know how it all went down, and the girl started bragging that the operation worked, right up until the second she slipped in spies to the elites. The girl said the princess's whole mission was to grab that artifact. She'd heard it could shield her from any technique. Then the prince snapped an order to repeat it. The guy asked, "So you're saying the princess personally smashed through wave after wave of my attacks?" And the girl snapped back, "No, because the artifact can shrug off instant death and comes with a bunch of other nasty effects." The guy went wide-eyed, completely shocked by the thing's power. The girl finally admitted it was damn near impossible to believe. The prince couldn't shake the truth. No matter how many assassins supposedly killed the princess, it wouldn't change a thing. The real issue was they had zero clue what artifacts were hidden somewhere in the empire. The prince sensed the trouble instantly and demanded to know what the artifact was doing to everything. Rage ripped through the guy when he saw the kingdom snatch up that priceless artifact. The prince didn't care about Carla, because if his brother married her, his whole world would crumble. Carla wanted to spill even more, and she boldly asked for permission to speak. The girl snapped back that the artifact wasn't some ancient mystery at all. It was bought from a young merchant. One wild night, tucked away in a remote corner of a tavern where capital adventurers always pack in, an S-ranked team just sat there, staring, because nobody could figure out why Gale had to trek all the way out there. Melissa clocked their voices getting way too loud and told them to shut it down, but the black magician lifted his mug and warned that if anyone overheard, they'd yank the reward meant for his capture. Luke leaned in and told the team to get back to the conversation. He had intel, and apparently the cabbies are buzzing with rumors. Cash shot up. What rumors? Because if Gale didn't pay, that would explain everything, right? The paladin slammed his mug down with a loud clang and barked for the waitress to come to him, then glared as he waited, until she showed up and sprinted off to cash his request. He barked out a menacing demand, slammed his palm on the table for ale, and snapped at how painfully slow the employee was. She bowed and apologized, but he didn't ease up, still pushing for a whole barrel even after Luke's remark. He kept talking, insisting one of the carts was charging straight for the village, only for orcs to smash into it along the road. They're whispering that someone wiped them all out, and yeah, they claim it was the rearguard doing it. The paladin shot up from his chair, burning with fury, because there was no way that could be true. If the rearguard could hunt monsters too, then splitting into vanguard and rearguard groups would be pointless. At least, that's what he believed. That robber barged in with pure annoyance, cutting Cash Balboa off mid-breath, because he needed everyone to hear him to the very end, since he'd caught wind of something new. That dude looked like he'd been dragged out of a cave, wrapped in filthy, primitive rags. Then I heard he started flailing a dagger like it meant nothing, smashing everything in sight because he was messing with a cursed artifact. After he wrapped up his story, he leaned in and asked the team captain, "Does this sound like Gale to you?" He tore through every bite, shook his head like, "No way, can't pull that off," then admitted even they could barely handle orcs, and with that he started hunting them down, swearing there was no way this could work. Luke shot down Cash's take and said, "Fine, let's hear what everyone else figured out," and Melissa chimed in that she'd even heard a sighting, a guy who looked a lot like Gale. Cash shot up from his seat, slammed his palms on the table, and demanded more details. Then the warrior explained that, just like everyone figured, the guy had started hawking his goods in the shop. He probably dumped his cursed items for cheap, then hit the shopping district and passed off his tasteless little trinkets as interior decoration to anyone who'd buy. Then Melissa let out a resigned sigh and told him the moment it happened, the guard slammed his shop shut. The paladin burst out laughing and admitted it was totally him, along with those nasty cursed items, because he just *new* they packed monstrous debuffs and riled up every complaint. But one thought kept gnawing at him. Gale had made a tidy profit off his back. Norris swore he'd heard it too. Everyone wanted his goods, and some other guy like him was still lurking somewhere in the hotel. Luke also clocked the dude. He was dressed in brand new clothes, which told Luke one thing for sure. This guy had to have enough cash to get a seat on the cart. They started realizing this. Even if the royal troops hunted him with relentless persistence and threw every tool they had at capturing him, the group wouldn't even lay a finger on a single trace of him. Melissa's intel says he raked in a pretty decent fortune, so you know he couldn't just sit on it. He had to spend that money somehow. Cash had zero clue how any of this could possibly click, yet the black magician acted like he'd seen it coming, and he pushed the idea that once every fact was stitched together. Norris suddenly clocked it. Gale had changed where he was working, and he wasn't staying stuck in the capital anymore. The team couldn't shake the feeling he had something hidden up his sleeve. Gale always pulled off these creepy stunts like he had something to sell, and once everyone started talking, it was clear he wasn't really around town anymore. Then the warrior dropped the bombshell that he was somehow tied to a merchant guild guy, like he'd already gone through the hoops and got permission to sell at the shop. When the girl flashed the document, an order from Princess Carla, the trade guild man grudgingly coughed up a tiny piece of info, then growled that it was confidential. He even shot her these questions: are we friends? How are you? What are you feeling? Like he needed to know everything right now. Then Luke wrapped it up, saying he's got real experience in the trading game, maybe even flipping deals in different cities at the same time. Cash stared into his empty mug and snapped, I don't care what I'm selling. If I've got money, I'm opening a damn store for all my trinkets. He clutched his mug with both hands and blurted, everybody drink up. The paladin barked, I'm sick of waiting for my ale, and the second the waitress's footsteps hit the room, every gaze snapped straight to her. As Cash kept insisting these were all Princess Carla's expenses, Melissa and Luke behind him abruptly froze, staring in shock. A girl stood right behind him, hauling 2 massive barrels of ale as he blared, we're drinking this to the bottom. The waitress slammed those massive barrels onto the table right in front of Cash, so hard the dishes and mugs leapt up, splashes and all. The paladin erupted in fury and barked at the girl, demanding what the hell she'd handed the client, only for her to already be gone, leaving him with one last message shouted after him, this is your order. Luke stared at her, totally stunned, because there was no way someone like her should be able to haul a barrel that heavy, even by herself. She rounded the corner and let out a shaky breath. Thank goodness someone finally approached her, saying the team was swapping notes on where Gale had gone. The girl with heavy, tired eyes snapped her gaze toward the young man who'd spoken to her, and right in front of her, 3 waiters stood there, thanking her for the work she'd done. Liznette whipped off her wig and demanded answers. Why the heck did she have to slog through part-time work in the suburbs outside the capital just to gather intel and run surveillance? One of the guys blurted, are these really the guys we need? And Liznette shot back with total confidence, yes, these are the ones. She dropped onto one of the barrels and insisted their actions matched the exact intel she'd been given. One of the boys blurted, wait, did Princess Carla hire you? They told him it was tied to a farming town and a man named Gale. Wolf Fang slithered toward Gale Hamilton, while Princess Carla is desperately trying to reach him. So the girl blurted that he's the one who made that artifact, and that means the S-ranked team isn't just hunting it, they're chasing his asterisk creation, except nobody has a clue who he really is. But Liznette clocked it, this guy was ridiculously cunning, and even tucked inside that crew, he somehow vanished without a single trace. She was convinced it was all a setup, a fake story meant to mask who really created that artifact, because this guy was a total ghost. They didn't even know what he'd been up to. At least they could stare those wolf fangs down for as long as they wanted, and now they could also pin down Gale's rough location, so it wasn't a total loss. The girl snapped orders at the guys with bowed heads, make sure the adventurers vanish fast, while she and the rest stayed put, ready to grab Gale by force the moment they were gone. Right then the manager stormed in and barked that the guys better not slack off, orders weren't for show and the dishes weren't washed yet. Liznette muttered under her breath, then shoved the wig back onto her head. While the chaos brewed, Gale was inside the blacksmith's guild, and then one of the heavy doors slammed open as a girl stepped in. Gale was tinkering with a brand new device when Mora Glaris stood right at the entrance, silently locking onto every move of his work. Then bam, the silence got shattered by the guy himself, saying he had to talk to Moore, and that's when the girl leaned in, eyes wide, dying to know what Gale was about to confess. He swung around to the girl and thanked her for helping him pull off the quest to lock down the mine, and deep down, he knew he'd dragged her into all of this. Gale shot the girl a grateful look, reached for her hand, and told her straight up, since she stood with him in that mine, he finally felt his nerves settle and his mind calm down. The confession hit, and the girl flushed hard, staring at the master of cursed objects like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Mora clapped his hand and promised, this time I helped you so you could open a shop in a spot that actually makes money. She's one of the finest support mages around, seriously, there isn't a single situation where she can't turn things around. The boy lit up with joy because thanks to Mora, his dream was finally about to come true. Still blushing from everything he'd thrown at her, the girl said she'd keep helping him if he insisted. Then the guy suddenly sneezed hard, right at her. Mora turned her face away and told the young man to sneeze. He apologized, then blurted in shock, why am I sneezing this much? Am I really being remembered that often? Shalina popped up beside Mora and told her straight up, the entire disaster traced back to the dust from the mine. Gale said he was finally doing great thanks to the rented workspace. Then Shalina clocked that he'd pulled off something, and she leaned in to inspect it right away. He said, yeah, I did exactly what I was told, and to me it came out tasteless, and the blacksmith shot back, If you think that way, then society's sure to see it totally different. Shalina beamed and snatched up the device, asking how it worked. Then Gale shot out his hands and demanded she hand it over to him. When he grabbed his device, he snapped it on, yanked the handle, and it roared to life, blasting bright light as the noise erupted. It was a petrifying stair launcher made from a cockatrice's own organs. Shalina immediately threw herself down, shielded from the beam, and begged them, "Don't use that on people." The blacksmith snapped backward and demanded, "Are you really trying to turn to stone again, Gale?" And Gale shot back that either way he could break the curse, but he wasn't sure anyone would actually want the job. Then Shalina snapped that it was a workable design. She'd already laid out supply and demand, because all around them stretched nothing but meadows, mountains, and forests, and there were barely any stones to build with. She slid on her glasses, leaned in, and started breaking it down. By stones, she didn't mean gemstones at all. She meant building materials, and depending on the area, they could be worth a fortune. Imagine the kids in the desert. How would they build something big? They'd stomp the sand to pack it tight, turn it into bricks, or dig it out straight from the ground, or haul in materials from somewhere else. Most people stick to safer options, but digging the ground is brutal hard work. The soil needs water just to compact. Hauling everything in isn't worth the trouble, and even then the bricks might not be strong enough. Then you find out, with this invention, you can turn sand into something usable and even process it with a stone beam. No extra steps required. Then the inspired guy finally figured out how they'd score the building materials, and Shalina teased that Gale had golden hands. He just never realized how to put them to work. The boy let out a satisfied chuckle as Shalina kept right on teaching. "Sure, you can dig or haul it up from the mines, but farmers are always running short on materials." The girl wrapped her arms around him and promised that with this invention, they'll haul building materials fast. Because it fixes everything, she's ready to hand out a generous reward for it. He couldn't stop spiraling about whether she truly liked his invention, but she soothed him fast, telling him with a straight face that he had zero sense of style. Shalina tried to make it crystal clear that she wanted nothing to do with cursed objects. Then Gale snapped the truth into her sight. The guy flashed a satisfied grin and giggled again, while the girl let out a heavy exhale, muttering that he was as simple as they come since he didn't even get praised, and now those blasted objects were to blame too. Shalina got sidetracked and asked the craftsman if he could make one more with what was left, but he shut that down fast, saying it was likely impossible. Those tiny ones never got the full organ needed to spit stone breath, and yeah, this snake's tail is deadly, but not for that curse. The girl just thought, wouldn't it be awesome if we had a machine that could churn out poison? Gale never saw that coming. Could a poison-spitting machine actually help? Shalina answered fast. The place is crawling with pests and insects, and they're brutal. The blacksmith grinned and dared him to admit he didn't know the poison's key ingredients. Then the guy bit hard and asked if she wanted him to handle it. It looked effortless to the young man. He'd been crafting amulets laced with deadly poison for ages, so the girl burst up to him, all wide-eyed, and demanded to know exactly what he needed. If it was an undead job, they could have used a ghoul's poison glands, or even a mummy's stomach, then slapped the talisman right onto its bandages, but you can't buy any of that stuff. Shalina blurted that inspiration was hitting her like lightning, and she promised she'd tell Gemly to start gathering materials. No excuses. The girl's ready to snap up everything at a fair price and use whatever he hands her. Then the guy jerks out a bottle of rotten, ghoul-made aromatic oil. Mora figured it was packed with terrifying powers, but she chose not to dig into it, because right then Shalina snapped at Gale to do exactly what he was told and shoved him a stack of papers. Caught up in the moment, he bolted forward and swore he'd make something happen right this second. The blacksmith told her she'd carry the instrument to see if it really fits, and the guy agreed on the spot without even glancing back. Mora jumped in, grabbed the girl's arm, and guided her straight to her destination. As they walked, Shalina blurted out what he was doing there, and she got a painfully awkward answer. He'd just come by to check on things. Still, thanks to their temporary team, the abandoned orders started shrinking fast. Gimli grinned at that. If Mora and Gale felt at home here, then Shalina was downright thrilled to have them. A little while after that, Cash's crew huddled up beside a cart that was rolling straight for an agricultural town. They piled into it and traded jokes while they checked the bill, right on schedule. The royal family's payment hit the store, and with that cash in hand, they even let Cash grab a mithril sword for up to 500 gold. The warrior snatched a blade forged from wyvern bone, the mage got a fresh grimoire and staff, and the rogue stepped into armor skinned from a magical beast. So now, with those upgrades, they were sure Gale and her brutal curses had met their match. But the captain couldn't shake how weird it felt. This cool crew they were recruiting members for, yet not a single application had come in for the support class. But the doubts died fast. Turns out there were barely any adventurers at the right level, yet someone sitting on the floor muttered that nobody wanted to team up with them. At Cash's request, she yanked her hood off and snapped, "Our job is to swap the support in the Wolf Things group, then haul their stuff too." And it was Liznette and her people. Cash told them they should be grateful for granting their pathetic little wish, because it was the easiest way to watch things up close, yet Liznette could barely tolerate that kind of blatant rudeness. The captain jabbed a finger at the bag and demanded it be brought to him. Then he slid food and drinks to his crew and kept them fed and fueled until they finally hit their destination. The boys stuffed themselves and drank at Carla's expense, soaking in the stunning scenery, until Liznette snapped that they couldn't get too drunk because they were on a mission to protect this caravan. Cash didn't take it lightly. He snapped at the girl to shut up, then demanded she cover herself with a cloth because he couldn't stand seeing those gloomy faces. Even the wine tasted pointless. Liznette's crew racked up expenses like crazy, and money always came up short, but Cash and the crew never even thought about sharing food, because that tavern job paid way better than bam, a whistle screamed through the air. Liznette and her team jumped on it fast. The moment the monsters showed up, mercenaries and adventurers burst out to guard every carriage, yet nobody laid eyes on it. All they got were eerie sounds snapping from deep in the forest thicket. A massive wave of twisted evil spirits charged straight at the column, and one of the guards snapped, "After the orcs' last attack, we beefed up our defenses, so you've got nothing to fear." Monsters ripped horses, adventurers, guards, and even carts in every direction, and right when the chaos hit, the man sprinted to a guard to shout that they'd identified the monster, deleting the whole pack. It was this massive, gigantic hippopotamus that looked like it could swallow the whole river in one bite. The head of security snapped to it. This wasn't just any beast, it was an S-rank monster, and it belonged right on the border between the Empire and the Kingdom. Then Liznette's team huddled up, admitting monsters weren't their lane because they're specialists, and that means humans. No one could deny it. The moment they faced off head-on, the team stood little chance, because the pack rolled in with killer wolves, massive snakes, and raging red grizzly bears. One of the guys practically begged his boss to run, because any normal day they'd bolt, but this time they couldn't. They had a job to finish, and the only key to it was the Kasha team. Liznette finally snapped and ordered her team to brace for a full-on offensive while taking defensive positions. Then everyone froze, because the Empire had just handed down an extermination mission. You'd think Kingdom 2 would have got a quest like this already, but the truth is wild. The S-rank team that took it suddenly threw in the towel. The girl instantly got it. These could be their best chances as companions. The group argued fast, then decided on the only move. They'd use both money and manpower to square up to the hippopotamus and force it down. Liznette shot off this dramatic scream, yelling that the enemy was attacking and that it was a hippopotamus. The S-rank adventure team snapped their focus toward her cry like, "What's happening?" They stared at each other, mouths open, wondering where their companions had vanished to. Then Cash snapped that it was Liznette's nasty voice, while her whole team clamped down hard on the furious girl. The boys realized the cart had stopped cold and the street was roaring, yet the driver was nowhere to be seen, until the robber finally peeked out, and all he could spot was the mouth of a massive monster. The boys shrieked in horror, and Liznette snapped into analysis. Turns out the orcs went to war because the hippopotamus kicked them out of their homes, and now they were trapped out on the road. This behemoth's power is brutally overwhelming, cruel, massive, and so ferocious that only a handful can even survive it. Cash stared at the street, baffled by what he was seeing, but the monster didn't let him blink. Roaring, it smashed the cart to pieces with the S-rank team right there. Liznette's team moved like they'd practiced it, snapping into motion and vaulting out of the way just before the monster's attack landed, and then they soared straight over that terrifying beast. The girls' team landed hard on the ground, then behind them, the Cash team toppled down like a pile of stones, but the hippopotamus snapped around and unleashed a thunderous roar he never meant to give, like pure, don't back up rage. The air tore open, and everyone slammed into a freeze of pure horror, shocked beyond words as they tried to figure out what kind of monster could hit with brutal strength and blitz past them at super speed. Liznette snapped that it was 100% a hippopotamus, and that it was the perfect target for Cash and his crew, while the rest just stared at each other, terrified. The warriors snapped to their feet, stunned that she could name the monster on the spot, but it didn't even matter, because they struck a proud fighting stance and vowed that not even him stood a chance against them. The moment the other taverns, riders saw the S-rank Wolf Fang team's badges on them, they realized they had no choice but to keep going. Crowds erupted, yelling the team's name like it was battle music, and Liznette with her helpers jumped in too. But Kasha and the whole crew chose to strike as one, then swaggered in and boasted that they were the strongest adventurers. Even Liznette felt their aura, and her eyes lit up, because she just realized how deadly an S-rank team really is, until that furious tail of the hippo came crashing down and wiped out the entire Cash team in one savage sweep. That's when the adventurers split up and bolted in every direction. The crowd went dead silent in pure shock, and the girl let out a furious howl, because there was no way she'd pictured an S-ranked team this lethal. Panic detonated as everyone bolted, and monsters slithered out from every direction. Listenet knew she couldn't stay, and her team was ready for whatever came next because fleeing wasn't an option. After she botched her mission, fleeing felt pointless, so she spun around, staring at how insane it all was, yanked a gun from behind her back, and screamed that her group was the #1 killing organization. She marched her assistants straight into the chaos, and every one of them thundered toward the monsters, smashing the intruders, shielding each other in a heartbeat, and keeping their faces hidden from everyone else. The team battled with guts, and Listenet snapped at the guy to get ready, because she was taking on the hippopotamus herself, and the assistant practically begged her, "Just don't forget to take care of yourself." The girl vanished into the forest shadows, then burst from branch to branch, ready to strike the hippopotamus from cover without a sound. Nothing he tried worked, then he finally clocked her. Even animals with sharp senses and night vision can't be caught off guard, so there's only one move left: strike openly and hit her fast with poison that works instantly. The hippo flicked its tail and swatted away the dagger aimed at it, then, right when the opening appeared, another dagger lunged for its throat, but it couldn't pierce a single inch. Listenet realized he'd basically handed himself to disaster. Then the girl drove the dagger straight into her eye, grinned at what she'd done, and mocked the monster like it was already finished. Then he snapped her with his tail and blasted a toxic mist from his mouth, but the hippopotamus was immune, and that poison did nothing, leaving the girl in total trouble. Then it hit her. This was the moment to unleash what Prince Bellion handed over, the fragment of the devil's heart, and she knew full well that the instant she used it, she'd become his blood and flesh. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Princess Carla sat front and center as Duchess Melinda drilled her on every last rule of the tea ceremony. The Duchess told Carla that her chin mustn't lift at all, it had to stay level with the floor. Lowering it too much is fake modesty, lifting it is straight-up contempt, she snapped, and Carla felt completely drained. And when you sit, cross your ankles, left foot leading for friendship, right foot stacked on top for enmity, Carla said it won't even be noticed. Melinda even warned, when tea hits the table, you don't get to grab 2 pieces. 1 piece is fine and 3 is okay, but 2 is a hard no, no matter how badly it suits you. Numbers that divide evenly by an integer point to separation, and when you hold a cup, you lift your pinky like it's part of the ritual. So the princess shoved her hands over her ears and screamed, pure despair and exhaustion spilling out. Tilting her tiara to a perfect 45 degrees, the Duchess leaned in and told Carla she had to become a spotless lady, everywhere always, but Carla's smile faltered. Dread crept into her thoughts because she remembered what she truly owed. She confessed she was married to a second prince she didn't even know, while the first prince tried to kill her, and I can't even wrap my head around how she could say all that without a shred of malice. But Melina clocked it instantly. The princess's every move doesn't just change her life, it reshapes the whole world and the kingdom's future, because this girl was born as the one chosen, so she can't drift through life anymore. She has to own her role and act like it. Princess Carla de Glucken let out a heavy breath, like she'd been holding it for years, and right then, she was about to spill what life as a chosen one really looked like. She told him she'd rather steer her own life because yeah, she's got more than most, but those gifts come with a crushing weight, and it feels like the privileges are shackling her in chains. From the moment she was born, the girl felt a curse clinging to her bones, and when she stared at the birds, she couldn't help but wonder, could Gale break it? But just as hope sparked, the butler yanked the princess away from her thoughts. He figured that if his neighbor empire never fought back and forth, the people wouldn't start spilling blood. Still, when the girl had a chance to ask questions, she didn't care about the empire at all, she only wanted to know about the devil's heart. She admitted she couldn't tell if there really was some monster scaring everyone, but Vivian snapped back that the ones who'd been cursed by the devil lived through it, and swore the fiction tales were real. Then Carl shot Vivian a question, but she only shook her head. Nobody can know for sure. Still, the stories make one thing crystal clear. The devil's heart is the darkest, most sinister cursed artifact in all of this world. Meanwhile, outside the capital, the fight raged nonstop. Listenet clamped the girl in his tail and started lining her up for his next bite, like he was about to swallow her whole. But her assistants clocked it instantly. One of them shouted to the mistress and lobbed a brightly glowing ball straight at her. A searing burst of light tore across the whole area, flashing so hard it wiped the monsters and everyone else clean out of sight. Listenet bounced back with a jolt of strength. She sank her nails into the monster's tail, then ripped it clean off, tearing through flesh with shocking ease. Exhausted but wide-eyed, the girl couldn't believe the flash grenade actually stunned the monster, because in that blink of time she yanked the bracelet on, stuffed with 1/46 of the devil's heart. The girl yanked herself to the side, yet the hippopotamus didn't slow down at all. It exploded forward at full speed, charging straight for her with pure rage. The boys freaked out over their mistress. This giant slammed forward at insane speed, and those horns turned into a weapon that could pierce anything. Yet the girl shot her hands out, pushing right back. Lisnik grabbed the roaring monster with her bare hands and slammed it out of the air as it charged at full speed, and even the boys, who'd known her for ages, still couldn't believe what they were seeing. That bracelet, the devil's heart, pumped insane power into her, the kind words can't even touch, and the moment it kicked in, her eyes turned jet black. The monster kept pushing, growling like it wanted to tear him apart, but it was obvious he couldn't last much longer. Confident in every ounce of her power, she clamped onto the monster's horns, hoisted his massive weight with ease, then heaved with everything she had, slamming him to the ground and ripping one of his horns clean off. The hippo was bleeding out, the other monsters stared in terror, and even Lisnit's help stalled, until that lady burst in, her power cracked the air, and then she erupted into ringing laughter. The hippopotamus's monster minions bolted in pure terror, and just like that, nobody could figure out who the real monster even was anymore, because the devil's heart struck back with a horrifying power. The girl realized the monster had just paid for underestimating her. Then the inexorable god crushed her to the ground, and her minions rushed in, trying to yank the curse out. Their hands bulged with veins, but the supporters snapped into action, dumping a ton of cash to buy a church ritual and erase the curse before it could even take hold. The God King's tears burst into magic and forged a glowing ring around the team. Then the girl groaned through the pain as the bracelet, already fused to her arm, ripped free and clattered to the ground. He shrieked in total panic, and the girl shot back to the warning about becoming flesh and blood, then swore she'd never let it happen to her. She trapped the monster in a jar, and no spell, no force, no method can fully rip it out. Yet Lisnet's certain of this one terrifying truth: a shard of the devil's heart has already burrowed into her. Now she finally understood why the prince never handed her a talisman to break the curse, and the wild part was that she was still shocked she'd ever even touched something this horrible. She finally felt better because they pushed the attack back, and even that attack hippopotamus was repelled, so he could breathe a little, even as the convoy still got hit hard. Among the survivors you had adventurers and mercenaries, but nearly all the carts were wrecked beyond repair, so moving forward was out of the question, and they'd have to sit tight and wait for the patrol. The lady fired off a question to her assistants about how badly they were hurt, but all they cared about was the girl, while Cash and his team were hanging on by a thread. As the sky swallowed the last light, the artifact clicked shut, locked tight, no room for doubt. The guys stared in awe, because that kind of power could smother even the mightiest artifact creators. Lisnette alone knew the truth. It would all be bought with her life, and rage burned in her chest as she clenched her fist, hating Gail Hamilton more and more. Back at the Blacksmith's Guild, Gail couldn't stop sneezing, one after another, while Mora burst out laughing, because every blast was sticking bits of undead to Gail's face. Then the guy proudly showed the girls what he'd built. He followed Shalina's drawings and instructions to the letter, but it came out anything but bright, a lantern made of bones. The boy snatched up the lantern and demanded to know if this skull-shaped ghost fire generator would actually ignite, because the power comes straight from souls drifting through the air, even the tiny souls of insects and plants. Shalina told him streetlights usually run on firewood or magic stones, costly stuff, but the ghostly fire just keeps burning on its own, so it never gets wasted and stays perfectly safe. Mora leaned in and asked if it was a shame they ended up being skulls, but Shalina promised she'd defocus on what actually mattered, while the girls said nothing to the guy and only ordered him to swap out every light. The blacksmith leaned in and asked, "So you've made other things too?" Then he pulled out another cockatrice, a stone beam emitter, before praising the fresh batch of farming tools the boy had forged. He started spitting out his creations: the dam thresher, the weeping grinder, the saw of sorrow, and the trembling sieve of souls, and Shalina couldn't even get over the fact that the guy actually pulled all of it off. The blacksmith leaned in and asked if Gale and Mora were headed to check out the trading stalls. Then the shocked Duke snapped around and stared at the girl. He finally nodded in hesitation, and Shalina pulled me aside to say in AM that this place is exactly what he needs, on a quiet little street, just a short step off the main road. Gale beamed and asked if his shop would be there, and the other guy shot back, yes. The place used to belong to an alchemist, so it fit Gale's theme perfectly, and they'd pay the deposit by selling his cursed items. Mora and the guy both agreed this was the perfect spot in space. Then Shalina grinned and said once they finished cleaning up, rearranging the merch, and swapping out the sign, the store would be booming like crazy. The guys burst into happy laughter, and the blacksmith leaned in to say, "Since you're here, use the guild furnace anytime, make yourself at home." Everyone already knew that, though. And a little later, that battered line of carts finally kept rolling, 10 full days after the behemoth's rampage had torn everything apart. But nearly half the carts bound for the farming town came back wrecked, yet the patrol rushed in, hauled the travelers to safety, and they kicked off again toward their destination. But the wildest part, Kasha and his whole crew were crowned heroes, because they wiped out a hippo and the rest of the monsters and saved everyone from dying. The whole team erupted in happy laughter, soaking up every praise like it was fuel, while the mage and the rogue swaggered confidently and swore they'd be the perfect support for the paladin and the warrior, then daydreamed about stacks of money piling up. Melissa swore they couldn't have pulled it off without everyone's help, but then she hit a blank wall and couldn't remember a single thing. The guys were furious, Cash and Melissa included, because neither of them even remembered how they won. Still, one thing was crystal clear: Luke and Norris had to be the reason it happened. Cash swaggered and bragged that they'd finally robbed the hippopotamus blind, yanked out an eye, ripped off its tail, and even snapped its rock-hard horns, and now all that brutal loot rode with them in a cart straight to the farming town. The team figured the eye was carved out with Melissa's wyvern dagger, but the tail and horns had been cleanly chopped off by someone who clearly remembered every brutal swing. Barely anyone could even say what really happened to that behemoth, because the adventurers and mercenaries got obliterated so badly. Lisnet stared at the sword and found zero blood left behind, so how in the world did this happen? When the girl finally wiped out the monsters, Cash and his crew snapped back to reality, then shot upright, screaming like they'd just seen the end of the world. They spun around, baffled. Where the heck did all those monsters go? Then Melissa snapped her dagger back into her grasp, the same one she'd supposedly driven into the hippo's eye, and Luke stumbled on a cracked horn. Cash even stumbled on a severed tail, so he figured they'd been hacked down in battle, heads gone, memories scrambled and hazy, and once they finally swapped in fresh memories, they laughed and reveled like they'd just won the whole thing. Lisnet's team decided not to clue the heroes in that their mistress was behind all of it, because that wasn't the real mission, and for the killer, pulling attention would only make everything worse. When Cash's team rolled up to the farmer's corner, the whole place erupted with smiles and cheers, because these guys had not only saved the cargo, they'd saved the people too, and Cash proudly told them that hippos were practically just like nuts to them. Lisnet's wiped-out crew hung back with heavy hearts, watching the loudmouths who do nothing steal the spotlight while they're stuck in the shadows, grinding on just as hard. While Cash's crew argued about their next move, Melissa pushed for an inn, but the mage and the rogue demanded the tavern. And then Lisnak snapped, coughed in this awkward burst, and demanded they hit the guild first. Cash grudgingly caved in and went to trade the reward just so Lisnet, the girl he'd been ordering around, couldn't bolt off with the loot from the poor folks he'd stranded, while her patience burned down to a thread and she clung to it with iron will. Team Cash spun around in stunned silence, baffled by the city's vibe, because instead of warm lanterns, creepy skulls were littered everywhere. The boys were shocked. These residents were totally happy with everything, and Norris leaned in, asking if the boys had ever seen anything like it before. The whole group nodded at him like, "Yeah, we get it." They snapped, "This has to be Gale's cursed handiwork, bad taste dripping off every one of these awful instruments." And the real shock hit when they realized the entire street was blanketed in the things. The dark mage leaned in and asked if he was the only one feeling out of place, like the air itself belonged to some dusty provincial town. Then Cash grinned and said it might actually work in their favor, because Gale's shop was probably right around here. Cash and his crew cackled like villains, convinced the guy was a total fool for dumping all that evidence in the open. Then Lisnet joined the laughter too, and the guys wasted no time, kicking off their search from the guild like they were told. The hooded girl clocked it right away. They were on the right track. Then her assistant chimed in. Gale really was in the city, but Cash's take didn't sit right with him. So the assassins shrugged and figured Gale didn't trust his own team, hiding his real skills. At the guild, a tiny girl greeted them with a huge grin, but Cash wasn't in a polite mood at all. His crew even joked this was basically a barn. They shoved past tables and bored-looking people, and pretty soon it was clear. With everything they saw, there weren't any good quests here either. Cash slapped his elbow on the guild counter like he owned the place, then stared off at the smiling girl like she'd already hooked him. The guy bragged that they were an S-rank crew and ordered her to grab the guildmaster right now. Then she snapped back, "I am the guildmaster," and demanded to know what they needed. Right then Cash rang Lisnet, and her team rumbled in with a massive cart. The cloth ripped free of her and hit the floor at the same instant. Then the guy tossed the loot right in front of Gimli and crowed, "So, how'd you like it?" But she didn't even blink. Cash's calm vanished the moment she asked what any of it meant. Her rage spiked so hard it burned. The girl then stroked the tail and demanded if it was really hippo-blooded like that, and the team finally snapped back that it was an S-rank monster, then promised they'd get paid a fortune in the kingdom. Gimli snapped that if they wanted it counted as a kill, they should have hauled back his whole head, or at least his heart, because the capital would have said the same thing, and the entire crew flinched and stared away as he growled whether they'd just bolted before finishing that behemoth. Cash snorted like he'd just remembered her, and with a sharp click of his tongue, the guys headed for the exit. Gimli grinned and promised they'd take down the hippopotamus for real next time, while Lisnet's team started stuffing all their stuff into their bags. But then the master snapped around to Lisnet and demanded to know what organization the girl belonged to, and Lisnet went ice cold with fear. The girl went completely still, and Gimli snapped, "So why are you acting like you did it all by yourselves, when it was you?" If Lisnet wanted to pull off a real deception, she never should have left that jewelry cut behind, but it was already done, and panic hit. Lisnet snapped to her people and hurried them away from the girl who worked with them in the same field. Gimli grinned and figured these guys must have come from the same capital as Gale, so yeah, something wild was absolutely on the way. And Gale and Shalina were already speeding toward the new little shop, because it was ready and waiting for them. Gale dropped the sign and leaned in to ask the girl how the job got done. She said it was tasteless again, but somehow it still fit the Master of Curses perfectly. He thanked her like she was a total pro right to her face, and you could tell she didn't like it one bit, standing there outside Gale's cursed item shop, a storefront decked out with skulls, horns, and pure cursed vibes. Shalina made it clear that the best way to thank her was for him to keep following her orders, and he nodded instantly, since she was his regular client and she'd helped him before. Then he even promised he'd swing by the Kuznetsov Guild. Gale blared that the store would open tomorrow, then pushed for everyone to celebrate today, so the guy promised he'd call Mora, and the girl sprinted after them, breathless, asking if they were done yet. Kuznets grinned and said Mora showed up right on time, because the store was about to open, and everyone could finally watch the work start. The girl even tried to join in on the opening, but she still ran late. The shop used to be owned by an alchemist, so the makeover felt way easier than anyone expected. Then the guy leaned in and asked if Mora was finally going to start recruiting a team for quests again, and the girl snapped back yes, saying he was just swamped with solo runs. That young guy started pouting hard, saying he needed materials somewhere, but nobody wanted to tag along, because who in their right mind would ride out with a cursed objects master like him? Gale was thrilled to finally open his store, but that wasn't the whole dream. He couldn't stop now. He planned to keep adventuring. Someday he plans to hire a salesman, stock up on materials, and forge brand new items, but right now he just hasn't had the chance, and then Morris showed up with an idea and couldn't wait to spill it. She jumped at the chance to help as a salesperson and team up with everyone again, and the girl pointed out that even though they were both rear guards, they'd crushed those quests together like it was nothing. Mora's cheeks flared with embarrassment. She looked away and swore that if they were together, they could do anything for real. Meanwhile, the girl stayed still, waiting for her answer, and the guy spun around like he was about to step straight toward her. Gale sprinted to the display case, clutching his invention because he spotted the mummy's bandages had come loose, and when Mora buried her face in her hands in shame, she realized, again, he wasn't listening to her. The magician swore they'd meet again that night when darkness fell. The blacksmith started brewing up strong drinks, and the young man threw together food to fill the table. The girls walked off, chattering between themselves, and Mora shot Shalina a question. Did she really come up with the name? Shalina nodded, and the blacksmith chimed in like, if someone doesn't chase a special goal, they won't end up here, and Gale couldn't help grinning because this store wasn't just his dream anymore. It was built with real friends. Now he finally had a place to be fully himself, and honestly, the happiness hit so hard I couldn't even put it into words. A bell for Quimmies dangled on the shop's door, and folks swear it belongs to a guardian who soothes the souls of children near the cemetery and guides them to the next world. When it rings, the sound carries for miles, and right where it's chiming, the shelves are packed with one-of-a-kind cursed artifacts. When the night finally settled in and the stars lit up the sky, Gale snapped to attention because something loud was happening outside. The guy heard footsteps closing in, greeted them on the spot, and warned the shop wasn't open, only for the truth to hit. These weren't regular visitors, they were paladins. Cash strutted in like he owned the place, scanned the room, then marched up to the master of cursed items and hit him with a sharp insult. Gale stumbled back, baffled by what the team was pulling, while Cash snarled that he'd ruined countless lives and was just living it up. Then the door blasted off its hinges from a savage kick. The whole Cash team and 4 other total strangers kicked the door open and stormed straight into the room. Gale demanded to know what they needed. His shop wasn't even open yet. Then the black magician ordered them to head out to Lisnet Street. 4 of them headed out, and Gale couldn't stop wondering why they needed so many fresh faces. Then Norris cut right in and said, "We can talk now." The master froze in shock, then they kicked him out cold, telling him to open his own store like that was the only option left. What could they possibly want from him now? his voice trembled and even his legs wouldn't move. Cash explained they'd shown up so Gale could lift the curse off them, and the guy was absolutely blown away. Outside, one of the assistants pressed the lady, "Are you really Gale Hamilton?" and then demanded answers for why they'd handed him over to the Cash team. The girl said this was the only way to find out what that guy could really do, but even then, she couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't the one who created those artifacts. Gale figured out Cash wasn't talking about some random problem. He meant the curse latched onto the gear, and it couldn't touch the team, so Gale smirked, grabbed that cursed weapon skill, and chained the curse's bad effects to himself alone. But he did it because he wanted to save his team, especially since he'd already broken this curse back then. Gale still had no clue what kind of curse this was, but Cash was convinced the guy had hexed them out of pure rage. Then he snatched one of the goods with a threat. He hurled the damn mummy onto the floor, stamped it into dust with his foot, while Gale screamed it was his main product. Melissa snapped that the wrecked goods were for the best, and Luke drew his knife, promising he'd stop at nothing to make sure nothing damaged ever made it to the shelves. Knives whistled through the store, shredding the goods on the shelves, and the dark mage immediately hurled attack magic, totally unbothered by the chance of a fire. The guy sprinted to stop them, but Cash yanked him by the collar and barked that he better rip the curse off them, right now, because Cash was done wasting words. The master basically said, even if your stats reset to the start, you still won't beat him when he asks for cash again. So tell me, does that mean they're weak? He slammed the boy into the wall, sent him crashing to the floor, then drew his sword slow and deadly, because the princess's mission didn't matter to him anymore. He warned, if Gale won't lift the curse, then just kill the caster, and his whole team backed him without hesitation. Cash figured he was trapped in a wilderness of total losers, and all he wanted was one chance to bolt, so the master pressed again and demanded what the paladin had said. Then he swung a fist with everything he had, wham, and the guy got launched backward like a missile, and Gale didn't even know the full details, it was pure reflex. In that cramped little space where you can't swing a big weapon, he settled it with bare fists, because in close quarters, punches end fights fast. Then he stood guard over the Cash and swore he wouldn't let anyone smash the store he'd been handed. He snapped at the adventure crew to stop messing around, because Gale could take the insults aimed at him, but not the ones thrown at his friends back from the farm corner. Towering over the Wolf Fang's captain, the master growled that the end was here, and when he tightened his fist, raw, uncontrollable rage surged through him. Everyone poured outside, and Liznette was already plotting. This time, after that fight, she'd either end Gale or snatch them up. Either way, her plan ran perfectly, and she even let the Wolf Fangs wrap up their final job just by calling them those grinny dogs. What? Cash swore he wouldn't back down, and Norris warned that if they ever got that kind of disrespect, they'd have no choice but to shut it down. The captain pulled out a bottle like he'd seen this coming, and since the team was crushing it, he snagged a pricey buff back in the capital. Every single member of the crew downed it, and Melissa scoffed, saying it was a shame to waste something that costly. Then, right out of the front, a blinding flash erupted and forced Gale to snap his hands over his face. He squinted, reading the situation like a puzzle. This thing boosted the power of every ability, but the guy couldn't stop getting thrown off by its familiar smell. Cash bragged that it was a top-tier Adventurers Guild treasure, super expensive, power boosting, the real deal, and then he cackled that Gale didn't even know something like this existed. The whole team erupted in cheers. This potion snapped them back to how they were before the curse, and even though the young man insisted he hadn't taunted them, everyone charged straight back into battle in a heartbeat. They closed in on the guy from every angle, like he was just another monster to hunt. Norris said the guy usually lagged behind, so he never joined their team tactics, but now he's about to witness their main feature, the wolf discharge strategy. Gale, a former team member, knew you'd turn your focus to one side and get ambushed the second your back was turned, because as soon as you tried to lock onto them, they'd swarm you from every angle. He figured Cash was the team's biggest threat and that he couldn't be allowed to slip away. Until the second he focused on Cash, Melissa came crashing in from behind and demanded, "What are you staring at?" He clocked it immediately. Her stats were rising and her moves were quicker than he expected, but he still slipped past the first strike since he recognized her fighting style. Then the second blow crashed in. Gale smoothly slipped out of the robber's deadly knife swings, even as the man swore he'd drive steel through him. He knew Cash and Melissa together were manageable, but Luke's onslaught was the real threat. He was hurling knives coated in some mystery poison, so even a tiny scratch could kill, and right then the team captain was already closing in from behind. And just when Kasha thought he couldn't do it again, the young man twisted out of harm's way with lightning precision, like he'd seen every step before it happened. But Gale's real job was to lock onto Norris's fire as he cast spells, because he didn't just have to dodge it, he had to stop it from ever crossing into the city. Cash hated how boldly Gale kept slipping away, so he snapped into action with the summer rain slash and shouted for the others to close in and trap him before he could vanish. Melissa and Luke surged forward the moment Gale started bolting. Then he finally pulled off exactly what he planned. His whole team was within reach, and he ripped open the cursed scrolls. The young man dodged their strikes and then baited the enemies in close, watching them lock up in pure rage and terror, while Cash and the others use enhancement items to blunt their moves even a little. He hit them with the cursed items, power they hated so much, blasting them with debuffs just to shut down their boosts. Gale hurled the amulet onto the innocent prisoner, and boom, a massive grate slammed into place over the team's heads as a shadowy force snatched them up while they stared in pure terror, trying to even make sense of what was happening. This amulet is a one-shot item. Pick your target, it zaps on, blasts out at close range a few meters away, and leaves the target weakened. This relic is carved from the ashes of a man who rotted in prison his whole life, locked up long ago for a crime he never deserved, the moment he was just a kid. Even though the zone is small, every drop of the prisoner's bitterness, sadness, pain, and crushing weight lands on whoever steps inside. While hunting through a monster-ravaged abandoned building, Gale stumbled on an undead creature sealed inside the wall, and the sight gripped him so hard he couldn't just walk away. A brutal curse was blasting out of her, yet she couldn't even move. Then Gale started to scramble for answers, trying to figure out what was really behind this terrifying phenomenon. He reached for the skull, begged it to come over and tell the undead its tragic tale, and then he blasted it with his dispel, watching the corpse crumble away into nothing. An old man finally spoke up, straight up admitting that this young guy was the very first person to ever come talk to him. Tears streaked down the elderly man's cheeks as he shut his eyes and told his tale, and when he finally turned undead, he didn't just haunt the place. He merged into the wall since he always leaned on it, even when it was freezing. Sure, it doesn't boost every ability like Cash and the whole team's technique does, but this amulet still hits hard by cutting all abilities down by a factor of 3. As Cash and the others yelled that all this, along with those curses, was pure nonsense, Gale was already sprinting off the other way, disappearing fast. He shouted for them to follow him and keep the fight going because the plan was simple. He wouldn't let the people suffer, so he grabbed the battle and dragged it somewhere else. Even though he'd only just gotten here, he already knew the area way better than Cash and his crew, so he started mapping out the best way to hit the catacombs, an abandoned church, maybe even the old hospital. He spun around and spotted 4 shadowy silhouettes behind him. Yep, the wolf's fangs were still chasing. Then he barked, "Keep it up, don't lag behind." But right then, somebody was yapping near his shop. It was Cash's team, so they just collapsed instead of even walking, their bodies turning unbearably heavy even after the pricey boosters cranked their stats up, but something was still wildly wrong. The captain snapped in fury, baffled that Gale's curse wasn't hitting like it should, and spun to listen it to beg for an antidote or anything that could save them, only to find her and the others completely gone. And while Cash fumed at where their help had vanished, they barreled through the night forest after Gale, refusing to let him slip away and hide. Right before Gale's escape kicked off, Lisnette spotted the amulet from an innocent prisoner, and her whole world snapped into focus. This was Gale Hamilton, the artifact master they needed. The assistant asked what they were doing next, and Lisnette snapped back, "We can't let this turn into a scene. This is a village, sure, but the guards could show up any second." They had to move fast, no time to let anyone crowd in, because they were already running late, and those guards' footsteps were pounding closer in the distance. Lisnette snapped orders to her assistants to handle the crowd, and just as she was about to move, she suddenly froze like she'd been turned to stone, her entire body feeling coiled and trapped, as if a snake had wrapped around her, stopping the girl dead from taking even one step forward. She clutched her own shoulders, overwhelmed by the devil's heart's presence, but she couldn't wrap her mind around it, like this had to be nothing but nonsense. She snapped a command for everyone to fall back right away, people be damned, because the only thing that mattered was getting herself and her team out alive. It looked like the seal on the devil's heart was finally gone, because the girl crumpled to the ground and started coughing hard, gulping air like she couldn't breathe, while the assistants who'd been circling her went white with worry. Even with her seal for the subordinates locked down tight, so tight it wasn't easy to break, she still couldn't shake that creeping, unsettling feeling. The girl snapped to the Kasha team and felt it instantly. The devil's heart was roaring in sync with Gale's artifact, like they were dead, even in power. That dark magical stuff lunged for her again, and this time it even clawed at her assistants too, so the girl snapped orders at them to flee, fast and no questions. Lisnette broke free, jolted upright in pure terror, and immediately started scrambling for her next move. The guys suddenly felt it. This debuff slammed into them like an area attack, and right away their stats plummeted, even though it only brushed them for a second. That was the punch of Gail Hamilton's artifacts. One minute she was standing, the next her whole body wouldn't stop shaking and sweating, and it wasn't some simple debuff either, because her stats started glitching in all kinds of wild ways. Lisnette clocked them one by one. She spotted the slowing, the defense taking a hit, the fatigue ramping up, the fear sinking in, and even the way their perception started to blur. Among assassins like them, wired to feel every stat change, almost none could miss how brutal those effects get, but even Lisnette has never heard of a debuff this complicated. The moment she brushed that black light, exhaustion slammed into her like a truck. If a direct hit happened, who knew how many more of them were lurking in there? So she snapped at the boys to split up and stay hands off that black light. Even so, he kept closing the gap, and he latched onto their mistress, Lisnette, with brutal determination as she fought tooth and nail to get away. Then she realized the target was gone. Hamilton crushed Cash with the artifact, so why was he suddenly fleeing? With no time to waste, the four of them bolted straight into the forest after the young man, no talking, just sprinting. He didn't even spare the powerful artifacts he'd saved for the escape. Same brutal gale hit again, and he hauled himself straight for the city outskirts, so that means his accomplices won't be anywhere nearby. Lisnette was thrilled because that meant four of them were going up against Gale and retreat wasn't an option. Then when they asked what they'd do with Kosh's team, Lisnette snapped back instantly. They didn't care about them at all. Gale sprinted toward a deserted hospital on the village's edge, where years ago the victims of a brutal epidemic were laid to rest. The girl burst into laughter right in front of them. He charged into the grave, wasting himself like a complete fool. Then the guys snapped back, surged with new strength, and raced even faster, bracing for an unfair showdown. After a while they started gasping for air. Yeah, their chase speed wasn't even close to normal, but they pushed hard just to keep him in sight. The killer claimed he had a booster on, but it could have just been that his base stats were tuned purely for speed. Lisnette stayed right beside him, and even without taking a direct blow, the power of his artifact still crawled into her. She realized she'd been careless watching Gale clash with Casham, and if she missed him because of that, she'd be dooming herself for life, because he's the kind of man who can shatter the balance of an entire state. They refused to let him slip away under any circumstances. They needed him dead or alive, and now, with panic creeping in, they knew they were losing ground fast, but they pushed harder, fighting to finish the mission. They were so locked in on not letting the chase slip away that they totally missed their usual precautions, and that's not like them at all. They haven't figured out what kind of danger they've pulled to the edge of the city yet. Meanwhile, Cash and his crew inched toward Gale, until the captain snapped that what they looked like now was basically a bunch of turtles huddled together. Suddenly a girl burst in and demanded whether their chaos was to blame for wrecking Gale's store. Then Cash snapped back in pure anger, asking if the woman had a problem. The wolf fangs clocked Mora instantly, her pose, her look, and the unmistakable way she stood right in front of them. They gawked at her outfit and then snapped, "How dare you show up after you left us when Gale got expelled?" Like after everything that happened, and yet she still walked in with them, heading straight to the farm corner together. The dark magician snapped to attention, seeing the truth at last, then smacked his forehead and announced that everything finally made sense. He figured there was no way they'd ever track down Gale in a place that remote. Then boom, Mora was there too. So tell me, were the others really calling this coincidence? Turns out Mora Glaris has been Gale's accomplice since day one, and that's the exact accusation the magician throws at the girl. Luke, Melissa, and Cash all went rigid with shock, but Mora just acted like it was the funniest thing in the world. She snapped, asking if Norris was a little dumb, because yeah, she'd always thought he wasn't that bright, but now he'd totally crossed the line, and explaining anything felt pointless. Meanwhile, the boys just nodded like they already knew, acting smug as if they'd figured it out all along. The magician lifted his chin and smirked that those kind of deep thoughts were way past what a young lady like her, basically all chest and no brains, could ever handle, and he promised he could read her thoughts like an open book. He pressed Mora, asking if he'd finally nailed it. Then the furious girl snapped back that every single word was wildly wrong. Cash opened his mouth to speak, but the sorceress cut him off and declared, "It wasn't you guys who left, it was you who threw Gale out, and I only joined your team because you invited me." What made her an accomplice, she just had to know, and she demanded the whole truth about what she actually did to them. Cash's mouth went totally numb. He couldn't spit out a normal word, and the girl wouldn't back off. She kept hammering him, demanding to know if he'd cursed them, and how, somehow, she'd ended up as Gale's accomplice. When he finally went quiet, she sprang up and let him breathe out in relief. Then she turned on her heel and went straight to talk to her old leader. He trekked out to some dead-end nowhere, smashed another person's store, and even after all that damage, he still has the nerve to insult a team member who's already gone. Mora snapped, asking if this boy had ever been taught as a kid not to harm anyone, and before he could answer, she started weaving a spell. She struck a fighting stance and snapped that nobody should ever do that, and Team Cash immediately went all in on wolf tactics to smash a furious Mora. Cash shot them a confident look. Sure, everyone's pace had slowed, but Mora was right ahead and she was alone. Still, the young man couldn't even grip his sword. The girl snapped, "Are you trying to K and pulse me?" Then she smirked and told them, "Because you stacked all those debuffs on me, my strength and agility skyrocketed. Now I'm ready to hit you with the real pulse of May." Mora erupted into a savage, non-stop assault on the Cash team. With a fist locked in her captain's collar, she snarled that she'd hit him with the exact same treatment they'd given Gale's brand new store. Then maybe they'd finally get what it feels like to be in his shoes, right as Melissa sprinted up behind Mora and swung her arm to hit her, smugly clocking the fact that Mora was staring the wrong way. But Mora, completely unshaken, snapped around with one clean strike and smashed the rude woman in the face after she lunged at her from behind, and she didn't even bother looking her way. Then the sorceress clocked it. Gale had stacked brutal debuffs on the whole squad, so this wasn't a clean 4-on-1 anymore. The girl declared, dead serious, that they were about to get crushed 2 against 4. Luke snapped at Mora to drop the arrogance, warning her that the real danger is letting them close, because they've got long-range weapons waiting to ruin her. The robbers bellowed that her pathetic tricks couldn't shake a single one of them. Norris and Luke got ready to strike from opposite sides of the girl, and the robber even boasted he'd riddle her. But the second he tried to grab at least one knife, he froze because he'd already burned through everything. Then he started thinking about the knives he'd left in Gale's store, and right then Mora slid in and swung a devastating punch at him. She drove a punch into Luke's stomach with everything she had, sending him doubling over and screaming in pain. Then she shot back a few dozen meters like a comet. Next, the mage lined up one final blow meant to end her, a hellish bullet coming in hot. His magic blazed with insane brightness. Then the girl thanked the magician for lighting the way, and immediately hucked a bottle of alcohol straight at his head. It shot straight in and smashed his head, knocking the dark mage down to his knees, and Moore just smirked. Hitting him was way too easy. The whole Kasha team crumpled on the ground like trash, eyes sealed shut, staring at nothing but their fear, while the sorceress loomed nearby, menacing them from inches away. The crowd stayed locked on her as the girl kept needling the team, pleading with her to quit, only for everyone else to howl with laughter because they weren't finished with her yet. She spun toward the bottle she'd brought as a gift, apologized with a heavy sigh, and admitted she was sorry about the wine for the opening ceremony, because right now, finding Gale mattered more. The girl shoved through the packed crowd, fighting her way straight to her friend's shop. As soon as she slipped inside, she froze in awe, drifting past the display cases, until a mummy sprawled on the floor snapped her attention. She gently snatched the fallen figure off the floor, then cradled it with just as much care, still remembering how Gale had painstakingly fixed it before. The guy bragged that the product was special, even while Mora was buried in totally different thoughts. She slid the mummy onto the table with trembling care, then a sudden noise erupted behind her, and someone snapped, "So, what happened here?" It was Shelina the blacksmith, strapped with a heavy barrel on her shoulder, who hauled in for the big opening she'd come to celebrate. Mora jerked in place, suddenly panicking that she had to sprint off and find her friend. Then the blacksmith snatched her hand mid-flight and demanded to know exactly what was going on here. Gale was still missing, and everyone needed to find him ASAP, because Cash's team couldn't seem to take him down, yet Mora couldn't shake the fear that Gale was holding back, trying to lure the enemy out of the city without trashing the residents' lives. Then Gimli burst onto the threshold and told him the boy had sprinted clear across the city to an abandoned cemetery. The girls' faces lit up when the master showed up, and they blurted out how she'd known where Gale was. She admitted she only stumbled on it by accident. Then she glanced aside and awkwardly whispered that the wolf fangs were just weird, strange people. The girl herself showed up to deliver the materials, only for everyone to get hit with a stench so awful it made your stomach twist: animal organs. Gimli said the Master of Curses was being hunted by a crew way more battle-tested than Cash and his crew. Terrified, Mora shot the girl a grateful nod, and even with that outfit, she bolted straight to help her friend. There was zero time to swap clothes or grab a weapon, and everyone got it. The blacksmith told her to wait, but it looked like she was about to go with Mora anyway. The girls snatched the weapons from Cash and Norris with bright smiles, convinced it had to be better than walking away with nothing. And just like that, they flew out on a special mission, set to rescue Gale Hamilton. Gimli stepped up to ride with the girls, then fired back. "This is the moment, every second matters, so I'm guessing Shelina's not ready for how intense this is." Mora asked if it was about the ones hunting Gale, but the master shook her head, and said the girl felt something truly inhuman lurking right beside her. She leaned in and told the girls, "This tail and these horns, they're not accessories. This whole set comes straight from a hippopotamus." Then she snapped that the ones hunting Gale now came straight from the royal capital, failed to kill the behemoth, and it slipped away. But beast-type monsters don't quit, and even S-ranked ones are downright clever. That's why they can launch those cold, calculated attacks and steer the whole herd. Honestly, it makes total sense they've stayed on their trail, trusting their razor-sharp sense of smell and holding out for the perfect moment to strike. Turns out the girls might have stumbled into a hippopotamus, and that shot the mission way past easy into full AA chaos. Then after the cockatrice, they absolutely didn't want to mess with any more monsters. Meanwhile, Gale had already hammered his way to the abandoned hospital, graveyard grounds now, and he stood on a tree, gasping, trying to catch his breath after that brutal sprint. He leapt down, snapped around into a battle-ready stance, and practically dared his opponents to show themselves. Dreadful killers crept out of the bushes, told him to hang on for a second while they caught their breath, and he followed their orders without even blinking. Gale suddenly caught where he'd seen them before, and the moment he realized they were cautious comrades, Liznit snapped, furious that she'd been tagged as a comrade of these so-called pseudo-heroes. The girl jabbed a finger at him and demanded, "What's your problem? How was he running that fast?" The guy snapped back that he was certain Cash and his gang were on his heels, and then Liznit raged that they'd never catch him. The girl's throat burned from all that screaming, but then Gale cut in and told her he understood, so she could finally breathe and calm down. Then he offered her a drink, though he didn't even have water and couldn't explain what he really had before the woman lunged forward and snatched it from his hands. She gulped it down to the very last drop, then gasped, "What is this?" It burned her throat and reeked weirdly. The young man just said it was a prototype potion made to wipe away petrification. Then he blurted that it was cockatrice amniotic fluid. Liznit froze in total shock, and the girl scrambled to spit out everything she'd just swallowed, while the young man looked completely clueless. Rage sparked in her as she snapped, "Why did you make me drink this?" But her assistant fired back that she should check the cup first, and she refused to hear a word of it. Gale was furious because he couldn't understand why she kept spitting out the medicine that could cure petrification, when this stuff was literally a monster's bodily fluid, and yet she still insisted on it, saying the old truth that good medicine tastes bitter, because she clearly wanted to drink it herself. Liznit snapped her head up, yanked out her weapon, and barked for every assistant to rush in and grab Gale, because he was totally lost, not knowing what was happening at all. The girls snapped an order to box him in and grab him, alive or dead, and the young man shot his hands up, spilling apologies as he asked if the potion was really that awful, but it felt like that question didn't matter anymore. The killers barreled in to strike the guy. Only problem is, he still hadn't figured out how to fight back yet. The boy ducked out of Liznit's perfectly aimed punch, and she snapped at him that he shouldn't even bother running. Then he hit the ground. She came in for a second strike, but he slipped away and fired back with a kick. Then 3 blades launched from the girl's assistants, yet he calmly slipped out of each one with razor-sharp, perfectly timed moves. The girl watched him weave through every hit like it was nothing, but the young man snapped back, "This isn't about you, it's about what's lurking under their feet." The entire team dropped their heads in silence, because the whole ground was littered with every kind of bone, and in spots wooden crosses jutted out like scars. The girl recoiled at the sight, and Gale realized there were even more bones buried underground. Liznit figured he was an adventurer used to graveyards, and sure enough, his legs were fine. The boys argued that even with more of them around, the obstacles stacked up, and with everyone split apart, they couldn't link up. The young man figured they wouldn't last long. No brutal hits, no smart combo strikes, and the sickening crunch of bones and cracking debris told him their whole plan was already falling apart. The girl whipped a knife through the air so close it almost kissed Gale's face, and what shocked her wasn't just his smooth dodge. It was how calm and unhurried he was, like he was waiting for the perfect opening. Around him, only mismatched graves jutted up from the mud, knocked together in a frantic rush years ago, and the rain and wind had shattered the old hospital into crumbling ruins. Now I couldn't stop thinking, what kind of nightmare was Gale about to face in a place this brutal? He snapped out of his thoughts and said, "I don't want to seem rude," then still pushed the idea to leave, like the team was already used to pacing around here, yet that was never the real reason he picked the cemetery. For him, this was the perfect spot to ambush Cash. Great stuff stacked up here, and he knew every corner better than anyone, so when something finally kicked off, the young man's grin showed just how much it thrilled him. The Curse Master really was here, bones scattered, remains strewn about, and lost souls drifting in every direction. So when Liznit's team had to haul it back home, it wasn't a mystery at all, because the thing they were hunting had already clawed its way up from the ground. The guy snapped they're escorting the team out, and just then, the undead started ripping up from the ground, crawling in from every side. Not a shred of fear, he burst into a grin, threw his arms wide, and somehow that bold move screamed, "I'm about to win." Liznit and her crew figured something was waiting to ambush them, but the moment they caught the smell, saw the dirt, and spotted the state of the bodies, they knew they were walking dead right here. Princess Carla reclined in her chambers, clutching that leaflet about the hunt for Gale, her eyes glinting as she imagined the moment this guy would finally be dragged straight to her. Vivian begged the high priest to examine the princess, because all day long her mind fixates on Gale Hamilton. She had no clue what was happening, then the high priest dropped it. The man the princess had only seen once was the same guy who had saved her life. The priest and his assistant said the princess had already fallen for that young man, so Vivian realized she wasn't preparing to die in the attack anymore. She was in love. While everyone ignored the question, this man clocked how Carla and Gale, fussy as they were, somehow clicked and fed off each other even if they couldn't meet. And the moment the brain did its thing, it finished the sketch of the perfect person, while the men scrambled in vain to calm Vivian down. Meanwhile, over in the farmer's corner, Lisnette and her crew stood shoulder to shoulder, holding the line against undead horrors prowling the cemetery where the hospital used to be. Then the girl snapped to the truth. This was all part of the Master of Cursed Objects scheme, baiting them into thinking they were being chased before he unleashed undead all around and trapped the opponents right here. With their backs jammed together, the boys realized this was the first time they'd ever faced this many undead at once. Then, as a flying monster swooped in, he snapped that if it came down to 1 against 4, he'd stand no real chance of winning. And the 4 people he was talking about were supposed to be Cash and the others. Gale's mind screamed what's going on with them. But Lisnette cut in fast. They weren't like these fools. Honestly, these shadow killers can't lose to the undead, and when the words hit, the whole crew charged into the fight, and the master was blown away. But the undead weren't backing down for a second, swarming Lisnette's team with sheer numbers, boxing them in, and clinging to every opponent like it was the endgame. The guys threw everything they had into the fight, fighting back to back, keeping every blind spot covered, because one mistake could cost them the whole win. Lisnette ordered a ring of defenses to snap into place, then maneuvered it to trap Gale inside, because once he was in, they planned to wipe him out immediately. Right as he stared, a monstrous giant burst out in front of him. Then the girl swooped in and cut it down in a flash. She couldn't help but grin. This was clearly his trump card, and he was damn near winning, yet still. Lisnette also carried a trump card, a card called the Heart of the Demon King, but it came with so many brutal rules that she couldn't just idle around and waste time. Then it hit her. Wiping out every undead would be the perfect opening to unleash that artifact, and while she planned it, Gale's reinforcements were tearing through the night forest at full speed. The girls huddled up and warned that seasoned assassins were reading their gate, and Mora counted about 4 of them, pushing everyone to move fast if they wanted even odds. Kuznets didn't even slow for breath. He said the real weight of someone hits you only once they're gone. She shrieked that Gale was under her guard, then snapped that they still needed to forge a hole, load more cursed items to kickstart an agricultural revolution for the entire farming town. And he's her partner now, so the guildmaster bowed her head and said she agreed, because without Gale she'd be drowning in problems, and she couldn't help thinking that next time they met, she'd have to admit it. Even a cursed item master, dumb as he is exactly what someone needs. She swore to herself she'd tell him every detail, word for word, just like that, and Shelina, still sprinting at full speed, blurts out what would happen if a wounded hippopotamus showed up. Mora snaps that assassins plus a hippo is already too insane, while Gimli just sits there, thinking it through. She said the cursed item's master can unlock skills no normal job could ever touch, so Mora pressed, "What skill?" And the master grinned. It's a perfect dodge move called asterisk surprise luck asterisk, built around turning failure into pure evasion. The girls gasped and blurted, "Wait, what kind of insane luck is this?" Because when you can flip bad luck on its head, that power is monstrous, and if it can keep you from dying, then of course everyone would snatch it in a heartbeat. But here's the brutal truth. This power is so rare it can't be triggered on command, so all the girls can do is pray it shows up when it matters. Meanwhile, Lisnette and her crew kept mowing through endless undead, even as they crushed a towering pile of them, still locked on their mission. The girl couldn't believe it. Somehow they'd wiped out every undead. But even with that miracle, she still didn't have the strength to so much as walk up to Gale. She threw her hands up and straight up admitted defeat. Too many undead, and Gale was still casually summoning more, so Lisnette finally called it quits. The captain of the assassins held out her hand for a handshake, acceptance on her terms, and Gale, barely thinking, dashed forward just to grab it back. When the boy stepped up, Lisnette shot him a grin, swore she was just messing around, and barked for him to toss her the jar. Then she snatched the sealed curse out of the air like it was nothing. Then she grinned, called it their trump card, and popped the jar open, releasing the creature inside like a trap snapping shut. After she took down the creature, she decided to let that guy know, like a gift meant to save his life. She lifted the artifact onto her palm and warned, "This thing shatters your limits by stealing life force in exchange. It's the most terrifying, most powerful relic out there." Still, Gale spotted something lurking behind the girl. She spun around and there it was, the hippo from the forest thicket, charging at them at full speed, the very one missing a horn and an eye. Listenit had no clue what kind of monster this was doing here, but she barely had time to wonder, because it was already blasting through the air straight at them, and Gale, bracing for the worst, made up his mind to act. Save the killer, he lunged and shoved the girl, and she froze for a split second, then braced to eat the full impact on his behalf. The heroine whipped her head around, eyes popping wide with shock, then her lips trembled, and she gasped out Gale's name like she couldn't believe he was really there. The massive beast slams forward with its horns, and that savage hit whips him into the air while dust erupts from the ground. Liznit stares, stunned by how hard that strike was. She clenched her fists and stared at the dust cloud exploding where the hit landed, then murmured that this one strike was what turned him into dust, fury roaring in her chest, but ice-cold clarity measuring just how strong the enemy really was. With the roof crumpled into rubble from his impact, Liznette clenched her fists and stared, because even with all his wild quirks and non-stop chatter, she couldn't deny the truth anymore. It was him who just saved her life. Even now her face stays clouded with sadness because she's convinced that, no matter what happened, that man just couldn't catch a break. She stands tall in front of that hulking, horned monster, chin up, eyes locked, fear nowhere in sight. Then she snaps that he wouldn't budge, stubbornly dogging them and refusing to quit, with the wrecked ruins and flying debris making it painfully clear this fight is deadly. The girl pulled the artifact free, rolled it over in her hands like she was studying a secret, and then launched into her story, full of mystery and intrigue. The artifact in her grip shimmered like it was mirroring her mood, and she didn't waste a second with threats. She just shot them an icy stare, dropped a line that said she liked what she liked, and made it clear that her persistence was speaking louder than words. Black vortices, raw streams of energy, burst from the artifact, and the heroine flashes a wild grin as she lifts her hand, where the sinister trinket sparkles. With pure victory in her voice, she demands it swallow her whole and seize the Demon King's heart. The artifact snaps into action, gulping her whole body and wrapping her head to toe in dark, ravenous magic. The artifact's power has totally snapped, blasting the air with chaotic, spine-chilling energy, and Liznit's biting her lips so hard it looks like she's trying to hold panic in. Dark tentacles swallowed the heroine whole, and right then her powers detonated to life, instant stun resistance, fatigue resistance, and a brutal spike in strength, turning her fight power up fast and furious. Tentacles kept slamming over her body, fresh abilities burst to life, and she kept gaining unlimited magic with immunity to pain. Then the artifact hit its absolute peak, transforming her into a terrifying, unstoppable threat. The hippo froze mid-motion, its huge body coiled like a spring about to snap, and those yellow eyes tracked the girl's every move without a blink, while the chance to strike had already slipped away, and now every move she made was coming too late to save her. The heroine snapped into a fighting stance and shouted it was rematch time, promising that this time Behemoth wouldn't get away. Her whole look screamed confidence, like victory was already in the bag. On the battlefield, the girl with a powered-up artifact charged straight at a hulking rhinoceros-like monster, and before anyone could blink, the beast roared like a warning while she surged forward, ready to strike. A massive hole tore through the building's roof, screaming that Gale crashed down here after one brutal impact. A dark shadow tore across the night sky, slicing through the trees, and someone blurted out a sharp, shocked gasp. Gale flopped onto his bed like he'd been hit by a truck, stunned to the core. He even confessed he truly believed he was seconds from dying, until he breathed out in relief at the miracle of it all. He'd fallen through a roof hole and still landed right on his bed, unbelievably lucky. Gale sat on one of the many beds in a cramped room, staring up at a huge hole in the roof, and when he looked around, it almost felt like the happiest place, until he realized that if he fell straight down, he'd be badly injured. Crouched in the half-light of that dim room, he wrestles with everything that just happened, replaying it in his head. He's certain he never truly got a good look at that monster, until the memory slams back. That beast-shaped creature suddenly lunged and pounced on them. His face snaps into a new expression, and bam, his mind slams into the zombie animal, a warped dog flashing for a split second. Then he shakes it off because he realizes it's not that at all. He keeps staring and the truth hits him. One horn is snapped, one eye is gone, and that tail looks torn up and battered. He stares in pure amazement, realizing he's never laid eyes on anything like this. Then he notices its look matches the exact description of a zombie animal, and without thinking he crashes onto the bed, sprawls out, and tries to make sense of what he just saw. He keeps replaying everything in his head, hanging on Shelina's warning that the villagers panicked when some creature started tearing up the fields. And yeah, it sounds like it began as a wild boar until it turned into an undead nightmare. He shot to his feet at once because every second mattered and Gale's warning echoed in his head. This monster might be a threat to Lisnet. With a cocky grin, he announced, "I'm the Curse Master, this is what I have to do," then added that dealing with the undead was his job, no one else's. He crept toward the door and peeked into the pitch-dark room, panicking as he realized he was miles from home, blind to what was around him and with zero clue where to go next. Lisnet kept clawing at the monster, its face twisted with pure evil, and she dug in her heels, refusing to back up even as the danger roared closer. Then Gale came charging in fast, but the real question hit hard. Would he reach Lisnet in time? Gale strode ahead, seen from behind, and the air around him felt razor-thin, like something might step in at any moment to slow his relentless rush. The brutal battle with that monster keeps raging on, and the fury won't let up. The monster and the girl locked eyes with unstoppable determination. Then they both exploded into motion and attacked at the exact same time. 3 observers huddled at the edge of the fight, nerves screaming through them, fear and concern etched across their faces as their eyes went wide. The heroine dropped down fast from above, locking in her focus as she lined up the perfect punch, every sharp, confident move shouting that this fight would end right here. Her sword crashed to the ground and snapped in half. It was obvious she'd smashed the monster's stubborn horn. Right after that, fury flared across his face like an evil fire. Right after the hit, the girl crumpled to the ground, and then, like a nightmare breaking loose, the monster let out a piercing, ferocious roar. She grabbed the monster's horn and used it like a lifeline, refusing to let herself hit the ground. The watchers shouted at Lisnet, and that snap of panic let her catch herself. She didn't hit the ground, she slid right into a fighting stance. She jerked her head up, drew in every ounce of strength she had left, and braced for the next move. She snarled that she'd rip the monster's other eye out. Yet even with that battle artifact that pumped up her physical strength for the Demon King's heart, she couldn't make it happen. Everyone was saying Lisnet needed a replacement weapon, but Lisnet shot that down. She insisted she didn't need one. She swore she ripped the monster's tail clean off with her own brute strength, the kind of crucial, powerful piece that could decide the whole fight. She swore she'd rip the monster's head clean off, exposing his face and fist. Then just as she started to finish her threat, she broke into a violent cough. Her coughing spiraled out of control and the girl's strength snapped. She crumpled to the ground. Against the pitch-black backdrop, the girl's heart flickered into view, like it was struggling to beat, one painful thump at a time. She struggled to lift her head off the ground, wheezing weakly, and right in her chest a dark blotch showed up, like something black had started to crawl and spread from within. The others shot anxious glances at Mrs. Lisnet, and the girl crumpled on the ground, unable to rise, and they demanded, "What's happening to her?" She sprawled on the ground, only able to raise her head, fists clenched so tight her knuckles screamed, lips bitten hard as she tried, desperately, to choke down the pain. One watcher gasped in pure terror, insisting it couldn't be possible. A dark, black seed inside the girl's heart started to swell, spreading inch by inch until Lisnet's body began to falter, and the weakness hit hard enough to be unmistakable. The heroine flipped onto her back, clutching her chest where her heart was, as sharp pain and crushing discomfort surged and kept climbing. Her chest seized up and she couldn't get air, and the others rushed over fast, alarmed by what was happening to her. Her eyes went wide, her breath turned ragged and heavy, and then she started to choke, clawing at the unbearable tension inside her. Those artifacts' tentacles snapped around the girl, and with each beat her buffs vanished, death resistance, boosted strength, fatigue immunity, then infinite magic power, until her body couldn't hold itself up anymore. She lies there, eyes staring wide, trying to draw a breath that won't come. Weakness hits hard, and the horror of not understanding what's happening crushes her. The man rushed in, hauling her up, and snapped that the curse had spiraled out of control for the second time, like the Demon King's heart was finally starting to lose its grip. He figured the artifact wouldn't shut off until it had fully drained Ms. Lisnet completely. A monster started closing in from the other side, so one observer shouted the order, "2 of you, stop the hippopotamus." The 2 charged straight at the monster, snapped into battle stances, and braced themselves for the fight that was about to explode. Lisnet lunged in to stop them cold, shouting that they had no chance against that monster. That monster's crushing strike slammed them both airborne, one careening one way and the other the opposite, while rocks exploded upward and scattered everywhere around them. She was half sitting, slumped on the arms of one of the observers, and both of them stared in alarm at what just happened. Her eyes were stretched wide, beads of sweat hammered onto her forehead, like her body couldn't hide the panic of what she was staring at. 2 of them shot away, dragging the stones with them. Blood splattered in their wake, and blood streamed from their mouths, proof that their injuries were severe. The monster tore through the air with a savage roar, and Liznit snapped, shouting, "That's enough." She barked at one of them, demanding he snap out of it and get his mind back on track. He shot back, all tense that it simply didn't work. He blurted out in sheer despair that the Divine King's tears wouldn't work. No way, because that artifact was supposed to be one of the top-tier treasures the church had. He cursed it under his breath and then slammed the artifact straight down onto Liznit. That drop vanished the second it came down, never even kissing Liznit's skin, like something inside her spit it back before it could land. The girl glared at him, snapping, "So this curse has gotten that powerful, even dispelling it doesn't work anymore." Liznit's eyes snapped back, blood burst from her mouth, and the man gripping her screamed in horror, pure panic, pure desperation pouring from his voice. Liznit, pumped up by brutal training and hardened against pain, kept pushing through, jaw clenched tight, fighting to stay awake even as agony screamed for her to black out. Her body jolts and convulses, her limbs rattling like they're fighting for control, while death screams rip out from deep in the Demon King's cursed heart, pounding with wild, unnatural fury, like it's desperate to burst free. Sprawled everywhere were heaps of undead corpses, lifeless, twisted wrong, faces warped, and shadows still clinging to them like a nightmare. The fight roared louder and fiercer by the second, and it felt like it didn't just lure the hippopotamus, it also summoned some brand new, deadly challenger to this royal brawl. A nightmarish creature started to crawl into view, its shape warped and wicked, like it was the closest thing to the underworld itself, so wrong it broke the rules of nature. The air instantly turned heavy, choking on a suffocating dark that pressed down like a curse. From a towering pile of undead corpses, a dark figure ripped itself upright, crawling out of bones, rotting flesh, and a choking stink of death, like doom given a body. The skull-faced figure grinned and declared it was magnificent, like stylish death was already spreading out, piece by piece, right in front of him. Liznit caught a scratchy old man voice in the air, whipped her head toward it, and followed the sound to its source. She spotted a figure so dark it swallowed the shadows crawling off the dead bodies. The heroine spotted a glowing lantern cutting through the darkness, dim, but impossible to miss. The dark figure swung a massive scythe with a long, curved blade that drank in the lantern's dim glow, looming like pure doom. Lizette's eyes snapped wide with pure doubt, and she couldn't shake the feeling that it simply couldn't be true. At first, it was just a blurry hint in the distance, but then, bit by bit, a clear silhouette started to take shape. Slowly, the dark figure's shape clawed its way out of the black, thick with gloom and impossible to escape, and then her long, sinister braid slid into view behind it, somehow even more terrifying. A Shinigami materialized out of nowhere, the god of death himself, sniffing out the stench of mortality and arriving the moment death got loud, and then he swept up the souls of the living and guided them straight to the world of the dead. Liznit admitted the hippo caught her off guard, but when this creature finally showed up, it somehow got even more shocking. Then boom, Shinigami showed up, a creepy, terrifying sight with a mysterious power that threw everyone into shock and fear. This creature is the kind of god or demigod being that almost never shows up on the world's surface. They say this thing rules death itself, and it barely ever shows up, but this time it crashed into the hero world, unleashing pure horror and the sickening feeling that there's no escaping it. The creature slowly spread its arms like it was greeting the room, or about to crush everything around it with that sinister, unstoppable power. He threw his arms wide and started talking in a slow, deep voice, addressing everyone in the room, calling them the children of men who chase life alongside their accomplices. Liznit's eyes snapped open the instant she heard that voice. The guy clutching Liznit in his arms could barely get words out, his body refused to budge. His voice shook with tension, and the crushing force from that mysterious monster had him locked in place. Liznit and her companions froze dead in place, like some invisible force pinned them to the ground, because that terrifying voice of death ripped through them and crushed their will to move, unleashing pure primal fear. The creature let out a creepy little chuckle, and that chilling ripple didn't stop with Liznit and her companions, it spread everywhere. Even the monster's brutal growl cut off mid-roar, like someone slammed the brakes on its fury. Not a single soul could move, even this behemoth, an absolutely terrifying monster, got stuck like he'd been nailed to the earth, frozen in place. The creature cocked its head a little, like it could hear the silence screaming. After a brief pause, the creature slowly dipped its gaze, and those hollow, shadow-swallowed eye sockets locked onto Liznit. Half-sitting, her whole body shaking and barely managing a breath, Liznit lifted her head, pain and pure tension blazing in her eyes as she stared straight into the creature's empty gaze. The creature narrowed its eyes on Liznit, judging her grit like it was a puzzle, then smirked in a voice sharp with cold irony, almost like it enjoyed toying with words while asking what they'd actually brought. The creature gave a low, wicked chuckle, stared right at Liznit's chest, and thought of the Demon King's heart, like it was daring her to reveal the danger sleeping underneath. Even the Demon King's heart went dead silent, like it was holding its breath in terror. The Shinigami whipped his gaze from Listenet to the hippopotamus again and again, sizing them both up like he was hunting for a weakness. The Shinigami snapped his gaze to the sky, threw his arms wide, and blurted out that he couldn't believe the mind-blowing spiritual offering he'd just received. Truly wonderful. Listenet clutched her chest, certain that scythe was going to rip her soul apart, yet even after she barely dodged the slash, the Demon King's heart still went hunting for her. She figured that once the Demon King's curse was gone, the hippopotamus would snap and tear into her, while staring at the monster like it was the real prize. She stared down and realized one horrifying truth. If she lifted the Demon King's curse, the behemoth would tear her apart. Reality finally crashed in, and she couldn't ignore what was happening to her anymore. Shinigami hovered over the chaos, a hippopotamus loomed nearby, and Listenet crumpled on the ground, helpless. Then dread slammed into her gut as she felt death closing in, and right behind the demigod, a mirror suddenly appeared. He told me the mirror doesn't just show faces, it reveals what's really going on inside your mind. He wheeled around to Lysette and told her, I'm about to show you two things you can't ignore. Then he leaned in and told her, straight up, that it would become a memory from her own life. Listenet couldn't stop thinking about one last mission, replaying every memory she'd ever lived before death finally took her. She snapped back into her memories, born in poverty, then shipped off to slave as a servant, just so fewer mouths would need food. She remembered the days they beat her like an animal, then sent her to serve a noble family. She was convinced that in that house lived a girl about her age, because she'd seen her pulling water from the well while she drew. Lysette couldn't shake the feeling that this girl her age was staring at her like ice, and fear prickled in her chest. Every time someone dragged up her birthplace, that gorgeous girl in her fancy dress flashed in her mind again, and again until the same chilling thought hit, your birth decides your whole life. Lysette's mind suddenly snaps back to that moment she lost her temper, shoved herself forward toward freedom, and reached for the life she finally got to choose. Her feet slam into the ground, splashing through a spreading dark liquid. In the end, when the heroine looked back, she realized freedom only came after she got pulled into a murder case. Her own terrified face burst into view in her mind. The memory snapped shut and the world jolted back to the present. Listenet stood frozen in place, staring at the ground with her head bowed. She remembered the time she stood atop a mountain of corpses, crushed by pain and swallowed by loneliness, and swore that no matter how or where she died, she'd go with zero regrets. Lysette didn't even look up. She muttered, heavy with grim resignation, that her life felt utterly meaningless. She couldn't help but think, so this is karma. She never once saw her own ending coming, an assassin like her, paid to steal lives, only for the Shinigami to show up and come for her personally. Shinigami stared at her and declared, the second part starts now. Then she just left it at that. The Shinigami kept going, painting the kind of life that might be waiting for her someday. Then Listenet finally cracked back with a surge of strength, stood up on her feet, and dropped into a fighting stance. She shot him a look of total bewilderment, furious that her life here was getting yanked off course, and she just wouldn't buy Shinigami's warnings about what's coming next. Listenet stared at the demigod, grinding through his words and trying to figure out what the heck he was really talking about. After the murder case finally shut, she realized the noble families didn't let go. They kept using her, dragging her through pain and humiliation, like the background scene where that man yanks her hair. She insisted she'd been sent off for the burial of the Empire's first prince, and that nothing at all had changed from that day to this. Listenet couldn't forget fleeing for her life, chasing freedom in her dreams while burning with hatred for every single restriction. She vaulted those fences, heart pounding as memories crashed in, and the realization hit hard. She'd landed right back in those same suffocating restrictions again. She couldn't stop thinking, what if the place she landed in was only the beginning? She snapped her gaze upward, desperate to figure out what just went down. She snapped back to the moment she'd reached this farm, standing by a lone tree, staring at the village in the distance like it was calling her name. Listenet figured the farm might not be rich in money, but its land was packed with life far beyond anything the city could offer. She held on to this truth, even in a plain, humble life, people still managed to find happiness. Listenet stared at the door, hope flickering in her chest, while uncertainty tightened its grip. The heroine strode up to the door, heart pounding, and wondered, what if someone was out there who'd love her exactly as she was? From that moment on, she craved peace on this farm, and with trembling hope she reached for the door, ready to fling it open. Even with terror clawing at her and no answers in sight, she still shoved the door open. Her dream of living in peace on that farm gets yanked away in an instant, like someone shattered it before it could ever become real. Her memory snaps out of nowhere, and Shinigami erupts into a scream, ordering her to forget it, right now. On the edge of death, the Shinigami snapped that staring at the past and future was pointless, and Lesnet stared back through a shattered mirror. At that exact moment, the demigod likened the soul to a dish, poured in the finest spices, and clenched his scythe even harder. He hoisted his scythe, spat out his final words, and stared straight at Lisnet's small body right in front of him. Tears streaming and rage boiling, Lysette snapped that she was done with all of this, and she refused to take it anymore. She stared at the raised scythe, and her companion's instincts screamed danger. He surged closer, ready to shield her. Right as she lifted her hands to protect herself, a stranger suddenly materialized right beside her. Gale took his place between the Shinigami and Lisnet, then shot both hands up to clamp onto that scythe. Scythe still clenched in his grip, he snapped his gaze back to her. The Shinigami stared at him like he'd seen a ghost, and the heroine nearly gasped, because somehow he was still alive. Lisnet stared at him, dumbfounded, like she couldn't believe anyone could move like that under this kind of pressure. Gale's eyes widened as she blurted, "What's this pressure?" And just like that, the cursed bracelet ignited and activated. He flashed a grin and said those cursed objects were crazy convenient. Shinigami stared in shock, irritation snapping in his chest. The demigod leaned in and demanded, "So, why are you here, hero?" The hero, still annoyed, shot back, "Of course it's me again." His rifle practically groaned because Gale kept popping up anywhere the undead showed up. Shinigami shot up his scythe and lunged straight into an all-out attack on Gale. He locked eyes with the demigod and shot his hand up. The hero blasted the Shinigami with dispersal magic, and boom, the air erupted in a huge splash. Right then the demigod started to fade, like reality was erasing him. All three leaned in, watching the scattered dust swirl away. Lisnet stared at it all, totally stunned. The three just kept staring as the Shinigami vanished and the heroine blurted, "He wiped out that demigod in a blink." Gale grinned at his enemy as he walked away, and right then the blazing light up in the sky began fading, piece by piece. The enemy's body crashed to the ground, and the scythe hit with it. The three of them locked eyes on the spot where he'd gone down, and nobody moved. Lisnet stared at the undead corpse with pure disdain, and then froze, shocked to realize it was, horrifyingly, just a dead body. Staring at the dead Shinigami, she demanded, "Gale, can you really kill a demigod even with his rank?" Then snapped because somehow he still tore through Shinigami. Gale snapped his head toward them and told them he'd only lifted the spell. He told him that if he went and killed a demigod, he'd lose access to the good materials, just when he needed them to keep holding his ground and forcing his opponent off that scythe. He grabbed the Shinigami's scythe with his bare hands, and Lisnet's jaw dropped in pure shock. The hero lifted his scythe, and suddenly a skull with a spine crawled into view around him, flooding the air with pure dread. He stared at one of the skulls and said it always popped up out of nowhere, and Lysette froze, baffled. Why would he be so shocked by something like that? She realized the Demon King's heart wasn't beating at all, quiet, dead, and eerily still. Right then the heroine started coughing hard. A guy nearby shouted with worry, rushed over, and Gale stared at them in shock. She insisted she was fine, then snapped that she had to beat the hippopotamus, and right then it hit her. Ever since Shinigami vanished, the artifact inside her started to squirm and move. Gale stared at Lisnet, worry sparking in his eyes, because he could tell something was off with her. Lisnet suddenly feels it, some dark force lurking within her, and she drops to her knees in the foreground, clutching her hands to her chest like she can't breathe. She forced herself upright, barely holding together, and weakly asked how he knew all of it. The hero slumped on the railing, locked eyes with her, and admitted he'd never once managed to spot her curse. Lisnet let out a bitter smile and confirmed it. This curse wasn't just special, it was the only one of its kind on the entire planet. When Gale blurted that it was the Demon King's heart, even he froze, stunned by his own words. Then he muttered the name again like, "No way, I can't be hearing this." He blurts out about the curse like it's alive, roaring with power, and Lisnet can't believe the way he's completely obsessed. That holy church potion sat on the ground, useless against the curse, but she snapped back that Gale could still try. With her eyes locked on him, the heroine warned Gale, "Touch that creature, and it might claim him." The hero snapped back with confidence. He was ready to gamble, but he also made it crystal clear. He wasn't taking the artifact to help anyone, he was taking it for himself. Right then, Lisnet was hit by a brutal coughing fit, and she could barely stand on her own feet. She slammed into him like a wave crashing ashore. Gale realized the clock was ticking and cut straight to it. He focused hard and started ripping that artifact off Lisnet's chest. A dark, smoky haze started pouring out of Lisnet's chest like it was tearing its way through him. Gale never slowed down, pushing that dispersal all the way to the very end. Lisnette stared at her chest in total shock as a dark, swirling curse oozed out and crawled into the air, her eyes going wide like she couldn't believe her own body was betraying her. The curse yanked itself out of their bodies and shot up above them, like something alive. Lisnette's dark curse burst out of his chest, condensed into a brutal little sphere, and slid straight into Gale's hands. Gale's hand curse flared to life, and he grinned like he couldn't believe how fast and sharp it moved. This dark gift suddenly flared to life with raw power. Gale leaned in with fierce excitement, talking about how he wanted to smash the curse into tiny pieces and forge new objects from them, just to study the whole thing for real. Lisnette sat on the ground, stunned as the curse crumbled and faded in the blink of an eye. As the heroine stared at him, she realized just how fiercely he'd been clinging to his resolve, refusing the Demon King's heart no matter what. He cradled a vessel of liquid in his hands, pushed it into the heroine's grip, and told her to drink, while he kept the curse pinned down with his other hand. She snapped in irritation, saying she'd spit the liquid out way too stupidly. Then he stepped in and explained that this stuff boosts physical stats, and its main power is freeing people from petrification. He grinned and told her that living things are packed with nutrients, something you simply can't ignore. Right then, something grabbed his attention and pulled him off guard. At that exact moment, the hippo monster locked eyes on them, and Lisnette Drenke Gale raised her. She started to stand up, gratitude pouring out as she thanked him for the help he gave. She shot to her feet and warned Gale he had to run right now while he was still alive. As she closed in on the monster, she prayed it hadn't snapped back yet from the Shinigami's crushing pressure. She stared down the monster with pure grit and declared with zero doubt that she was his final target. He snarled like a vicious monster while it loomed behind him, saying the animal had claimed her body and that her survival was nothing short of a miracle. Gale leaned in, hyped up, and blurted that the monster was a zombie animal, but Lisette just stared back, bored and completely confused. She demanded, glaring over her shoulder, why he'd say that, and Gale shot back with wild excitement. Those were the key traits of an animal he missed so badly, he was basically calling it a zombie. She couldn't help thinking, is he completely out of his mind? When she saw him suddenly rise, she snapped, "Gale, run," and sent him fleeing for his life. As he slowly pushed himself back up, she realized the hippo was finally clawing its way out of the Shinigami's crushing pressure. With the Shinigami scythe in his hands, Gale snapped that he'd take care of it himself, because the villagers kept panicking about those beasts and he wouldn't let a single one of them get hurt. He snapped into a fighting stance, lifted his scythe high, and roared that he'd tear his opponent apart right here, right now. He launched his attack the moment the monster hauled itself upright, bracing for the fight. Lisnette edged in to stop him, warning him not to grab it with bare hands, it could curse her for real, but Gale stayed cool, waved her off, and started talking anyway because With a proud grin, he proclaimed he was the master of Dan clients, and Lisnette stared back with wide, shocked eyes. The behemoth surged toward them, and right as Gale snapped into a fighting stance, battle felt inevitable. They stared each other down, tension crackled in the air, and the next hit was moments away. The hero bragged that the Shinigami scythe was so razor-sharp it could slice through flames, carve up storms, and even cut waves. Nothing stood a chance, and then he swung it for real. With one crushing swing, he chopped the hippopotamus head clean off, and Lisnette froze in pure shock as it hit the ground. Staring at the hippo's body on the ground, Lisnette couldn't believe it. Gale was a real master of cursed gear, the kind who could even bring down the Shinigami god. She even dared to think about ripping the Demon King's heart out and banishing it. Staring at the hippo's head, she realized Gale had beaten him too. Staring at Gale, she realized she'd already saved him 3 times, and she blurted his name at the top of her lungs. He flashed her a warm smile and snapped his head around to answer her. She crumpled straight to her knees, dropping like a sudden collapse. She couldn't help but stare at him in awe, thinking how incredible he truly was. He closed the distance to her, wearing pure worry on his face. A monster's severed head sat on the ground, staring up like a warning. At that exact moment, the head snapped its eyes open like it had just woken up in the middle of a nightmare. He strode up to her and shouted her name. When he called her name, she snapped her head toward him, eyes sharp and locked on his face. He grabbed her up and she immediately blurted, "I'm fine, I'm okay." She blurted out, full of awe that he'd beaten the monster, and stared at him with her eyes blazing wide, like she'd just spotted something no one else could see. Just as Gale turned, the headless hippopotamus's body surged upward behind him, bare and unstoppable. Lisnette screamed at him to duck his head and look behind her, right now. With a blood-curdling scream, Gale swung the scythe again and slammed into the hippopotamus body, crushing it. His body tore in half, ripping into 2 parts. Right beside the fallen body, he grabbed Liznet's attention and thanked her, admitting the monster had nearly wrecked him before he even saw it coming. She stared at him, completely stunned. Liznet stared at the monster's body, and even with its head gone and death closing in, it still kept slamming forward, using nothing but its torso and the scent in the air to hunt, fighting like it refused to quit. Staring down at his battered body, she couldn't help thinking he was downright admirable, even if he was her enemy. Still reeling from that monster battle, she told herself their first clash was a tie. Then the second time, Gale swooped in and saved her. She reckoned that if they squared up 10 times, he'd only get through 9 and still somehow survive. Staring into his lifeless eyes, Liznet bade the fallen beast goodbye, praising him as a fierce fighter who lived to battle, and sending him off with nothing but peace. The heroine seethed to herself. If even one tiny thing went wrong, her life was over. Holding her hand tight, Lysette stared around in pure confusion, unsure what came next, while Gale stayed cool and passed around the cockatrice liquid and the rest of the potions. Watching him laugh with the others, Lysette's shoulders finally dropped. Relief washed over her as she realized he was really alive. Staring at him, it hit her like a punch. She'd totally blanked her mission because she was supposed to kill him. The three buddies who just pulled each other up now stood shoulder to shoulder, and Gale watched it all with a calm, unmoving gaze. Suddenly, Lysette leaned in and stared at his smile like it was hiding a secret. The heroine stared at the four and declared that Prince Burial's mission had crashed and burned. Gale's eyes went wide as he stared at her, and she snapped, "We're giving up." Right after those words, 3 people dropped to one knee and bowed to the hero. Right then, before he could even process the sudden bow, someone shouted at him from behind, catching him off guard. Gale blurted Sharina's name in shock, and before he could even process it, a girl, also staring at them in surprise, revealed Sharina wasn't alone here. She snapped her gaze from Gale to the other girl, eyes blazing wide, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Tears streamed down her face as she thought, with sheer relief and joy, he's safe, and she couldn't wait to see him. Gale stared at the girl in shock, and when she looked back at him, she felt like the wait until they finally saw each other again would take forever. She didn't hold back for a second. She sprinted straight at him, closing the distance in a rush of raw emotion. She bolted up to him, threw her arms around him, and vowed she'd never let go again, because he was right there, breathing, alive, and that was all that mattered. She spun around and stared at the aftermath, an enormous behemoth's corpse, undead mercenaries bleeding out in a heap, and a bloody reaper's scythe, proof that she'd just fought her way through pure hell. Mora was so choked up she launched toward Gale for a hug, then she slammed to a stop, because the eerie air around them made her freeze on the spot. The two girls traded wild impressions, blown away by how intense and dramatic everything around them was. Gale swung the scythe to show Sharina, telling her it was razor-sharp and perfect for carving sturdy farming tools. The girl with the sword stared at the monster's torn-up body and realized, sharpness, like everything else, has a breaking point. Gale kept talking to Sharina, piling on fresh details until the whole story felt alive. He dove into the story of Sharina's store, and Sharina lined in, hanging on every word. Gale told us how his old teammates wrecked the girl's shop, and yeah, he stopped more damage from spreading, but he couldn't dodge the fallout completely. He muttered, "I'm sorry," and the girl grinned back like, "Relax, I'll just grab something from my workshop." The hero finally let out his tension after her answer, and when he looked at her, she flashed a smile that proved she meant every word. Sharina and the girl with the sword praised Gale to his face, amazed he managed to revive that creepy style so fast, even after staring down such a terrifying look, and then they hit him with big pats on the back to hype him up. The craftswomen stared at Gale, and the poor kid couldn't even tell if they were roasting him or cheering him on. Then the two girls leaned in and said it straight. It was both criticism and praise all at once. She spun toward Lysette, thrilled they'd finally crossed paths again, and struck up with Miss Killer. She snapped back that her journey had already ended. The girls started spilling how a recent event had flipped her whole way of seeing life, and right then, her 3 comrades dropped their heads like they could feel the shock in their bones. Liznet admitted her whole view on life had shifted, but with her gaze on the ground, she insisted it didn't come with a fresh game plan or any new ideas for what came next. The crosswoman lined in, listening like a pro, and you could tell she truly understood every word. The girl told the guilt master they weren't staying long because she and her crew were badly hurt and needed rest right away. Then the craft woman swore she'd supply clothes, food, and shelter until everyone fully healed. Gale handed her and her whole crew temporary work at his store, giving them a way to heal up without feeling like they were in the way. The girl asked, voice full of doubt, "Are you really sure?" And the hero smiled anyway, saying the shop was in rough shape right now, and until it ran normally again, he couldn't cough up much money. Gale grinned and told Lisnette, "Don't worry, your wounds will heal with time and selling won't do you any harm." She stared at him in shock, but a spark of hope lit up her eyes. She kept hoping that somewhere in this town, a guy would look past everything and take her as she truly was. Then she could finally enjoy quiet, peaceful days with him. But now she couldn't stop wondering if that dream actually came true. Lisnette stared at the ground, and her feelings crashed over her. Tears burned in her eyes as she clamped her teeth down hard to stop herself from blurting out loud. Seeing her tears, he shot forward, eyes burning with worry as he stared at the girl. His hand lifted like he meant to catch her. Then he stopped cold, completely frozen. He hesitated for a second, then paced in tight circles around her, grilling her with careful questions about what happened and whether she was hurt. She wiped her tears away and watched him flail around, insisting he was just out of cockatrice fluid. She flashed him a grateful smile for his kindness. Even with tears streaming down her face, she broke into a laugh and snapped that he was such a dumb idiot. Sharina watched their whole exchange, smiling softly like she already knew how this would end. She realized again that Gale had always been kind, and her smile spread like it was automatic. She remembered him quiet, locked in, and hanging on every word, even when the tales turned to the undead. But something about it feels off. She starts frowning like something's about to go terribly wrong. You could tell she was hurt by something, like it hit a nerve. She laughed, grabbed her sword tight, and promised she'd spill everything to him later, right there beside her. She flashed a smile, turned to the craftswoman and said, "All's well that ends well." The craftswoman nodded right along like she felt the same relief. Gale strode right up to the three of them, trying to show them something. Then the craftswoman's eyes snapped wide with shock. The craftswoman started grilling Gale and Lisnette, asking if this really was the Demon King's true heart. Then she nodded, confirming it. Lisnette lined in and revealed the Demon King's heart was ripped into 6 pieces, each one claimed by a different empire, and the one meant for her was hers to keep. The girl told him that Gale helped rip out a shard of the Demon King's heart before it swallowed her whole, and the master lined in, hanging on every word. She stared at the cursed gear in Gale's hands and knew it. Back when it comes to pallid demon essence, even a single 6th could kill you, any normal fighter would drop dead, and even a priest wouldn't be able to hold it together. The craftswomen kept their heads down, locked in serious thought as space itself seemed to pull at them. She stared at Gale's stunned face and realized he was the real curse master, able to wipe out even that deadly power while he still clutched the artifact in his hands. Night had already dropped, and the craftswoman sat there in deep thought, replaying every wild thing that had just unfolded. The moment the first sunlight hit, an angry shout ripped through the village. Someone bellowed, loud and almost annoyed, "We're an S-ranked team." 4 guilty men are crammed into a tiny cell, seething with outrage, snapping their heads at the injustice. Then one prisoner explodes with raw fury, demanding in an angry rush what kind of unbearable, unacceptable treatment is being done to them right now. While the girls sit down at the table, calm as ever, Mora lets out a long, heavy sigh and tells her that this place is way too noisy today. Still, she's holding on to hope that this awful moment will pass soon. Her friend, lounging with her elbows on the table, quietly nods in agreement. She finally clicks, this wolf fang that sparked the whole fight can't just be let go with zero payback, and she knows it in her bones, realizing how deadly serious this is. She knows it was all set up for this. An important meeting was scheduled in the city where the trial would happen. Then out of nowhere, the royal capital slammed in a sudden intervention that flipped everything and changed the whole course of events. She looks at the mountain of debts piling up and realizes that's why people here beg to delay Cash and his whole crew's punishment, so she backs the call, even while knowing they never had to blindly obey it. The girl realized the royal capital had just dropped an amazing, totally urgent, completely unexpected message, and that's why they gritted their teeth and obeyed, even though they didn't want to. She realizes they could have refused the order since the official word promised every damage would be covered, and she still remembers how Sharina, the farm's representative, swallowed her rage for a moment and finally cooled down. Gimme grills the girl, asking if she thinks Gale's in his workshop right now, locked in on something important, and she tells him, yeah, he was raving about a burst of inspiration and he's rushing to act on it before it disappears. The girl clocked that the guy in front of her wasn't listening, so she snapped, "Gimme," then gently booped Mora's nose and teased her, asking why she looked so serious. Was it because Gale wasn't in sight right now? Mora's face burns as she blurts it's not what she meant, then stammers, "Why am I even saying this?" And the person at the table just smiles, saying, "Don't stress, I get it." Mora's mortified all over again, scrambles to change the subject, and snaps that this quest actually turned out pretty interesting, before she storms off to kick him out right now. Gimme grins, clutches the paper, and instantly gets it. When a girl's not being straight with you, it's never an accident. The other woman nods like, yeah, and they're both sure of one thing. Even the Demon King's heart won't shock everyone into outrage. She says it's pretty much a given. When someone's got real talent and special gifts, people notice fast and the spotlight finds them. Then she admits straight up that she gets it, at least a little, why Mora and Listenette fell for each other. Her smile turns warm and genuine, and then it slips into a quiet, heartbreaking sadness. With her chin up and confidence blazing, she declares, the woman who truly wants him is her, no doubts, no ifs. She tells the whole story, how the Dark Elves' clan was cursed straight by the Demon King, and now, after a brutal 1,000-year nightmare, they're teetering on the edge of extinction. The girl snaps into the truth. This is the moment to become strong and stop their clan from vanishing. She remembers the Demon King's heart fragment they'd been craving, and the best part, it landed right in their hands. Gale throws himself into relentless work, skipping sleep and breaks, while the woman insists there's someone out there who can lift this deadly curse. And the moment he's done, the guy is thrilled because the end of all this hard work is finally right around the corner. He grinned and bragged that he'd actually refined the Demon King's heart into some wild, one-of-a-kind artifact, then noticed the stuff that spilled out had a chilling power to suppress it, so he immediately scooped up a ton. He says that because of the opposite forces, he managed to crush every flaw in the Demon King's heart, without stealing a single drop of what makes it powerful, then admits he can only dull the bad parts, and to keep the wild tentacles from going haywire while he equips it, he peppers it with a whole bunch of tiny spells. The man boasts that he managed to crush the appetite that made the artifact siphon the owner's life energy. Then the next second he pulls out the finished artifact and claims it's the Demon King's heart, an upgraded, perfected version of what Gale started. Beaming beside the stove, the boy can't hide his joy. This isn't just another win, it's the newest, greatest creation he's ever made. The man slid a letter toward the one seated at the table, and the reader pored over it, then, furious, demanded what this was, even asking if it was truly a letter from Listenette. The letter blared that she was quitting for personal reasons, and the man's fury snapped as he shot up from his chair, roaring, "What happened to the Demon King's heart I gave her?" Then he slammed his eyes back on the paper and caught a detail that changed everything. The letter bragged that she'd pocketed 1/6 of the Demon King's heart as severance pay, and the guy crumpled to the floor, stunned, thinking, wait, what kind of severance is that? The man swears that once Liznette's letter hit Prince Belial's hands, his face drained of color, so bad they say he looked worse than every undead lurking in the area. The night girl and the princess stare down the bound culprits in front of them, fury burning in their eyes, while the captives shrink in shame and immediately look away. The princess calls out the C-rank team Wolf Fang and admits she's been watching them because those happy faces still don't tell her they've clocked everything yet, and she's kept tabs on them the whole time. The girl finally blurts out that she knows every single thing that happened, then rips into them, asking who they think they are, wrecking her personal store and rounding up all the guards. The girl fires back and the knight bristles, snapping that it was an official order, and claiming what happened on that farm is just the kingdom's incompetence blowing up in their faces. The girl claims she's already handled every problem on the farm side, so the issue is officially considered resolved. Then the guys stare at them, shocked. She claims she doesn't have time to worry about their feelings. She can't let any disgrace stain the proud history of their glorious kingdom. The boys snap back, furious, insisting they did nothing wrong because they were only trying to smash those cursed objects hanging in the shop like worthless junk, and the girl stares at them in shock. She covers her face with her hands, feeling sick over Gale's amazing work, and begs him to hang on. Then she whips around, eyes hard, and spits out that if they're using logic like this, she can't help but wonder what kind of punishment they truly deserve. The guys froze at what they heard, worried. The guy blurted if they'd been pardoned, then begged with hope to be released. Before he could finish, the girl knight strode over in silence, lifted a stack of papers, and whacked him hard with it. The girl blurts out that they opened an account under Princess Carla's name and charged every shop purchase to it, but the princess fires back after tallying every expense and what they owe the farm. They still have to cough up 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver coins. She says the money's for their hotel stay, meals, and fancy dinners, plus the receipts for all the items and equipment, but then she abruptly snaps, so where's the equipment you bought? The girl admits they raided the state treasury to foot every bill, but they'll pay it all back. Then she warns him they'll never manage it since every last coin is gone and they've got zero savings. The man just shrugs and says that was all just an expense. The woman's rage ignites. She screams and demands where on that paper it says the expenses are covered, because this was investigative cooperation. The girl snaps back that they're about to be hauled off, and the guy explodes, shouting, "Where are you taking them?" What? She shoots back, "If you won't pay, then we'll settle it ourselves, by working it off with our own hands," and she makes it clear they'll slave away without pay until the debt matches just how extravagant they got. The woman snaps that this place is brutal, but since they've got nothing but bad manners on record, they're downright lucky it'll even take them. Because the man just stares, stunned, realizing they're about to get shoved into unpaid work. He jumps to his feet, furious, and demands to know how much they're supposed to pay for everything. Then she stares back coldly and says it'll take them about a decade. The boys freeze at the verdict because it hits them like a life sentence. As they're dragged away by force right in front of her eyes, the girl can only stare in shock. Then out of nowhere a man steps up and announces that from today on, this mission is theirs too. Rage rising, the man snaps, demanding to know what kind of job this is and what they'll even be doing. Then the girl grins and tells him, first, you'll get some peace and quiet until you start, reassuring him he has nothing to worry about. The boys start trembling at the girl's face and cold behavior, and she snaps back that they should ignore her kindness. Then the guards drag the culprits away. Right then, the princess pops out from behind the door, peering around like a spy, and asks the girl if they've gone. When the knight confirms it, she slowly swivels her head and lets out a sharp, annoyed sigh. She slides into the chair by the window, and I spin toward that girl and tell her these guys have done nothing short of horrific things. The princess shuts her eyes with a warm smile and admits, turns out you really were useful, sparing them, and right then the girl opens her eyes and stares out the window. She lifts her hand toward the future, nodding at once, because she's sure Gail Hamilton is hiding in that farm corner. The girl bursts out that she finally found him, clenches her fist like she means it, and right now, he's right in her arms. The princess grins and admits she's been mulling over where to lead her next expedition. Then the girl spins to Vivian and blurts that she needs to reach her father, only for Vivian to stare back, shocked, clearly not buying it. She swivels toward her, grins wide, and taps her chest like it's a vow, then admits it's finally time to start paying serious attention to agriculture. Gail's on the farm, locked in his workshop, hammering and crafting something non-stop. Suddenly the guy jolts, yanks his glasses up, eyes sharp with worry. Then he whips his gaze to the door and shouts, "Listenet." The girl peeks out from the other room, goes, "What happened?" The guy shoots back an apology, says he got swallowed up in his work and never realized it was time for her to change, then thanks her for helping. She waves it off and snaps that she doesn't need apologies, because if she stays out of the way, his work on the artifacts goes smoother. He wipes the sweat off his brow, then beams at her, because the moment she tells him she's got him covered while she's on shift at the store, pure gratitude hits him like a wave. The guy gets it, she's meeting clients when he's got no chance, and with a grin, she admits that somehow he even pulled off making a turtle laugh. The guy stares at the skull carved from a lich's bones, then grins like a nightmare at the guests, and the man whips around to the girl, asking, "Is something wrong?" He glances at his gorgeous new girlfriend in her uniform and admits, with a grin, that it's somehow still way better when guests get welcomed by a real person. She blushed hard, panicking, and confessed that this uniform came from the bar where she used to work part-time. She snaps that they cut it straight out of her already meager paycheck, then hit her with a uniform she swore she'd never need again. So yeah, she went livid, and after she fought over those labor law violations, she can't believe it now. Who in their right mind would have expected she'd still have to buy that uniform? The girl grins at him and tells him, "All right, then I'll take your offer and go first." Listenet waves goodbye to her friend, promising, "See you tomorrow." Gale shoots to his feet, exhaling like he'd been holding his breath for days, then throws his hands up and shouts that the artifact is finally finished, and it's absolutely incredible. He claims he's leveled up everything, no debuffs, no downsides, because those old tentacles that wrecked the human body, now they're rerouted to deliver sharper, improved stimulation to the right points. He snuggles up to his work, soaking in every detail, and then admits the real reason it rules. Those tentacles aren't just cool, they're pure genius. He leans in, staring at the artifact like it's staring back, muttering that of course it's cursed, because this one doesn't just haunt you, it comes with a musical solo, and sometimes he slips into a quiet voice and speaks to its owner. The dude moonwalks like a skeleton, admits that when he's alone, loneliness never bores him, and the man flips out when he realizes disability is only 1/6 of the whole deal, because he's staring at the world like it's huge, and he just knows there are way more wild, interesting things waiting out there. He cranes his neck to the window, grins wide, and suddenly realizes there are still tons of mind-blowing artifacts out there that he hasn't even discovered yet. The man clenched his resolve and went, "All right, time to hunt for fresh materials and crank out more artifacts." Then he stared at the monster's head, realizing the upgrades were done and this thing was his next project. The young man, lost in his head, stares down his ingredients one by one, sorting them like they hold the key, while he wonders how to refine the Demon King's heart into something irresistible, and then realizes he'll need more materials before he can even decide what happens next. The kid snaps to it, if someone wants it, then he should start thinking about selling it, so for now he slaps it on display, wondering if the Demon King would ever upgrade something like this because most dangerous stuff like this gets smashed or sealed, and yet he can't even explain why he's so sure. All he knows is it's his hobby. Suddenly, while he's lost in his own thoughts, he feels something behind him. He whips around so fast he can barely breathe, and there she is, a girl right in front of him, eyes drifting like she's thinking too hard, and in that instant the tension snaps into place, thick with surprise and anticipation. They lock eyes for a beat, both silently clocking the danger, frozen, afraid to move, like the whole world goes still and all they're left with is their racing thoughts. The man snapped back to his senses, then froze, because the girl suddenly popped up out of nowhere and scared the life out of him. She just smirked, looked right at him, and greeted him like it was nothing, all bright and happy. He panicked, leaned back in a hurry, and demanded to know why she'd just suddenly shown up beside him. Then she fired back, saying he should have asked when exactly she managed to appear there in the first place. She started repeating every word he'd said earlier and even what she'd overheard, and the moment it landed, he was so embarrassed he buried his face in his hands, stunned that she'd actually taken in everything. With a small, sly smile, she admits she actually caught his conversation and realized there was someone else here, and then, clocking what was going on, she pauses, holds her breath, and waits for the perfect moment to speak. The man's face burns even hotter as he confesses her words somehow sounded awful to him. Suddenly he snapped back to his senses, shot upright, and demanded how she'd ended up here, because every door was locked tight. Had Lesnette really forgotten to shut it? Still, deep down, he knew that couldn't be true. Laughing with a mischievous grin, she shoves the artifact back to him, and admits she never asked permission, came here anyway, and even tried to snatch the Demon King's heart herself. He flushes, smiles, takes the artifact back, and says he gets it all, no more questions. The elf girl shuts those gorgeous eyes and smirks, and the guy shoots back, "Don't grin that wide. You forget I know this is nothing but an illegal trespass on someone else's property." Gale, confused out of his mind, leans in and asks Gimli why she's here, then asks if she'd even want to buy his artifacts, since she couldn't show up during the day because she's stuck working as a guildmaster, and as he stares at her sly little smile, he presses. "What exactly does she want?" The girl blushes, hangs her head, and admits she doesn't need those artifacts at all, she just needs him, Gale, plain and simple. The guy freezes, spins toward her, and asks what she means, then it hits him. He spots the way she bowed to him. The man stared at the girl's moves, completely thrown off. He had no idea what she meant, so when he asked, she just stayed quiet, eyes dropping to the dirt like the words were written there. Gimli, speaking formally to the boy, says he's absolutely blown away by his talent for forging artifacts, so the girl wastes no time, steps forward, and boldly demands that he listen to her, but the boy just stares at her like, "Wait, what are you even trying to get from me now?" "What?" The girl throws herself into his path, begging him to listen to her people's plea. Then, with shaky courage building step by step, the dark elf woman closes in and asks straight up if he'll deny her this vital request. The man stood there, baffled, replaying how, without her usual arrogance, she looked at him with real sincerity and said something so heartfelt it hit him right in the chest. The girls stumble out of the bar, buzzing, laughing, and a little too drunk. Then one of them sways straight toward Gale, but her friend yanks her by the shoulder and blurts that his shop is still miles away. With a tiny, sly smile, she tells him she bumped into Mora by pure luck in a tavern, and somehow they never toasted to the grand opening of his shop. Then she hums like it's destiny and says, "So come on, we've got to grab a drink with Mora in that amazing artifact shop of his." What? She snaps that Mora's too kind-hearted to step into Lesnette's view, and that it's all this annoying artifact creator's fault. Then her friend wastes no time, digs in hard, and declares that once alcohol hits, she fears nothing and will dive straight into any dangerous move. The girls head straight to Gale's shop door, knock, and demand to be let in. Then one of them shoves it a little and whoa, the door isn't locked at all. Realizing they just walked into pure luck, the friends explode into awkward, breathy giggles they can't even control. Mara, still giggling, barges in with total confidence and yells that she's going inside for sure, then screams, "Are you home?" and cheers that they should grab a drink and talk life, while her friend in the background laughs along and backs her up proudly. With the girls frozen in shock, Gale steps out of nowhere, standing there as he wraps Gimli in a warm, tender hug, the two pressed close like nothing else in the world matters. Still clueless about what's happening, the guy blurts out, "Wait, what's going on?" And Gimli smirks, lifting his chin at the girls who just walked into the room, while Mora freezes, stunned and embarrassed, not knowing whether to laugh, shout, or run. Mora, visibly shocked and still totally lost about what's unfolding around her, starts to panic and turns to the guy, demanding the truth, only for him, clearly uneasy and a little nervous, to admit he'd love to know too. The boys piled into the room, slid into their seats, and dug into dinner, arguing about everything big and thrilling that was happening, and when the boy looked around, the air felt thick as steel, so tense it almost buzzed. Gimli gathered himself, then started talking, aiming his words straight at the boys. She says the dark elves are trapped under a 1,000-year curse laid down by the Demon King, and just as the words hit the air, the girl blurts out that the wine they bought for the celebration might suddenly turn tasteless. Then she bites her fear back and tells the other girl not to stop, so she keeps going, and the story roars on. She claims the monster the brave heroes crushed 1,000 years ago was nearly immortal, and so insanely strong it was terrifying. The girl steadies herself and admits, last time we couldn't finish him, so the ancient heroes split his body, forged it into artifacts, and scattered them across the world, and now nobody even knows where they all are. Mora just got the whole picture, then shoots a question. Is the Demon Queen's heart more than a name? Does it hold the real heart of a demon? The guy can't hide his shock, blurts out in total amazement, and Mora only smiles back, warm and sure, saying, yes, exactly. What? She spills it all. The Demon King isn't dead. He's fighting to be reborn again, clawing back his powers inch by inch until he returns to his old form, and the key is brutal. He has to hunt down his scattered body pieces, along with parts of the Demon King, one painful year at a time, and now those fragments are sealed away as artifacts. The girl takes a breath, admits this risky mission drove him to trust the Dark Elves, once tight with the demon race and with no real choice in the matter. She tells them, yeah, your seal doesn't matter, you've still got insane magic and it's all coming straight from the Demon King. Then she drops the bomb. He gives them one choice, team up with him or get wiped out. And the moment those words hit, the guys at the table go wide-eyed. Gimli droops his head, cracks under his own turmoil, and admits this is exactly why they couldn't walk away from this choice. Once the Demon King's parts are gathered, there's a real shot he'll crawl back to life again, just like it happened in the old days. The boy finally admits this is a real nightmare, then asks if it wouldn't be smarter to reach out to the so-called heroes again, like they did 1,000 years ago. The girl snaps back that a big chunk of the artifacts is already locked up in the Dark Elves' village, and that's why the place is being hit by a nasty curse that crawls straight out of those same relics. She locks eyes with the man, convinced this is the reason. Beyond hunting down the parts, they're really searching for someone who can rip away that terrifying curse and finally save them. The girl keeps going, saying that's when Gail Hamilton, the cursed item master who can erase the Demon King's heart curse, showed up, and suddenly hope lit up the conversation, while the guy hangs on her every word. The girls lock onto the guy, staring like they can't believe their ears, while the man studies the sad Jima lie, thinks hard about what comes next, and asks them what they should do. She notices Gail has been staring off ever since they met, and it sends her spiraling. She can't stop wondering if telling him that crucial piece of info was the right move, or if it was all for nothing. The girl can't stop thinking about that forbidden thing everyone fears and dodges, especially since the Empire used the Demon King's heart like a weapon to tear everything down from the inside, so she wonders if going for it was pure recklessness, and if anyone would actually carry out the job. When nobody comes through, her hope crumbles to nothing. Out of nowhere he snaps, can't hold it in, and blurts to Gimli, roaring that the Dark Elves' village has rumors of artifacts so powerful they rival the Demon King's heart itself. The girl nods and backs him up. Every artifact from the Demon King's remains that's piled up in their village matches the power of the heart. Then the guy shoots up from the table like he can't sit still, grinning as he insists he has to try them, no doubt about it. He clenches his fists and blurts out that these artifacts are his ticket to something huge. Then, with a jolt of pure inspiration, he bolts off like he's about to make it happen. The girls push the door open and immediately gasp. This is huge for him. The might of these artifacts blows past even the Demon King's terror, and Gale lanes in like, for the hero, this might not be some ordinary field trip. The girl points out that the Dark Elves never pledged themselves to demons' so-called greatness, because ages ago, when they joined humans and demons in the same war to fight it, this was just another interracial clash back then. Now the fighting's over, and after the defeat, they've learned to live without drowning in hate. The girl says humans burn bright and vanish fast, so their memories fade, and with it, the hate for Dark Elves, because most have even blanked out that they once crawled out of a demonic bloodline. So tell me, what kind of rock does Gale bring to girls? Mora says the Demon King's very existence is like a bedtime fairy tale to non-humans, and her listener nods along. Then the elf smiles and says her kin will be thrilled to meet him, when suddenly a cheerful guy shows up and starts agreeing with her. Suddenly the girl snaps up and tells them to wait just a minute, and then, rage blazing, says she hates this whole story. The guys stare at her, completely stunned. She glares at Gimli and snaps that she doesn't trust these elves. Then the girl just smirks back, like she knows more than she's saying, and Sharina admits they've been tied together for ages. She demands, why have you been so quiet all this time? And if she hadn't blundered in here with her friend tonight, she'd never have uncovered this, right here, right now, while the girl flashes her teeth as her friend keeps talking and spills the story. She warns that the Demon King's parts are top secret beyond the village, and even thinking about threatening it is a hard no, so before she spills everything to Gale, she tests his skills herself, one by one, just to be sure. Sharina's rage ramps up, she bares her teeth. Then the guy standing beside them suddenly freezes, hit with a shocking sense of déjà vu. Sharina couldn't help it, she took a sip, leaned in, and asked the guy how he was doing and whether he liked farmage. The man just stared back, clueless, and blurted out, "What kind of random questions are these?" She says she just loves how good life is here, so yeah, has he finally settled in? The guy grins and goes, "Oh, this town's great, amazing food, plenty of dungeons that'll keep you busy, and the undead materials never run out, like that's his top priority." The girls stare at him, stunned. He basically shrugs and says, "If only my shop's stuff sold better, I'd call it a win." Then Sharina fires back, "Yeah, the goods are moving, and thanks to Gale, this city's infrastructure is getting way more interesting." She admits she's met plenty of masters over the years and swears she has zero doubts about his work. Then the guy freezes, completely baffled, and blurts out, "Wait, is that real?" She nods and says they've been working together for a while, but he's the very first cursed items master she's ever had to face. Gale tells her this job barely gets any spotlight, because once people with real talent hit a certain skill level, they ditch it fast for something else. He shrugs and says there's no trade that's worth endlessly perfecting, and the girl nods right there, locking eyes with him and agreeing. She tells him, "No, I'm not useless, every job has its spot and it deserves respect." Then Mora adds, "Maybe that's what she means. The moment you see her out there with the adventurers, you finally realize just how brutal her life really is." What? He finally gets it and snaps that this job is straight up pointless, because the cursed item master only plays support and can't handle a fight solo. Then the girl fires back that he's fighting right there in battle, and the man just glares down, saying the money and everyone else kept telling him that. Gale remembers that man straight up admitting he can't fight at all, just a craftsman, nothing else, and the best he can manage is chucking knives from behind his back, with no debuffs to back him up. The man claims he was warned to stop charging ahead and to quit acting like an advisor. Then Mora says that the moment they said that, she just quietly jammed stat buffs into their gear, and the guy snaps back that he doubts he should have walked away before they threw him out. Gale's heart sank as he admitted he'd shut himself away so much that his world had shrunk to nothing. Then Shirna slid up behind him, patted the immunologist on the head, and snapped him out of it by telling him not to take fool's nonsense to heart. She says it's completely understandable. When self-esteem shatters, it's brutal to rebuild, but now that he's in Farm Edge, he's staying here for good. She grins ear to ear and offers, "If you want, I'll take care of you." The boy's totally thrown off by the girl's words, and then Gimli blurts out that Sharina can see potential in Gale too, before the girl suddenly snaps, "Back to our talk," and makes it clear the boy isn't just needed by Gimli, because she doesn't want him going anywhere either. The girl asks if in cases like this they should just run to the church, but the guy snaps back, saying normal priests can't handle it, because even they had to beg the church for help, despite the shame. She admits they kidnapped and forced famous priests to try to break the curse, but nothing worked, and Mora fires back, "Isn't this illegal?" Only for him to ask if they really let that man go alive. The girl blurts out, "Why do we have to drag Gale all the way to the Dark Elves' village?" Gimli snaps back that there's no other route. Sharina then points out how precious he is. He can't be thrown into danger, and she turns to Mora asking, "So there'll be rules, right?" Mora nods, agreeing without hesitation. The girls crowd in behind the guy, and Mora shoots back that she's joining the mission too, right there as support, while Sharina clocks the moment and confidently announces she'll take the vanguard role. The boy freezes at the girl's words, spins around, and blurts out what she means. Gimli only chuckles softly, then asks if they really want to build a squad of 4 to lift the Demon King's curse. The man lets out a weary sigh, shuts his eyes, and says it still makes him happy. Then Sharina steels herself and bravely asks if she can reintroduce their new group. The girl rattles off the crew's names, Sharina, Gimli, Mora, and Gale. Then Sharina shoots up with her glass, toasting, "I'm wishing you all the best for your new adventure." The brand new crew clinks glasses and erupts in laughter, celebrating fresh starts and what's coming next, while the guys grin wide, because from this moment on, they're family. All night long, the guys tore it up at the table, stuffing themselves, clinking drinks, and soaking in every good moment. Watching those happy girls laugh, he can't help but think back when he was in the squad with Kashi and the others. He almost never got invited to drink like this, so calm, so easy. Then without warning, Mora slides up behind him, dazzled, and asks if he's had too much to drink. She's genuinely worried. "How are you feeling?" she presses, and he lets out a small sigh, telling her she's fine. The man suddenly felt like ages had passed, even though it hadn't, and he thought maybe he should tell the guy to face the girls. Some stuff has to come on the trip, and the things left in Raqqa stay behind, because no matter what, they've got to forge new cursed items. Then Mora snaps that she's counting on him. Gimli slips home way past midnight, hauls herself up the stairs, crawls into her room, flops onto her bed just to finally rest. Then, out of nowhere, she feels like someone's talking straight to her. She shoots an apology back, swears she's exhausted, and begs him to take it with her. Then the neighbor spins around and stares straight at the chest, convinced there's a fortune inside, only for its eerie, ominous energy to leak out and feel like it's already cursing anyone who dares touch that wealth. The girl stares at the woman sprawled on the bed and demands, "Are you sure?" Gimli nods and says he heard she pushed her hardest to pull it off and carry it out of the village. Then Gimli snaps back that every last bit of her effort ended up completely useless. The girl leans in and says Gale, the cursed item master, is a total weirdo, but if she really wants those treasures, then no matter what, everything's already gone smooth. She snaps that the girl should get ready for the meeting, then tells her she's already sent the usual reports to the desk and stuffs a huge stack of papers into her hands. Gimli snatches up the sheets, reads them, and instantly realizes the monsters are waking up, like it's all connected to her, and she's right at the center of what's happening. The moment the girl finished the letter, a rush of blue memories hit her like lightning, and Gimli swore she'd recalled every word, so she'd be okay. Right as the cockatrice attacks erupted, the behemoth flipped into a berserk rage, and even death itself stepped in, ready and waiting for the next move against the Demon King. She remembers every early moment, each one snapping into place, and realizes it all traces back to the same thread. Of course it was gonna unfold like this, because there's no way the king stayed silent for 1,000 years, and deep down she knows there's more behind the curtain. Gimli realizes she has to hunt for the best plan by tapping the guild network and the Dark Elf Intelligence Network. Because Gale is a total wizard with cursed items, his powers are at full strength, and the scariest part is he's impossible to predict. The girl says his fighting skills are basically zero, but his curses can wreck even monstrous, deadly creatures because he's both hopelessly weak and insanely strong. Then, after writing it all down, Gimli snaps his pen in rage. The girl, trembling with fury, snaps that this makes zero sense, because she knows she can't possibly escort Gale himself safely by herself, so she's relieved she managed to pull Sharana and Mora into the group. She knows their whole mission funnels through roads first, then they'll ride the river, then they'll brave the inland seas by ship, and after that, oh God, they'll have to push through a dense dark forest where real horror and deadly danger wait around every shadow. The girl realizes that if they charge there unprepared, the road will kill them. No one would even bat an eye before the 1,000-year curse hits, and Gimli whips around to Minerva, swearing he'll get Gale to her, no matter what. Gale strides up to Lisette and tells her it's time, he's got to go, but she snaps back that if her wound had healed, she'd have gone with him without hesitation. He presses that the Demon King's curse needs time to fully fade out of her body, so she should lock in on getting better, and Lisette thanks him with real, heartfelt sincerity. He stared at his artifact and bragged that he'd forged a better Demon King's heart from the piece Liz used to wear. Now it wouldn't randomly snap at its owner anymore, but he admitted he still hadn't figured it out completely. The guy brags that all it takes is one touch from an ordinary person to wipe out his soul and body. Gale realizes right then this is a curse with teeth. Gale leans toward Lisette and declares the store is his soul, more precious than his own life, and he'll finally rest easy as long as Lise is there, but the one thing that keeps him up is this. What if every last item sells out before he gets back? The man whips around and tells the girl, then just take pre-orders, sell now, and we'll crank out extra batches later. She nods along, but in her head she's thinking, I've been here since this all started and sales have tanked, this won't actually happen. Then she watches the guy leave, waving him off. She knows that even with those terrifying curses about to slam into him, he's still driven, and that alone is inspiring. The girl straight up calls Gale Hamilton an unusual kind of guy, then meets his eyes with a warm, sincere smile, silently wishing luck never abandons him. A guy strides through the city and then, boom, girls spot him while Mora yells his name. The moment he clocks his girlfriend, he beams and waves back like the warmest guy in the world. Shalina yells that everyone's here and the guy immediately challenges her, asking if she's truly the blacksmith's guild master and if she can actually lead that long. Shalina grins and says the guild won't crumble just because one of them steps away for a bit, then she whips her head around and spots Gimli striding right toward them. The girl snaps that he can't forget their agreement. She bargained with the Belgians and got it only on one condition. Then she fixes her hair and swears she remembers it. Clueless, the guy asks what they're even talking about, and Gimli answers, dead serious. She's the one who decided to send ore from her village straight to Shalina's forge. She says that exporting it is usually off limits, then the guys are stunned. Shalina's rage flares and she snaps that the girl might be lying too, so she decides to verify it herself. Mora fires the question, so this ore is so crazy valuable that Shalina wanted in too. The guy leans closer, hungry to know what kind of ore it is. Gimli shrugs that since they're both going, they might as well get the answer, and then Shalina tilts a sly smile at them, while the guys have zero clue what's about to hit. The girl shrugs with a sweet smile and claims it's orichalcum, and Gale presses her again. Yeah, but what kind? While Mora clocks the moment, thinks for a beat, and then growls, dead serious, so it's really orichalcum. The man is stunned by the girl's reaction and blurts out, "Why are you so shocked?" But she fires back, "And why are you acting so calm?" Then she realizes Gale knows nothing about rare materials that can't be turned into magical items, and when Nora gazes at him with wide-eyed fascination, she's right on the edge of explaining what orichalcum is. She says this legendary ore, so rare you can forge a sword from it, can be worth enough to build a whole castle, and if you wear armor made from it, you'll fear zero battles, because the ore's hardness is just brutal, unbreakable, unstoppable. The guy instantly figures it's meant for Gimli. He's getting a prized magical item, and Shelina gets the valuable ore too. Gale says it'd be awesome if Mora could score something valuable too, and after hearing the guy out, the girl turns away with a grin and swears she'll go grab something for herself, telling him don't worry. Gale was blown away by the girl's guts, then Shelina snapped time to move, and the guys piled into the cart, where Mora admitted she hadn't ridden in one for ages, while the guy stared at the girl, realizing she meant more to him than orichalcum ever did. The boys climbed into the carriage, and Mora, eyes locked on Gale, realizes the moment has come. She's finally traveling with him. Wheels Creek crawls along the road from Farm Edge as a caravan of wagons barrels northwest toward a massive city far from the kingdom, straight to the trading hotspot of Eblance, right near the Empire. Gale and Mora are stuck, bored stiff on the road, and the girl wonders why that steady shaking is lulling her into sleep, only for her friend to grin and say the drink actually tastes better every time, and somehow Mora isn't even shocked by the way she's acting. He shrugs and says it's fine since they've basically claimed the whole cart, and Shelina fires back, "Sure, half of this is cargo, so don't act like this is comfortable." He shoots her a look and says she must not know the rules because the ride is still a long way off. Then he asks, "So you really don't get it?" And she just grins, "That's why I'm drinking, there's nothing else to do." Gale can't help it, she gets curious and asks where the girl's village is, and the girl answers, "Deep in the dark forest, kind of a ways off," leaving Gale realizing it's going to be a long haul, even if they sprint, because it'll still take several days. Suddenly she halts and demands, "Is this the dark forest?" Gimli nods, even though he's clueless which one she's talking about, because she swears that's the only place with that name. Mora yanks her own hands up and grabs her head, bending over hard, and the boy, panicking, blurts out, "Do you even know what you're getting us into with that forest?" The girl snaps, yelling that this can't be the legendary forest where the kingdom's army met its end. Then Gimli hits back and says, "It really happened," and she storms on like a fact-checking storm. "No legend, just history," then she demands, "So it's still the same forest where that ancient dragon sleeps?" Gimli snaps back, "That's not true, because they're not asleep at all, they're busy building nests." The girl hears it and immediately starts cursing, shouting, "Isn't this the forest where nobody comes back alive? Are you really trying to take us to the forest of death?" Gimli blurts that the realm's army got wiped out, devoured by ancient dragons, and then confesses she watched them stalk humans to snatch their young. Mora's terrified and demands, "Did you really see it with your own eyes?" She nervously asks what difficulty this is really for adventurers, and Sean Lee explains that adventure ranks can gauge the danger instantly. Then Gimli leans in and says, "It's at least a C-rank quest, maybe higher." What? The girls suddenly understood, this was it, their end was coming. Gimli snapped back that they weren't taking the path where the ancient dragons roost, so they had nothing to fear. As far as she knew, this route led them straight to the safest way to reach the Dark Eld's village. Still, the girl stared at her like she didn't believe a single word. The girls explode in anger, snapping that they're going to bed to rest, but then the guy suddenly snaps back to his senses and demands they wait. Shenlina shoots him a look and asks, "Did you remember something?" Gale warns that if they take that route, they'll run straight into a horde of undead from that dead army, and Shelina's fury spikes hard, but Mora steps in, soothing her and insisting the guy can face them in a dream. After a while, the boys finally dropped off to sleep, and then Gimli grinned and said she'd lead them, right along the safest route she knows. She knows safe isn't untouchable, so she tells everyone to stay on guard, because it's true for all of them, and that's how the first stage of the journey finally ends. Gimli, grinning with pure joy, tells the boys to wake up right now, because this is the moment when they'll finally swap seats. The boys climb off the cart and stare up at a massive ship, and the girl grins. She's already arranged everything for the journey, but she warns them. Once the cargo's unloaded and laid out, they better plop down like they're still riding in a cart. He wonders if she booked the ship ahead of time, and she lights up, grinning that, unlike that cramped carriage, the ship will feel way more comfortable, while Mora and Gale swap thrilled looks. Gimli grins and tells them we're sailing farther down the Cactus River, that huge, rushy waterway that cuts past the farming cities, and when the boys spot the ship, they burst out, thrilled and ready for brand new adventures. Gimli shouted that they were boarding the ship at full speed, and Shalina barked, "Don't shove me, I'm not running off." Then Gale kicked off his first voyage, with Mora right beside him. As the young man climbed aboard, he blurted that the whole ship was swaying like crazy. Then the dark elf shrugged and said, "Yeah, it's rough at first, because the moment they strapped in and sat down, the rocking would vanish." The sails snapped taut as the wind roared, and the ship glided away from the shore like it was finally breaking free. The ship ripped free from the pier and surged into a jaw-dropping, long voyage. Mora insisted that sailing felt way better than roasting under the scorching sun, and the master swore the steady hush of the waves had a magic calming effect, so you could breathe, relax, and shove every worry out of your mind. Jim Lee said it felt like they were about to hit their destination any second. The whole team crowded around the map, zeroing in on every corner like their next move depended on it. They started grilling the guy about who made the map, and the girl snapped back, "No, it wasn't meant for anyone to see," but somehow they got an exception. The mage realized getting this intel from the guild would cost a fortune, and Gale immediately spotted all those strange marks on the map. Then Gimli told him they weren't printed at all, they were hand-drawn. He was totally stunned when the map spilled real details on hidden underground tunnels and priceless artifacts, and the moment he guessed it, reality snapped it into place. He couldn't believe they'd let others see information this valuable. Turns out it's supposedly strictly classified, and you only get it if you pay a separate fee, so the magician lit up with real admiration at the chance to dive into that rare knowledge. She said with a serious, no-jokes tone that this map held nearly everything the guild knew about the nearby regions, and then some. Shalina pointed out that the map was ancient, and somehow it still listed lands she'd never even set foot in. Her companion beside her shot her a shocked look, because it meant that even after all that experience, the researcher still didn't have every answer. Jinli kicked off the explanation again, word for word from what she'd already told them in the wagon, and then hit them with the truth. There were multiple ways to reach the Dark Elf village, and she insisted they take the safer road, even if it meant paying the price of a lot more time. Shalina leaned in and asked the girl which path she'd pick if she had to go alone. Then the girl blurted, "I'd just go straight ahead," and everyone nearby froze in shock. And she straight up said she planned to slip through the border fortresses without anyone noticing, and the team instantly realized there was no way they could pull off something that reckless. Mora stabbed the map with her finger and promised, "We'll ride the river to its mouth, swap to another ship, cross the bay, and drop anchor at the port. Then we're plunging straight into the dark forest." Shalina warned them the terrain was brutal, so they'd have to circle around, then slip into the Dark Elves' village through the back door. For the mage, the chosen road turned into a brutal trial, and Gimli just calmly said, "Yep, this is exactly how it's going to play out." Mora kept talking. Once the boys stepped into the dark forest, they'd have to hop off and leave the carts and ships behind, and honestly, they wouldn't have to trek far since most of the path hugged the water and the roads. The girl also said they were finally gliding along the route the Dark Elf had mapped out ahead of time, and she swore the path was dead on, so the whole trip felt effortless and totally enjoyable. Gimli snapped to the truth that this expedition wasn't just another quest. It was a once-in-a-lifetime shot to break an ancient curse that had haunted generations, and her companions nodded, seeing how huge this mission was in history. The girl stared at Gale and instantly decided he was the guy who'd have to break that ancient curse, so he'd better push to the place at his absolute peak. The boys started fixating on that castle symbol sitting near her village, and then they spotted it, something strange lurking deep inside the forest. The Dark Elf snapped that this was the Demon King's castle. Then a dead, crushing silence slammed onto the ship, and everyone started exchanging worried looks as the terrifying truth hit them all at once. Gimli rushed in to steady everyone, shouting that the castle was gone, just ruins left standing. She explained that the builders salvaged the very materials and hauled them off to build new places instead. The boys stared in disbelief, calling it the most insanely brave thing they'd ever heard of. Mora pointed out that the Dark Elf village sat right at the base of the Demon King's old castle, and with how tightly the Demon King and the Dark Elves were tied together, this should have felt inevitable. Gale stared at the map and realized, yeah, the sea is absolutely massive, and even the magician nodded, saying it's a truth everyone knows, because with waters that huge, nobody can seriously argue otherwise. They spotted the map's center, right where a giant squid was drawn, looming like it meant trouble. Shalina's eyes lit up when she realized squid actually lived out in those waters, and she practically dared everyone to try squid fishing, claiming the shellfish could be cooked up and washed down with a great drink. That young guy figured a razor-sharp knife could come in handy anytime, so he wisely tucked it away and left with nothing but his wits to make it work. The girls lit up with real joy, because they knew he could whip up delicious dishes on command, taking simple ingredients and transforming them into full-on culinary masterpieces that would satisfy any appetite. Gimli said it made sense to think a knife could come in handy, but a squid that huge was exactly the kind of thing you'd nibble like a quick snack, and the moment the others heard her, they lined in, begging her to spell out what she really meant. She claimed it was a Kraken warning, because this sea demon didn't just scare people, it could sink whole ships, and Shalira immediately snapped, asking if she'd built dossiers on every sea monster, since the Kraken is a giant squid that attacks without mercy and anyone who gets in its way is doomed to die. The boy leaned in, asking, "What do we do if we suddenly run straight into that terrifying thing, and is there even one place that can actually save us from dying for sure?" The girls shook the moment they pictured it. The magician blared a terrified scream, swore she absolutely didn't want to die, and demanded she be sent back right now. Gimli fought to keep everyone from losing it, begging them not to panic, while the other two stared at the chaos and blurted, "Do you think we can actually dodge the Kraken, and was any of this really planned before we set sail?" The dark elf said this was a well-worn trade lane, ships rolled through it again and again, and usually nothing bad ever happened. She clung to the hope their ship could slip away, but Gale snapped that it was really just a desperate fantasy, one more shot at getting home. Still, the dark elf crushed that idea fast, insisting you couldn't simply hop off. Then everyone else erupted, swearing she decounted every single possible snag. Gimli knew a run-in with the Kraken would all but seal their fate, but his crew had no other shot at reaching the Dark Elves' village. Sea was the only way. And get this, there's a curse master armed with stunning luck, and if you can't take down his opponent, you'd better not cross paths with him at all. She pinned her hopes on the Master of Curses, convinced his power was the only thing that could save their expedition, while the guy who ruled magical powers, he was fully kicking back, soaking in hot springs like there wasn't a single danger waiting for them on the road ahead. The girls told Gale, "Don't you dare try spying on us in the women's bathhouse," and he just shrugged like it was nothing, because those tall walls made any stunt like that basically impossible. He called it pure bliss, and he had no clue the road would drop him at a hotel with hot springs, his kind of paradise, the men said, clearly spotting how much the young man loved the place, where you can sip alcohol and soak in the bath at the very same time. They kept saying the same thing, wherever crowds gather, money and supplies pile up, and that's exactly why the boatmen mostly stop there, hauling goods along the river as it stretches through all those Cactus River ends. They grilled him for his name and where he was from, and Gale shot back that he came from the agricultural town of Farm Edge. They told him they were traveling merchants, drifting from city to hawk their goods, and the young man fired back that he'd just opened his own shop under his name, because he learned the hard way that trading is exactly easy. His shop is packed with rare treasures you can't find anywhere else, but sales are crawling and money's nowhere in sight. One of them even said the truth, even the good stuff doesn't always get its buyer. He stressed that great products alone won't save you. If you can't sell them the right way, they'll never fly off the shelves. The real secret of winning trade is nailing your pitch and pulling buyers in fast. Gale snapped that the advice hit hard, promised he'd use it in his work, and then added, "By the way, the store's being handled right now by a girl who's dealing with health issues." Good news, though, she isn't buried in work all the time, and people are already whispering that the guy dumped his wife for trade, like family life is falling apart. Then he insists he only went out for goods, and the truth is, the woman he's talking to isn't even his wife. He shot them a grateful nod for the advice, then asked their names, but the men shrugged it off, saying they were nobody special and that he didn't need to know anything about them. That young man strode in with full confidence, declaring they were free to do whatever they wanted, and the moment the others heard it, they erupted into loud whispers, eyeing everything like it was treasure and marveling at this incredible place. They marched off with grit to check out the stock at the young salesman's shop on Farm Edge. Gale didn't realize it yet, but in that very moment, he'd just run into brothers who lived double lives as merchants, while their real hustle was robbing people across the road. The men struck a deal, the shop listened was babysitting into their next hunting ground. Shalina straight up confessed that she's got serious doubts about Gale and Mora's relationship. And that comment pushed her companion over the edge too, because she insisted that trading romantic stories late at night in a hotel room is basically a timeless women's conversation staple. Back then, the moment she saw them side by side, she swore they were a pair of lovers who'd slipped away from the capital in secret, until someone told her it was just bad timing and plain coincidence. Mora told him straight up, Gale only switched teams because the old one was a mess, so he bolted for a better life, and by some crazy luck, they ended up in the same carriage and rolled into Farm Edge together. My friend basically shrugged and said these moments were too many suspicious coincidences stacked back to back. And she swore it looked like they really ran off together, but Mag slammed that idea down fast. insisting the guy was actually decent and kept showing up to help her over and over again. Gimli admitted they'd clawed their way out of mortal peril together, and that, somehow, real affection grew between them without the slightest chance to stop it. Mora snapped with pure indignation at those assumptions, insisting her friend was talking nonsense. She kept pushing, saying that if anyone demanded a full explanation of what they were, the truth was simple. They were nothing more than loyal comrades. The magician blasted out of the water, snapped up to the surface, and shouted that they were nothing but comrades. But her friends stared at her like something was off, and suddenly the whole vibe shifted. Gimli realized the other girls had a real shot at winning the young man over, and Shelina chimed in that Gale was wildly talented and could absolutely become the next great successor to their guild. Mora froze at the words, fully knowing what it meant to be the Blacksmith's Guild's successor. It was basically an adoption in all but name, and she snapped her head to the last person in the room, asking whether they wanted to be this guy's mother. Shelina blurted out that nobody here was even a real mother, and the maid shot back that elves and dwarves lived far longer than ordinary people, so she fretted over the huge age gap until the first one rudely snapped at her to shut up, then turned to Gimli with bewilderment and demanded why she looked so thrilled. She kept going, saying this young man was good-looking even to their oldest one. Then she brought up that night when they'd all gone to his shop, and said that's exactly when he was about to make his move. Gimli told her straight up that she found Gale a total heart-stopper, but if the other girls openly declared what they wanted from him, she wouldn't lift a finger to stop them. After all, she'd spent forever learning how to wait for joy, but is that even close to the crushing weight of a curse that lasts 1,000 years? Mara made it crystal clear she and Gale were nothing more than friends. Then the girl urged them to make the most of their time in the steamy hot springs and sip on some booze, but keep it in check, no overdoing it while they're bathing. The mage curled up with her sake, replaying every word she'd said earlier, the one where she insisted that she and the young man were nothing more than comrades. And she didn't think it would change, until he finally showed up with interest in her, and everything shifted. On his long road, not one soul ever stepped into the shop under Lisnet's watch. The girl felt gut-wrenchingly bored, like the world went hollow around her. Her store stood wide open, yet every customer had vanished like they evaporated into thin air. A massive bone-rattling blast erupted out of nowhere, and Lisnet got hit, instant panic, no time to breathe. With a skull-tinged burst of laughter, it tore free and plummeted straight down at breakneck speed. To her, everything about it screamed something's wrong. She couldn't figure out why the figurine toppled by itself, and to make it worse, it smashed right after. Her heart screamed that everything was going off the rails, and that something awful was about to crash in. She couldn't stop worrying that something awful was going to strike, either Gale himself or her. Or maybe a disaster is lurking, ready to crush them both. On the ship, the crew threw themselves into fishing like every catch mattered. Shelina snapped that after 3 long days on the sea, the young man couldn't land a single fish. Then he snapped that the bad luck hit everyone, and somehow nobody had even been bitten once. Gimli threw out a calm reassurance that there was nothing to fear, because the big win was they never ran into the Kraken, meaning fate was on their side. Krakenra even chimed in that they still had plenty of food. The dark elf leaned in and asked Shaylin if she wasn't hungry at all. Then she puffed up with pride, saying catching a fish herself, slicing it open, cooking it, and eating every bite with her own hands was a delicious kind of joy you simply couldn't afford to miss. Gale admitted he'd also been daydreaming about putting that new knife to work if he could just land one single fish, and the whole team snapped still with shock, eyes bulging as they stared straight at the blade. Shelina grabbed the huge fish with that knife like it was nothing, then leaned in and teased, "So, is this even an artifact?" Mora snapped back that she couldn't shake the deja vu feeling, like she'd seen the exact same thing before, and then Shelina repeated it all over again, insisting it was just as easy as handling something she'd already encountered. Everyone there was thrown into confusion. Did this wild new thing really come from the legendary scythe of death? The young man stayed cool, then calmly revealed the truth. He turned it into a plain farming tool and reshaped the rest into a useful little knife. Gimli was genuinely relieved nobody had managed to snag the fish, because with a tool that strong, they could have sliced clean through the ship's hull by accident. Shelina scoffed that these adventures sounded way too unreal, then snapped her eyes toward the horizon, because she'd spotted something far off. She couldn't stop wondering the exact moment that tiny river finally swelled into a real, full-flowing force of water. Mora squinted and said the shore was nearly gone from view, and Gale snapped that the world looked like a true ocean now. Then Gimli nodded, swearing he could feel the salty sea breeze on his skin and hear the waves whispering softly. The team stared in awe at a legendary ocean stretch, water as far as the eye could chase, disappearing past the horizon like it went on forever. Shalina basked in the soft caress of the sea breeze while Mora breathed in the fresh aroma, buzzing about how close they'd finally come to the true sea element, until the girls drank in that light, windswept scent and felt pure joy sweep through the air like freedom and adventure were right there with them. But that cozy feeling shattered fast when a sickening stench of rotting flesh poured out of the box where that mysterious thing was locked away. Gale figured the stench had to be coming from that cursed material from the undead he'd just hauled in, and the second he said a word, they snapped at him to slam the lid shut and stop blabbering, because they didn't want anyone thinking it was like wine and getting the wrong idea. Somewhere far off, a ship's bell started chiming and that sound screamed, "We're leaving." While the city kept buzzing over it all, the steady slap of waves pulling up onto the shore sounded loud and clear. The sharp yells of the new fish sellers kept cutting through the rough, disorderly shouts from those sailors who'd been wandering around the day before. Gimli asked to get a closer look at the massive river harbor. Ships were anchored in neat rows, sitting there quietly, just waiting to take on goods and passengers. Their last stop, the river port, was practically right there. The boys stared at the massive ocean liners gliding by, grinning in pure astonishment at how huge those ships were, while Gimli burst into laughter and told them to watch their own faces, because the shock and surprise on them was real. She told the boys to hang tight, then she sprang off the pier like a bolt of lightning and promised she'd scout down a proper merchant ship, while her friends kept watch close by. But the boys were furious and miserable, stranded alone in a place they didn't know. Not in port sits where the sea smells razor clean and seagulls shriek nonstop, and it's the spot where that massive inland bay opens up to the outside world, turning it into a major trading hub. Rushing back to her friends, Gimli grinned and blurted that she'd scored a merchant ship that was about to leave, and somehow, luck was finally on their side. She had juicy news her friends were practically begging her to spill, and she leaned in. There were rumors of a kraken smashing a warship from one of the countries. Then Shalina couldn't shake the question of what good could possibly come out of something like that. Gimli said the merchant captain swore the kraken barely ever attacked, until it wiped out one ship, then vanished like a ghost, so for a while they couldn't even see it. Mora shot back that maybe it was just the kraken's way of blowing off steam after a long rest, and Gimli only nodded, feeling bad for everyone who'd fallen to it. The dark elf said this exact situation was the reason one ship would bide its time today and then burst into open sea at the perfect moment. Then she jabbed a finger toward the ship right beside them. The ship was totally wrecked. Time had chewed it up and left it battered and broken. Crewmen rushed to cram the ship full of brutal bales and heavy boxes, stacking every load like it could decide the fate of the voyage ahead. Captain Nick lounged with a cigar and a cheeky grin, and the moment he did, the whole crew snapped. Irritation flared into open hostility. Morris shot back that it was as clear as daylight the captain planned to stuff his own pockets by preying on terrified passengers, using this perfect window to cross the sea before the kraken showed up, while Shalina, calm as ever, said that every crisis is your moment to prove what you're made of and come out better. Gale cut in mid-conversation and promised first to load everything onto the merchant ship, and then to help carry the luggage, too. Shalina snapped and shut down the pointless bickering, then pushed everyone to jump straight into a real talk about what to do next. Still, no matter what, the sea route stayed the only way forward, and as guildmaster, she had a plan for how to organize transportation from the ground up. Mora admitted straight up that she still couldn't see the whole picture of what was going on, and Shalina snapped that they'd have to revisit every detail of that recent discussion again. She said nobody with a shred of sanity would have dared cross that border unless Gimli pushed them into it, and even if they'd officially begged for permission, approval was a long shot, especially when the final destination they wrote down was the dark forest. Lately, the kingdom's army has exploded in size, and rumors are swirling that the soldiers' behavior has turned strange as they gear up for some massive military operations. Mora fidgeted and demanded what would happen if the pressure kept building, but her friend pressed a hand to her shoulder and insisted, right now, it was only rumor floating around with zero solid proof. The guildmaster leaned in and admitted there were rumors of multiple assassination attempts that had totally backfired on top officials in the capital, because a brutal political war was boiling between the empire and the kingdom. Shalina wrapped up her tale by saying that right in the heart of all that political chaos there's a terrifying artifact, one that could topple the state itself. And honestly, it's almost impossible to believe something like that could really exist or wreck everything on that scale. Mora couldn't contain her excitement and demanded her friend say it straight. Yes, this never-before-seen artifact really was being handed off to other people now. Then she snapped at her to shut up. Shalina dropped the bombshell that the kingdom and the empire supposedly went to war. Gimli pointed out that the sunken warships were proof, and Mora freaked out because it got so serious the navy had to step in. The dark elf clocked it instantly. Both sides were scrambling with everything they had to stop a single shred of information from ever getting out. The girls told everyone, "That's why we've cranked up border security." Then they laid out the exact measures and made it clear. The fleet's job now is to slam the door on any chance those priceless artifacts could slip through. Morris made it crystal clear, the problem is real because land routes at the border have basically collapsed, so this merchant ship is the perfect lifeline for the journey coming next. Shelina broke it all down and made it crystal clear. Right now, the only move left is to ride out by sea. She also warned that on the trip to the Dark Forest, they'd have to cross the borders of several countries, and she insisted ordinary citizens shouldn't hit any roadblocks, because if they do, the exchange of goods between those countries will grind to a halt. Mora stood there, lost in thought, and blurted out her position. Then you could tell it freaked her out, because she'd heard the kingdom and the empire had been rock steady, right up until recently. Gimli nodded, saying her friends made a solid case. Maybe those states really were running secret political games, keeping their real plans locked away from their own people, so from the outside it looked like they were trying to keep the balance of power perfectly in check. She kept going, insisting that the moment the balance snaps, priceless artifacts start flooding the market, and even the military power of both countries, which used to be perfectly matched, can now swing either way, flipping the whole strategic game overnight. Now we can finally say it, two unstoppable forces are slugging it out, and only one can seize control of the world. And then one of the biggest players snaps into power as the Demon King, hell-bent on clawing back his stolen influence and tightening his grip on every nation and territory. And here's the real twist, a shadowy stranger is out there, handing out powerful artifacts to people across the world. Shelina couldn't figure out who the mystery player was, or what he wanted, while Mora flat-out refused to get dragged into a state-to-state war, and Gimli swore, with total confidence, that all three only had one target in their sights. The terrifying Demon King. Even the three who'd felt Gale's magical items firsthand refused to believe someone like him could grab the throne. There was no way they'd ever compare a worldwide catastrophe to a magic user who was nothing but pure trash and constant failure. Turns out the hero those girls were hyping wasn't some mystery guy at all, it was Gale. Gimli snapped to it and started packing, while Shelina shot back that forcing the boy to run around was wrong. Then Moria stepped in, saying they had to cram all their belongings aboard before the ship cut loose, and told them to hold up just a little. They gaped in total disbelief at the young man, stacked down with an unbelievable mountain of enormous bags. The two companions stared in total disbelief. How in the world did that guy haul luggage for 4 people at once and somehow keep standing under that crushing weight? Mora leaned in and explained that the young man wore a homemade bracelet artifact, built to make hauling that heavy load feel way easier. She kept talking and you could practically see it happening. Gale went from a person you could trust to a walking storage box, and every new flight hauled in even more luggage than the last, like the whole thing was growing bigger with every single trip. Shelina realized the trip dragged on from early morning to late evening, and the young man's jokes were finally starting to wear her down. The boy seethed as his friends laughed at him. Then Gimli snapped his attention to it and realized even the most ordinary artifacts were ridiculously impressive. She sensed that the harmless, funny weirdo everyone laughed at could be the exact guy who'd flipped the whole world upside down with his cursed trinkets. Gale panicked, demanded to know what had happened, because the girl was totally stuck, refusing to trust her own thoughts, convinced her imagination had gone off the rails, and trying desperately to shove those unsettling ideas out of her mind before they swallowed her. Gimli snapped to her feet, blurted out a quick apology, and admitted she'd been so lost in her own thoughts that she forgot him. Then she promised, "Don't worry, I'm already catching up to you right now." The soldiers were fuming, saying they'd been pushed past the limit the day before. Standing at the post under that scorching sun turned into a brutal test for him. The warriors told the crew to double-check the baggage one more time before the shift kicked off, and Gimli snapped in irritation that she'd have to slog through yet another inspection, because of course that's exactly what she didn't want. Shelina told the soldiers to start the inspection with her, and the warrior praised her as a blacksmith with real gratitude for her understanding. Then they moved on to check the young man next. Gale blindsided them with a warehouse packed wall to wall with corpses. The soldiers couldn't decide, was Gale crafting terrifying curses or slipping around as a deadly serial killer, but the panic finally drained away when his strange, unusual artifacts were locked safely on the ship. From this moment on, the whole crew's safety hung on Gale's mysterious, dangerous artifacts, crafted by his own hands, and while the rest of the team grumbled, begging him to get rid of those weapons, Gale took their request as pure disrespect and snapped, offended to the core. Gimli bowed politely to her and admitted they hadn't even gotten a chance to talk yet. The stranger lined in and told everyone he was the boatswain, right on this very vessel. The bosun leaned in and told us the merchant vessel wasn't just old, it was a grizzled sea veteran, racking up tons of roots across the ocean. Even with those sails looking battered, they still snapped to attention and snagged the tailwind. Then the crew tweaks the tension just right, and somehow they ride out the crosswinds too. And get this, there's loads of room to haul goods, and having cargo on board makes the ship far steadier even when the storm rages. The young man proudly showed the girl an awesome crossbow, hoping, just hoping, that their journey wouldn't force them to ever fire it. He got yanked in on an emergency call, threw out a quick excuse, and bolted, and then Gimli looked at the ship and realized it was way better than it had first seemed. Mora and Shelina started to feel their stomachs twist. Those sea waves slammed them way harder than the steady river current ever did, and the girls couldn't stop complaining that they already missed the peaceful ride of their home riverboat. Mid-ocean, she grabbed his arm and asked, worry shaking her voice, "Tell me, are you really okay?" Gale leaned in and told me his secret. He wore a special choker that magically wiped out seasickness. It looked to her like those decorations were made of bony, twig-thin female fingers, reaching in, tightening an invisible grip around her throat. He claimed that the accessory was carved from the wife of a sailor's handbones, of a sailor who later became a legendary hero, and that even when storms raged, the wife stood on Cape Shore every single day, prayed with everything she had, and begged for her husband to live. Mora instantly clocked it. The decoration was stitched together from the remains of the worshipper. He admitted his girlfriend was right all along and that the whole mess had a sequel. This sailor had been burning his earnings in every port, stacking up massive debts, while the girl figured he'd only set sail to chase the next chance to gamble. Gale kept talking, saying the sailor somehow had a knack for sparking romances in every port, and rumors swore he'd lived several official lives. Shelina just laughed because this guy loved to drink, gamble, and ride the fun all at once. Even after mistresses started swarming her doorstep and the creditors started banging for every last debt, she finally got the full truth. Then, when her husband stumbled back home, she clamped onto his neck with everything she had. Tara was quick too, begging Tim to stop before he spilled any more details. Shelina snapped the truth into focus. This isn't just some accessory, it's a choker soaked in the rage and despair of a woman crushed by grief, and Gimli swore that even if the dead's emotions are at full throttle, the stabilizing effect during sea rolling still locks in perfectly. He apologized to the girls for only having one such item and fretted that he'd left his teammates behind, until his girlfriends waved it off, saying they didn't want to feel what happens when you wear something like that, and they'd rather suffer the nausea instead. Gale kept asking out loud why nobody thanked his miracle cure for seasickness. Then a sudden blast of noise ripped through the air, and chaos erupted on deck. Sailors sprinted across the deck in a full-blown panic, yelling garbled orders over each other while everyone scrambled to understand what was happening. Shelina blurted out whether they'd reached yet, and Gimli snapped back that no way. At least 3 more days of sailing still sat between them and the destination. Then the first one went quiet, eyes narrowing as she spotted something suspicious. Suddenly, a tiny mound shot up from the water like something hiding. Beneath it was finally ready to rise. Gimli looked completely lost and blurted that they couldn't see a thing yet, though it sure looked like a ship to him. Mora, remembering those trade route vessels, snapped that it made total sense, because other ships kept running into each other right there. Gale grinned and tossed out a guess that it was probably a pirate ship, like a clever play on words, and one of the girls erupted in laughter, saying the chances of running into actual pirates were basically next to zero. A blaring alarm suddenly screamed across the ship, and Shelina shot up and demanded they shut it off, because that non-stop noise was hammering her head into a vicious, severe headache. A sailor suddenly blared that they'd spotted a massive, suspicious shape, and he barked the command to drop everything and take combat positions right now. As soon as trouble hit, everyone on board shot to their feet, grabbed weapons on the double, and panic started to burn hot in their chests. Shelina blurted out that something was seriously off with that sailor, and Mora shot back, asking if a giant kraken had sunk a warship and now pirates were roaming nearby. So Gale snapped, insisting they'd bet or not joke about it, because they definitely wouldn't survive those pirates. Gimli stood there utterly stunned by what she'd just seen, while dark doubts churned in her chest like a storm she couldn't calm. She remembered the fresh news. Monsters were suddenly hitting the streets way more than usual. That news hit her like a storm cloud. Stuff like this never turns out well. With binoculars in hand, a sailor spotted a suspicious object lurking out ahead. When he leaned in for a closer look, the truth hit hard. This wasn't just any monster, it was the legendary giant kraken. Just like that, every doubt vanished. Massive tentacles surged up out of the depths, and there it was, the kraken, proving those terrifying fears were real. The sailor kept shrieking at the top of his lungs, screaming that a horrific kraken, fresh off ripping apart a whole warship, was charging straight for them. Gale knew this attack didn't match the plan at all, while Mora blared that everything was going off the rails, and Shelina fixed her eyes on the oncoming monster, moving faster than anything they expected. The whole team went still with terror, eyes locked as that colossal monster smashed into the sea and ripped the surface apart with a brutal, earth-shaking thrust. The crew froze in terror as the giant kraken burst through the water's surface, then slammed the ship's hull with brutal tentacle strikes like it meant to tear them apart. The crew went wild shouting that the kraken was insanely huge, so massive it was practically the same size as their own ship. They're saying the Demon King's comeback is shaking the surface asterisk in the deep sea, hitting land creatures and sea dwellers alike, so the sailors snapped an order and made everyone gather up right now. Then the young man barked an order, raise the sails and make for the exit fast, before we're trapped in this danger zone. Captain Nick's scream tore through the air, shaking as panic hit him. He couldn't stop spiraling over why the monster's strikes were suddenly coming more often, and why the kraken had started hunting ships again. Gimli snapped that this wasn't the moment to plant berries. Right now, they had to survive the crisis breathing down their necks. She snapped that debating in circles was useless, and that one wrong turn could get every crew member killed, so they needed to zero in on a real action plan to take down the deadly monster. The sailor swore straight-faced that only a full-on sprint could save them. If they didn't run, salvation was gone, so the captain nodded to his subordinate's judgment and bellowed, full speed ahead. The ship roared forward, yanking away as it tried to outrun that terrifying monster. The kraken snapped downward again and plunged straight into the sea's black depths, vanishing without a trace. The kraken slammed straight toward the ship, and the sailors' shriek tore through the air. This thing hadn't just caught up, it had already circled around them. Then the captain's blood turned to ice as he realized the monster was moving way too fast. Gimli snapped herself back to reality. Octopuses were some of the fastest swimmers in the sea. This creature can freeze in place on the water like it's powered by pure stealth, its upgraded fins letting it yank, snap, and explode into sudden speed the moment it wants, shooting off in any direction on a dime. A monstrous kraken burst into view right ahead of the merchant ship, and panic detonated across the deck as passengers and crew froze in pure terror, because when they saw that nightmarish size and the nightmare face of the sea beast, hope basically vanished. This monster ripped its massive tentacles up from the deep and thrust them straight at the ship, like it wanted everyone on board to feel its menace. It felt like this endless wave of flexible limbs had no end in sight. The monster started smashing the ship with brutal tentacle swings, and Gimli felt pure fury and outrage burn through him. The kraken smashed the main mast to splinters and ripped the sails wide open, leaving the ship stranded, unable to steer or keep moving. A battered sailor screamed that hope was gone, and right then the captain barked for someone to rush in and save them. Shelina shouted that the captain had to keep doing his job no matter what, and Mora fired back that the crew was armed to stop any threat, so they had to rush into battle and drive the enemy back. The sailor snapped, all worked up, that the whole idea was insane. The ship's gear was built only to fend off tiny predators like sharks, and it's just unbelievable that some merchant ship would ever be outfitted to go toe-to-toe with a monster as massive as the kraken. Gale warned the others, eyes sharp, that someone was charging straight into the sea's rough, choppy waters with zero fear. Shelina frantically grabbed at the man, yelling that he'd surely freeze to death in that icy water, and Jinli sadly confessed he didn't just slip up, he'd been driven mad by terror, cutting him off from what was real. Turns out this poor guy would rather bite the dust than get dragged through the kraken's cruelty, so now the friends have to bet everything on their own strength. The entire team banded together and threw everything they had into a desperate, no-backup brawl against the monster. Gimli announced she'd climb to the very top of the mast and fire off reports on every move the kraken made. Shelina nodded at her friend's plan and fired the signal, commanding the monster to get ready to strike. She felt the monster's crushing stare pin her in place, and her heart started hammering like it was terrified of something it couldn't explain. The girl shrieked, caught off guard by the monster's massive, terrifying eyes, and pure terror slammed into her. Gimli snapped to her friend, warning the beast was about to hit from the side. Without wasting a second, Moria fired up her special strengthening skill and poured power straight into her companion. The guildmaster unleashed a rare double activation skill, and the whole party erupted in real admiration, plus pure, jaw-dropping surprise. Mora snapped to the truth. She just unlocked the new power from that special quest, evolutionary enhancement magic, and when it kicked in, it doubled her friend's strength while burning her energy twice as fast, so Mora threw her entire soul into keeping the operation running. Shelina spun toward her friend and lit a spark in her mind, how she once crushed a cockatrice in glorious style, so she trusted her own experience, powered up her weapon's boost, and unleashed the combat skill, *scorching heat ***. The girl, fists clenched and voice blazing, swore they'd torch that hated octopus by slamming her burning hammer down on it and driving it out of the ocean for good. She shrieked with pure victory, taunting that the Kraken was dead wrong to underestimate how strong they really were. Right from the start, Shelina locked onto one mission: smash the irritating tentacles that kept getting in her way. The attempt crashed right into the girl's skin with mind-blowing strength, and it left her reeling, utterly crushed and totally baffled. The rest of the fighters stood there, jaws on the floor, watching that brutal powerhouse strike hit the enemy and somehow do absolutely nothing. Gimli realized the monster's slick, slimy hide was basically a built-in shield, soaking every hit like armor, and she was stunned to know attacks would barely scratch it. Shelina snapped at the monster at full volume, spitting out furious speeches like they could smash through its power. The moment it happened, the Kraken struck, snapping a tentacle around the girl's hammer and yanking her straight up into the air. Gimli snapped to her friend with raw worry, begging her to drop the weapon, because if she didn't, the next tentacle would snatch the hammer's owner before she even knew what hit her. She added that the Kraken doesn't just smash and grab, its attacks reach far beyond that, and people whisper it can gulp its prey down whole. Shelina cheered herself on with a blunt joke, "I'm too muscular and totally tasteless," then begged the Kraken not to try and eat her. Realizing there was no stopping it, the girl gritted her teeth, let go of the hammer handle, and dropped down into open air like fate was finally taking the wheel. She finally clocked how trapped she was, and her comrades screamed as they watched her plunge downward at breakneck speed. Shelina was stopped just in time by a sailor and a captain, who grabbed her before she could crash down, and she realized the battered old safety rope had finally saved the day, while the young man let out a breath of relief, thankful that even something small could matter. Gimli admitted that sure, she'd heard legends about sea monsters acting like this, but this was the first time she'd actually watched a face-off with her own eyes. The dark elf clocked the real threat fast. The Kraken's long, bendy tentacles whipped in with deadly precision, cinching the victim tight before unleashing pure destruction and death. The monster's tentacles whip out in a blink, then slam down with instant, crushing force. Then the victim shatters into fine dust, bursts free into the air, and gets swept up into the sea foam. She realized that if she let that monster pull her in, death was already locked in, so she fought through sheer panic and begged her friends to back off and never, ever touch its tentacles. Mora's legs buckled with a shaky tremor, barely keeping her upright while panic gripped her whole body. She knew the thing charging her was way bigger and far deadlier than the giant cockatrice they'd already crushed. Shelina's hammer smashed the adult cockatrice, but this new monster hit back with a savage, monster-sized force, turning every opponent into nothing but a cloud of dust. And since they're out on the open ocean, the monster roams without limits, has the perfect upper hand, and beating it feels nearly impossible. The Kraken fixed her with massive, saucer-wide eyes, and the girl just froze, fear locking her whole body in place. Gimli already knew the truth. Squids weren't just weirdly built with wild abilities, they were insanely smart too, and they could learn new things fast. She also knew the mast and sails didn't break by chance. Something smart and ruthless had planned it, using the monster's own genius. And yeah, since it was the first time he'd ever met them, Kraken already clocked that Mora was the real heart of that crew. The dark elf yelped in panic and shoved her companion to be painfully careful, right now. In a blink, the Kraken's tentacles snapped shut around the girl's fragile body like lightning. Shelina knew her trusty hammer was gone from her hands, so she had to dig deep and win this with pure ingenuity. Plus, she knew if she lashed out with nothing in her hands, she'd get instantly caught. Those tenacious tentacles would drag her down. The girl panicked, racing through her thoughts, desperate to pick the very next move. Suddenly, Gale burst into view nearby, barking orders like royalty, demanding the monster let the captive girl go right now. Gimli clocked the knife's edge and realized the tricky Kraken still couldn't predict what the wild card in their squad was about to do. Gale snapped his sword through the tentacles with one sharp, perfect swing, freeing the girl at once from the monster's deadly grip. Mora stared in total shock as tiny bits of Kraken's flesh drifted around her in this creepy, slow-motion spiral, an omen floating in the air, while her heart slammed in her chest, fear and relief crashing together, because sure, she was still alive, but now she had to fight for her life. He met her stare, and when he saw that his own blade, crafted by his hands for himself, was still unbelievably handy even against a monster that huge, he couldn't help but feel it click into place. The Kraken, used to ruling the deep by raining down from the sea, got hit with real pain after losing a tentacle, and for the first time, the shock of resistance made it feel weak, like its dominance was slipping away. The young man sprinted up to her, stared straight into her face, and blurted out whether she was okay after the attack. She stared at her savior with bright, warm eyes and poured out heartfelt gratitude, praising his courage and lightning-fast move. Because of it, she stayed completely unharmed. Mora couldn't believe she'd lost her head mid-battle, until the monster yanked her with its crushing tentacle and adrenaline slammed into her, sharpening her thoughts in an instant. Right at that make-or-break moment, she suddenly spotted the enemy's weak spot, and that single clue could flip everything to victory. She said this knife is the blade of the world's deadliest reaper, and once the fight starts, it slices through absolutely everything. Even the Kraken's huge, untouchable tentacle, shoved through every attack before, got sliced clean off in an instant by one smooth strike from the magic blade, proving this legendary weapon's real power. But there was a brutal catch. If the owner wanted to land a strike, he had to close the distance so fast the giant creature could snap back with a deadly counterattack. The mage locked eyes with Gimli and barked, "Keep watching that colossal Kraken, every single move," demanding she alert him fast the moment its position shifted. And she snapped her orders to Shailene, "Shift your focus, lock in, and go after the monster's remaining active tentacles." The girl told him, "If you can keep those other tentacles pinned back, Gale will finally break through, get close to the Kraken, and strike." She promised that next, she'd throw support magic at Shailene and the young man, boosting their combat power and cranking up the odds that their attack would actually land. The mage grinned and told them she could cast on 2 people at once now, after leveling up and mastering that insane, high-level technique. First, she shut down the ship's rocking that was messing with the boys, then snapped a spell into place that let them adapt, at the same exact time, to whatever was happening around them. Mora then turbocharged every fighter's skills, slapping on extra defense and sharpening their reactions, and she yelled at the team to strike, fall back, then strike again, until they started boxing the monster in and grinding down its defenses. Gale knew that if they hacked off the last 9 tentacles, the Kraken couldn't strike again. Shelina even joked that then they'd be free from cooking squid disasters, too. The Kraken snapped back to its senses, thrashing back into control, then readied itself to smash the next wave of hero attacks head-on. Gimli yelped in terror and screamed a warning as the monster's last tentacles lunged from both sides, smashing in hard enough to force the whole crew to scramble together and brace for a fight. The young man finally understood just how bad it was. This had spiraled out of control, and one wrong move could wipe out the whole team. Shelina clocked it instantly. The missing tentacle didn't calm the Kraken at all. It supercharged its rage, shredding the battlefield into a full-on storm of fury and destruction. Now it was hunting its foes with zero mercy, speeding up and going even more feral, leaving the guys fighting uphill from the second it attacked. The guildmaster snapped on the blacksmith's kick technique, and Gimli's eyes went wide when her friends easily swatted away the Kraken's whip-like tentacles. Morrow knew full well that if he tried to sling multiple spells at once, his magic would get hammered by a massive energy drain. The real terror in her mind was simple. Would the heroes finally overpower the monster, or would she be the first to crack, collapsing under the sheer cost of burning through her own magic? Shelina grinned like a villain, blared at the Kraken with a taunting laugh, and told it not to panic. She'd only seen it lose 1 tentacle. Then she waved her hand like, "Go on, come get your edge back." The moment the monster lunged in, the girl snapped into action and tore forward, exploiting every sluggish step of the wounded enemy. As the young man wheezed and fought to catch his breath, Jinli suddenly realized the magic boost hadn't faded yet. It was still locking his body into that enhanced shape, letting him power through the brutal fight. She knew Shelina was pulling the monster's gaze onto her, and her partner, barely fresh from the last bout of exhaustion, was already surging forward again, hauling his saved-up power for one crushing, game-ending strike. She could tell the young man was scrambling to help more, but you could still see his hesitation playing out in every move. Gimli figured that if the enemy wasn't one of the undead, the kid's specialty, then this outcome was only a matter of time, and he'd already warned everyone. Tossing a rearguard fighter into the vanguard was downright suicide. Then the dark elf slammed into the fight beside her allies, blasting the monster with a scorching wave of fire, hatred blazing in her eyes as she stared into the Kraken's awful bulging stare, so disgusted she could barely wait to crush this nightmare and end it for good. Those huge, bulging eyes were basically begging to get hit, so Gimli seized the moment, driving for the enemy's vision to knock it out and make them way less dangerous on the battlefield. Even after it failed, she knew, right from the start, that this trick could barely scratch the monster, because his body turned out way tougher than it ever looked. She even had the foresight to pop a special smoke grenade, and when it hit, it burst into a huge cloud that swallowed the battlefield in cover, giving her the time to move, strike, and maneuver. Gale sprinted straight into the attack. Gimli bellowed at the top of his lungs, sure this was the exact moment to land the decisive blow. He hit his special skill and flipped into grinding mode, unleashing razor-sharp cutting strikes so brutal they could literally shear the monster's flesh into pieces. The dark elf snapped the plan into place. If the young man wanted his hit to land, he had to choke the battlefield in a brutal wall of smoke and blind the enemy completely, because the Kraken's lightning-fast reactions would ruin any shot that didn't start with perfect darkness. And Gale was a walking contradiction, fragile enough to be hunted, but deadly with his weapons, striking with brutal precision and flipping the fight on its head. Massive chunks of shredded tentacle flesh came crashing down from above, flooding the air with the stench of blood and guts until everything looked like pure, terrifying chaos. Shelina let out a joyful shout, beaming over the flawless series of strikes Gale had landed, and Mora, watching from the side, couldn't help thinking it looked like an experienced chef slicing with razor-sharp precision. Gimli scanned the monster's leftover tentacles and grinned when he realized it had lost half its limbs. Now only 5 deadly appendages were left, making everything the detachment did next way simpler. As the smoke started to thin, the Kraken clawed its way back into view, eyeing the guys like prey and turning into a full-blown threat to the whole team again. The dark elf barked at the young man to back away at once, far out of reach of those tentacles, because one sneaky grab from the monster could hit before he even saw it coming. He sprinted without slowing, constantly glancing over his shoulder, scanning the danger and picking the safest route to retreat. A monstrous Kraken surged straight after the running hero, and its sheer size and closeness crushed Gale's spirit. Shock and panic hit so hard he lost what little confidence and control he had left. Gimli, panic surging, blared the boy's name as loud as he could, desperate to yank his attention and shout a warning before disaster hit. The Kraken exploded with a massive burst of black ink, blotting the whole sea in seconds. The monster's ink exploded outward into a brutal surge, slammed across the ship's deck, and wiped everything clean as it swallowed the world, until the ship plunged into pitch-black darkness. The wave hit like a wrecking ball, yanking the sword right out of the boy's grip, sending it tumbling helplessly through the rushing liquid before it clattered onto the deck. The girls shrieked when they saw Gale get knocked straight beneath the crushing wave. The guy hacked and convulsed, choking on thick ink that clung to his throat and lungs, and as dizziness slammed him, he gasped for air like it was slipping away. The boy snapped to the truth too late. The ink had burrowed deep into his eyes, scorching his mucous membrane, stealing his sight for the moment and turning everything into a terrifying, unpredictable mess. Gimli recalled how the Kraken could spit out ink jets like a giant squid, blasting its way through defense and drowning the enemy's vision in chaos. The boy's sight got completely wiped out, and he was left totally blind, clinging to anyone who could help him, until that annoying liquid finally stopped messing with his senses. The sailor locked eyes on the blade, then a brutal wave of ink blasted it back, like the sea itself wanted it gone. Caught in the heat of the moment, he went for that mysterious blade to strike the Kraken, until his partner yanked him back and warned him. The thing was drowning in a sickly dark aura, like it was soaked in an ancient curse. Gimli said the owner might have polished the blade into something modern, but underneath, it was still that same brutal scythe of death, so if anyone else grabs that knife, you've got no clue what kind of nightmare they'll unleash. She warned that this blade wouldn't care who was friend or foe. It would slice through every single one here, and even cut off its own head. The bosun studied the scene with a grim, steady stare, and knew this artifact was the deadliest kind of miracle, insanely powerful, brutally dangerous, able to save lives or wreck everything for good. Shelina snapped, trying to pull her friend back fast, insisting the Kraken was already starting to shift in strange, dangerous ways, and they needed to act right now. His massive body started trembling, like something feral was kicking inside him, setting the stage for a whole new phase of the fight, or some wild, extraordinary move about to hit. To the hero's shock, the monster regenerated its missing limbs, snapping back into a full set of deadly tentacles, and suddenly the whole fight got a whole lot harder. Every fighter in that battle froze in stunned shock, fear hitting them like a wave. They snapped to attention. Everything they'd gained in this fight got wiped out. Gimli shot them the truth. Yeah, the Kraken regrew its tentacles, but its overall energy and life force had clearly drained away. The team finally locked in the battle plan, dragging the Kraken into a perfect trap spot where it couldn't move right and got forced to face wave after wave of attackers all at once. Shelina's voice trembled as she warned that Gale was trapped, totally blinded by the ink, and nobody else could grip that blade the way he needed. Mora snapped in, admitting the team had just lost their only real shot at weakening the monster. The Kraken's wrath finally hit its peak, all eyes on the young hero. His stubborn grit and raw talent had forced that monster to suffer humiliating pain. The kid kept rubbing his eyes like crazy, and slowly, vision started crawling back in, still cloudy and smeared, but at least it boosted his odds of making it through the fight alive. Feeling his sight come back, he slowly cracked his eyes open and blurted, worried as hell, what went down during his blackout and what he should do next to help turn the tide. Before he could finish his sentence, a Kraken tentacle shot out like lightning and wrapped the young man up tight, crushing his escape with raw strength and leaving him trapped. The Cursemaster loomed up in the sky, trapped in the sea monster's crushing tentacles, thrashing and begging fate as he throws every last drop of magic and strength at breaking free. Gimli snapped to the truth. The Kraken had unleashed its deadly destruction, and every swing of those tentacles instantly became a life-or-death threat for anyone caught in its blasted zone. Mora went cold with horror when she realized Gale was about to face the exact same fate as that hammer. Shelina, shaking with rage and panic, fought to scream through the chaos, begging the monster to let go of her friend, because he was seconds away from dying. The Kraken snapped her fury in half by flinging a free tentacle at the girl, slamming her aside with brutal force, and Mora's gut twisted with pure, excruciating panic over what happened to her friend. Gimli was crushed by guilt and regret, trapped in spiraling doubt, asking herself why she ever dragged her precious friend into this deadly journey packed with terrifying unknowns, and the terrifying chance she could lose them forever. Her soul churned with fresh torment, replaying the past, because it was her who dragged a stranger, a young man she didn't even know, into the Dark Elf clan's secret games, snapping him into a deadly conflict where one slip could cost him his life. Her soul got ripped open by crushing thoughts, and if she hadn't demanded he step in, that young man would have slipped away from the death that was already looming over them both in this final, desperate duel. I'd keep living that calm, steady life, running my cozy little shop, doing what I love, savoring the simple joys of being human, far away from bloody battles and the non-stop threat of death. Gimli choked out whispered words of forgiveness, begging for a chance to make up for her guilt, because in that moment she fully believed she was the one to blame for the tragedy crushing the young man right before her eyes. Mora, crushed by an unspoken love and the brutal injustice of fate, couldn't face what was coming. She erupted in hysterical screams, shouting the name of the one she loved, praying her words could stop the end closing in. The Kraken unleashed its deadliest move, deadly destruction ***, streams of raw, violent energy that could turn any living creature into nothing but ash. The girls stood frozen in place, drowning in horror as their ship turned into a living nightmare, and all they could do was watch, totally powerless as disaster crushed forward right in front of them. Suddenly, Gale snapped his reverse death destruction ability on. He hurled the damage right back at the Kraken, smashing its insides from the inside out and ripping holes through its defenses. The girls stared in stunned silence, scrambling to understand what was unfolding, shocked by this wild turn of events, all driven by their companion's grit and quick thinking. Gimli couldn't believe it. This time the effect flipped backward, snapped the energy pulse around, and turned that destructive power right back on the person wielding it, a trick she'd never once thought was even possible. Moro's jaw dropped as the Kraken instantly shattered into a blizzard of pieces, while Shelina stared in total confusion, scrambling to figure out what just happened and what nightmare consequences were about to hit their crew next. The two turned slam in on the young man. He turned around at his own pace, caught the girls staring with curious eyes, and flashed them a small, confident smirk, pure calm like a champion who already knows he's won. Gale told them the chaos all started because that cursed artifact was hanging around his neck. He slowly peeled the jewelry off, then cupped it in his palm like it was something precious. The moment he finished that sentence, the necklace exploded into tiny shards with a deafening crash, scattering across the ship's deck like glass confetti. Mora's eyes snapped open. She realized the wrecked artifact was none other than that legendary cursed necklace. Gale explained that if you land a crushing hit, it gets doubled, then snapped right back onto the attacker, triggering wife's revenge and multiplying the original blow to devastating levels. Shelina lifted the strange amulet and declared it justice and revenge, promising that anyone who dared harm her would pay back 100-fold for every bit of evil they'd unleashed. He kept talking how the Kraken first snapped its missing limbs back in place, drained itself to do it, then slammed its own deadly technique onto its body again, only it came back stronger, twice as lethal, and that's exactly what got it wiped out instantly. No matter how many sunken ships that sea predator bragged about, fate still dragged its end down to the next level, broken down and devoured by small fish, a brutal reminder that life's cycles don't care who you are. Shelina leaned in and asked the young man if he ever thought things would turn out like this, and when he shook his head, she hammered home the truth. In a fight, success can feel random and luck can decide everything. Gale made it clear he was locked in on the mission, saving his comrades, chasing the shared goal, so he never saw this wild, unexpected twist coming in the middle of the fight. He hammered the point: if the Kraken's move weren't like that, if it landed a straight hit or simply hauled the victim in, then the artifact would have done nothing special, and the whole fight would have spiraled into a totally different ending. Mora couldn't hold back her joy or the huge wave of relief. She was sure every one of her friends was alive and safe, and that the danger was finally gone, leaving her to cling to the hope of a truly happy future. She closed the distance, wrapped him in a tender embrace, and poured out her love and pure joy, both in every word and in every touch, as the test's success finally landed. The young man snapped that the ink on him could stain her too, warning her to be careful. But for Mora, none of it mattered, because the joy of being right beside her loved one blew all the little annoyances out of the water. She spilled her heart to Gale, confessing that those awful, choking tentacle grips had filled her with dread and anxiety, so she threw the fear off and let herself be wrapped in warm, comforting embraces that finally brought her peace and confidence. When the girl tapped the man's shoulder, her partner froze in total confusion, mortified by how openly she poured out tenderness right there, with witnesses watching. The young man took the lead, sliding his fingers carefully through Mora's hair, trying to soothe her, and pouring his own worry and sympathy into every gentle touch. Jinli beamed as he declared that wiping out the leader wasn't just a win, it meant clearing the trade route of every other member of his species, once and for all. Looks like Gale's crazy luck and rare skills are about to be the reason this route stays safe, slamming the brakes on danger after danger so trade can grow without stopping. One crew member couldn't believe what sparked the Kraken's explosion, but the rest of the team erupted anyway, shouting that all that mattered was the win and nobody cared about the how. The crew shot their hands up in triumph, shouting that the ship was saved and the main threat was gone, making it clear this win would mean smooth sailing for everyone's future and peace. Gimli knew plain and clear that no matter how heroic they'd been, the authorities would never notice their feat or pay them a cent, because this world just loves to skip real heroes when it comes time for the reward they truly deserve. Captain Nick stared in disbelief, demanding to know if the Kraken still had a pulse, and that question sent the girls into a mix of panic and wild excitement, so they huddled on the ship's deck and scanned the ocean inch by inch. The sailors practically bounced up and down, urging the captain to get back on that ship right now. The captain kept pressing, demanding they send boats to haul them out from that scene. They were told the mission wouldn't be called finished until every last bit of damage on the ship was fully repaired. The bosun hurried over, made the correction, threw in an apology, and told everyone there was an awful surprise waiting. The blade that had sliced the Kraken was gone for good, so the crew had no choice. They shoved it out on deck and fled, terrified of what that cursed weapon might unleash. In the middle of that brutal blast, it was blasted straight into the deep, dark depths of the sea. The shattered sailor didn't just stop there. He pointed out that even the gigantic mast, snapped down by the monster, vanished without a trace, like it melted into the ocean, proving just how massive the disaster was and how deep the losses really cut. The man admitted that the property he lost didn't even compare to the lives he saved. Then he swallowed the pain and resigned himself, thinking all that mattered was staying alive and healthy, and the other guy nodded right along. Gale calmed the bosun's nerves, telling him there was no need for an apology. Those blade materials were easy to get, then promised that once he got home, he'd forge a brand new weapon that was absolutely no worse than the last one. And most of the bad stuff, around 99% of it, got wiped out, so the item became safe to use without any nasty fallout. The boy was so busy scrubbing sticky ink off his eyes that he couldn't hear the discussion at all, totally missing the crucial details everyone was talking about. The girls froze in pure shock when the guy claimed he could get rare components to forge a brand new blade, and even nearly wipe out the curse tied to them, and they couldn't believe a word, convinced it had to be some kind of prank. Shalina yanked the guy close, snapping that his nerves were already frayed, so he better stop playing around. Then the young man swore he wasn't joking at all. He was speaking pure truth, and at that moment Gimli realized he really could blow her mind with jaw-dropping possibilities and discoveries. She slumps against the ship's railing, heavy with exhaustion, replaying the whole wild day in her mind, and wondering what will happen when she finally meets the young master who somehow managed to steal her heart. She was moments away from heading home, already buzzing with excitement to finally introduce this guy to Madame Minerva. This is exactly how Gimli pictured Gale Hamilton's one-of-a-kind genius. Then he stepped forward, proud as anything, to introduce him to the people she loved and let the world witness just how extraordinary his mind and talent really were. She dropped onto a huge gray stone nearby, let the warm sun hit her face, and soaked in the forest's quiet like it was pure peace. Minerva, the wise, towering queen of the Dark Elf clan, saw what was coming before anyone else even dared to imagine it. And yeah, the old saying is real, troubles don't travel solo. Even Gimli, sharp as a blade and wise enough to read the world, couldn't see the storm of trials waiting for her and the whole crew up ahead. A fresh maritime nightmare just surfaced, and it hit the seas like a warning shot. A fresh nightmare surged toward the ship the heroes rowed, closing in fast. Soon they'd collide with the crew, and these young warriors would have to prove they've got the courage and steel to stand their ground. Staring at the shattered wreck in front of him, Gale's heart sank as memories of that once beautiful artifact slammed into him, his loyal companion, his wellspring of inspiration, now completely gone, broken, and useless forever. The girls pumped him up, reminding him the Kraken's defeat was already in the bag, and that the artifact had done its job, saving every single member of the team. He nodded along politely, then quickly added this: since he's a craftsman and collector, losing those one-of-a-kind pieces hits like a special kind of heartbreak, the same sting you feel when you lose a dear friend. What enraged Gale most was the total silence over the genius poured into those artifacts, the heartbreak of watching nobody recognize the originality behind the concept or the raw beauty of what they made. Then his face lit up. He'd spotted a simple, elegant answer that could fix everything and bring justice roaring back. Half the time, the artist's wild vision goes right over everyone's head, and then, boom, years later the world finally gets it, sometimes only after the author's already gone. Only one girl truly got why the young man picked those cursed artifacts. She shared his obsession with digging into forbidden sciences. So Gale couldn't help but feel this warm rush of excitement as he pictured his upcoming meeting with her. He was itching to hear every wild detail of her adventures and the things she'd lived through. Vivian stepped right up to Princess Carla and declared she'd tag along for her Pharma Edge inspection, and when the princess asked if they could handle it without the girl, Vivian hit back with a flat, no-going-anywhere refusal. Brightly colored birds tore across the sky in graceful arcs, gliding over the sea and bursting the whole horizon with flashes from their wings. Shalina locked in, hands flying as she repaired the ship. Every so often, she'd catch the sailor tossing out apologies, desperate to smooth things over after their earlier fights. He insisted she was only a passenger, but she brushed that off and said, "Sure, I'm no ship repair pro, but I'm an experienced blacksmith, and I'll do everything I can to help you finish the job on time and make it efficient." Through teamwork, the travelers managed to stop the disaster cold, sealing the hull and reinforcing the ship's body so it wouldn't sink. The sailor's voice cracked as he realized the truth. The central mast was wrecked by the Kraken's tentacles. It had sunk straight to the bottom, and there was no way to fix it with the tools and supplies they had left. Gimli pointed out the brutal truth. Without a repaired mast, steering this ship would be near impossible, so they had to scramble for another way to reach their destination, and they needed it right now. So yeah, everything was stacked against them. The crew was trapped on a wrecked ship, marooned in the endless ocean, desperately needing rescue and supplies just to keep moving. Gale joked that their ship finally looked less like a sailboat and more like some massive vessel, but Mora cut in. After everything they'd just survived, at least they could cheer they were still floating and hadn't gone down to the ocean floor. Gimli, all smiles and zero hesitation, nodded along and wholeheartedly backed her friend's take. She started feeling isolated and alone, and that dread crawled across the whole crew, trapped out in the middle of a never-ending ocean, spiraling them into panic and crippling questions about where they're headed and whether anyone's coming to rescue them. As time drags on, that feeling will explode into something much stronger, while his hunger claws harder because the food supply is finally starting to run dry. With passengers and crew trapped in brutal isolation and running out of supplies, emotions snap, sanity frays, and every last bottle or ration sparks fights, unrest, and chaos. Gimli threw prayers at the gods with all his heart, begging for things to turn around before open war ignited, and while hunger slammed the passengers into desperate, do-anything survival mode. Captain Nick burst onto the scene with a bright, confident speech, saying their preliminary checks show the ship isn't sinking for real, thanks to the crew's hard work and the fact that there aren't any major leaks. Now it was time to prove what a sea-loving captain could do, because the water element didn't just return his devotion, it loved him right back. Mora eyed him with doubts, asking if anyone could really tame the ship in this kind of crisis, but the man grinned, promising that everyone would soon see the real art of control and know his call was right. Turns out the captain's big move wasn't some grand plan at all. He just let out plain old signal smoke. The man said some random ship will stumble on us out there, and it all comes down to luck, and Mora snapped back not to start flashing signal fires like it'll help. Meanwhile, Shailina couldn't stop thinking, yeah, but what are the odds right now, out in the middle of this endless ocean, that the perfect vessel will suddenly show up? Gimli admitted the only silver lining was that the sea was fairly calm right now, but with the sails smashed and no way to set them properly, if a storm hit, the crew would have to grit their teeth, ride out the disaster, and pray the outcome turns in their favor. Shailina told them fixing the hull is just a bandage, not a real solution, and if a brutal storm hits, the damage can spiral out of control fast. Worse yet, you can't predict where the water will break in, turning the whole ship into a sinking disaster waiting to happen. Mora squinted at the horizon, watching the clouds turn and the wind swing hard, like the sky was warning her that a storm was about to slam in and the situation was about to go bad fast. Gale spotted something weird happening just nearby. It didn't take long to realize we weren't staring at some random thing, we were watching a ship. The observer snapped to attention and confirmed the ship was charging straight for the accident site, leaving Mora grinning with relief and joy. Shelina flashed a grin at the captain, saying the ship had shown up way faster than anyone expected, proving once again why he's the sea element's favorite. The heroes shouted for help in perfect agreement, and their cries ripped through the air, drawing the approaching ship's crew over, ready to hear every brutal detail of what went wrong. Mora's face drained of color as she stared into the distance, whispering that the ship closing in looked weird, like it had been deserted. Shelina straight up confirmed it when she saw the ship. Her gut screams turned into hard proof, because it looked way worse than their own vessel, and the suspicions hit like a ton of bricks. Gimli went cold when the old ship's power to charge straight at them felt supernatural, like some otherworldly force was bending the laws of physics just to keep coming. She gasped in terror, "It's a ghost ship." People whisper an old superstition. If you ever spot a mysterious ship still sailing even after its hull is wrecked beyond repair, it's a brutal bad omen, like disaster is already lining up around the corner. Gale's words slammed a wave of fear into the girls' chests, their hearts started hammering, and the young man, so lost in the details, never noticed the horror and tension creeping up around him. With pure panic in his chest, the bosun started pounding the ship's bell nonstop, ringing it like the whole world might explode. Panic detonated through the crew as men and women screamed in one tangled chorus. After they shattered the Kraken, something was stalking them in the form of a ghost ship, hiding an invisible nightmare that promised fresh pain and brutal hardship. Gimli snapped his eyes to the ship's mast and froze, the Empire's banner, the Imperial Army's official mark, staring back at him and ripping his feelings in two. She replayed their old chats and realized the Kraken's warship wasn't some fairy tale. It was Imperial Army flotilla property, meaning they weren't talking about a ghost story, but a real ghost ship that crawled back to life after the crew died and kept haunting the seas as a phantom. Captain Nick kept his eyes locked on the whole scene and noticed the mysterious ship had swung its front straight toward them. Then he crossed his fingers that the mooring ropes would hold steady and let the meeting happen without putting the crew or the ship in danger. The bosun broke it down. A ramming attack is when a ship at full throttle charges straight into an enemy vessel with its horn-like bow, while shooting, firing ballistas and catapults, and then boarding were the classic moves of naval war. Captain Nick warned them that if the ghost ship rammed them, it would smash a massive hole straight through their hull. Then Gimli snapped to it. The ghost ship wasn't just haunting them anymore, it was coming in to hit, and he remembered that saying about getting struck on every side with zero chance to catch your breath. She realized their busted ship couldn't outrun the pursuit anymore. After the Kraken fight, there wasn't a scrap of defense left, so the only shot at survival was to bargain with the attackers and pray they'd stop. The Dark Elf claimed the ghost ship was stuffed with the Kraken's drowned souls, meaning they'd already had their revenge, so no fresh attack was needed. The captain snapped back that she was talking nonsense because you can't exactly chat with ghosts. He urged her to lean in and study the figures crawling across the deck of that ghost ship, insisting they had to prove what they were really seeing and figure out what kind of monsters they were facing. The captain told them the people they'd seen were gone completely. Every trace of their consciousness had vanished from the sheer terror they'd lived through. These are people at all, they feed on other folks' pain, serving grief, sorrow, and straight-up failure like a meal. Their death made real, drowned spirits without bodies, still clinging to one thing, unleashing destruction and chaos. He never dreamed that one day he'd run straight into the undead right out on the open sea. The bosun swore the last minute before the collision was God's final mercy. Then he rushed to write to his wife and daughter back in port, sealed it in a bottle, hurled it into the sea, and prayed like hell that the message would find them safely. Panic and stress crashed over the man so hard he could barely grip his pen, his words coming out crooked and nearly unreadable, so Shelina only shrugged deadpan and said, "No way out, then we go for one last drink." Gimli silently muttered to Lady Minerva, cursing how helpless it all felt, while Mora nodded along and realized, deep down, that the drowned weren't chasing anything but envy of the living and a burning need to punish them just for existing, and then boom, an epiphany hit her. The girl claimed they had a way to talk to the undead, and Gale blurted out in shock, because nobody ever thought they'd run into the undead out in the middle of the sea. The Dark Elf let out a dramatic sigh, claiming everyone kept chanting the same lines, until one person finally saw the problem in a totally different way. Shelina blinked in shock and spun toward the young man, asking if it was true he could actually hold a dialogue even with the representatives from the world of the dead. Rain hammered down like bullets, and a girl in panic suddenly called to the guy wearing a black raincoat, so soaked in worry that it looked like the storm didn't even touch her. The girl pushed the boy to strike up a talk with the ghost ship's crew and break the curse, because if they're all undead, they just might be the key, and she can't forget how he pulled off something like this before. She bit her lip and stared straight at his face, desperate to hear what he'd say next. Then Gale blurted out that it was a great idea, and he looked way too thrilled for what they were dealing with. The girl paused, then said, "Out at sea, fighting all those enemies feels totally different from battling in a dungeon." Gale got asked if he had a plan, and the boy shot back, "Yeah," with zero hesitation, and somehow he still had just enough time to set the magical artifacts in place. The young man gritted his teeth and focused hard, slapping 3 strange amulets onto different spots of the ship. One even looked like a skull-faced, inverted slingshot. Once the task was done, Gale flashed a tiny smile and strode up to the ship's captain, who stood on the deck, gripping the rail as sheer horror filled him at the ghost ship bearing down on them. The man in the hat clocked how bad it was and snapped that once a ramming attack gets launched, it doesn't just wreck the target ship. The attacker takes brutal damage too, and that can spiral into something truly catastrophic. Worst case, he warned, their own ship could go down with the enemy ship, and that would spell disaster for the entire crew. His eyes locked in, his pupils tightening like a drawstring, and then he explained it. This rough, crude way of fighting had slowly died out because ships were ridiculously expensive. But the ghost ship barreled toward them like it on the sea, cutting straight through the waves without a care, its torn sails snapping and fluttering in the wind. Gale shoved calm into the captain's chest, but his mind kept crashing on the ramming attack, until Gale pushed the point that he had to be ready the moment the ship made contact. Right now, the young man is finally able to unleash the absolute strongest power hidden in those magical artifacts. After he was done, the girl leaned in and asked if he truly planned to pull his usual move on the undead, but this time, on a whole entire ship. With a grin he couldn't hold back, Gale swore this was exactly how he'd break the curse, freeing the entire ship and every crew member on it. That long-eared girl didn't buy it right away. She pushed him again, asking if this was really possible, and he said, "In theory, yeah, but we'll never know for sure until we try it for real." The elf snapped her gaze skyward, staring into the endless dark like it could swallow her whole. Panic laced every word as she warned them that if their wild plan didn't work, this place would turn into a grave nobody ever even remembers. So there they were, trapped between certain death and one last shot, breaking the curse that clung to them like a nightmare, because the damn countdown was speeding up with every heartbeat, dragging them straight into the inevitable. The whole crew huddled in a tight circle and blared that terrifying phrase together, fists clenched with unity and grit. Then the girl with the glasses perched on her head leaned in, studied the spellcaster's face, and fired him with a fierce push. "We're counting on you because our fate lives or dies by your strength." The long-haired girl couldn't sit still. She called Gale over, hands pressed to her chest like she was about to make a life-changing move, her eyes blazing with the urge to help him right when it mattered most. A second later, the girl snapped the spell into place, adapting to the world around her, and a glowing magic circle erupted between them, leaving the guy completely stunned. Mora said that once that ghost ship slid in, no matter how hard their merchant vessel tossed on the waves, she'd steady the boy's footing. Then Gale shot her a friendly, grateful grin. The girl blurted out, all fired up, that she was betting on the curse lifting, not the other option, and her fearless hope practically lit up the whole ship. Moore felt like she didn't have nearly enough time with Gale, but she kept that thought locked inside. Gale nodded like he understood, then strode toward the ghost ship with zero hesitation. The hero snapped his gaze upward as the ship bore down on them, ancient, battered, its planks creaking and the planks near falling apart, with weapons so rusty they looked like they'd been waiting forever to bite. From the ship, a whole crew of lifeless men stared at the boy, skin rotted to the bone, most eyes gone, yet every single one of them still stood there in crisp uniform like nothing had happened. Like any proper Imperial ship, it towered over a merchant vessel, and the crew was whispering like, "If we get struck, that's it, game over." Plus, they joked the crew was almost impossible to talk to, like a giant squid with opinions. Clutching a chunk of the ship, the captain shouted for everyone to brace for the hit, because a collision was coming right now, and without a second thought, they obeyed, grabbing hold of anything that could keep them alive. The magic caster flung his arms wide and stared down the ship with razor-sharp confidence, like he already knew it would obey. Gale snapped a great curse removal spell, and giant magic circles flared under both ships, lighting up the whole sea. The young man pushed every last ounce of strength, his exhaustion and fear screaming through his effort, because the fates of everyone depended on him. Mora snapped her eyes wide at Gale, silently begging him, please save the people on their ship, and the people trapped on the ghost ship too. Everything around him blazed, bright, cold, and totally empty, while only shaky flickers hung in the air like whispers. Gale stood right in front of the captain of the ghost ship, and behind him, dozens of sailors stood shoulder to shoulder in a single tight line. The dead man and the captain's hat fixed their empty eye sockets on the young man, locked on him in eerie silence, and the boy, caught totally off guard, stared back in shock, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then the magic caster broke into a warm smile, nodding like he was sealing a crucial truth, his eyes gentle, steady, and oddly understanding, with zero fear or disgust, which was unheard of when you're staring at a dead man. That massive ship, moments from smashing into the little merchant vessel, suddenly pivoted at the last second. The girls clung tight to the side of their vessel, staring at the scene in pure bewilderment, until one of them burst out, voice booming, "What is all this?" Two ships sat shoulder to shoulder, so close it felt like you could leap from one to the other with zero cover, and that terrifying closeness turned into pure tension. That merchant ship was only half the size of the legendary ghost ship, but man, outside it looked way better, bright sails snapping in the sun, a patched hull hiding a smooth, clean look with no ugly gaps in sight. Then the wind flat out vanished, the waves settled, and the whole area fell into this unnerving, unreal calm. The dark-haired elf snapped that the ship halted the moment it bumped their transport, and the captain swore it was like it had been perfectly moored, side by side, like it planned it. They stared at each other, totally stumped, then blurted out the meaning at the exact same time. The whole crew erupted in joy when they dodged that ram at the very last second and slipped away, so much that even the sailors started crying from relief. Mora gazed at the sky and realized this wasn't the only thing that had gone down. The squall that had been tearing at the ship with wild fury finally started to fade, shrinking into a soft, almost weightless breeze, while the flag up top stopped snapping hard and began to sway calmly, like it was waving hello to the whole world. With her glasses perched on her head, the girl leaned in and stared at the water, then froze as the wild, raging storm waves suddenly calmed into plain, ordinary ripples, so shockingly fast that she blurted out what she was seeing. With her chin tilted up to the towering sky, she spoke in a steady voice, like she already knew, and the dark clouds eased back, clearing little by little right before their eyes, as if the weather itself chose to give them some light and breathing room. While the striped-shirt man crouched in one of the cabins, leaning on the table, the whole world suddenly went quiet and still, until the storm outside finally fizzled out and he lifted his head, straining to catch every faint sound. Even with his doubts finally crushed, he made up his mind, left the cabin behind, swung the door open, and stepped onto the ship's deck, scanning the surroundings like he was hunting for answers. His eyes snapped across the void, locked onto the giant ship, and in that instant he understood exactly what their bizarre journey had set in motion. On the ghost ship, the captain and his crew stared down at the folks below, faces blank as stone, like they were just waiting for the next command to drop. Locking eyes with the dead man in the captain's hat, Gale fired up the whole crew of the merchant ship and made every last one of them stare at him. He stayed planted on that wooden beam, slapped his hand to his head, and saluted, then roared for every one of his men to copy him, but they just stared at each other, unsure of what to do next. Then bam, right after that guy, the whole little ship chimed in, saluted the ghost ship, and matched its crew, and the dead souls finally burst free, melting into the sky. The dead captain's spirit snapped into view above his body, glowing with light as he saluted the young man's every move, his gentle smile shining, his eyes shut in peace, while the magic caster grinned back like they both finally felt the same silent bond. The spirit slid its sword out like it was carving the air itself, smooth, weightless, and impossibly sure, so real it felt like metal and grip, even though its body was nothing but a leftover memory from a forgotten age. The captain, full of respect and real thanks, sketched a mysterious symbol in the air, then dipped his head with a quiet bow, thanking the young man from the heart for everything he'd done. Then Gale held his breath as the liberated soul's silhouette slowly unraveled into nothing, vanishing into the endless sky, until the sun broke through the clouds and bathed the space in a warm glow, like the world was starting over. A girl with long ears and dark skin leaned in and asked if it really was an incredible sight, while Mora answered with a smile, still stunned that her eyes could witness it. Gale was hit with a question, are these really the souls from that ghost ship, the undead? And the boy shook his head, shut his eyes tight, and said no. The girls snapped up in a tight back-to-back stance, scanning the area in raw fear as they demanded the caster if there were any more dead bodies out there, while a tired, calm-looking guy hung back at a distance, watching in silence. He scratched his head like he owed an apology and snapped that, nope, the urge was so brutal it even yanked the lost souls up from the depths of the sea. Both girls just stared, thinking that kind of power was way too much. A dark-skinned elf climbed aboard the ship, eyes wide as they wondered what the next move would be. She said the undead were gone, but that merchant ship still wouldn't budge, so yeah, she called it a dead end, and then the girl stared up at the sky like she was plotting the next move. Mora leaned over to the seagull perched on the ship, chuckled with a pinch of sadness, and admitted she couldn't stop envying birds and their freedom to fly. When Gale clocked the crew's mood but refused to let optimism die, he stepped up with a grin and straight up offered the fix for their shared problem: just swap over to another ship. After hearing his proposal, the girls flinched and asked, again and again, what he really meant by that bizarre plan. Mora was totally baffled, like, wait, what kind of ride are you talking about? The elf caught on that he meant a ghost ship, first tried to brush it off, then froze when he understood how dire it was, and admitted there was no escape route besides that. Gale grinned and jabbed a finger at the ghost ship that had almost capsized their vessel moments ago, his eyes blazing like he couldn't wait for what came next. The girls shot the guy and his proposal down with pure disgust, clearly horrified, like they couldn't fathom why anyone would even entertain a plan this risky. Still grinning, the young man laughed, saying, if we head to the ghost ship, we'll keep sailing for real. The ship groaned like it was ready to die, with half-rotten boards and sails ripped to shreds, and yeah, it looked like it'd fall apart any second, but the sorcerer didn't joke around. He seriously insisted they move. Right before the crew stepped onto their brand new transport, Gale spilled everything the dead men whispered to him, how the ship's former crew, still thankful for the heroes who crushed the Kraken, handed over their precious ship as a gift, and the girls nearly fell over in total shock. The sailors weren't buying it for a second. They huddled together, whispering, are we really gonna board that nightmare ship? The girl with glasses perched on her head muttered to herself, begging the ghosts to vanish. Then Gale suddenly called out to her. Shelina snapped that even after the repairs, the merchant ship was doomed. Its damage was too deep, and it would sink any moment, no matter what, and the man got it instantly. One of the sailors snapped that there was no choice. Everyone had to reload right now, and at the same time the merchant ship's captain was sprawled on the deck, clutching the planks like they were a lifeline, seething with rage and crying because he'd have to say goodbye to his precious friend. The giant ship's torn sails, once proud in the wind, now snapped and billowed under fierce gusts, fluttering like they were shouting pure strength and unstoppable power. The very next day, the team hauled everything they needed together, and once it was all set, they finally snapped into gear and moved out. The girls stared at the merchant ship with tearful eyes, knowing it had pushed through miles of ocean just to get them there. The ship groaned and sank bit by bit, like it was quietly admitting its time serving here was over. With a grin plastered on his face, the good-natured sailor said the cargo's heavier load pushed the ship's draft deeper, so the vessel stayed steady when the sea turned brutal. Then Mora erupted in loud thanks to the ship for everything it had done for them through this nightmare stretch. The girls cast one last look at their old transport, held back tiny smirks, and soaked up every final second of its grand, fading glory. The next second, the moment they heard their new ship roaring back to life, their faces dropped into grim dread, because they instantly saw every danger waiting for them up ahead. They both leaned over the ship's side, staring at the barnacles and giant mollusks clustered there, until it practically looked like a whole forest had sprouted underwater. The girls grinned and said their new ship was definitely haunted, with seaweed and ocean creatures everywhere. Mora breathed a sigh of relief, saying the sea voyage's worst headaches were finally behind them, while the elf could only praise Gale, who snapped two problems shut at once when a ghost ship slammed into their trapped vessel. The dark-skinned girl kept insisting that even seasoned heroes stood no chance. Only someone who truly mastered the cursed weapon could pull it off, right when Shelina showed up and walked over, grinning as she announced she'd stumbled onto a bunch of good finds. With the cutest, happiest grin, the girl toted a military crossbow and an imperial battle axe right up to her chest, clutching them like they were her favorite toys. While she almost hummed to herself, Shelina told the girls, even after seawater, if you clean it right, it'll last forever, and Gale stepped over, stunned by how much stuff was still packed on board. He hauled in 2 bags of fresh materials stolen from the undead, and though he himself was smeared with grime, he just kept grinning like none of it could touch him. The girls backed away from him and started snapping at him, and Mora shot back, how is this supposed to be fresh when it's undead, everything's rotten, and it sure doesn't smell nice. The captain rounded everyone up and declared, because of Gale and the others, we can finally get back on our old course, and the whole crew erupted into applause for their saviors. Scratching his head again, the magic caster mumbled that he'd somehow dropped enhancement magic onto the ghost ship while everyone else hauled cargo all night, and now, thanks to that boost, they'd reach anywhere faster than any other ship, but the girls just stared at him with pure disapproval. They covered their faces and muttered in disbelief that getting a ghost ship in the first place was unheard of, and somehow turning it into a magical artifact. Nobody had ever done that before. Besides that ghost ship, they also got a stash of ownerless gold bars, so when the crew stared at that treasure, one sailor couldn't resist and decided to test if they could really grab it all. The dark-skinned girl with long ears insisted it was true, and then, boom, the ship had to stop at every port the sailor pointed out, all in the exact priority order. The man just grinned, nodded along, and said it was the least they could do if it meant thanking the heroes. The captain said he'd already told every single person who helped them land the ship and who stood by them when they crushed the Kraken, so nobody on board would dare object when the savior made his request. Gale cleared his throat like he was about to launch a speech, then spoke up with full seriousness. As the creator, he'd finally reveal the magical artifact's traits crafted from a wild ghost ship. With pride blazing in his chest, he threw his hands up and shouted at the top of his lungs, making sure everyone was ready to witness just how insanely capable he was. The crew stared at the guy like he'd lost his mind, trying to figure out what traits he meant, because not a single word they heard made any sense. The girls wore awkward faces as they listened to the young man, then whispered to each other about how it all started again, because just yesterday he'd pulled off an insane feat, so this time it didn't feel like anything terrible. The caster kicked things off by laying out the artifact's twisted history, starting as a massive imperial ship, until the story slowly darkened into what it became after it turned undead. Now this ship comes with jaw-dropping speed and a kind of unsinkable magic that refuses to let it go down. Everyone stared in awe at those mind-blowing transport powers, and one crew member blurted out that it felt like a sailor's wildest dream come true. Gale puffed up and bragged that the judge would be safe no matter what came at them. Then a brutal catapult tore into view, roaring into place with a menacing blaze of fangs and bones all over it. The young man's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he snatched up a skull from the deck, grinning as he said they were basically projectiles. The sailor's eyes flared with excitement. He was convinced this strange sight could become the perfect shield against pirates who kept swinging their threats their way. The elf just stared at him, awkward and silent, then muttered that they'd rather close their eyes than deal with that awful taste. The boy pressed on toward the upper deck, itching to tell the crew about his brand new invention, his own control upgrade, because it would make their sailing way safer and far more efficient. As he charged up the stairs, he unleashed a majestic line that instantly hooked the sailor even harder. Then Gale spoke up with unwavering confidence, promising them something beyond belief, not just a new route, but pure navigation madness beyond what anyone could ever make sense of. He stormed up to the steering wheel, saw it spinning on its own like it had a pulse, and with a smug grin he announced that the system was now running in automatic mode. Everyone on deck stared in disbelief, completely stunned by this weird spectacle. Mora leaned in like she'd just caught a signal at the helm, then blurted out in confusion, trying to piece together what on earth was happening. The ship was steered by a living spirit, hidden so well you'd miss it at a glance, yet the girl clocked the twist almost instantly. She tore into the caster and snapped that it wasn't autopilot at all. It was a ghost piloting the ship, and Gale, blushing a little, shot back that it was basically the same thing. Just point the way, give the ghost ship the destination, and it goes on its own. The captain's face flickered between joy and pure awkwardness as he blurted, "This is unreal." Then he just stood there, waiting for the caster's crew to tell him where to steer the ship next, until the elf snapped back an answer with a small, confident smile. With a sharp, confident flick of her right hand, she pointed into the far distance and ordered them to punch a northeast course to hit their next target. Mora, Shalina, and Gale shot each other a look, nodded at her with approval, and broke into smiles, like they just knew a fresh adventure was about to kick their door down. Right then, like they'd been waiting for the signal, every boy blurted out at once that their next step was the mysterious dark forest, calling them in with secrets only it could unlock. The wind slammed into the torn sails, and everyone felt it, the ghostly ship suddenly kicking into life, surging the right way and smashing every doubt in its path. The captain's eyes went wide when he realized the ship was truly moving, and joy hit him like a wave. Meanwhile, the guy grinned because he still wanted to finish touring his creation and wrap up every point that had already been said, so he went for the final thought about this insanely strange ship. Suddenly the girls' faces twisted and their expressions screamed disapproval, and before he even finished, they already knew exactly what he was trying to say and what ugly secret might be lurking behind every word. The captain and the sailors just froze in total bewilderment, no swagger, no anger, nothing, only faces screaming, "What the heck is going on?" at the chaos unfolding in front of them. Still grinning and lifting his index finger, Gale joyfully insisted that, yeah, of course the ship was cursed. The three girls let out heavy breaths because they could feel it. There had to be a catch somewhere, and that guy was way too obsessed with this kind of thing to let things end any other way. Still scratching their heads, the ship's crew hunted for the exact kind of curse being whispered about their stunning new transport. He flung his arms wide, grinning like a menace, and bragged that once he stepped onto this ship, there was no escaping it again. Then the whole crowd went pale, stunned to the core. The captain clutched his own head and burst into loud sobs, fully grasping what was happening, while the long-eared girl, right hand covering half her face, asked, "So what do we do when we finally reach our destination if we can't get off this ship?" What? Gale grinned and said the curse could be lifted, right there, like it was nothing. Mora snapped that only the young man could do it, and at the same moment one of the sailors, just like the captain, clutched his bandage and broke into uncontrollable sobs. The girl snapped that he reeked of arrogance, like he'd offer the poor cake instead of bread, and his own words only proved her right. Right then, the young man pulled out a handful of talismans to break the curse and shoved them into the captain's and sailors' hands. Gale also told them, if you ever need more amulets, just swing by my magic shop in Farm Edge. The caster even warned them, those catapult skulls weren't for keeps, they're consumables, and once they're gone, that's it. The crew snatched the talismans, then outright panicked that they couldn't live without them, staring around like they'd just been played, and the girl with the glasses perched on her head leaned in and told the guy he finally looked like he was getting the whole trade. The elf dropped her eyes and a wave of sadness swept through them. Then the moment the magic item shop was mentioned, she snapped into deep, intense thoughts. She rallied her comrades Gale, Mora, and Shelina. Right then, and when they heard her call, every head snapped to the elf, brimming with eager curiosity for what she'd say next. With a shaky, timid voice, Gimli finally blurted out that she'd never found the strength to say what had been haunting her for so long, and now she earnestly begged her friends for forgiveness, while the guy froze, stunned by how fast and how dead serious her words landed. She tried to lock in everything that had just happened to them, the Kraken attack, the wild chase after that ghost ship, and a crushing truth sank in. Again and again they were being shoved right up to death's doorstep, and she knew she'd put herself in danger and dragged all her friends down with her. Gimli tore herself apart with blame for everything that went down, convinced it all could have gone differently if she hadn't dragged her comrades straight into the Dark Elf clan's mess. Then she lunged to apologize again, only to get cut off mid-sentence. Mora and Gale lunged in to soothe her, telling her it was over for real. Everything was already handled, and they were all still alive. And yep, every single person here nodded in unison, ready to ride with the elf into her next wild adventure, because steering a ghost ship just isn't something you can do while you're standing on solid ground without getting hit by the strangest emotions. The boy cut off his thoughts and nodded, admitting this trip was brutal, but he still smiled, because he loved how they were pushing into the unknown and battling every difficulty side by side. Shelina rubbed her head, eyes narrowing, and jumped into the talk, because if that demon lord fully reappears, it won't just spell trouble for the Dark Elf clan, it'll hit everyone. She burst into laughter and shot back that she wasn't about to end up somewhere she couldn't even drink in peace, and Gimli just stared at his friend, completely awkward. Gale, Mora, and Shelina grinned at the elf, and when she returned the smile, she wiped the tears from her eyes, claiming the sting wasn't sadness at all, just the salty wind burning them. As the heroes strolled along like nothing was wrong, a long-eared elf with dark skin suddenly snapped, calling out to Mora like a memory had just struck. She demanded to know whether the long-haired girl had told Gale anything, or if she'd completely blown their promise, and the girl's face flushed as she squirmed to dodge the question. Mora snapped that she couldn't think of a single good moment to say a word to this insensitive creep, and the elf shot back, eyebrows raised, with a hard, distrustful question: would she really keep staying silent? A sly grin lit up her face, and the blonde snapped that Mora had just played everyone for fools, then pushed her to retrain as a full-on swindler. The girl, though, just pouted cutely with clear annoyance and begged, "Don't mock me." She tried to defend herself, claiming the guy was always grabbing supplies from the undead and then hammering together artifacts all night, like it was pure mania. Mora kept pressing that the young man would never be the first to blurt out "I love" or "I hate," because all he cared about were obsessions and bitter curses. Then the elf snapped that it was the girl's specialty, dodging love at every turn, and Mora immediately shot back, telling her not to make fun of her. Resting her head on her hands and shutting her eyes, the long-haired girl finally swallowed her fear, stopped making excuses for what she'd done and how she felt, leaving her friends staring in shock. Mora finally let it slip. She wasn't hiding anything, she was terrified of getting rejected. The long-eared elf stared at her, hanging on every word, and didn't dare interrupt once. Mora said that ever since she started hanging around Gale, she's felt happier than she ever has in her whole life. And when she hunts for a brighter happiness and suddenly nothing comes, panic claws at her, she's terrified she'll lose everything she's holding onto right now. She watches the guy who's right there, fired up, talking about the materials and what they can do in this exact moment. Mora kept going, warning him that their future could get so painfully awkward, she might never be able to stand on the same team as him again, like a heartbreaker disaster for her. The elf stared at her friend with a grave face, suddenly seeing just how deep those feelings ran, and then she said, "Everyone thinks in their own way, because we all view the world through the lenses of our emotions and fears." And she added, right while Mora was stuck in those thoughts, another woman could swoop in and steal Gale's heart. Then the long-haired girl huffed, cheeks puffed, and tears spilled straight into her eyes. The elf flashed a cute, goofy face again and jabbed her own chest like, Yeah, I'm one of those women, Mora burst out. All you ever do is tease her. As Gale's cruise voyage started winding down, trouble on land was ramping up right alongside it. Two masked men in cloaks slid into the agricultural town of Farm Edge, their faces hidden below the mask as they closed in. One of them spotted a sign in the artifact shop, Master of Cursed Items, Gale, and when he read it out loud, he snapped to his brother, "We haven't heard a thing about him, so what do we do now?" The second guy shot back, "We've already come this far, so we've got no choice but to act." The brothers filed into the shop one after another, and right at the doorway a friendly maid greeted them, yet the men didn't even spare a glance. Her face snapped to a new expression in an instant, her eyes turned cold with contempt, and she let out a dry, cutting line, "These two, definitely not clients." The men started talking fast, panicking that she'd spotted their equipment, so they had no choice left but one. With zero witnesses around, one of them grinned and promised they'd quietly do a little check of the goods after they dealt with the girl. Then at those last words, the man snapped and hurled a dagger straight at the maid. She snapped aside and sucked in a breath, then in the blink of an eye, a storm of throwing knives came slashing toward her. She didn't even hesitate, she snatched up the stand she was behind and slammed it into the attack, stopping it cold. They stared in shock as she grabbed the countertop and somehow turned it into a shield against their brotherly attack. How did she pull that off? The girl spat, calling them filthy robbers, and swore she'd laid traps just for exactly this. Then she shot them a sideways look like she wasn't even taking them seriously. She shoved the tabletop back into place, and the brothers instantly erupted in praise, swearing only a beast could move that fast, because a normal person would have been flattened like a sieve. The maid's eyes flashed, and a crooked grin spread across her face. Then she leaned in and said, "Too bad, I'm not just an ordinary person." The dark-haired girl claimed she was born from the darkness, and that sentence sent the men into a full-on panic. Just look at those tight, tense faces. The maid sneered at them as pathetic, then snapped that if she'd been in shape, she would have snagged at least one knife and hurled it back, straight up ending their lives. One of the guys snapped that she better not get cocky. There were two of them and she was by herself, so the girl cracked her knuckles and said, "Fine, then come at me." The brother snarled that in this kind of agony she'd never win. Then he surged at the girl, latching on and trying to grab her mid-move. She smiled at that and told him straight up that close-quarters combat was her true element. Lisnette hurled herself past the attackers, landed a flurry of brutal hits, and then spun around on one smooth leg like she owned the battlefield. Then she smashed one of the men as hard as she could, knocking him down in the blink of an eye. She grabbed the other man by the head and stared him down with pure contempt. Just moments later, the maid sprang up and launched a flying knee that stole the attacker's breath and made red liquid seep through his mask. As the second man lunged to slip behind her, she flipped in midair and snapped into attack mode again, eyes locked and ready to strike. A spinning elbow snapped into the man's face, and his eyes fluttered as he nearly blacked out. As the fight raged on, she snapped that knees and elbows are powerhouse weapons. No matter how someone's built, they're the living body's natural arsenal. Seriously, trying to take her down with bare hands as a martial artist is just plain ridiculous. Right when the two brothers dropped onto the floor, the maid leaned in and mocked them, then snapped, "So what happened? You really don't have any more weapons?" And she clarified she meant the throwing knives with that pathetic, short-lived range. She kept insisting that no matter how many times they hurled those attacks, they'd never even graze the girl, until one attacker's eye snagged on a weirdly shaped sword hanging on the wall. The man snatched the blade and burst into laughter, because there it was, the weapon sitting right in his hands, while the second man stepped in to steady him. Suddenly, one brother shot a quick look at the other, and realized he was standing there with no weapon at all. The sword flashed dark, and for a split second, it looked like someone's soul was trapped right there in the blade. The unarmed man shoved his brother to a halt and blurted, "That sword's probably cursed," but the damage was done because it was already too late. Curstaken, the man snapped into action in the blink of an eye and slammed his comrade. Too slow to react, the second man got hit and tore his arm open. He went wide-eyed at what just hit him, and pure horror flooded his gaze. Crouched on the floor, back pressed to the wall, the man tried to talk his brother down, telling him he'd swung that weapon at the wrong target and demanding, "What are you doing?" The attacker yanked at the cursed sword with his free hand, trying to stop it from striking, but his own body betrayed him, locking up so he couldn't just toss the blade aside, and the maid stood there watching, frozen in shock. Her sinister grin snapped back onto her face as she stared at the two of them, soaking in her pleasure while her contempt practically dripped off her. Staring down the attackers, she snapped that once a person loses his cool, he starts making mistakes he could never dream of in his right mind. For example, she snatches that cursed thing before her brain can even catch up, and suddenly logic just dies. then the men stare at her with pure, shaking horror. Listenet claims she kept needling them nonstop, trying to rattle their footing and steal the upper hand in their heads. She finally remembers this is exactly why, trapped and confused in front of that horde of undead, she got crushed by Gale while he stayed ice calm. The maid spun back to the brother and told him he'd picked something great, then he grabbed the bloody sword in his hands. Red liquid dripped off the blade as Listenet kept talking. This artifact, vampirism, turns every hit you land into health pouring back into the owner, a deadly masterpiece that lets you strike and heal in the same breath. As she slipped into her memories, the girl replayed the caster's words in her mind, reliving how vampirism truly worked. When Gale asked her, she answered without stalling, "Yeah, this power lets you heal yourself, but you pay for it with the damage it takes." The guy nodded like he'd just gotten exactly what he wanted. As he kept staring at the blade, the young man grinned and declared, "This sword packed vampirism at the absolute highest coefficient." Listenet tapped her chin, then said it so proudly, getting even 20% would still be wildly impressive. She spun toward the spellcaster and demanded he confirm it was all 50%. He snapped the number back, then grinned and swore it wasn't even close. The girl shut her eyes tight and murmured with a sting of disappointment, "I really thought it would be different." Right after that, Gale snapped back that the sword was the real deal, 100% for sure, and the maid nearly fell over from how stunned she was. She grabbed the guy by the shoulders and snapped that none of this could be real, stuff like that just doesn't happen. Then the spellcaster grinned and told her it all came down to the material. "That's the twisted magic of cursed artifacts." Listenet stared at him like she didn't trust a single word, like she couldn't even wrap her mind around him. "This is a bloody holy sword. Its blade ripples like it's alive, and a tiny skull grips the handle. In one country, a man snapped, killing his own brothers with his bare hands over an inheritance, and people swear it was this sword that he used to steal their lives. Now this weapon sits locked up in the artifact shop, hanging on the wall for anyone bold enough to grab it." Listenet told Gale the blade wasn't just any sword, it carried a deadly past, and if it ended up in a top-tier cursed item's master's hands, those impossible enchantments could turn real, and the boy nodded along without hesitation. He lifted his index finger and added, "The blade had one more sick trick. It slices through anyone nearby, even if the owner doesn't want it to." The maid blurted, "So how are you even supposed to use it then?" And the guy shot back right away, like it's perfect for solo quests. The girl paused, then nodded, "All right, then there's really nothing to worry about. It won't go after your allies." She said that sure, solo quests can hit you with loneliness, but when the fight kicks in, that same feeling turns into raw motivation that lifts everyone's spirits. Gale rubbed his chin in deep thought and kept flipping through the list. Then he brought up the wild idea of organizing a mutiny, because when panic hits and nerves start to crack, this sword will get the job done without a single hesitation. The girl said that even among contract killers, one shaky hand can spell disaster, turning an operation into a miss or a total failure. But no matter how scared or unsure the owner feels, this sword will get the job done. She couldn't stop thinking about those words. Even the best artifacts can't pull off this kind of power. These traits are what mark cursed objects as servants of the darkness. They're way deeper than they look at first. Listenet locked eyes with the young man. She couldn't help thinking it made perfect sense. Gale Hamilton was absolutely hooked on cursed objects. Back from her memories, she snapped to reality and said this sword doesn't just shine, it practically hunts the blood of siblings. Once it's equipped, it's locked in, there's no ripping it off, and even when the strength runs dry, it still drags the owner back into the fight, and right then the two men were shaking with sheer terror. The maid kept spinning her scary tale, like she was daring naughty kids to sleep with the lights off, and she swore the master would swing that sword in his grasp right up until his dying day. Tears streaming down their faces, the brothers erupted in terrified screams, right on the edge, like they were just little kids. That girl could have just kept staring at the horror, but she snapped that wiping the blood off the floor was just too much work. Right then, Listenet's gaze slid from the killer's face to the maid's, and the brothers desperately tried to look away. The girl flicked a paper covered in symbols onto the swordman's forehead. Bam! A magic circle erupted above him, and the maid promised him that since it was his first visit, she'd hand over an amulet to break the curse, right as the sword slipped out and finally dropped from his bandaged hand. Listenet scratched her head and told them, "If we push through with the treatment right now, maybe he'll still pull through." In the next heartbeat, her stare turned deadly again and she snapped, demanding they get lost. Cursing through his teeth and apologizing nonstop, the brothers shot out of the artifact shop at full speed. Listenet stood in the shop, head held high, alone, watching those men scatter and run for their lives. She smirked and promised she wouldn't even flinch at those pathetic robbers, because this girl had already survived deadly battles, and her heart had gone ice cold a long time ago. And get this, the Demon King's power is already coursing through her, like it's living in her veins, and she presses her palm to her chest. The maid stared down at the cursed sword sprawled at her feet, like it was waiting to bite. She said that even if he wasn't here, Gale Hamilton would still wipe out the bad guys, and honestly, he was just that incredible. She drifted in slow circles, clutching herself like a hug was the only comfort she had, whispering that the spellcaster guards his home, even from miles away. When Liznette thought about Gale, she swore to herself she'd guard his shop with her life until the boy came back. Meanwhile, the young man's team hauled themselves off the ship and into a tiny boat, charging straight toward their target. In a dead hush, the boat slid ahead, Gale's summoned ghost rowing at the oars. The girls chimed in that automatic control is crazy convenient, but it still feels a little terrifying. The elf dipped her ears just a little, and then she spotted it first, the forest creeping up on the horizon. She snapped, "We're almost there," and told everyone to get ready. The spellcaster snapped, telling the driving force to stop, and the girls immediately got creeped out again, because that guy was literally chatting with a ghost. The boat finally ground to a slow, trembling stop. A dark-skinned girl flashed a bright grin, stepped into the water like she owned it, and declared, "I'm going first." Then the rest of them spilled out of the boat right after her. The heroes finally reached that creepy, pitch-dark forest, and once they stepped in, the rules of reality would flip. They tore their way off the shore and pushed straight toward the trees. The team pushed deeper into a thick, tangled forest, where towering tree canopies swallowed the sunlight and let it hit the ground only in rare, glowing pockets. While the heroes pushed through tall grass, Gale snapped that this forest was nothing but choking thickets no matter where you looked, and Mora said the prize was close, but reaching it through this wild, untouched wilderness was going to be brutal. The girl with the glasses perched on her head snapped into action and swore she'd clear a path for them. Then she pulled out her brand-new axe, beaming with pride, urging Gale and Mora to keep pace while she told Ghibli to take the lead. They pushed ahead even faster, and with the axe in hand, they hacked through most of the stubborn grass that kept getting in their way. Shelina kept hearing rustling noises from the grass, coming from all different directions, just now and then. The girl snapped a warning to the others, and right after she said it, Mora shot back that they couldn't afford to relax for a second. Shelina let out a long breath, shut her eyes, and purred that it was a huge win that she'd snagged a first-class battle axe from the ghost ship. She jolted awake, eyes flying wide at the sudden noise, then snapped her gaze upward. Dragon-like creatures swooped over the forest, their wings beating through the air in bursts. The girls snapped their heads up. Shelina blurted, "Are you wyverns?" And then a thunderous roar of giant footsteps shook the ground. Gale craned his neck and gawked at how huge the creature was, then demanded what it even was, while the guy tossed out, loud enough for everyone to hear, that it might be a troll. The dark-skinned elf snatched her friends, hurled them into the grass in a heartbeat, and hissed, "SHH, be quiet." The troll spun toward the noise and then froze because where the heroes had just been standing, there was nobody. Gimli hissed at her teammates, "SHH, keep quiet, don't draw them in." Luckily, these creatures were too big to pay any real mind to people like them, so as long as they stayed low and out of sight, they wouldn't get grabbed. The troll barely hung around for a few more seconds, then he tore off down the same route like nothing happened. Terrified, Mora blurted that the sea was a dead end, nowhere to run, so the forest had to be safer, at least that's what she believed. Still sprawled on the grass, the elf snapped out a warning, "Never let your vigilance slip." She kicked off by saying that just moving in a straight line through the forest or over the mountains sounded way too simple. But without even realizing it, people lock onto the easiest path, because the center of gravity shifts, their leading leg takes over, and old habits quietly drive the decision. You can end up going in circles without realizing it. You swear you're charging toward the goal, but you're really just pacing the same spot over and over, and the elf's words sent chills into Mora's heart. After she wrapped up her tale, she flashed a sweet smile, lifted one finger and declared, "This right here, it's called ring wandering." The long-haired girl froze on the ground in pure terror, afraid to even breathe, let alone move. Mora hesitated, then snapped that she shouldn't have been so careless in this forest, yet Gimli quickly stepped in, reassuring her, because everyone messes up sometimes. With a flick of her hands, she pulled an ancient map into the light and spread it wide, then told them, "Yeah, even she has to do this." Shelina demanded to know what that dark-skinned girl was really driving at, and Gimli shot her a grin before answering. After a brief, nerve-wracking pause, the girl finally confessed she was lost, and that hit the rest of the group like a punch in the gut. The girls immediately grilled her again, demanding they'd heard the elf right. Gimli snapped their mouths shut on the spot, scrambling to keep the monsters from noticing them. Shelina and Mora insisted the elf should already know these spots since she was a local who'd lived here for years, while Gimli shot back that she'd only just admitted she hadn't been around in a long time. The girl with her glasses perched on her hair blurted, "Okay, what do we do now?" because the forest was already swallowing itself in total darkness. The dark elf told him the forest went dark way earlier than it should have, and she pushed the idea, "Let's set up camp right here before it gets worse." Stuck in the middle of the grass, the heroes eyed everything warily, because deep down they had no clue if they'd actually make it out safe. Shelina edged up to Gimli, voice shaking as she asked if the forest was okay, because something about it felt awful to her. Gimli theatrically pouted and shot back, "Do you trust me?" Right then Gale crashed the conversation and demanded they stop this fight, because they had to secure a spot for the camp ASAP, no delays, and everyone immediately nodded in agreement. The boy took his first step, crunching into the thick forest grass, and the spellcaster declared, "I'll lead the way, follow my steps, girls." Shelina teased, asking if he knew the way, and the guy shook his head, then admitted he'd grown used to the dark. Still, he charged ahead, pushing through the towering sedge like he belonged there. The girls trailed behind the boy and kept marveling that the thick brush and lumpy ground couldn't slow Gale down one bit. Shelina even joked that he must be used to terrain like this, since they could barely keep pace with him. Mora nodded and confirmed it. Gale really is a pro at hunting through ruins, cemeteries, and every creepy spot crawling with undead, and Gimli added that the dark, lifeless scenery is just his normal backdrop. Out there, bones are scattered everywhere. From the girl's point of view, the spellcaster made the dark forest feel like just another day of adventures, like it wasn't terrifying at all. The crew tiptoed over a colossal fallen giant tree, moving with careful, steady steps. Next, they stumbled onto a plant heavy with gorgeous glowing fruits, lighting up the whole dark like tiny stars. Gale finally snapped for the girls to come over, certain there had to be a stretch of water up ahead. Shelina pressed Gimli for answers about whether it was really true, but the elf just shrugged and admitted he had no clue where she'd be around here. They started bickering again, then Mora shot between them, cutting the tension in half, and snapped that the long-eared girl couldn't possibly know the whole dark forest from start to finish. Gimli told them straight up, if they'd headed to a spot she already knew, she'd instantly spot where the boys were. Awkward silence slammed down, then the forest sounds were the only thing that dared to break it. Shelina shot them a disgusted look and snapped sarcastically that they ended up lost because they couldn't find that place at all. Then Gimli hung his head and apologized with a heavy heart. He heard his teammates talking, then, right when something caught his eye, he snapped them over and demanded they listen. The girls snapped to attention and the guy said, "There are tons of fruit plants around here," so he figured there had to be a fresh water source nearby. Right when the talking finally died down and everyone could lock in, a sudden drip echoed onto a leaf nearby. Then the noise sharpens, grows louder by the second, and you realize, this time for sure, water is right nearby. Mora snapped that she could hear rushing water, and Shelina shot Gale a look of awe for his flawless handiwork. Gimli scooted a bit to scan the area, and once she spotted a tiny stream that sometimes vanished underground and reappeared as hidden channels, she rushed back and told her friends. He peeked from behind the next bush, and this time, boom, he spotted a pond. His grin exploded, and his eyes started to sparkle again. They stepped into a hidden slice of paradise, an itty-bitty beach cradled by the forest, and the water shimmered so hard it looked like the whole place was sparkling. The guy, strapped with a huge hiking backpack, grinned and swept his eyes across the whole area. Big trees and tiny trees crowded the place, and right there, you could pitch a camp between them. The girls burst into delighted squeals, and the whole place felt wildly, shockingly beautiful. Right above the water, the treetops split open, blasting golden light onto the land, clear, calm water inviting anyone to step in, with mushrooms even growing on nearby branches. Gale turned to his companions and asked if they liked the spot, and every single one of them chimed in, saying it was the perfect place to set up camp. He leaned in and asked, was it unanimous, and flashed his trademark grin like everything was gonna be okay. He thrust his right fist up and shouted that they were making camp right here, and the girls all agreed at the same time. Everyone snapped to it like they'd planned, and the second Shelina threw the signal, they all slammed their stuff down and moved. Gimli started scanning the area for familiar landmarks, but he kept it close so he wouldn't get lost. The new axe's owner was out there hustling, stacking up firewood like it was the only thing that mattered. Meanwhile, Mora and Gale rushed out to hunt for food nearby, because the girl swore it was life or death, since no one knew how long they'd be stuck there. He stared at the pond, watching the fish thrash and splash everywhere, and said, "There's a ton of stuff in here." Clear water was a good omen, so the young man dug out the essentials from his backpack and proposed building a simple fishing rod. Then Laura leaned in and asked, "So how are you gonna do it?" Gale started telling her the forest was packed with insects perfect for bait, and the girl nodded along, confirming every word. And as a hook, that guy tried to pull out a bone, only for Morris to shut him down fast and say, "Nope, I'm the one who carries bones around." He told the girl to watch what he'd do. Then the guy snatched a bone and snapped it clean over his knee with one hard move. He snatched a fragment, then said, "If you dry thick bone like this, you get fibrous bone marrow, but pull it out and it turns so tough, so sharp, it can replace a fish hook." Gale flashed his skill, tied on the line and bait, and then tucked the bent hook out of sight. Then he explained it all to Mora so she'd instantly know what was going on. Next, he flicked his fishing line into that quiet lake, praying it would land him dinner. The bait hit the water with a sharp splash, and the guy and girl leaned in, eyes locked on the line. Then, just moments later, the line finally twitched. The young man yanked the rod up hard to snag the line, and boom, iridescent scales flashed under the surface before a whole fish burst free of the water. Gale grilled the girl on how his catch even worked, while Mora stared in shock, because only a few seconds had passed from the moment the bait hit the water to the moment a bite came. The boy started spilling the truth. Way out in the deep forest, the fish were monsters compared to anything in the sea or river, and the girl just kept staring, blown away by how the boy survived like a pro. Mora was sure of it. Gale had pushed past every limit a human could reach. After they cast the bait again, they hauled in a second fish in no time. The girl burst into stunned screams at what she was seeing, then flipped straight into pure joy over her catch. She stared at the guy's moves so hard he finally clocked her look, wild with ambition, crackling with sparks, and bursting with desire. Gale asked Mora to try fishing, and surprise, the moment the idea landed, she blushed so hard she panicked and asked if she could just encase instead. He handed her a fishing rod, but she frowned and asked, "How do I even use this?" He smiled and told her to cast a worm, watch for a bite, then wait a beat before reacting, because the hook's flimsy, and it's better for the fish to swallow it first so it'll get hooked and pulled out cleanly. Mora flicked the bait into place and started waiting, eyes locked on the water like it was about to explode. Barely a moment later, something yanked on the hook. Gale snapped, "Hold up," and then, after a beat, shouted, "Now, pull it out." The girl burst out shouting and yanked the bait straight out of the water. A busted hook dangled off the end of the line. Then Mora started to tremble, furious and boiling over. She was furious because for the first time she got a good result, and somehow that made it worse. Tears shimmered in the girl's eyes, so Gale quickly handed her the fresh, already prepared bait. The girl asked, "Can I really keep going? I'm just getting in the way," and the guy crushed her worry, calming her down and telling her not to fret. The bait hit the water again with a loud splash, and the young man leaned in and pushed, "Let's reel them in again." With just a little more effort this time, I finally hooked that gorgeous fish. Her first catch lit up her eyes with pure, sparkling joy. Gale blinked in shock, then praised Mora for hauling in such a massive catch, and just as he was about to celebrate, Mora started to mumble something under her breath. Cradling the fish in his arms and refusing to let it slip, he stared at his girlfriend with a look that screamed, "What now?" The girl practically tackled Gale with pure joy and screamed that she'd finally managed to catch it, while Gale nearly dropped the fish. Shelina heard a blood-curdling scream and knew something was seriously wrong, so she bolted straight toward it without hesitation. She spotted Gale and Mora wrapped in a tight hug. Turns out these two weren't trouble at all. They were just having a normal fishing day, so with a sneaky little grin, the girl hustled away from the couple. After the fire finally roared to life, the heroes grabbed their fresh catch and started cooking it up hot. The sizzling fried fish filled the air with a mouth-watering smell. Mora caught it instantly, and the guy practically urged them to dig in right away. A loud smack echoed through the room. Gimli and Shelina dive into the dish, grinning as they gush about how ridiculously good simple baked fish tastes, and the guy chimes in that there's still plenty of meat left, so the girls can dig in without a shred of embarrassment. Mora leaned in and asked the elf how the watch went, and the girl just shrugged, like she didn't even know what she was supposed to be observing. The direction looked obvious, but in the dark she couldn't pin down the exact spot, so the girl slowly tilted her gaze up toward the sky. Gale gave a small smile and said, "Nothing can be changed." Then as soon as they finished eating, she'd rushed them to take care of the camp. They kicked things off by splitting up the ships, so no one had to burn through the whole night on guard duty alone. Gimli clocked it instantly, sure they'd stuffed themselves, but the long journey had zapped every bit of energy, and even she sat there, stuffed to the brim and perfectly content. Gale blurted out, asking if it'd be easier to set traps so nobody had to stay on duty, and the girls stared at him like, "Wait, what?" Gale's instant traps are a paralysis spell built from the ghost ship's eerie effect, then sealed with a freezing blast that rips heat away using the bone-chilling cold of the seabed. After the installation was done, the guy leaned back and proudly scratched his nose. Skeletons surrounded the camp in a grim circle, all donning hats and cloaks, each one stacked with spells that hissed like they were alive. The girls froze in total shock, staring wide-eyed with their mouths hanging open. He explained that once these traps spot hostile monsters closing in, they snap to life on the spot and freeze them in paralysis. The young man blurted out that he'd cast the enchantments in a hurry, so the traps would only hold up for one night. Thanks to Gale, they managed to make it through the night without monsters crashing in, but when they found themselves surrounded by creepy stuffed skulls, the hours dragged by in a way that felt downright wrong. When night fell, the heroes' camp was ringed with creepy scarecrows, their eyes glowing like fireflies, silently guarding every shadow so no monster could sneak in. After a brutal day of quests, every adventurer crashed into sleep, safe and sound, because nobody had to report to duty tonight. Mora, curled up inside the tent, drifted into a dream. Gimli dropped to one knee as the others stared ahead, utterly baffled, while perched on the rocks, a dark-skinned elf with long hair tied into a stunning ponytail stood before the heroes like the calm eye of a storm. With a warm, radiant smile, she welcomed the guests. Then, at long last, they rolled up to the village of the Dark Elves. Mora felt like they were being welcomed, even though she couldn't catch a single word of what was being said. Then she spotted it. The elf had Gimli's exact skin tone and ear shape. The elf met her guests with a warm, welcoming smile. The moment morning hit, the boys started blurting out their dreams, until Mora described an unexpected meeting, and boom, it turned out every single one of them had seen the exact same thing. Gimli didn't even wait for the question to be said. He declared this man was their leader, and his name was Lady Minerva. Then the sea itself seemed to get it instantly, like it already knew where that grace came from. The spot that showed up in their dreams is called the Hill of Promise, and once the travelers push into the dark forest, something greets them and sends them a dream back. Shelina blinked in surprise, then said, "Turns out if you become a leader, even stuff like this can be brought under control," and Gimli nodded hard, adding, "We're right next door to Lady Minerva." Kept firing off questions, the glasses-on-head girl leaned in and asked if their leader was only amazing, or if she was just as dialed in and observant, too. They were betting that if they climbed to this hill, they'd finally meet for real, so she had to pull up on them in a dream. Right then, Gimli slumped a little, like her mind had vanished somewhere else, and it felt like she was desperately trying to hide the truth. After sipping her steaming drink from that mug, the elf nodded and said the group was right, plain and simple. The adventurers pressed deeper into the thick forest, Gimli snapping at her own confusion to find her bearings, while Gale steered the other girls forward. Mora felt the food shrinking day by day, and the tiredness only kept piling up instead of easing. Sure, the campsite was convenient, but it was screaming that they had to move on. Even then, they had no clue if they were heading the right way. After tossing the leftover fish sticks into one big pile, the heroes tore into the last bites and wrapped up their meal. Shelina snapped that they'd been stuck eating the same thing for 3 days straight. Gimli propped the girl up and growled that he couldn't stomach another bite of that grilled fish. The girl with glasses perched on her head nodded like, "Yeah, I'm sick of the fish too," but then she froze because something way worse was coming. Shelina burst into loud tears and screams, yelling that the sake was completely gone, and right in front of the boys sat 2 empty bottles of alcohol. Mara tried to soothe the girl, telling her she got it asterisk, but still she couldn't keep yelling like that, and Gale stepped in like, "Let's fix this." Ever since they pitched their camp, they've been hunting for the right road again and again, trying not to lose their way. Gimli snapped that he had no clue where they were, and every time the heroes tried again, they looped right back to the exact spot they started from, like the path itself was mocking them. Then the elf bowed her ears, almost as if she were apologizing. Mora backed him up, insisting their camp was fine, yet the heroes wouldn't budge an inch, and Shelina, still choking back sobs, screamed that this was a total delusion in the forest. Gimli stared hard at the map, then snapped, "We tried a shortcut once, and it totally failed." Gale tried to soothe the elf, insisting nobody was blaming her, but Shelina snapped with pure indignation at how anyone could get lost in her own forest, while Gimli scrambled to explain that she never realized just how huge the dark forest really was. He shot a glance back at the lake and said they had plenty of water, then admitted the real problem was the food. That stream isn't packed with infinite fish, so you can't keep gorging on them forever. He wrapped up his sentence and said it was time to move on. Shelina backed him up, insisting she couldn't just keep resting forever. He told her she runs the Blacksmith's Guild, and I'm not just going to dump all the work on Liz. Liznette was already passed out inside the store, because it had been ages since a single customer even showed up. The crew hit the brakes on everything and decided it was time to pack up and move on. The girls were like, "It'd be perfect if we had a guide to lead us," but then the fear hit. Where in all this wild wilderness could they possibly find someone? Then out of nowhere, the caster spotted something hidden deep in the trees. He halted mid-step, double-checking that the shadowy figure was still lurking behind one of those massive tree trunks. He spilled his discovery to the girls, and Mora immediately lit up, saying that this guy's night vision could save them, because even in daytime it stayed dim, with the sky shoved under thick clouds. The girls practically buzzed with excitement, sprinting toward their destination, only for the guy to jump in front of them, warning that running would burn their energy for nothing. Gimli, Mara, and Shelina burst out of the bushes like they'd been waiting to ambush the moment. They spotted a bunch of black-cloaked figures and frantically tried to catch their eye. After dropping down the tree roots, the heroes closed in, and Gimli lurked behind the cloaked shadow, blurting out that they were completely lost. Mora spotted the figure's legs up ahead and froze, jagged bones with half-rotted flesh. Then the girl blurted, trying to shout her friend's name. The dead man had already spun around and glared down at Gimli with pure rage. The hood ripped away from his head, and beneath it, boom, there sat a bare skull staring back. She let out a blood-curdling scream, because it wasn't just alive, it was undead. From the uniforms the skeletons wore, it was obvious they'd once been the royal detachment that got disbanded. Shelina snapped that if it was really like that, then everything changed, and they had to pull back right now, but before she could even finish, one of the dead men was already dropping over her. The girl shrieked in pure horror and sudden shock. Gimli, Mora, and Shelina spotted the evil spirits move too late, then the next thing they knew they were trapped, surrounded on all sides. Dozens of sinister scarlet skeletons crawled up from the ground, and the worst part, more kept bursting out. Hooves thundered somewhere behind him. Right out of nowhere, like a flash of lightning, a spear-wielding rider dropped onto a dead horse from above and stared at Gimli, then aimed to strike her straight on. At the last second, Gale burst to the elf's side and slammed the spell Dispel Curses ***, pulling the girl into a tight hug as a huge, blinding magic circle erupted between them and lit up the dead man. Gimli's legs buckled and she crashed to the ground. Then the boy shot up and demanded if she was okay, only for her to insist she was fine. Right as that happened, Shelina sprinted over. The elf stared at the young man, and instantly she remembered the way he'd hugged her, grinning like that smile could light the whole world. Her heart started racing, and a hot wave of embarrassment hit her, because she'd been keeping her feelings for that guy secret. Gale snapped his focus onto the cursed skeletons the moment he met them, because stumbling across creatures like that is almost unheard of. The undead thundered toward him, and with a grin blazing on his face, he stepped up, ready to meet them head-on. Gimli tilted his head and watched as Gale purified the souls and sent them soaring into the sky, glowing like pure, shining light. Mora told her she'd seen it a bunch of times already, but it still blew her mind. Then Shelina clocked it. The caster was way too calm. It looked like he was waltzing straight through a battlefield of enemies, every step so smooth it felt unreal. After he smashed through the attackers, the young man paused, then swept his eyes across the whole place, searching every corner. Then he turned to the girls and told them, most of the undead don't hunt at all, those monsters sleep through the day. But in this suffocating forest, soaked soil crawling with magic, and a sky choked with clouds, this was the one moment that truly didn't fit the rules. The girl with glasses perched on her head stared at the guy like she'd been drained all day, then muttered that he looked way too pleased for his own good. Gale, gripping whatever he was holding, shot back what she was even expecting, and Mora, spotting the guy's prize, leaned in and demanded to know what it was. The spellcaster leaned in and revealed the truth. When the cursed skeleton dies, it drops an undead core. This concentrated curse is insanely rare, like finding a myth you thought couldn't exist. Shelina leaned in and asked Gimli if she'd ever heard of something like that, and the girl shook her head hard, saying it was her first time seeing anything like it at all, because materials tied to the undead usually never get any attention. Unless you're using them for alchemy, the guild will snag some, but when they hit the open market, they're way cheaper than the materials you'd get from run-of-the-mill monsters. But the elf had never even heard of this core, and now curiosity burned hot. He just had to learn everything about it. Gale clutched his lute and swore it was meant to enchant all kinds of stuff, like gear and scrolls. You can jam the core straight into ordinary weapons or armor, then watch it supercharge the whole thing until it transforms into a real magical artifact. Sure, it looks like plain material, but this is the key that lets him upgrade the girl's gear, and Mora suddenly snapped, asking if the core was cursed because she was positive it was, yet she still wanted to hear it from the source. The boy's words started to trip and stutter, and she burst out, yes, then proudly bragged that she could control the curse. The girls stared at him with pure, disapproving fury. The boy lifted his index finger and swore he could take the curse, right up until it snapped back the second he pushed too far. Shelina couldn't believe it, curses could return. She stared at the guy, nerves screaming that he could unleash something terrifying and dangerous, and when she said that, Mora nodded like she finally got it. Apparently, that was how he kept upgrading the equipment for Cash and the others. She finally realized this was the whole reason they had zero clue she was cursed. Gimli flashed a small, bittersweet smile and said, "This is all we can pull together," like the cores they'd found were barely anything for the kid, though to him they were downright rare. Gale snapped the elf out of his thoughts, then dropped the bombshell that another rare item had hit the ground. He asked the girls if they remembered what that guy said about the undead, and the second he said it, they showed up for one reason. All those souls still cling to the desires they never got to fulfill in life. Staring at the skeletons lined up like trophies, he snapped that they tried to flee the dark forest again and again, then collapsed in pure despair, only to be trapped here as its prisoners. It dragged on for ages, maybe even hundreds of years. He opened his mouth to talk about his long, wandering trek through the forest, then abruptly cut himself off and demanded a map from the elf. He jabbed his finger at where their crew was standing right now, and the girls stared at him like their lives depended on it. With a grin back on his face, the young man tightened his right fist and blurted out, "This has to be it. This find could point us straight to the way." A tiny pendant dangled from his palm on a cold metal chain. No ordinary trinket, it was the watch's pendulum, soaked with the royal party's crystallized tears, lost and wandering through the dark forest. Gale swore the trail would lead straight to a dark elf village. Then he hovered the pendant over the map, and after only a few seconds it started to move on its own. Everyone stared at the artifacts Gale had dragged in, and Shelina noticed it. Right as muffled sobs filled the air, the pendulum started to swing. The pendant clicked to a halt and jabbed forward, like it had found the exact path he needed. The boy thrust his finger toward where the artifact swung and blurted that the Dark Elves' village was right there, and the girls gasped, cheering that they could finally leave the forest. Then they leaned in, hooked on that mysterious item too. The young man clocked the 2 warhorses too, and the undead loomed right beside the tree. Mora and Shelina cheered because they could finally save their energy, but Jinli let out a huge sigh of relief. Now they could reach the village without a single problem. As she got closer to the horse skeletons, uneasy doubts crawled into her mind, and the confidence she had been carrying started slipping away. With their horses saddled, Mora kicked off the ride and blurted out, "There's this saying, horse bones," then paused like, "But what in the world does bone horses even mean?" She froze at that quiet, eerie hum rolling through the whole forest, eyes locked and serious, then barked at the guy, "Hold on tighter." Then both of them whipped their heads toward the trees, drawn by the noise spilling from out there. The very next second, the ground started to thunder under their feet, so hard the boys never saw it coming, and they had zero time to brace themselves. After a few tense moments, the earthquake finally quit shaking the world, and the group snapped into action, moving on before the danger returned. The heroes argued about why the royal army got stranded in that remote wilderness. Then it clicked. Once the demon seal shattered, the kingdom tried to seize the forest of darkness and march troops in. Then an ancient dragon swooped in and turned them into prey, and Gimli snapped, "Hey, we already talked about this in the carriage." The next second, the worst idea she tried to warn her friend about somehow landed in Shelina's head. So hard she froze, grabbed the elf and blurted, "Wait, we're literally standing where the remnants of the royal army have turned into undead." What? Gimli's face twisted with a wild mix of terror and sudden, crushing understanding. The earth bucked with another violent jolt, and the horses reared up in panic. A thunderous roar ripped through the air, and the long-eared girl snapped that she'd let her guard down, thinking she was finally safe. Suddenly, a massive clawed paw tore into one of the trees, and Gale's team charged right into the ancient dragon's territory. Panic hit them hard. The horses thundered at full speed as the dragon shot out his wicked long tongue and threw open his jaws, trying to snare the intruders that were wrecking his peace. The spellcaster erupted in a shout, swearing the dragon had finally clocked them. The ancient giant creature's throat lit up, blazing with a piercing blue flame. The heroes instantly saw the monster winding up to exhale, and they knew Dragon's breath wasn't just an attack, it was a death blast that would torch everything in its path. Gimli shrieked at the top of her lungs, screaming everyone to run. Right by the dragon's throat, the air turned scorching hot, and magic sparks flared bright, shimmering like fireflies in the dark. Right after that, the huge creature belched a brutal column of blue fire from its mouth. The heroes juked the magic stream in time, but the warhorses erupted into flames and burned to the ground, so the boys' dash got slammed to a crawl. The girls cheered because that blast of fire just barely missed them, but the explosion still tore everything apart, and the damage was absolutely brutal. Flames erupted all around the heroes, licking at their shadows like the night had turned feral. The whole team was boxed in by roaring flames, and things were, putting it gently, way worse than they ever imagined. Shalina screamed that they weren't going down here, and Mora backed her up, rallying everyone to grab their weapons and get ready to fight. Gimli realized it wasn't even the dragon's deadly breath, capable of turning everything to ash in a blink, that truly made it the master of this terrifying forest. His real power roars from the thick, scaly armor that wraps his whole body like a living fortress. Mora roared at everyone to land one single strike, because to bring down that dragon, they'd have to pour out every last ounce of power. She snapped a spell and a glowing magic circle burst beneath the other girls, and then Mora slammed their power to the absolute maximum. Shalina burst into the fight first, determined to smash the dragon with everything she had, and she leapt into the air. The girl snapped out a lightning-fast punch, slamming it straight into the creature's skull. But the dragon didn't land a single scratch. He jerked his head, flung the girl off his back, and the warrior could only stare like it was downright impossible. The elf realized the imperial weapons still couldn't save them. Regular attacks just wouldn't land on him. Gimli lifted her black crafted by the dark elves, a calcum dagger up to her face, and she was ready to strike. With the grace and speed of a wild beast, Gimli launched forward toward the giant dragon. She prayed her plan would land, and that the blade would at least scratch the monster enough to hurt it. As she slipped into motion, she readied her orichalcum weapon. The second the girl got close to the monster, she slammed her blade straight through its tough scales. The elf lit up as the weapon finally pierced the ancient dragon's skin, just like the top-tier material promised. Then her grin vanished when she realized the blade was too short. The monster lunged to strike back, but the girl snapped into action and dodged at the last second with pure instinct. Gimli barely dodged it before she could expose herself, and even then she figured she wasn't anywhere near a fatal wound. She'd only managed to scratch him. Mora dropped to her knees and braced herself on her staff. She drained every last bit of strength and magical power, then realized she'd wildly underestimated how much magic it would take to pull off all those positive effects. Gale watched the elf slip out of the attack with slick, graceful moves, while the boy stood there, totally helpless, with nothing he could do to change the fight. Gimli yelled to the young man, "I'm fine, now go make sure the other two girls are safe." The spellcaster strode up to Shalina and Mora and hauled them to their feet, yet the girls could barely stay upright. A massive dragon stared down a band of adventurers who dared to shatter his hard-earned peace. He stared them down with a terrifying glare, and a dark elf blade tore through his body as it stuck out. The monster's rage erupted, and it let out a brutal growl so loud the whole area rattled. Gimli said those ancient dragons were so proud they wouldn't tolerate a single step of invasion on their territory. That's why the royal squad got wiped out. They straight up grabbed him and felt every one of his reverse scales. The elf barked "Focus" to stop the monster from picking a single victim, so everyone scattered like sparks in every direction. Even an ancient dragon can't lock onto 4 targets at once, so we're stealing the moment and turning it into our win. Gimli stared at the flames and knew this fiery maneuver was only a stopgap. It couldn't last. Shalina snapped at the boys to drop everything and stare toward the trees. The flames on the ground were just starting to die out, and the heroes finally got a shot at fleeing that monster, right down the road. Gale and Mora instantly grinned and urged each other to sprint off in that direction. Gimli figured they were lucky too, watching her 3 friends march off in that direction. For some reason, the elf's gut was screaming trouble, and she had no clue why. The girl already knew the ancient dragon wasn't just hot-headed, he was ice-cold to the core too, and she couldn't believe he hadn't caught that obvious truth. Right then the girl froze in place, and her legs started trembling. She spun around and stared in pure horror at the smug, conniving dragon, and it finally hit her. He'd engineered the whole thing. It looked like a total dead, dried-out fishing trap. Only this time, forget the net, there's fire in its place, and instead of fish, it's them. Gimli screamed at the top of her lungs, fighting tooth and nail to stop her friends. She screamed that the enormous monster planned to wipe them all out with a single blast of dragon breath while they sprinted forward in a straight line. The monster's throat flared blue again. Gale slammed himself in front of Mora and Shalina, while Gimli lunged hard to get to her friends. In that instant, every single one of them knew this was it. They were all going to die. Then out of the dark forest, a cloaked stranger suddenly emerged, and the heroes snapped to attention as a desperate cry rang out, screaming for the princess. A blazing projectile came screaming at the dragon, and boom, it detonated right on his head. That hit was so brutal it threw the massive monster off balance, at least for a little while. The heroes spun around, stunned and confused, desperately trying to make sense of what just happened. They couldn't make sense of why they'd been spared. Then Gale spotted it, something blasting out from the dragon's side. Right after that, fresh figures in cloaks spilled onto the battlefield beside Gale's team, and the girls went wide-eyed, completely clueless about what was happening or who they were dealing with. The crew is ringed by armed strangers, all while they fight to keep them safe from an ancient dragon. The cloaked man snapped that the crossbow loaded with incendiary bombs couldn't seriously hurt this creature on its own, but if the monster jerked back at the blast and reflexively dodged, that hesitation would throw it off just enough to shut down its next breath attack. Roughly a dozen hooded strangers ringed the team, all staring like they couldn't miss a single beat of the dragon's reaction.